Transmigrating into the Heartthrob's canon Fodder childhood friend chapter 48 to chapter 93. Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds before he quickly shook his head. No, I can support myself. He touched his nose bitterly and looked up with a little confusion in his eyes. Why are we talking about this topic? Let's change it. Xianxia smiled. Okay. Xianxia, you should go to Lynching Street on Friday. If you don't go, I'll be very bored. At this time, he had already walked into the apartment and was about to leave the apartment. Xianxia watched him go upstairs and said, Okay, I'll go. Finally, the monthly exam was over. Xianxia didn't want to do questions like before that night. He relaxed and gave himself a break. After taking a shower, he took out a bottle of yogurt from the fridge. After drinking the yogurt, he threw it into the trash can and lay on the bed. He sent a soybean emoji to his sister. Xianxia, teeth emoji. A few seconds later, Xianxia replied. Xianxia, what? Xianxia, my results are out. Xianxia, so? Xianxia, miss, you missed out on 100 million. Do you regret it? Xianxia, when you didn't believe me back then, water got into your brain. In the end, it will flow out in the form of tears. Xianxia, 666, 6666, Xianxia decided to use the truth to slap her in the face with the data. Xianxia, report. XLSX, after a while, a call from a city came. Xianxia picked it up. On the other side of the phone was a cheerful and clear female voice. She couldn't stop laughing. Not bad, you've improved so much. How many gods did you worship before the exam? Xianxia laughed but didn't boast. He said honestly, no, I met a good deskmate. She's the top in our grade. She's very accurate in guessing the questions. Xianxia clicked his tongue on the other end of the phone. Oh, you're starting to be humble. Xianxia smiled. But this time, he specially looked for Xianxia not only for the results. He tried hard to recall the contents of the dream and asked in a soft voice, when I was 5 years old, I recuperated in a manor outside the city for a period of time. Do you remember? Xianxia was stunned and thought for a moment. Huh? Recuperating in the manor? I don't remember anything like this happening. Xianxia, then you should ask Mom. Xianxia, Mom is busy, she's still in the office. No, 5 years old. Wait a minute, I seem to have a vague impression of it. Xianxia remained silent, giving her time to recall. She racked her brains for a long time before she finally came to a realization. Yes, I remember now. It was a summer vacation. During that time, your brother and I were called abroad by Grandpa. Grandpa was so strict. That was definitely the most painful summer vacation I remember when I was a child. You should have gone too, but Mom had just undergone surgery at that time. The doctor strongly advised her not to be too busy, so she left a lot of things to Dad and went to the manor alone to recuperate. Maybe she was afraid of being lonely, so she brought you along. Why are you asking about this? Xianxia was slightly stunned when he heard this. He gripped his phone tightly and said in a puzzled voice, So? I wasn't the one who went to recuperate? Xianxia's voice was both angry and amused. Don't you know that your illness was caused by yourself when you were 6 years old? Instead of staying in your room on a rainy day, you ran to the edge of the island and almost drowned. You were in a coma for so long that the whole family was scared half to death. Xianxia, what the hell? Wasn't this a little different from the plot in his dream? Was that why he was in good health before he was 6 years old, but why did he remember that in gentle control, Xianxia's illness was innate? Xianxia quickly recovered from the shock and shook his head. How much detail could he remember about a canon Fodder who only appeared in a few chapters and whose illness the author didn't even bother to make up a name? It was probably because he fell into the water after he was 6 years old that he became sick. He was stupid enough to take a dream seriously. Xianxia's attention didn't stop there. He joked, how can there be no reward for doing so well in the exam? Do you like Wang Hoxiong or Shui Jingxing? Xianxia was very cold. I don't like either. Xianxia tried to tempt him. They can take you to the peak of your studies. Xianxia sneered. No, I have my deskmate. It's better to like Xiaxue than them. Song whinnying. After hanging up the phone, Song Yu sat cross-legged on the bed with a serious expression. 008. He shouted into the air for a long time, but there was no response in the room for a long time. 3 months ago, the system said it was going to report to the Lord God, but there was still no reply. Song Yu was speechless. Did the Lord God think it was unreliable and directly destroyed it? The corners of his mouth twitched and he leaned back. Song Yu's light brown pupils were full of depression and confusion. 008 wanted him to travel into the book and follow the plot 5 years later. But now the plot 5 years later was probably all off track. Xiaxue wouldn't meet these scumbags, wouldn't be evil, and didn't need to be relieved. There was no need for his existence. Speaking of which, he still felt that the original book's arrangement of Song Yu as a childhood friend was like a forced character, just to keep Xiaxue's kind nature. Song Yu saw the imprisonment and didn't continue to read. However, gentle control was marked as sadistic love, so there must be love and affection. So, there was a high probability that Xiaxue, who kept her kind nature, would forgive that group of people? Reach a happy ending with some scumbag. The counterattack was only hoped for in his dream. F***ck. Thinking of this, Song Yu suddenly sat up in anger, his chest felt stuffy like a stone was pressing down on it, and his head hurt from anger. He got up and poured himself a glass of water. After so long, the plot of that stupid book could still nauseate him again and again. When he thought of his role was to promote the development of this kind of plot. Song Yu angrily poured himself another glass of water. Persuade Xiaxue to let go of her hatred. If he wanted to persuade Xiaxue, it would be to persuade her not to let go of the past and directly kill that group of scumbags. Also, he had always been very curious. Why did Song Yu say to the protagonist, "Your mother loves you very much, don't hate her," and such nonsense, make Xiaxue instantly understand a lot of things and even let go of her hatred? Too far-fetched. Xiaxue didn't hate his mother. Forget it, gentle control was illogical. After drinking 3 glasses of water, Song Yu calmed down and lay back on the bed. He clicked on the link and found that Ma Shouting had given him a link to a group called Class 1's Happy Family. Song Yu, Sadako does not forget the well-digger, brother Yu, join the class group. Everyone is talking about Friday night. Come quickly, happy little panda lifts windmill. JPG, Sadako does not forget well-digger, it's not easy to have a team-building event. Of course, we can't just go to the KTV and sing. Prepare the poker cards and hide the beer. Your husband brother Yu Song Yu didn't want to enter the middle-aged and old-fashioned group for the time being. There was something choking his heart now, and he was very flustered. He could only poke Xiaxue. Song Yu, do you still remember what happened when you were young? The reply came very quickly. Xiaxue, why are you asking this? Song Yu felt a little guilty. Song Yu. No, I just wanted to ask. Xiaxue's finger tapped on the screen, wondering if Song Yu had remembered what happened when he was 5 years old. However, if he didn't remember it, how could Song Yu remember it? No. As sharp as he was, he almost quickly caught the trace of abnormality. A trace of coldness flashed across Xiaxue's eyes. He leaned back on the bed, his expression cold and his eyes dark and deep. 5 years old, he knew that Song Yu and he used to know each other. However, the experience of knowing each other was a blur. He didn't care before, so he didn't think too much about it. Now, why did he feel like his memory had been tampered with? Was it the price of being reborn? He didn't believe it. Xiaxue looked down and replied to Song Yu. Xiaxue, I don't remember. Xiaxue, you want to tell me about your childhood? When Song Yu saw that he said I don't remember, he heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed. Song Yu, no, actually, I don't remember either. Song Yu, I just asked in a moment of impulse. Song Yu, you know that I like to find things to talk about when I'm bored. Ha 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 ha. The more he explained, the more it sounded like a cover-up. Xiaxue chuckled. However, he had always been very patient with Song Yu and wouldn't force him. He changed the topic very naturally. Xiaxue, aren't you going to sleep yet? Song Yu, it's still early. I want to have fun after the exam. Xiaxue, it's not early. It's not good for your health to sleep late and wake up late. Xiaxue, go to sleep. Songyu lay on the bed, holding his phone with both hands and typing. Songyu. You look like my dad. No, my dad has a bad temper. It should be my mom. Anyway, she's my family. Xiaxue. How do your family members usually call you? Songyu thought for a moment. It was too embarrassing to share his nickname with his friends, so he shook his head. Songyu, just call me Songyu. The other party was straightforward. Xiaxue, you're lying. Songyu was shocked. How can you tell? Xiaxue, I've been to your house. Your grandma is calling you. Xiaxue, you. Smack. Songyu's hand was not steady, and the phone fell on his face. F*ck, it was so painful that he sat up immediately. He was ashamed, angry, and depressed. He wiped his face. Why did he call his grandma's nickname in front of others? Songyu. You heard wrong. Forget it. Songyu, don't call me that. Shame on you. Xiaxue smiled, and the coldness in her eyes melted away with gentleness. Xiaxue, didn't you say that I'm like your family? Then I'll be more like you. Xiaxue, you, be good. Sleep. Good night. Songyu, he was so angry that his face was burning. What else could he do? He typed in exasperation. Songyu, sleep. Songyu, okay. Just shut up. After exiting the chat with Xiaxue, Songyu's mind was in a mess. How could he fall asleep? He stared at the ceiling for a long time, took a deep breath, and clicked on the group link that Ma Shouting gave him. Class 1's Happy Family. The chat was very lively, and the chat was very fast. Therefore, when Songyu entered the group, no one noticed. He scrolled through the chat history. Sadako, never forget the well-digger. QWQ, brother you is not coming. He thinks our names are unpleasant. Lights like the past? Brother you is so cool. But who came up with this name? It's too old-fashioned. I want to hit someone too. Matcha milk cover does not add ice. If brother you is not coming, we can gossip about him behind his back. Bowen strong knowledge. What? Hansheng, you must be itching for a beating. What gossip is there to gossip about? He's handsome when fighting, fierce when scolding people, and his grades are good. As a guy, I can't even be jealous. Brother you is awesome. Autumn water long sky, that's what you guys see. Usually, we gossip about how brother you can have a perfect deskmate like Goddess Xia at 15 years old. Sharp edge, yes. He can even receive Goddess Xia's love and gentleness. Woo-woo, such a beautiful friendship. I'm crying. The last female classmate simply sent a whole row of lemons and scrolled through the screen. It's Wan. In his first year of high school, he had the genius to tutor him and the school hunk to buy him a cake. My first year of high school had nothing. Woo. At this moment, a familiar ID appeared. Your husband brother you, oh? The happy family of the first class couldn't continue being happy for a moment. This ID, Ma Shouting, didn't you say that brother you wouldn't enter the group? It's Wan. Brother you? Songyu looked at their descriptions. He didn't feel particularly good. Your husband brother you, what do you mean? Your husband brother you all think that I'm taking advantage of Xiaxue? No. It's Wan, no. Woo, brother you is not. Woo, don't misunderstand. We just think that Goddess Xia should dote on his wife. Songyu chuckled. Your husband brother you, am I worse than him? Wan was about to cry. It's Wan, no. You're the nation's husband. You're much more popular than Goddess Xia. You're the dream lover of all the girls in school. Songyu had just been humiliated by Xiaxue. And was even smashed in the face by her phone. He wasn't in a good mood. Only now did he feel a little better. The corners of his lips twitched. Your husband brother you, so there's no need to be jealous. It's Wan, huh? He was confused. Your husband brother you, It's quite enviable to have the school hunk as a deskmate at the age of 15. But you're not bad to be in the same group as me at such a young age. Everyone in the first class. After studying so hard for so long, they almost forgot that Brother Yu had debuted as a troll. Your husband Brother Yu, isn't that right, sister? Sister, Tat, it's Wanwan, yes, 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 yes. Oh my god, how can I be so lucky QAQ? I'm really amazing at such a young age. But I actually didn't know that I was lucky. I was wrong, Brother Yu, let me go. Friday night, Linqing Street. Originally, everyone wanted to go to the party hall to have fun. However, the most Teacher Chun could tolerate was KTV. He only wanted to sing, so he could only resentfully give up. After school, everyone went home to put away their school bags. The time was set at 6 o'clock p.m. One class of people, 3 private rooms. There was no need to go back in 1 hour. Xianxia didn't call anyone to pick him up. He put his things in the apartment and went to Linqing Street with Xia. Ma shouting followed him and dragged Shiboan along. The last time they were here, they were there to beat someone up. Linqing Street was especially lively on weekends. From time to time, a few motorcycles sped by. They were all students in school uniforms, carrying their girlfriends, wearing sunglasses, and whistling. It was very coquettish. Ma shouting stuck his head out and looked around enviously. When will I be able to be so cool? Shiboan pushed his glasses and asked a very practical question. So what are we going to do now? Xianxia looked at the time on his phone. 5:35 p.m. There's still half an hour. Time was tight. They might not even be able to go to an internet cafe to play games. Ma Shouting's eyes turned and she suggested excitedly, let's buy some snacks and beer and secretly hide them in our school bags. Shiboan's delicate face scrunched up. Will Mr. Chung not allow it? Just hide from him and don't let him find out. After that, she pulled Shiboan and ran to the mall. Xianxia was at a fork in the road. He looked at the gradually fading sun and said, let's go sit down first. Xianxia wasn't very interested in singing. He just wanted to accompany Xia to experience the lively atmosphere of a high school party to make up for his isolation in junior high. The karaoke they chose was in a more prosperous area on Linqing Street. It was called Encounter. The class group was very lively. It was very noisy now. Lights like old times, 45 people, 15 people in each room. Remember to make an appointment with whoever you want to be with, he he he. Sadako never forget well digger? QWQ, playing jungling at 90 years old, look at me. I'm online waiting for an invitation from a female classmate. I won't let you down when I'm young and absurd. King 1 star starts at 5 yuan. Sharp, sisters, just look at me. It's been a month, isn't it enough for you to understand me? Bunny tail, what the hell? Did I invite you here to listen to your cries and howls? It's Wanwan, sob 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 sob. I'm so young, can I be more impressive? I'm in the same room as Brother Yu, crazy hint, lights like the past, let me answer you. Lights like the past, you're dreaming. It's Wanwan. Jiang Chenian, are you looking for a beating? After putting down his phone, Jiang Chenian smiled and winked at the mirror. Then, he hugged his notebook and pen and was about to leave. When she went downstairs, her mother happened to be chatting with another auntie on the sofa. When she saw her, she rolled her eyes at her. Where are we going this Friday night? Jiang Chenian hid the notebook behind her back and whispered, it's a secret. Her mother was furious. Come back early after you're done being crazy. There's a banquet tomorrow. Try on some clothes today. Jiang Chenian changed her shoes and said perfunctorily, yes, yes, yes. The other auntie on the sofa smiled and said, Chenian is getting more and more beautiful. Jiang Chunyan's mother looked proud, but she still said modestly, not at all. Look at the same age. That girl from the Bai family is good at dressing up and talking. My daughter is just a bookworm. I don't know what she's writing in her notebook all day long. The auntie shook her head and said, that girl from the Bai family is too scheming. Everything is written on her face. I don't like her very much. Speaking of which, this time the Wang family has suffered from the evil deeds of their descendants. They won't be able to recover for a while. I don't know why the Qin family asked fourth young master to come to Jing City at this time. Shen Wanwan's mother said, who knows? Later, the number of private rooms booked was reported in the class group. 303,304,305. Song Yu was slightly stunned when she saw 305. She couldn't help laughing out loud. What a coincidence. Another 305. Xiesui also stopped and said, let's go to 305. On the third floor of Chance Encounter. Private room 305 was decorated in cold colors. The space was dark, and only the effect lights in the center were changing and shining. As soon as they entered, the light was white, cold, and quiet. It was as if they were in a quiet universe. Song Yu smiled and suddenly asked, are you curious why I appeared in 305 that day? Xiesui had already investigated the cause and effect, but she still said, a little. Song Yu explained seriously, it's because I heard someone talking about you, and they mentioned your name. I knew that there was someone who needed my help. Xiesui held back her laughter. That's why you came. Yes, that's why I came to teach that scumbag a lesson. The changing lights fell into Song Yu's eyes. They were bright and smiling, as clear as the stars. His voice was light, and there was a hint of youthful pride in it. But when I first saw you, I thought that you were really good-looking. Xiesui tilted her head and stared at him. Her eyes were deep as she smiled. Which part of me is good-looking? Song Yu was not stingy with his praise. Everything. You look especially handsome when you drink, especially your eyes. You like my eyes? Yes. Xiesui chuckled. Then I'll remember it. When Ma Xiaoding sneaked in with his school bag, there was no one in the private room. He put his things in the corner of the sofa and immediately sat down. After he was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. Shi Bowen opened a bag of potato chips and said vaguely as he chewed, look at how nervous you are. Ma Xiaoding wiped his sweat. I'm just afraid that old Qing will see me. Shi Bowen, how many bottles of wine did you buy? Ma Xiaoding, canned, only a few bottles. Oh, by the way, brother, you can't drink. I almost forgot. We have to stay away from brother Yu. Shi Bowen rolled his eyes. It's obvious that brother Yu won't hang out with you. He didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. Ma Xiaoding began to look forward, his gaze never leaving the door. Shi Bowen was curious. Will Jiang Chenian come? Ma Xiaoding, he. Shi Bowen, after that, a few boys came in one after another. When they saw Song Yu and Xiesui, they were stunned at first, but they didn't leave. They thanked brother Yu and sat down next to him. After a month of classmates, although they were still a little restrained, they weren't that restricted. It was probably more troublesome for girls to go out. Ma Xiaoding was bored from waiting and began to suggest playing games. It just so happened that a mobile MOBA game was quite popular. When he asked Song Yu if he wanted to play, Song Yu naturally refused. Don't drag him down, thank you. They gathered 5 people and started a game. Ma Xiaoding sat next to Song Yu. He was a noob and liked to play the carry. After his carry was stolen, he focused on the mage. Song Yu was originally playing on his phone, but when he heard the system notification that he was killed from time to time, he couldn't help but lean over and take a look. It was too painful to look at. Purify the air and wait for death. Your jungler is about to cry. Don't send him off. He's full of health and mana. Are you going home to replenish your courage? After being killed for the nth time, Ma Xiaoding cried and handed the phone to Song Yu. Brother Yu, you do it. Song Yu leaned over and took the phone. After a month without any entertainment, he was about to die. Controlling his game character to get a pentakill in the dragon pit, Ma Xiaoding exclaimed excitedly, shoot his QQ? F***CK. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. He eagerly leaned over. Brother Yu, please teach me how to avoid the enemy's assassin. I'm always killed in the first second of a team fight. Song Yu, your mechanics are hopeless. Ma Xiaoding, Song Yu, if your mechanics are bad, you'll have to act cute to make up for it. If you send a few QWQ to the enemy jungler, he might let you go. Ma Xiaoding took the phone and felt embarrassed. Isn't this pretending to be a girl to cheat people online? This kind of behavior will be laughed at. You have been slain, you have been killed by the enemy. Ma Xiaoding, should I add 2 more words and call him brother? Sob, 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 big brother, please let me live. QWQ, is that so? Is it cute enough? Songyu, cute enough, little sister ding. Ma Xiaoding really sent a bunch of QWQs in the game's public chat, calling out the opponent's jungler. Jiao said, don't kill me. However, the opposing jungler was cold and heartless. When they crossed the river, Ma Xiaoding was caught up again. He was flustered. He didn't fall for it. He even started to target me. Why is he such a scumbag? What should I do? Songyu was even colder and more ruthless than the enemy jungler. He sneered, then die in front of him. Ma Xiaoding? The rest of the people couldn't help but laugh out loud. After playing a round of games, the atmosphere was finally relaxed, and the girls arrived late. The homeroom teacher first gathered everyone in room 305 and asked the class monitor to take a group photo. Teacher Qing held the camera in his hand and coughed. You guys can have fun. I'll take a video for you. I'll record the glory of your singing classmates. When you graduate in the future, you can take it out to reminisce. Everyone covered their faces and wailed. The atmosphere in the KTV was harmonious. Xianxia changed into a light yellow dress with her long hair down. After singing a few songs, she held the microphone and looked at Songyu and Xiaxia with sparkling eyes. She smiled and said, God Xia and brother Yu, do you want to sing a song? I'm 15 years old this year. Do I have the honor? Songyu, no. Xiaxia was sitting next to her. The smile on her face was cold and distant. It was the familiar expression of rejection. Xianxia blinked. As expected, she smiled slyly. No. If I can't listen to you guys sing when I'm 15 years old, then I want to play games with you guys. Her deskmate covered her face next to her and tugged at her sleeve. She felt that her good friend was digging her own grave. Xianxia, truth or dare? How simple is that? Do you want to play? Ma Xiaoding was definitely supportive of her crush. She shouted louder than anyone else, okay. Under his persuasion, everyone accepted his suggestion. They sat next to the table. Xianxia was secretly delighted. She coughed and said, coincidentally, I've prepared poker cards. Let's use Big King as the trump card and Little King as the joker card. The trump card determines the truth question and the content of the dare, and the joker card is the person who will be punished. She sat down and placed 15 cards on the table for everyone to draw randomly. Xianxia took out his cards and enthusiastically added the rules. A total of 15 cards, from A to K, plus 2 kings and 2 kings. If you choose dare, you can choose a random card to interact with. After all, this is a game for 15 people. We have to try to increase the sense of participation between the players. When she said interact and sense of participation, she enunciated her words very clearly. Her eyes were smiling as she looked at Songyu and Xiaxia. The girls were all aware of Xianxuan's intentions, and they all laughed out loud. Okay, let's start. If you continue to brag, I think you'll get beaten up. Xianxia, okay. Let's not waste any more time. Draw your cards. Don't be shy. The boys were also very excited. No peeking. Hurry up. Don't waste my time to get the trump card. They drew one card after another and finished drawing in a short time. No one dared to show their cards casually. Otherwise, they would be targeted and asked to interact. How unlucky would that be? Songyu took a K card. Ma Xiaoding hadn't looked at his cards yet and came over. Brother Yu, what card do you have? Songyu avoided him and said slowly, a card you can't afford to offend. Ma Xiaoding, wow. Shi Bowen adjusted his glasses and exposed him on the spot. Brother Yu, don't pretend. The only card you can't afford to offend in this game is the trump card, but the trump card is me. He directly spread his cards on the table. It was indeed a king. Huh. Songyu wasn't embarrassed at being exposed on the spot. He leaned back on the sofa and asked Xiaxia in a low voice, "What card do you have?" Xiaxia directly laid her cards on the table and smiled. Jiang Chenian also finished looking at his cards. "I have a number card." Come, the first round's joker players can come out." But no one spoke. Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at Ma Xiaoding, who didn't look at his cards and liked to worry about other people's cards. Ma Xiaoding held the poker cards. "Damn, I can't be that unlucky, right?" Ma Xiaoding quietly stepped back and squinted. F***ck. He threw his cards on the table. It was indeed a king. He turned his head and pretended to look fierce. "You dare to mess with me? You're finished." At this time, Songyu stepped up to uphold the game's fairness. She pressed on his shoulder and smiled at Shiboan. "You can ask the truth, and you can do dare. The most important thing is that everyone is happy." Songyu's hand was still on Ma Xiaoding's shoulder. Ma Xiaoding glared at them and said decisively, "Truth." "TSK," everyone jeered in unison. "Truth. Then I'll ask directly. If you have to choose one person in this room to be your girlfriend, who would you choose?" Ma Xiaoding. Songyu didn't see that Shiboan had the potential to be a matchmaker. Ma Xiaoding's feelings for Jiang Chenian could be seen by everyone who was familiar with him. This was tantamount to giving him a chance to confess. But Brother Xianxia was Brother Xianxia after all. He didn't seize the opportunity at all. He looked at Jiang Chenian and blushed. What kind of stupid question is this? Change it. In fact, for this kind of question, his behavior seemed ambiguous and suspicious. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up as if they had discovered a new continent. The girls' gossipy souls were ignited. "Tisk, there's something fishy. Who made you so shy? What a coincidence. It seems that there's a name in our room that you can't say." Ma Xiaoding stubbornly refused to admit her mistake. "Isn't this because I'm afraid that you girls will fight over me?" After that, she angrily said to Shiboan, "Hurry up and change to the next one." Jiang Chenian had enough of laughing. "This ghost card player, can you have a little self-awareness? When did it become your turn to set the rules?" Shiboan looked at Ma Xiaoding with disdain. His expression said, "You're so useless." But as a good deskmate, he was still kind. "Then you punish yourself with a drink." "I'll change it." Ma Xiaoding opened a can of beer and poured herself a glass. Shiboan thought hard and finally asked a question. "Let me ask you, what type of girl do you like?" Ma Xiaoding got excited and began his speech. "I'm a guy who doesn't care about his appearance." Although the first sentence was met with countless ruthless mockery, he was still immersed in his own dream and continued to brag. "I like girls who are gentle and quiet, who are cute and scholarly, who have read a lot of famous books, who can memorize a lot of texts, who like to write essays, who can chat with me about life, ideals, and poems." After he finished speaking, the boys were cold and heartless. "Okay, no, next." The girls leaned on the table and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, choose waking from the dream for this friend." Ma Xiaoding snorted and couldn't be bothered with this group of vulgar people. Shiboan couldn't believe it and whispered to him, "How did you see these characteristics of Jiang Chenian?" Ma Xiaoding scratched his head and felt embarrassed. "Isn't she the language class representative? I have a natural fondness for girls who are good at language." Shiboan was speechless. "So you like a girl just because she is the language class representative?" Ha 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 ha. He decided not to worry about Ma Xiaoding's love life anymore. "Like my ass." Ma Xiaoding only loves language from the beginning to the end. Later on, everyone was having a good time. Jiang Chenian simply changed the rules at the last minute. After 3 consecutive truce words, they had to choose dare. During this round, the trump card was in Jiang Chenian's hands, and the joker card was in the hands of Jiang Chenian's deskmate. Jiang Chenian couldn't stop laughing. "Truth or dare, Ying Ying?" "Oh, I'm sorry, you have no choice." "Dare." Liang Ying laughed and gritted his teeth. Jiang Chenian pointed outside. "Baby, go ask for his WeChat and take a picture with him. If he doesn't have it, don't come back to see me." Liang Yingying stuffed a potato chip into his mouth, his eyes murderous. So ruthless? Don't fall into my hands. Jiang Chenian, oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not afraid. Liang Yingying stormed out of the door. In the end, he ran back with a face as red as a rabbit. When he came back, he was so embarrassed that he covered his face for a long time before the heat dissipated. The crowd became more and more excited to watch the show. Later on, more and more people chose Dare. Ma Xiaoding drew the trump card, and the joker card was another boy. He swept away his dispirited mood and shouted, "Didn't we say it was an interactive game? Whoever gets a 3, come out and give our joker card player a hug." The person who got a 3 was also a boy. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood up and cursed, "Little gay ma, just you wait." In this round, Xianxia drew the trump card. A girl drew the joker card. She was so excited that her face was red. She volunteered to choose Dare and said, "Brother you. I can do anything for you." A boy in a private room jeered, "That exciting?" The girl covered her face. "Stupid girl, you're so embarrassing." Xianxia just smiled. "There's no need for that. If it's Dare, you can recite Spring in the Qin Garden for me." The girl? The boys roared with laughter. "Brother you're a cold-blooded scumbag." "Oh, no, you're still a straight-A student." Finally, in this round, Xiaxia got the trump card, and the joker card was in Xianxu's hand. When the cards were revealed, the entire private room fell silent for a second. The atmosphere became tense. Jiang Chenian sat up straight and hugged a pillow. "Ah, brother hurry up and choose. Truth or Dare?" Why didn't he have to choose Dare in this round? Xiaxia held the card between her fingers and looked down at him with a faint smile. "What do you choose?" Xianxia frowned and thought for a moment. "Truth." Xiaxia nodded and said calmly, "Did you sleep well last night?" Everyone in the private room, Jiang Chenian and the girls' hearts were about to break into pieces. Thank God. What were you doing with such a good opportunity? Xianxia was also confused. He replied, "Pretty good. It's rare for me to have a dreamless night." After all, every time he dreamed about Xiaxia, he couldn't sleep well at night. Xiaxia smiled and threw the card back on the table. If she wanted to know Xianxu's secret, she would investigate it herself. Of course, only she could know. However, in the next round, Xianxu's luck was very bad. He got the joker card again. This time, the trump card was in Jiang Chunyan's hand. She, who was so sad that she almost became autistic, came back to life. She was originally full of questions like, how do you feel about God Xia? Do you have anyone you like? And what's the ranking of your deskmate in your heart? But when she met Xiaxui's cold eyes, she instantly withered. She rubbed the pillow aggrievedly and asked weakly, "You had a dreamless night. Brother were you having nightmares before?" Xianxu only thought that they didn't dare to make things difficult for him because of his identity as the school bully. He said truthfully, "I didn't have nightmares. I just kept dreaming about someone." "Everyone?" Xiaxui was stunned. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on her lips was a little cold. Jiang Chenian. F***ck. Her heart was going to experience a few ups and downs today. Who is that person? Xianxu realized that he had let it slip. He regretted that he said that, but fortunately, he could still be saved. He leaned back and said, "I won't answer this. This is the second question." Jiang Chenian was especially active in gathering the cards together. "Hurry up, shuffle the cards again. Draw, draw, draw." She had to know who that person was today. Shi Bowen got the trump card again. Then Xiaxui got the first joker card in her life. Shi Bowen was still respectful and afraid of Xiaxui. God Xia, truth or dare? Xiaxui, truth. Shi Bowen didn't know what to ask. But every gaze that fell on him was full of threat. He felt that if he didn't ask anything, he would be beaten up. So he could only ask a very appropriate question. God Xia, do you have someone you like now? Xiaxui smiled. Her peach blossom eyes curved, and her voice became gentler. Yes. Wow. A stone set off 1,000 ripples. Now, both men and women were screaming. Xianxu was stunned. Xiaxue had someone she liked? Who? Unbeknownst to him, Xiaxue had gotten to know many people. But it was the same situation as Song Yu in the previous game. He knew there was gossip, but he didn't have the chance to ask the next question. His heart was itching, so he could only continue playing. The game continued. In the end, the trump card was in Liang Yingying's hands. The joker card, Xiaxue again. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Their hearts were in their throats. The school hunk liked someone. If this got out, the whole school would be shocked. Liang Yingying's hands were trembling. Of course, she didn't disappoint and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. God Xia, who do you like? Xiaxue only smiled. I choose Dare. Everyone. They forgot about this trick. Liang Yingying was very disappointed. Oh. Okay. She looked at Xiaxue again and was a little scared. She didn't dare to make a request that was too excessive. Then. God Xia, you should also recite Spring in Qin Garden. Jiang Chenian rolled his eyes. Yingying, you can't do it. You have to learn Dare from Brother Yu. Liang Yingying, she looked down at Jiang Chenian and suddenly remembered the embarrassment and shame when she went to ask for his WeChat. She also remembered the bold words she said. She had an idea. She chuckled. You're finished. Jiang Chenian? Liang Yingying turned her head. No, God Xia, I suddenly changed my mind. I don't want to recite Spring in Qin Garden. Let's read? I recently read a very well-written novel. Coincidentally, the name of the main character is exactly the same as yours. How about you read it to me? Everyone, Jiang Chenian. No. Jiang Chenian stood up excitedly and tried to grab Liang Yingying's phone. However, Liang Yingying knew this would happen. She dodged to the side and quickly sent the document over. She blinked and said to Xiaxue with a smile, the title of the book is You Are My Unforgettable Thought. God Xia, you can choose a paragraph and read it. Jiang Chunyan's eyes widened, and his face was full of despair. She regretted it now, very much. Why did she send the document to this wretched girl? Why did she say that sentence just now, The other people in the room were also a little confused. After hearing the title of the book, they suddenly understood and laughed. Last time, Song Yu's entry into the CP building caused a big sensation. There were many posts outside, and those who were on the forum more or less knew about the existence of such a book. Ma Shouting patted his belly happily and blindly said, Oh, I've read this book before. Isn't it the story of Brother Yu and God Xia? The boy sitting next to him pushed him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ma Shouting, why are you so excited? Ma Shouting, ha 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 ha, I don't know, but I think it's fun. Another boy complained, admit it, little gay Ma, you're gay. Song Yu. After being teased by them, he finally remembered what the novel was. F***ck, he was wondering why the book sounded so familiar. Song Yu's face was full of embarrassment and embarrassment. His ears were slightly red. He tilted his head and tried to stop Xiaxue. He said quickly, why don't we change to Dare? Xiaxue had already accepted the document. She clicked on it and said calmly, why? Song Yu stumbled to find an excuse. Because the name of this book doesn't sound serious. Really? Xiaxue answered casually. Her fingers slid on the screen and she looked down. When she saw a part, she suddenly paused. The second she paused, Song Yu was stunned. The air was obviously frozen. He was not the only one. Everyone who had read the original story was frozen in place, waiting for the next development. Then, Xiaxue chuckled. There was no emotion in her laughter, but it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Song Yu's ears turned even redder. Xiaxue raised her head and looked at Song Yu with a smile in her dark eyes, but her tone was casual and frivolous. Just because I pressed you against the wall and kissed you? Song Yu, ah. All the words in his mouth were swallowed back in anger. His expression was the same as when he was doing a question. He was gritting his teeth, and his face was red and white. It was especially beautiful. The group of people who were watching the show in the private room were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Was it really that exciting? Ma shouting was so excited that she couldn't sit still. Ha 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 ha, brother you finally have a day like this. His laughter was so wild that it directly broke the tense atmosphere. The two boys couldn't take it anymore. They each subdued him and covered his mouth at the same time. Woo-woo, what are you doing? Ma shouting's eyes widened. However, what was happening next to them didn't disturb Xianxia. Xianxia saw that this child was about to die of anger, and the evil taste in her heart grew stronger. He didn't intend to give up. It was a rare opportunity to make a fake become real. She retracted her gaze and looked at her phone again. She smiled and said, "Then I'll flip to the back and read a paragraph casually." Whose dare was this? Songyu's expression stiffened and petrified for a second. He tried to salvage the situation as much as possible. Don't bother flipping to the back. Just read the text. Who knew what unspeakable content was at the back? Xianxia raised her eyes and looked at him. Songyu was on the verge of exploding. His face was shocked, angry, and shy. His light-colored eyes were clear and bright. He looked over. It was more of a plea than a threat. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "Okay." Everyone complained that they didn't see anything exciting. Ace player Liang Yingying especially protested. "God Xia, you're spoiling your wife too much." She said, "This won't do. The text is not part of the text." Songyu looked at her coldly. "Liang Yingying. But it's not impossible." She was scared. Xianxia pinched her from behind, exasperated at her failure to live up to his expectations. "Liang Yingying. F*ck, I'm such a lowly ace player." Fortunately, she had an idea. "But there's a condition for reading the text." Liang Yingying used her genius brain. "The condition is that God Xia, you have to act out the actions in the text. You have to act out as you read." The atmosphere in the room was instantly pushed to the climax. Ma shouting broke free. Ha 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 ha. Of course, she still had a desire to live. She added, "It doesn't have to be too vivid. Just let us know the general idea." Songyu tried to speak again. But Xianxia was already very bold. He was going to die anyway. Before he died, he might as well indulge a little. He said before Songyu could open his mouth, "The rest of the players, please keep quiet. Now is the confrontation time for the ace players of the Ghost brand. Unrelated people should not speak. The most important thing is that everyone is happy." The last sentence was obviously directed at Songyu. Songyu. F*ck, Xianxia didn't expect that truth or dare could give him such a surprise. She tilted her head and asked Songyu, "Do you accept it?" Songyu tried hard to recall the contents of the text. Other than the words, "press against the wall and kiss," there didn't seem to be anything excessive. Moreover, it was at the end. It didn't have to be too vivid. A fake position was enough. Who cared if they could see it or not? He now regretted messing with Ma shouting like that. Now that retribution was on him, who would be forgiven by the heavens, he stammered, "Read it." Xianxia chuckled. "Okay." The onlookers consciously held their breaths. Xianxia smiled especially happily. "Brother, you probably didn't know that the document she sent to Liang Yingying was a revised version." Gentle and slow music flowed in the room. The lights in the KTV were changed to blue. When they shone on the two teenagers, both of them were extraordinarily handsome. Later, a teenager transferred to our school. He looked delicate and pretty, but he had a perverse personality. When school started, he defeated the former school bully and became the nation's husband. Xianxia's voice was cold. She read unhurriedly, just like when she read the script at the opening ceremony. Everyone slowly calmed down and listened to every word he said. The two of them became deskmates. A mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Everyone thought that they either didn't say a word and were strangers, or they fought against each other. And didn't see eye to eye. Until one day, they saw the school hunk, who had always been cold and aloof, pressing his deskmate against the wall and kissing her. The perspective changed at the end. Xianxia said with a smile. She glanced at the content at the end. After a split symbol, she described it from his perspective. She put down her phone, stood up, and walked toward Songyu. Songyu was stunned. Didn't it end here? In fact, it was a good start. Xiaxia had a photographic memory since she was a child. Reading it once was enough. He looked down, Xiaxia read. Songyu became more and more confused. Was this script a little different from what he remembered? But soon, the development of the situation didn't allow him to think about this. The teenager was tall and straight. Against the light, there was a sense of oppression. Xiaxia leaned closer. Songyu stopped breathing for a moment. This was the first time he saw Songyu so shy. He read softly, his eyes dark and deep. He put his hand on the sofa behind Songyu and slowly approached. His tone was calm, and his movements were more natural. His earlobes were slightly red, and his delicate face was full of uneasiness. It seemed that if he got closer, Songyu would explode. So cute, he thought. In fact, when he saw Songyu for the first time, he thought he was cute. He was chewing a mint, wearing a school uniform, and sitting beside him casually. He was full of youthfulness, like the September wind in Jing City, blowing away the frozen soil in his heart. It also made him want to hold the wind in his hands. The gentle music faded in his ears, leaving only his low and slightly hoarse voice. Every inch of Xiaxui's voice was filled with the breath of Xiaxui. Songyu stared into his eyes. They were dark, distant, and unfathomable. Heat climbed up his face with confusion. Under the changing blue light, Songyu's ears were red, and he shrank back uncomfortably. Songyu was a little annoyed. He seemed to be so angry that he couldn't speak, but there was nowhere to hide. His eyes were clear. Ask, what do you want? Xiaxui read softly. The possessiveness in his heart finally exploded. He took a step forward and put his arms around the child's waist. He really reached out his hand and pinched the child's slender waist. Songyu was completely petrified. His body was tense. He felt that the hand on his waist had completely imprisoned him in a space. It was domineering and cold, but he couldn't resist. Xiaxui's smile became more ambiguous, and her eyes were full of frightening emotions. What do I want? He gently leaned close to the little deskmate's ear. His hot breath blew into her ear, making her scalp tingle. After a moment of hesitation, he chuckled. I want to F***CKU. 5 words. His voice was hoarse. His voice was so low that only they could hear it. At this moment, Songyu's brain completely exploded. It was blank because he hadn't come back to his senses yet. Her light-colored pupils were filled with confusion, and her gaze was like water. He looked extremely obedient. When he was angry, he found him cute. When he was confused, he found him obedient. He probably couldn't be saved. Xiaxui paused for a few seconds. She couldn't help but lean on his shoulder and laugh. Her laughter was very sexy and stirred his nerves. Songyu regained some of his senses. The obedient crowd dispersed. When he came to his senses, his face was so red that it was about to explode. He cursed in his heart and was extremely angry. He reached out and pushed Xiaxui. Are you done? Are you done? If you're done, hurry up and move on to the next round. Xiaxui's voice was too serious, and she was too engrossed in her performance. The others in the private room were similar to Songyu just now. They were completely immersed in that scene and suppressed their deep emotions. Now that Xiaxui was laughing by herself, the suffocating feeling that drowned her mind dissipated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could only sigh that God Xia was still strong. Songyu was furious. Get up. Are you done? Take the hand on his waist away. Xiaxui deliberately laughed to break Songyu's discomfort. She supported herself on the sofa and straightened her body. I'm not done yet. There's still one more line. Then hurry up and say it. Songyu's fair face was a little red. It was unknown whether it was anger or embarrassment. It was probably anger. Xiaxui stared into his eyes. Her voice was gentle and affectionate, and there was still a smile on her face. I forgot to tell you. Ever since I met you, the stars in the sky have been overshadowed. Ever since I kissed you, I have something to look forward to. Dear, you. The main character had yet to answer. The group of people in the private room had already burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ma Xiaoding laughed like a 400-pound fatty. It was obvious that she had never been beaten before. Shi Bowen restrained himself. The boys next to him were laughing uncontrollably. The girls had already covered their mouths, afraid that they would scream. Song Yu painfully covered his eyes with his hand. If you're done, hurry up and move on to the next round. In the next few rounds, the boys became more and more unrestrained. It was really surprising when they were flirty. The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The number 3 player who had just been tricked by Ma Xiaoding finally got the trump card and took revenge. Ma Xiaoding was forced to act out Romeo and Juliet with the boy next to her. They looked at each other and confessed. After a passionate hug, the two immediately let go, turned their heads, and pretended to vomit. The room was rocked back and forth, and laughter continued. Ma Xiaoding sighed. Why is it that Xianxia can act so seriously when we're both acting? His Romeo complained. If you were 1/10 as handsome as brother Yu, it wouldn't be so difficult for me. Ma Xiaoding, what do you mean? Come, let's fight. Song Yu had a jack in his hand. When he heard their conversation, he smiled. But his eyes were drifting, and he was obviously absent-minded. It's already the 11th round, and the Joker card hasn't appeared on Xianxia or brother Yu. What kind of luck is this? A boy shook his head and sighed as he shuffled the cards. Wait a minute. A girl with a bun suddenly raised her hand, blinked, and smiled. I reasonably suspect that it's a problem with the cards. Xianxia, do you have a spare? It was too easy to play tricks with the ace and joker cards with the same 13 cards. Xianxia said, I brought a deck of poker cards, but it can only be changed from ace to king. The joker and joker are still the same too. The girl with a bun volunteered. Then let's stop for a while. I'll go buy a new one. Xianxia, I must know which girl it is. She had no choice. She was too curious about the school hunk sweetheart. There weren't that many girls who were crazy about the couple. At this age, they still had some admiration for the school hunk and the school bully. The soul of gossip and the heart of comparison were ignited. Who does he like? Is that girl beautiful? Is her grades good? Am I worse than her? His heart was itching as if it was being scratched. Xianxia hugged the pillow and laughed. Really? I'm afraid that once you know the answer, you'll be so depressed that you want to bang your head against the wall. The girl with a bun snorted and looked at Song Yu with a smile. And brother Yu, what you think about in the day, you dream of at night. I'm really curious who is lucky enough to enter your dream. Song Yu's lips twitched. You're thinking too much. It wasn't a wet dream. Xianxia, hurry up and go. If they're talking about each other in their dreams, I'm afraid you'll cry in my arms. The girl with the bun stood up. Her legs were long and thin under her pleated skirt. She glared at her and said, Shut up, Fujoshi. I'll poison you tonight. Song Yu was speechless. Was this Chinese class representative cheating? The rest of them were a little tired after being high for so long, so they urged her to go out. Bring me that bottle of iced red tea. Me too. Bring me a bottle of orange soda. Thanks. Liang Yingying continued eating her potato chips. She leaned over and whispered to Xianxia, Are you so sure that it's real? Xianxia shook his head and thought of the past. He sighed. I don't know if they're real or not, but the others definitely don't stand a chance. Back then, in order to talk to Xianxia, I even asked such a stupid question as what the definition of a domain means. Do you dare to say that I'm not serious about my love? Liang Yingying, Xianxia, you haven't experienced Xia's gaze. It's really scary. It makes me feel like I'm a mentally disabled child. My maiden heart was directly doused with cold water. When I returned to my seat, I was almost autistic. She took a potato chip from the side. However, my maiden heart recovered immediately. They're too sweet. If you pay more attention to their interactions, you'll know that gentleness is only for the one you love. It's good for two men. Liang Yingying, why do I feel that your maiden heart hasn't recovered? You've walked on a path of no return after being autistic. Xianxia, the potato chip in his mouth instantly lost its crispness. I don't think so. I'm really happy to see them interact. Xianxia looked at the sky. But when will the beautiful love befall me? She suddenly lowered her voice. My mother is already planning to find a partner for me. Can you believe it? Liang Yingying widened his eyes. Really? Jiang Chenian said gloomily, the fourth young master of the Qin family came from a city. He's only 1 year older than me. She happily arranged for me to attend a banquet. Do you know the Qin family? The Qin financial group is the top in a city. It sounds so scary. Liang Yingying was stunned, but he asked, is he handsome? Jiang Chenian straightened his body and frowned. If it's the Qin family, it doesn't matter if he's handsome or not. No matter what, it's my family's social status. But my mother just said that if I dare to fall in love, she'll break my legs. Now, she wants me to build a good relationship with someone my age. I don't really understand her thinking. I saw the photo. He's called Qin Mo. He's quite handsome, but I feel that he won't like me. I can't afford to offend him. Can't afford to offend him? Yes, intuition. Bai Shuaxin is probably a good match for him, if he likes her. They were whispering to each other. Song Yu curled up on the sofa. The atmosphere was quiet. He relaxed and felt a little sleepy. The gentle music, the soft pillow, and the faint smell of alcohol in the air were all hypnotic. However, his mind was still filled with the words Yu and Xia Sui's bottomless eyes. He was a little confused and absent-minded, but he didn't know why. It didn't seem like he was shy or angry. After all, his thoughts were simple. He just took it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. It was just a sense of loss. He felt like he could only find the answer in his dreams. Song Yu looked up at the sky and secretly glanced at Xia Sui next to him. Finally, he leaned back gloomily and covered his eyes with the cards. F***ck, don't think about it. If you think about it in the day, you won't be able to sleep well tonight. The girl with the bun quickly came up with a new box of poker cards. She also brought a bottle of iced black tea and orange soda and placed it on the table. She sat on the sofa and hurriedly picked out the big and small jokers. She spread the cards on the table and smiled enthusiastically. Draw, draw, draw. The rules haven't changed. Song Yu said, I'm a little sleepy. Ah? The girl with the bun felt wronged. Brother Yu, are you worthy of my hard work? Song Yu looked up. Then it's the last round. The girl with the bun could only admit defeat. Okay. It was already 10:30 p.m., and it was indeed not early. She was afraid that the two secrets would become her biggest regret tonight. Everyone began to draw their cards. Song Yu randomly drew a card. When he opened it, he was stunned. It was a 1 in 15 chance. He was in the last round. He drew the Joker card. The change in his expression was too obvious. Everyone. Xia Sui held an ace in her hand. She looked up and glanced at Song Yu. This time, it was a girl who drew the ace card. She was usually quite introverted. When she stood up, she was a little shy. So, Brother Yu, truth or dare? Song Yu flipped the cards in his hand. He had witnessed so many dare games that he was really scared of them. Truth. Ah, okay. The group of girls who were not ace players began to scream. The ace girl naturally lived up to everyone's expectations and asked, who is the person you dream of every night? Song Yu, he knew it would be this question. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. Even Xia Sui turned her head, but her gaze was a little cold. He couldn't answer this question because if he did, he would be asked what kind of dream it was. How could he say those dreams? If he couldn't say it, it would be misinterpreted. In less than a week, everyone would know that he dreamed of Xia Sui, and it would most likely be twisted into a wet dream. Song Yu, I remember. That we can change the question. Didn't Ma Shouting change it that time? Shi Bowen was stunned for a moment before replying, but he was punished. Ma Shouting nodded, dumbfounded. Yes, I opened a can of wine. Brother Yu, don't cause trouble. You can't drink. Song Yu, it seemed like that was the case. The original owner of the body couldn't drink at all, so he wouldn't court death. Then drink something else. He picked up the orange soda on the table and poured a full glass. He said very naturally, change the question for me. The ace girl, the girl with the bun, covered her face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Yu, how can you do this? Song Yu frowned. He also felt that he was disrespecting the rules of the game. He was hesitating whether to say it or not. It seemed that saying it wasn't a big deal. I'll drink for him. Change the question. While he was thinking, Xiaxia suddenly spoke in a faint voice. Wow. It was the boys who screamed. Half of the girls blushed in surprise, and the other half were stunned. The girl with the bun. Thank God. You. Why was it so difficult for her to listen to gossip? Song Yu was also stunned. He tilted his head and looked at her. Xiaxia had already opened a bottle and drank it in one gulp. Her movements were casual, just like when they first met in Linshui, but she didn't have the coldness that kept people away at that time. 10 bottles of the strongest wine in Linshui were not a problem for him, and now it was even more child's play. Xiaxia licked her lips, looked up, and smiled. Change it. The ace girl sighed and shook her head. Okay, then I'll ask a simple question. Brother Yu, do you have someone you like now? Song Yu came back to his senses and answered this question straightforwardly. He shook his head. No. He had never fallen in love with anyone in his 2 lifetimes. No? If not, who do you dream of every day? But before they could voice out their doubts, the homeroom teacher had already come in with a selfie stick and a cell phone. She shouted loudly, come, 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 students of 305. Everyone, come and take a picture. Everyone? Everyone. The homeroom teacher was smiling until her gaze fell on the wine on the table. Her smile froze. Everyone in the private room stopped breathing. After a long while, tonight's game ended with the homeroom teacher's roar that resounded through the room. What are you doing? Who ordered the wine? Are you itching for a beating? Each of you, write a 1,000-word reflection. It was so late. Song Yu sent a message to his grandmother, telling her that he would be back on Saturday. After taking a shower at the school apartment, he was full of energy. He was bored, so he ran downstairs and came to Xiaxia's place to write a reflection with him. 1,000 words? What's there to write? When Song Yu came out of the private room, the little girl stuffed a bottle of orange soda into his hands. He brought it back but didn't drink it and put it aside. Now he was confused by the report and twisted open the lid. Xiaxia didn't know if this child ran down in her pajamas as a hint. He said lightly. You can write about our game. Song Yu took a sip of soda. TSK, then I'm afraid the homeroom teacher will add 10,000 words if I write it. Xiaxia smiled. You write first. I'll make a cup of coffee. Song Yu, okay. But after Xiaxia left, he bit the pen, looked at the paper, and played with his cell phone. There was a friend request from Lights Like Back Then. Song Yu thought about it and agreed. After a while, there was a message from the other side. Lights Like Back Then, I'm sorry. Brother Yu. Lights Like Back Then, I've applied to remove the form building and the document has been destroyed. You'll never see it again. I swear, I won't write anymore. I won't write anymore. Don't kill me QAQ. Song Yu thought it was something serious. He asked the question that had been puzzling him. Your husband Brother Yu, why do you think Xiaxia and I are a couple? Lights Like Back Then? Lights Like Back Then, about that? Other people on the forum might see that you're both famous people and are especially handsome, so they're blind. But I'm different. I used to like God Xia, so I paid special attention to you for a period of time, and then I felt a little sweet. Lights Like Back Then, Brother Yu, you can pay more attention. You'll find how special and gentle God Xia is to you. Lights Like Back Then. Of course, if this is your socialist brotherhood, you can treat it as fart. Don't think too much. What's the point of dating in high school? Isn't studying fun? Brother Yu's next goal is to be in the top 10 of the grade? Good luck, good night, I'm leaving. Your husband brother you. Songyu put down his phone and picked up a pen to start the 1,000-word reflection. But his mind was thinking about Jiang Chunyan's words. Xiaosui was special and gentle to him? It wasn't that special. Before Xiaosui met those scumbags, he was a very gentle and kind teenager. You didn't write a word? Xiaosui had already come in with coffee. She sat next to him. Songyu put down his pen and thought of something. He said, when I was writing, I recalled the content of the game. I'm quite curious now. Do you really have someone you like? Xiaosui stared at him quietly. Yes. Songyu, can you tell me who it is? Xiaosui smiled, but his tone was cold. Why should I? Songyu twirled his pen. We can be considered brothers who have slept in the same bed. We have a good relationship. I can teach you how to chase her and give you advice. Teach him how to chase women. How interesting. Xiaosui laughed but only said, why don't you use your secret in exchange? Songyu was stunned. His pupils widened. Under his curly eyelashes, his eyes were curious and surprised. The secret of who I dreamed of? It was like exchanging secrets in elementary school. But it was such a childish thing. Songyu couldn't help but lower his voice. Xiaosui, yes. Songyu was afraid of rumors and didn't really care about this. If he used this secret in exchange for the person he liked, Xiaosui would suffer a great loss. His face was full of you'll regret it. Then I'll say it? He leaned over, almost to Xiaosui's ear, and whispered, I dreamed of you. When he spoke, there was the smell of cold orange soda. Wind, mint, orange soda. It seemed that his arrival had given him an entire summer. Xiaosui was stunned. He looked up. His heart was as sweet as honey, but his expression didn't change. With a half-smile, he looked very indecent and said in a casual tone, oh, the person I like is you too. However, this indecent affection didn't seem real at all. Songyu, I'm telling the truth. Why was he playing with him? Ha 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 ha. Xiaosui leaned over the table and couldn't stop laughing. She had never been so happy before. Xiaosui had enough of laughing and said, what did you dream of me about? Songyu sneered. Liking someone was a very sensitive thing. If Xiaosui didn't say it, he wouldn't be so nosy. He had been tricked and was very angry. He turned his head and said, I lied to you. I didn't dream of you. Xiaosui said meaningfully, oh. She didn't ask and looked at the report under his arm. She smiled and said, you still can't write it? Songyu was still angry and ignored him. Xiaosui said, the format of the first paragraph is wrong. Songyu? He was easily influenced when he was focused on one thing. He removed his arm and said, what's wrong? I copied it from the internet. Xiaosui was really good at dealing with him. She took out a pen from the pen holder and said with a smile, give it to me. I'll change it for you. After Songyu handed it over, he realized that something was wrong. Damn, should he ignore this liar now? He reacted and pressed his hand on the paper. Songyu looked up at him and asked in a low voice, do you really like someone? The two of them were very close. His breath almost hit Xiaosui's face. It was hot. Xiaosui turned her head and saw Songyu's delicate face. His light-colored pupils were clean and clear. She looked down slightly. The neckline of the summer pajamas was slightly open. She saw the young man's delicate collarbone and milky white skin. The smell of the shower gel after the shower was light and lustful. The corner of Xiaosui's lips curled up slightly. Cute. He leaned back quietly and restrained his playfulness. He said in a serious tone, it's true. After pausing for a few seconds, before Songyu got angry, Xiaosui explained with a smile, but the question she gave didn't define the degree of liking. Liking a person, liking a season, liking a smell, all of them are liking. Songyu understood that Xiaosui deliberately twisted the words and threw a big bomb at them to keep them in suspense. He knew that Xiaosui didn't have time to get to know girls. Songyu removed his hand from the paper and said disapprovingly, you're too bad. Forget it, you should help me change the format first. Xiaosui took the pen and tried to find a topic, what about you? You really don't have anyone you like? He remembered the truth. Words. Songyu frowned. If the definition of liking is this kind of liking, then there must be. I like too many things and too many people, my father, my mother, my brother, my sister, my grandmother, my cousin, my uncle, my aunts, and you. And you. Xianxia didn't look at him and listened quietly. The corners of his lips curled up as if he couldn't stop smiling. Oh, that's such an honor. Xianxia said lightly, I don't like that many people. Songyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat. He suddenly remembered that Xianxia only had Grandma Chen in her family. Xianxia said, I don't like many things either. But because of you, I'm starting to like peppermint and summer. Songyu laughed and praised, not bad, brother. The things you like are great. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at him. There was a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. Yes. The people he liked were great too. At 1 o'clock in the evening, Songyu finally finished writing the 1,000-word reflection. He went back and drank a glass of milk before going to bed. However, he didn't sleep well at all. Just as Songyu expected in the KTV room, he had a dream tonight. It was a messy dream. It happened in the ward. The smell of disinfectant was very faint. The window was open, and there was a lawn outside. A group of children in hospital gowns were laughing on it. The sun shone in and shone on his skin. It was bright and warm. He didn't know why, but he knew that the atmosphere was very awkward. After a short conversation with the nurse in English, a tall man in a black suit glanced at him casually. His gaze was cold and piercing. The young man on the bed stiffened. He held his forehead and was too ashamed to look at him. After the nurse left, only the two of them were left in the ward. You're awake? The man pulled out a chair and sat down. His movements were elegant, and his temperament was noble and cold. Tell me about what happened yesterday. The young man held his forehead. Well, I can explain. I'm really not a scammer. If you're not a scammer, then you're throwing yourself at me. He raised his eyebrows and didn't hide the mockery in his tone. Has the Song family declined to this point? The young man, sorry, I was pranked. I can't drink. Thank you for sending me to the hospital. You're really a good person. The man looked down at his watch and said lightly, your brother should be here soon. The young man? He widened his eyes and his tone was a little anxious and pleading. I can compensate for your losses. Can you not call me brother? No need. He got up. You can't afford it. As if he didn't want to waste any more time, the man strode towards the door. At the thought of facing his brother's mother and sister's father, the young man felt suffocated. He grabbed his hair and shouted in a hurry, wait, you really don't need to call my brother over. Why do you call him over? Isn't this interfering with our reunion? Since he was going all out, the rest of the words would be easy to say. He forced a smile. Young Master Xia, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Sit down and have a good chat. We met when we were 5 years old, remember? The air seemed to be quiet for a second. The man stopped in his tracks and turned around. He said with a faint smile, 5 years old? The young man tried to smile. Yes, 5 years old. You even called me brother behind me. Do you remember? Young Master Xia's lips curled, his cold eyes expressionless. Is there something wrong with your brain other than your body? The young man took a deep breath. If he didn't have a favor to ask, he would have jumped off the bed and fought with him. But he still tried to speak passionately. We really met when we were young. Don't call my brother over. I want to reminisce with you. You were so cute when you were young. Young Master Xia looked at him with his dark eyes and said slowly, are you so afraid of meeting Song Su? The young man was stunned. His light-colored eyes shone with hope. Yes, yes, yes. I just quarreled with him and my father at home last week. It's too awkward to meet him now. I'll tell you. All this. Can you, young Master Xia, I'll help you call President Song. It's a piece of cake. The young man, F*CK, he was going to die of anger. Fragmented memories. After that, it was a conversation between his brother and him. After quarreling, their anger had probably dissipated and they took a break. His brother asked, "You met Xianxia?" "Yes." His brother was silent for a while. "This person is very dangerous. Try not to interact with him." "I don't think he's dangerous, but he's really bad, just like when he was young." "Xianxia? Tell me the content of your conversation." The young man stammered and told him the whole story. After listening, Xianxia frowned and thought for a long time. He said slowly, "He even sent you to the hospital. It seems like he was in a good mood that day. Or, actually, he remembers what happened when he was young. It's not like the him I know to say those things to you." "Ah?" Xianxia quickly came back to his senses and said, "No matter what, you should stay away from him in the future." "That's not a problem. Anyway, he should be back soon. We won't see each other in this lifetime." The ward, the warm sun, and the young man with a casual smile. The dream was like a water curtain. A feeling of regret and nostalgia began to spread. He didn't know how many times he had had such a strange dream. Xianxia was completely sure that as long as there was Xianxia in his dream, it was not a good thing. When he woke up on Saturday morning, he had a splitting headache. It took him a long time to recover. He got out of bed and had breakfast. He saw that there was a missed call on his phone. It was from Meng Guang. Xianxia drank milk and called back. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, cousin. What's the matter?" Meng Guang said, You, when are you coming home?" Xianxia said, "In the afternoon." Meng Guang said, "In the afternoon is fine too. There's a banquet at Floating Light Hotel tonight. Someone from the Qin family in a city is coming. You should know him. Come with me." Xianxia was slightly stunned. "Qin family? Who?" "The fourth young master of the Qin family. He's only 1 year older than you. His name is Mo Xianxia." He finished the milk in one gulp and put down the cup with a thud. Xianxia said, "Okay." His tone was cold and murderous. "Meng Guang?" Meng Guang said, "What's wrong? Do you two have a grudge?" Xianxia put on a fake smile. "No, I'm quite happy to have another friend." When he heard the name Mo and thought of his actions in gentle control, Xianxia was so angry that his liver hurt. However, he held his phone with a confused look in his eyes. Shouldn't Attack 1 be released next semester? Why did he come to Jing City now? In the original novel, Attack 1 was set up as a playboy. He was a playboy who would do anything for the prey he set his eyes on. In the beginning, he pretended to be gentle and considerate, but after gaining Xiaosui's trust, he got tired of him and pushed him deeper into the darkness. When Xianxia first read the novel, he didn't understand what sadistic love meant. He only felt that this person was a bit of a hindsight. His family background was so good? Was it so difficult to help Xiaosui obtain a stable environment? As a reader, he was very confused, but he also understood. Perhaps their relationship wasn't that good. After all, whether to help or not was a personal choice. No one said that if one had the ability, one had to save others. Then the plot began to show his ferocious side. Mo allowed the people in the school to ridicule and insult Xiaosui. Every time when he was most desperate, he would show some gentleness. A few words of comfort and dispensable companionship. For Xiaosui, it was the light of life, illuminating the long lonely night. Mo broke Xiaosui's cold shell, but it was only limited to the position of a friend. When he failed to seduce Xiaosui, his mood became worse. He deliberately took him to high-end places to make a fool of him and deliberately trampled on his dignity. But at that time, Xiaosui had already regarded him as a very important person. Many times, he would reflect on whether he had done something wrong. He was confused and frightened. In the dark and cold world, he grasped a glimmer of light and didn't dare to let it go. But the cold and stubborn boy didn't know that what he grasped was not light, but the tentacles of the abyss. The 3rd year of high school was when everything collapsed. Xianxia thought of the boy whose shirt was stained with blood and who vomited while supporting himself against a pillar on a dark rainy night. Xianxia sighed bitterly. From a pitiful boy to a dangerous person. What on earth had his little childhood friend experienced? It was Saturday at 8 p.m. Xianxia opened the car door. He had changed into a fine-quality white suit and a blue bow tie. His body fit perfectly, making him look tall and handsome. His facial features were exquisite and handsome. When he was expressionless, there was a sense of arrogance and coldness that came from being pampered. He sat in the passenger seat. Songyu frowned and asked, "When did Qin Mo come to Jing City? What is he doing here?" Meng Guang didn't understand either. "Just a few days ago." "Actually, I'm curious too. Why is the young master of the Qin family here instead of staying in a city? Do you know him? If you do, you can ask him." Songyu said, "Forget it. It's so annoying to know him." Meng Guang laughed. "You still say that you don't have any grudges? You sound like you have a deep grudge. Actually, if you don't want to go, we can go home. I'll take you to a good place." Songyu had been tricked by him last time. He glanced at him suspiciously and shook his head. "Instead of listening to you sing, I'd rather be annoyed by him." Meng Guang, the car drove to Floating Light Hotel. The garden at the entrance of the hotel was elegant and fresh. The water from the fountain reflected the light from the street lamps and sparkled. After parking the car, Meng Guang led him in. The receptionist was standing at the entrance. After receiving the invitation, he led them to the lounge on the second floor. "Speaking of which, this is the first time you've appeared in public since you came to Jing City." Meng Guang was curious. "Actually, I don't understand why you transferred to Jing City as soon as you were discharged. What was the reason? It was all for Xiaxia." However, he couldn't say this out loud. Songyu said, "To study in a different environment." "Meng Guang?" Meng Guang said, "Cousin, you're amazing." This time, the banquet to welcome Qin Mo was hosted by the Wang family. The Wang family and the Meng family might have some discord due to Wang Xi's matter, but they were both wealthy families in Jing City. They had to give face and sent an invitation. The main character hadn't arrived yet, so the banquet hadn't started yet. However, many people in the hall had already started exchanging greetings. They came to participate with the intention of building a relationship with the Qin family. Some children who were close to Qin Mo's age were also brought over. Their intentions were tacitly understood. "You sit here first, I'm going to meet a few people." "All right." The lounge was made up of several rooms connected together and shared an open-air balcony. The adults were negotiating downstairs. Most of the people on the second floor were their children who had been brought over. Sounds of teasing came from outside the glass door. Songyu curled up on the sofa and played with his phone. Halfway through, his phone almost ran out of battery. He looked around but could not find a charger. She planned to go out and look for the waiter, but she didn't expect to meet Bai Shuaxin at the top of the stairs. Bai Shuaxin was also stunned when he saw him. She was dressed very delicately today. Her dress was gorgeous and her makeup was perfect. It was obvious that she had come prepared. There was an indescribable shock in her voice. "Songyu? Why are you here?" She was followed by a girl who was also rich. She frowned and said, "You know Xianxia, but this. Why do I feel like I've never seen her before?" There were only a few rich families in Jing City. They had grown up together on various occasions and knew each other. Songyu's impression of Bai Shuaxin was that she was a girl who wanted to chase after Xiaxia but ended up being asked about her brain circuit. He didn't have a good impression of her, but he didn't dislike her either. He glanced at her and nodded, which was a polite response. He went downstairs to look for a charger. Bai Shuaxin's expression didn't look very good. However, the girl next to her was interested. "Is his name Songyu? He has a nice name and is handsome." "Xianxia, won't you introduce this handsome young man to me?" she said to Bai Shuaxin coquettishly, but her eyes were blatantly on Songyu. After the incident in the cafeteria last time, Bai Shuaxin was extremely tired of Songyu. She thought of some rumors in school and said coldly and disdainfully, "He seems to be a relative of the Meng family. He came to Jing City during the summer vacation and no one introduced him to me." The words relative and no one introduced him to me dispelled the interest of the girl next to her. After all, since she could hang out with Bai Shuaxin, she had the same thoughts and values. A poor distant relative of the Meng family was not worthy of her attention. "Oh, I see. Song Yu borrowed a charger from the waiter and went back to the lounge on the second floor. However, the lounge was already occupied when he went out. He went to the balcony outside and found a corner to sit and play with his mobile phone. It was very big here, far away from the crowd, and no one would disturb him. He was so bored that he went to harass Xianxia. Your husband brother you, do you know that I will change my seat after the monthly exam? Xianxia, yes. Your husband brother you, do you have any thoughts? Do you want to continue to be my deskmate? He threw out an olive branch. Xianxia, nothing. Whatever. Your husband brother you, the olive branch snapped. Song Yu held his mobile phone and suddenly felt angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Whatever? Do whatever you want. Do you know how I slept with Wang Zigong in order to be your deskmate? Your husband brother you are not a good person. Xianxia sat in the back seat of the taxi. The neon lights were reversed and the night was deep. The ruthlessness in his heart that was aroused by some things faded away and the corners of his mouth turned up. Xianxia, to be exact, it's up to you. Song Yu? Xianxia, I have an idea, but I'm afraid you won't be willing. Song Yu's fingertips paused and he stared at this line of words for a long time. For some reason, he remembered Xianxia's hoarse voice when she leaned over and whispered in his ear that day at the KTV. He was stunned. Wasn't it just a matter of changing deskmates? Why did she speak so strangely? Your husband brother you? Your husband brother you, just say yes. Actually, the teacher asked me before if I should continue to arrange for us to be together. I don't have any objections. It's up to you. Xianxia, yes, I don't have any objections either. Xianxia, where are you now? Song Yu was stunned. How did he change the topic so quickly? He looked back and saw the lawn and fountain that were dazzling under the moonlight and lights. Song Yu, I'm at Floating Light, a hotel. Xianxia, I'm here to look for you. Song Yu? Song Yu, why are you looking for me? Xianxia, I want to see you. These 3 words stunned Song Yu. He held his phone and was really confused. What was wrong with Xianxia? Why did she want to see him in the middle of the night? However, when he thought about how he used to find trouble to talk about, Xianxia's reason didn't seem to be too much. Furthermore, could it be that something had happened to Xianxia? She needed his comfort. Anyway, he came to this banquet just to take a look at the scumbag in the book that made his liver ache. He would leave after reading it. He would suffer for nothing if he stayed. Your husband brother you, okay. Your husband brother you, I can't come in tonight without an invitation. Wait for me at the door. I'll go out and look for you at 9 o'clock. After Xianxia received the message, she laughed softly. He had already come up with an excuse, but Song Yu didn't even ask and directly agreed. He even took the initiative to ask to see him. After laughing, Xianxia's eyes gradually turned cold. He only found out tonight that Qin Mo would come to Jing City, including the banquet at Floating Light. He was worried that Song Yu would meet Qin Mo, so he specially got an invitation tonight and wanted to pick up Song Yu. He remembered being made a fool of in high school in his previous life. Even when Qin Mo cried bitterly and apologized in front of him at the banquet, Xianxia only felt disgust. There was really no need to apologize. After all, everything would be returned. He had dealt with Qin Mo before. He knew that he liked to play with people's hearts, trample on other people's pride, and pretend to be gentle and considerate to chase after his prey. Once he got tired of it, he would throw it away. He didn't want his child to meet such a lunatic at all. At a glance, it was all filthy. Brother Yu? Song Yu suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Xianxia standing not far away, looking at him in surprise. Her hair was slightly curled, and she was wearing an aqua blue dress. The Chinese class representative who was like a prophet, although they weren't familiar with each other, Song Yu still gave his classmate's face. When he saw her coming over, he even pulled out a chair for her. Xianxia sat next to him, his eyes full of light. Is it really you? I wasn't sure at first. Song Yu, yes. Xianxia, brother Yu, I see that you've been sitting here for a long time. Instead of chatting, you're just here playing with your phone? Song Yu lazily yang, the signal is good. Jiang Chunyan's eyes revealed a look of understanding. In his heart, he had already categorized Song Yu as someone who was attending a banquet like this for the first time. She did not know anyone and was the only one left. Brother Yu was too pitiful. She was very loyal and took out her phone. Then I'll accompany you. I can't chat with them anyway. Song Yu glanced at her and felt that she was imagining something messy in her head. At this time, a girl's disdainful sneer came from the side. It was Bai Shuaxin, who was surrounded by a group of people. Bai Shuaxin originally didn't want to talk to Song Yu, but now the two people she hated the most were sitting together. It was a godsend opportunity. It would be a waste of such a good opportunity if she didn't make trouble for them. In fact, she had been at odds with Jiang Chanian for a long time. They were of the same age and family background. She had always looked down on this kind of naive person, but those old women all liked him. She spat out a sarcastic word from her red lips. Jiang Chanian, have you finally found a suitable place for you to stay? Jiang Chanian rolled his eyes. Everyone on the terrace knew each other. Jiang Chanian had always been simple-minded and didn't fit into their circle. Song Yu had just come to Jing City. The two of them didn't fit in here and became the focus of everyone's attention. It was especially awkward. Bai Shuaxin held a glass of wine in her hand. She smiled and took a sip, saying, "It's quite good." The daughter of a nouveau riche and a poor relative of the Meng family sit together. It's a good match. Jiang Chanian was furious when he heard nouveau riche. However, when he heard the word good match, his anger disappeared in an instant. She secretly glanced at the delicate and elegant young man next to her and blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Since Godxia wasn't here, let her be a young girl, Song Yu, Bai Shuaxin. She really had to hand it to this naive girl. Bai Shuaxin didn't give up. She sneered, "Do you think I'm praising you? Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't try to integrate into a circle that you shouldn't. Are you two ugly ducklings here to be a joke? You can't even get a word in, and you're playing with your phone. Do you know that the more you try to hide your discomfort, the more pitiful you look?" The people next to her all laughed softly. Bai Shuaxin dared to say such things. There weren't many people left who were pure and kind. Song Yu slowly turned off his phone. Beside him was a companion who was still blushing and had zero fighting spirit. He couldn't count on her. He asked indifferently. "What circle shouldn't I integrate into?" Bai Shuaxin put down the goblet in her hand. "It's not a circle." She couldn't hide her superiority in her tone. "The Meng family brought you to this banquet, but it doesn't mean that you're a member of the Meng family. Do you understand what we're talking about? If you can't integrate into a circle, you won't be able to integrate into it for the rest of your life. Don't come to such an event next time. Don't blame me for talking too much. There aren't many people here, and everyone's age is close. You're not too embarrassed. I'm reminding you for Xiaosui's sake. It's a little harsh, but it's also reasonable. Marriage is about matching social status. It's the same for social interaction." After she finished speaking, she smiled meaningfully, and her eyes were full of disdain. Song Yu understood and sneered. "Amazing. Then it's really not easy for me to say something to you." Bai Shuaxin didn't have time to smile. Song Yu said indifferently. "I'm afraid that I'll have to sever my father's relationship with me, or let him stop more than 10 companies before I can match your social status and socialize with you." The group of people who were watching the show. Although she knew that he was bragging, his tone still made her want to vomit. Bai Shuaxin was furious. "You." Jiang Chanian finally came back to his senses. His small face was cold and annoyed. "Do you know what I hate about you the most? It's this disgusting and condescending attitude." Bai Shuaxin was so angry that she laughed and raised her glass. "How am I high and mighty? I tried to persuade him to go home, but he scolded me? Wait until he makes a fool of himself in front of everyone, then you'll understand my painstaking efforts. Jiang Chanian, every time you sit at a banquet and eat alone, no one pays attention to you. Are you trying to get an accomplice to embarrass you with you? People with low self-esteem see everything as difficult and superior. Let's talk about the wine in my hand. Do you know its name? Do you know how much a bottle costs? You only know how to study. Your teacher didn't teach you that, right? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Songyu. Children from ordinary families probably can't even buy a bottle of it in their lifetime. She smiled and poured the wine on the ground. But I'm different. I can't talk to you about its origin and taste at all. Champagne, music, pastries, design, there's nothing you haven't seen before. After saying so much, Songyu, do you understand what I mean? Songyu, 666. By Shuashin? She was so angry that she almost crushed the wine glass. She had said so much. Songyu deducted 6 points from her? Why are you all here? What are you talking about so happily? Hurry up and go down. The banquet is about to start. A gentle and smiling voice came from a tall young man in a blue suit. Songyu felt that he looked familiar. Later, he remembered that he was the young master of the Wei family, whom he had met once in Linshui. He was friends with his cousin. The Wei family was the leader of the service industry in Jing City. Linshui and Floating Light were both businesses under them. Bai Shuashin swept away Yang Yang's smug look and smiled shyly. Brother Wei. Songyu was very natural. I'm listening to Miss by flaunting her wealth. Bai Shuashin, Wei Wei. Jiang Chenian laughed out loud. I can't afford to buy wine in my lifetime, but she poured it on the ground. She's really rich. Songyu closed his phone and said lightly, so I propose that Miss Bai pay for all the expenses tonight. Does anyone have any objections? No objections, it's settled. Bai Shuashin, a chuckle sounded, and a youth walked in from behind Wei Yi. He was wearing a silver suit and had short black hair. When he smiled, he looked like a spring breeze. The young man was very tall, and his hair was combed in front of his forehead, making him look handsome and tall. However, his eyes were gentle, and his smile was friendly and gentle. His eyes curved as he looked at Songyu with interest. The people on the balcony were stunned when they saw him, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Wei Gui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you guys have a fight? Bai Shuashin's face instantly became very ugly. She dared to say those words just now because everyone on the balcony was familiar with her, and she didn't want others to know her true colors. She hurriedly changed the topic before Songyu could speak. She pressed her fingers on the table and stood up, smiling brightly. Brother Wei, you're here at the right time. Let's go down first. Isn't young Master Qin coming? Don't let him wait too long. When Wei Gui heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced to the side. The young man in the silver suit smiled slightly. His facial features were gentle, and his voice was clear. There's no hurry. I should be the one waiting for you. His identity was obvious. The atmosphere instantly became quiet. The people who were originally confused by his appearance were now certain that the young man in front of them was the fourth young master of the Qin family from a city. Bai Shuashin suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Wei Gui smiled and said to Songyu, what happened just now? Songyu suddenly raised his head when Qin Mo spoke. His gaze passed through the crowd, and it was bone-chilling. His light-colored eyes were cold and indifferent. He couldn't be bothered to care about Bai Shuashin, and he stared straight at the scumbag. Opposite him, Qin Mo was stunned. He felt Songyu's gaze, but he smiled at him gently and politely. Many scenes flashed through Songyu's mind. They were all about Xiaxia, his lonely, confused, and frightened youth. In the end, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked away indifferently, lowered his head, and stopped torturing himself. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he swiped his phone and replied to Wei Gui. Nothing happened. With this stupid scumbag around, he didn't want to say anything. At this time, Jiang Chenian decided to play his part. He smiled and said, we didn't quarrel. We were all quite harmonious. We quietly listened to Miss Bai flaunt her wealth. Brother, you even deducted 6 points from her. Everyone on the balcony, Bai Shuashin felt that he was going to be angered to death by these two tonight. She glanced at Qin Mo in a panic, only to find that he wasn't looking at her. Instead, he was looking at Songyu meaningfully. She let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt stifled. She bit her lower lip, and her arrogance was swept away. Feeling wronged, she said, Xianxia, you've gone too far. How can you just throw dirty water at me? I'm not flaunting my wealth. I just saw Songyu playing with his phone and didn't talk to us, so I came over to talk to him. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You're not flaunting your wealth. You're pouring wine because you're happy? Bai Shuoxin pretended to wipe the corners of her eyes. It's Songyu's first time attending this kind of banquet. As his senior, I'm just concerned about him. My original intention was to prevent him from being too embarrassed and misinterpreted by you guys. Brother Wei, why don't you listen to what the others have to say? The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt. Her eyes were red, and she looked a little pitiful. Jiang Chenian felt that if he rolled his eyes again, he would probably become cross-eyed. He chuckled and admired Bai Shuoxin's attitude and style. However, the balcony was full of people in Bai Shuoxin's circle. No matter what she and Brother Yu said, they would be blamed. Poor Brother Yu. It was his first time attending a banquet in Jing City, and he met such a terrible person. Wei Chenian finally understood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you guys really quarrel? You bunch of kids. Songyu looked at the time. It was 8:30. Since he had already met the scumbag, he wasn't in the mood to stay and welcome him. He could leave now. We didn't quarrel. He stood up. Songyu's appearance was handsome and exquisite. His face was cold, and his tone was very natural. Quarreling is also about social status. How can we quarrel? It's really too difficult for me to talk to Miss Bai. Naturally, Bai Shuoxin was infuriated. Bai Shuoxin felt that it was a big mistake for her to provoke Songyu today. She wanted to vomit blood, and her nails dug into her flesh. She lowered her head and looked at Songyu with cold disgust. She had to maintain her image because Wei Chenian and Qin Mo were here. That was why she let Songyu make her angry. The next time they met, she would pour the wine directly on Songyu's face. Wei Chenian was stunned. Quarreling about social status? Songyu, Miss Bai's words. Bai Shuoxin opened her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. I didn't. Wei Chenian also vaguely understood some things. He glanced at Bai Shuoxin and smiled, but his eyes were a little cold. If you were really a match of social status, I'm afraid that only Qin Mo can talk to you here. Songyu, F***ck. Then he might as well talk to Bai Shuoxin. When Qin Mo heard this, he also laughed and said gently, Songyu, long time no see. His long time no see completely froze the atmosphere for a few seconds. Bai Shuoxin was stunned. Not only her, but the people on the balcony were also stunned. They faintly had an idea that subverted their understanding of the world. Qin Mo said long time no see to Songyu. They had met before. Songyu knew the young master of the Qin family in a city. Songyu, actually, his expression was not much better than Bai Shuoxin's. He was so annoyed. What did long time no see mean? They had never met before, and if they met again in the future, they would be enemies. He suppressed the irritation and anger in his heart. He treated Qin Mo as an invisible person, and his attitude was obviously cold. However, he said to Wei Chenian, is my cousin downstairs? Wei Chenian said, yes, I came upstairs to look for you on his behalf. Songyu nodded and walked down. I'll go and tell him that I have something to do and have to leave first. Qin Mo was ignored like this, but he just smiled good-naturedly. He did not have the aura of a rich young master at all. He was just like an amiable older brother next door. He did indeed put himself in this position. When Songyu brushed past him, Qin Mo suddenly smiled and spoke. Songyu, when I came to Jing City this time, Uncle Song specially mentioned you to me. He stared at him quietly with a faint smile. He also told me to help keep an eye on you at school. He was afraid that you were too naughty and would cause trouble. Songyu stopped and finally turned to look at him. His white face was as cold as frost. He pulled his lower lip and mocked him casually. You'd better not. Qin Mo's smile didn't diminish. The scumbag hadn't done anything yet, and it was hard to make a conclusion based on the future in the book. However, Songyu really didn't want to say another word to him. Wei Chenian, you want to leave first? The banquet hasn't started yet. Song Yu held his mobile phone and charging cable in his hand and said very naturally, I just came to charge it on the way. After charging it, it's time to leave. Wei Chenian, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his good friend's unusual cousin. However, he thought that Song Yu was throwing a tantrum because of what happened just now. He comforted him, you just came to charge it on the way. Why did you dress so formally? Don't be angry. They went too far with their words. Don't take their snobbish remarks seriously. After saying that, he tilted his head and gave Bai Shuoxin a warning look. Apologize. Song Yu can't afford the wine in his lifetime. I'm afraid you're not even qualified to take a look at it. You're ambitious, but you need to be careful. After all, he was older than them, and he had heard about the style of the daughter of the Bai family in Jing City. He could see Bai Shuoxin's thoughts at a glance. Wei Chenian said lightly, next time, ask who's the one who's throwing a tantrum. If you don't know the Song family, you can go back and ask your father. Or, does Song Ziqing know? The last straw was pressed down. Song Ziqing, Bai Shuoxin suddenly widened her eyes. Her face was pale and she was on the verge of collapsing. It was like a slap in the face. She was stunned. The people on the balcony were also stunned. The men and women's faces were pale. In their hearts, Yang pride turned into embarrassment and embarrassment. Even when they mocked Song Yu together just now, they didn't get a good result. The young man retorted one sentence after another, making them look like idiots. Now, they were even more arrogant idiots who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They were sure that Song Yu was a poor relative of the Meng family because his appearance in Jing City was inexplicable. There was no news at all. It was obvious that the Meng family didn't care about him. In school, he hung out with the son of the driver of the Meng family all day long. In class, he was no different from an ordinary high school student. Now, everyone wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide. Embarrassment and regret were secondary. More importantly, there was fear in their hearts. Song Ziqing's fear of provoking the Song family. Song Yu, Bai Shuoxin's pale face called out in a trembling voice. Her heart was in a mess. She felt that all the blood in her body was flowing backward to her brain. She was about to suffocate. Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Wei Chenian guessed wrong. She wanted to leave not because of him. He wasn't the one who was almost angered to death just now. To deal with Bai Shuoxin, who liked to play with privileges and flaunt her superiority, he didn't even bother to slap her face. He would just let her be happy alone. He said to Wei Chenian, I dressed so formally to meet a friend. Wei Chenian said meaningfully, girlfriend? Song Yu said, boyfriend. After a short moment of suffocation, he added belatedly. Song Yu said, male friend. Bai Shuoxin felt that her body didn't belong to her. She felt uncomfortable as if she had been injected with lead. She urgently needed to say something to Song Yu. She stepped forward with red eyes. Brother Yu. I'm sorry. Actually, what I said just now. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable. Jiang Chenian sat in his seat in a daze for a long time before he laughed out loud in relief. Looking at Bai Shuoxin in a fluster, he only felt that she was pitiful and sad. She needed to rely on insulting others to show her superiority. She was stupid and vicious. She deserved it. Song Yu wanted to see Xie Sui. After meeting such a mess of people, he especially wanted to see her. He thought bitterly. Was Qin Mo so easy to enter Xie Sui's heart because he pretended to be gentle and gentlemanly? He became the only friend that he valued and then stood behind him to hurt him in a way that was 10,000 times more ruthless than others. No, he had to give Xie Sui some reminders for the future today. He couldn't be sure that Qin Mo was up to no good. When he wasn't paying attention, he might harm Xie Sui again. You guys chat. I'll leave first. Brother Yu, seeing that Song Yu was ignoring her, Bai Shuoxin shouted anxiously and took a step forward. However, because she was in a hurry, she had just splashed wine on the floor. Her high heels slipped and she fell to the ground. She knocked over the table and the wine bottles and glasses on it rolled all over the floor. She was angry and annoyed. Her chest was heaving up and down violently. Her fingers trembled as she pressed on the floor. Jiang Chenian covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Bai Shuoxin really acted out the words reap what you sow vividly today. This was a big enough commotion. It finally attracted Song Yu's attention. Song Yu turned around and waved his phone. He raised his eyebrows and sneered. Remember to pay the bill. Song Yu came and went like the wind, leaving everyone with a cool back view. Wei Sui was stunned and looked at Qin Mo awkwardly. This banquet was to welcome Qin Mo. Now the banquet hadn't started yet and Song Yu left in front of the protagonist without giving him any face. Anyone would feel embarrassed. He was puzzled. Did these two have any conflicts in a city? The smell of gunpowder was so strong as soon as they met. Qin Mo watched Song Yu leave quietly and smiled to himself. Facing Wei Sui's puzzled gaze, he didn't have any other expression and said lightly, "The third young master of the Song family is really unique." His tone was calm, but the meaning behind it was not friendly. Wei Sui sighed in his heart. The grudge between these two was probably formed. It was just that the Qin family and the Song family were not to be trifled with. He only hoped that these two ancestors would not bump into each other in the future. Although he was more biased towards Song Yu, he still smiled perfunctorily and chose to change the topic. It's getting late. Everyone should go down first. Young Master Qin, many people are waiting to see you. Qin Mo returned to his gentle and polite appearance and smiled. Okay. Song Yu went downstairs and didn't find Meng Guang at all. In the banquet hall, waiters came and went with wine. Under the gorgeous lights, men and women dressed in beautiful clothes and hair were bustling. He looked around and didn't find his cousin. However, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He sent a text message, "I'm leaving first," and walked out of Floating Light. The cool autumn night breeze blew away some of the irritation in his heart. Song Yu's expression was a little cold. He frowned and thought. He saw Qin Mo. He was a scumbag who liked to pretend to be very gentle. Did he cheat Xia Sui like this in his previous life? Then he could move back a little in this life. Song Yu called Xia Sui. I'm out. Have you arrived? He stood beside the fountain and stood straight. When Xia Sui received the call, he had just walked through the carved iron gates of the Floating Light Hotel. He looked up and saw Song Yu. The young man was handsome and elegant under the moonlight. He was so handsome that he was dazed for a moment. He looked cute in a suit too. Xia Sui threw the invitation into the trash can and smiled at the phone. Yes, I'm here. Where? Turn your head. Song Yu looked up and saw Xia Sui. Xia Sui smiled at him from beside the street lamp. She was handsome and gentle, and her figure was tall and straight. She cast a long shadow on the ground. The moment she saw him, the irritation in her heart dissipated. Song Yu smiled as well. He walked over, waved his phone, and asked a little obnoxiously, "Why do you want to see me so much today?" Xia Sui glanced at Floating Light and hid the coldness in her eyes. She lowered her head and smiled carelessly, "I'm probably possessed." Song Yu? What do you mean? Song Yu looked at her with disdain. You're too straightforward. Don't you know how to talk? In the future, when you ask your girlfriend out, you'll piss her off with a reason like this. Xia Sui held back her laughter. Then what do you want to hear? Song Yu pulled her hand and walked outside. Accompany me to eat something first. Xia Sui, yes. On the way out, Song Yu said, "It's not about what I want to hear. I don't mind. The point is what she wants to hear. You should say it." Xia Sui followed his advice. What should I say? Song Yu was probably bored out of his mind. He began to teach Xia Sui how to flirt with girls. Just say that you miss her. It's simple. Do you need a reason to see someone you like? Xia Sui stared into his eyes and chuckled. But I'm afraid that he'll be angrier if I say that. When faced with something embarrassing, Song Yu would usually turn into anger. Song Yu clicked his tongue. You're still angry? That's the standard answer, okay? She's so hard to please. Try asking her to drink more hot water. Xia Sui, they entered a restaurant. The waiter took note and asked, "Do you need anything to drink?" Before Song Yu could say anything, Xiaxue had already said lightly, hot water, thank you. The waiter. Okay. Songyu? Of course, in the end, he still stopped the waiter and didn't go crazy to serve a pot of hot water. Songyu's mind was in a mess. He wanted to tell Xiaxue about Qin Mo, but he didn't know how to say it. He couldn't just say that she would be deceived by this person in the future and stay away from him. Only a ghost would believe that. After thinking about it, he decided to change his approach. Do you know why I came out before the banquet started? Why? Because I met a very annoying person inside. Songyu didn't say anything when he ate or slept at grandmother Meng's house. He had been holding back for a long time. As he ate, he said lightly, his name is Qin Mo. There's a high chance that he will transfer to Jing City No. 1 Middle School. You should avoid him when you see him in the future. He's extremely hypocritical. Although you can't see it on the surface, based on my many years of experience, I can tell that he's not a good person. When Songyu said the two words Qin Mo, Xiaxue was stunned. Xiaxue was taken aback. He lowered his eyes and looked down with a cold gaze. After listening to Songyu's last words, he looked pensive. It was as if a vague truth was slowly emerging. Songyu continued, don't believe what he says or does to you. This person is a scumbag. His gentleness is fake. Don't believe him, and don't do anything for him. Xiaxue asked casually, what do you want me to do for him? Songyu was angry when he said this. After a pause, he said, suffer from that idiot Wang Xi's anger for him. After saying this, Songyu was also stunned. He lowered his head and ate. Anyway, just stay away from him. Xiaxue's smile froze. Her dark eyes were as cold as the night. Wang Xi. From Qin Mo to Wang Xi. After starting to pay attention to Songyu, several puzzling points in her heart seemed to have an answer. The clues were pieced together bit by bit. Linshui 305, approach and protect, be deskmates, and instinctive dislike of Wang Xi and Oelian. Xiaxue looked at him deeply, smiled, and said softly, okay. He thought that he could confirm that idea tonight. His Yu really knew a lot of things, even things about the future. Songyu didn't notice anything and continued, where are we going later? Xiaxue was thinking about something and said, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Songyu was really bored out of her mind. He clicked on the group message. Their small 4-person group. It was flooded with Ma Shouting's messages. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, no one plays games with me. I'm going to die. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, lonely internet cafe, lonely me. Can't you take care of this poor little girl? Enlightenment. Did you take the wrong medicine? Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, QWQ I want to go to a dungeon but can't find anyone. Enlightenment? Supreme Wild Owl has a dungeon? Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, it's not Supreme Wild Owl QWQ are you coming? Enlightenment. No, I want to do my homework. Don't you want to chase after Jiang Chenian and plan to study hard? Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, QWQ don't mention it. That book was actually written by her. My young man's heart was broken. I thought she was the kind of girl who only knew how to write romantic novels QWQ, enlightenment, Songyu's mind moved. He looked up at Xiaxue and said, how about going to the internet cafe? Xiaxue hid all her thoughts and said, okay. Songyu came up with whatever she wanted. He sent a message in the group. Your husband brother you, Xiaxue and I will come. Address. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, the same place as last time. Brother you, are you serious? Think carefully QWQ otherwise, it seems like I've led you astray QWQ, your husband brother you, so much nonsense. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, I'll wait for you on the second floor of the small dark alley behind Lynching Street. Follow the direction of the brightest star. He sent it out in one breath. He didn't even stop typing. Songyu, last time, it was a cloud that looked like a small elephant. This time, it was the brightest star. Ma Shouting's poetic and picturesque words were always so annoying. It wasn't too far from here to Lynching Street. It was just a 5-stop subway ride. Songyu actually couldn't remember the location of the internet cafe very clearly. It was Xiaxia who led him there. The alley was very dark. The lights in the corridor were also broken. Only the green indicator lights faintly illuminated the vague outline of the stairs. "Give me your hand," Xiaxia said. It was inconvenient for Songyu to walk in the dark. He reached out his hand and let Xiaxia lead him forward. Xiaxia's hand was slender and a little cold. The touch of their palms made him feel slightly uncomfortable. The internet cafe was packed on a Saturday night. The boss was in front of the counter. He had a big belly and was eloquently promoting a game to a group of teenagers. Ma Xiaoting played for too long. Her eyes were tired. She came out to eat an apple and listen to his nonsense. Suddenly, she saw Songyu. He stopped halfway through the apple in his mouth. He jumped up excitedly and enthusiastically waved his hand to greet him. "Brother Yu. Over here." Most of the people in the internet cafe were from number 1 high school. When they heard the words "Brother Yu," they subconsciously turned to look. Songyu felt that it was too hot. He took off his suit jacket and held it in his hands. He also untied his bow tie. His shirt was unbuttoned to the second button, revealing his collarbone. When he walked in, he was tall and handsome. The group of youngsters from number 1 middle school were dumbfounded. They had a new understanding of this school bully who only existed in legends and had never experienced a bloody storm. He was too damn handsome. And the person standing beside him, was he the rumored abstinent and aloof school hunk from number 1 high school? When the boss of the internet cafe saw Xiaxia, his eyes lit up. It was as if he was greeting an acquaintance. "Hey! Isn't this little Xia? Little Xia. Long time no see." Xiaxia smiled and said, "Boss Wang." Boss Wang sighed and said, "After you left, I haven't found an internet cafe manager who is more capable and knowledgeable about computers than you. Sigh, little Xia is in school and has no time. You can continue to work part-time here this summer. Help me check which computers have problems. I'll give you extra pay." Xiaxia laughed and said, "I'm afraid I don't have time." Songyu knew that Xiaxia had worked part-time here before. He didn't expect her to be an internet cafe manager. He didn't know why, but it was especially fun to imagine. He tilted his head and asked, "Is it fun to be an internet cafe manager?" Xiaxia said, "It's okay." Boss Wang was not discouraged by Xiaxia's rejection. He said cheerfully, "Did you bring your friends here to play this time? It's good that you brought your friends here. Before you go online, do you want to learn about a new client-side game?" Recommending a new game. Songyu's interest was piqued. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Tell me about it." Anyway, he had nothing to do tonight. Seeing that he was so cooperative, the boss's eyes lit up. He picked up a sign from the table excitedly. "Have you played Immortal Path before? It's the online game that's been very popular recently. The game I recommend is the mobile version of Immortal Path. It's infinitely close to the original game. It's called Supreme L." Ma Xiaoting almost choked on his apple. He bragged about this game in front of Brother Yu every day. How could Brother Yu be fooled? "Boss, your Supreme L is just a mediocre mobile game. Don't try to cheat someone else's popular client-side game. It's embarrassing." Songyu looked up and sneered. "You're just bluffing, right? Why is it called Supreme L if it's a mobile game?" The boss coughed, but he was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed. After accepting the advertisement, he still did his best to promote it. "Sigh, why are you so conflicted about the name? I'll bet with you. This game is really fun. Young men are all playing it. Supreme L still has newbie benefits. If you want to play, hurry up. The QR code is here. If you download it, you'll get a dragon-slaying saber, a peerless mount, and a god-tier equipment. 999 for one hit. 999 for one hit." Songyu was speechless. Songyu said, "Awesome." The boss could tell that Songyu, who was cold and tough, was not his target customer. "Little kid, if you're not interested, then move to the side." He turned his gaze to someone else, put up the sign again, and enthusiastically pulled Ma Xiaoting, who was eating an apple at the side, over. "You won't believe me even if I say these things. Let your peers tell you. Little Ma has been playing this recently. Come, tell them how fun this game is. The boss kept winking at him. Ma shouting held the apple in his hand and stood in the middle of the crowd. He was at a loss. He didn't know how many times he had bought on credit here. He was also an old acquaintance of the boss of the internet cafe. He didn't want to embarrass him. He could only cough. Ah, yes, yes. It's quite fun. What the boss said is true. You can try it first. The girls inside are all very pretty. They're very pleasing to the eye. Songyu stood to the side and scanned the phone. A download page popped up. It was one of those classic cliché web-based games. Messy people, messy graphics, evil and domineering names, and one hit of 999 would flash. The young men around them laughed and watched the show. They ate skewers, drank cola, and asked questions blindly. How pleasing to the eye is it? It's even more awesome than my koan. I thought it was a novel. Do you know Evil God Against the Heavens? Evil God Against the Heavens was updated today. The boss nodded furiously. It's especially pleasing to the eye. There's even a marriage system inside. A few days ago, when we were promoting it outside, many female students from number 1 middle school went offline. Most of the guys who play games are no longer single. Wow. The group of students became interested. Seeing that there was hope, the boss became even more enthusiastic. The design of this mobile game is very good. The character modeling is very detailed. Let's not talk about the background music. It's majestic and gives you a different fantasy world. Especially the game interface after logging in. It's concise and very convenient. The planning team is really considerate. Songyu lazily tapped on Yang a few times and said, "It's quite convenient. Just press any button and the top-up page will pop up. They're too considerate. I'm just afraid that I can't find a place to top up." The boss, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ma shouting silently hid and finished the apple in her hand. The boss could only laugh awkwardly. Oh, look. This little kid is playing now. Ha 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 ha. This means that this game is really fun. He held up the sign. He was really worried about this advertisement. He continued, the most important thing is that Evil God Against the Heavens is still holding an event. Whoever is the first to break 100 million will be given a phone and a grand prize of 500 yuan. It's a rare opportunity. Songyu was checking the ranking list. Xianxia lowered her head and smiled. Is it fun, little kid? Songyu looked up slowly. It's quite fun. Yes, the boss's ears twitched. The light in his eyes hadn't lit up yet. He heard Songyu say, I've calculated. I'll go back and sell my house. First, I'll get a few tens of millions. I estimate that my combat strength will break 100 million. Although my dad will break my legs, I'll get a Nokia and 500 yuan. It's worth it. I have no regrets. The boss, who would help him? Chase this person out? Ha 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 ha. The surrounding youths laughed so hard that they almost choked on their snacks. Brother Yu was indeed the man who became famous on the first high school's forum. After such a commotion, the sense of distance they felt when they saw Songyu slowly dissipated. They felt that the school bully wasn't that unapproachable. The boss put down the sign and said to Songyu earnestly, little kid, even if you don't play, don't mislead others. Sorry. Songyu was still very polite. He was just subconsciously complaining about this kind of shoddy game that cost a lot to make money quickly. But he was still confused. He said to the boss, but I have a question. Why didn't I find the girl you mentioned on the World Channel? The person who added me was someone who bought porn. The boss, this god of plague should hurry up and go in. The boss sat down expressionlessly. Come, little kid. How many people do you have? There are still 9 computers available. Which one do you want? Before Ma Shouting could say anything, a male student from First High School had already raised the skewers and warmly invited him. Brother Yu, go to computer 31. Computer 32 is also empty. Leave it for the school hunk. We're all there. We can go together. Ma shouting heard and echoed, yes, yes, yes. Brother you. Play with me. I'm dying of anxiety. Songyu glanced at him and agreed. Computers 31 and 32 were in the corner of the internet cafe. A group of first high school students happened to be in a circle. There were also cubicles and wooden doors blocking the way. They weren't afraid of disturbing others if they talked loudly. Xiaxia sat at the innermost computer against the wall. After sitting together, Songyu found out the names of the group of boys. They were all from first high school, class 6, and class 7. After they realized that Songyu was easy to get along with, they weren't so afraid of Xiaxia, who had always been cold and aloof. Xianxia actually came to the internet cafe. Is the first place of the year so unique? Songyu put on his headphones. He thought that the first place of the year used to be an internet cafe manager. Then, he thought of Xiaxia's fierce fighting spirit and the corners of his mouth twitched. The first place of the year had a lot of side jobs. Xiaxia smiled. He said he wanted to come. The boys, oh, brother you is so fierce. He even called Xianxia. Ma shouting excitedly clicked on the mouse. Brother you. Hurry up and log in. Play with me in the Red Lotus Hell dungeon. Songyu looked at him indifferently. Who told you that I came to the internet cafe to play games? Ma shouting? The boy next to him couldn't believe it. Brother you, what are you doing here? You added that video seller just now. Are you planning to watch a video? Songyu. I came to the internet cafe to relax and watch the news broadcast. Everyone. Awesome. Ma shouting stared at him. He already knew that his brother Yu was good at both martial arts and literature. He was also good at gaming. It wasn't easy to find someone to accompany him. How could he let him go? However, he didn't dare to ask for help. He just clicked on the mouse pitifully. Songyu didn't know what to do in the first place. Coincidentally, Ma shouting sent him a message, so he came over. He was thinking about how to explain today's matter to his grandmother. He frowned and suddenly felt everyone's eyes on him. Songyu. Don't look at me. I don't play this game. I don't have an account. The eyes of a boy with a buzz cut lit up. Brother Yu. I can help you borrow an account. You can play a dungeon with us. It didn't matter if they could clear the dungeon. What was important was that they wanted to play a game with the school bully. Songyu couldn't refuse the group of enthusiastic youths. He tilted his head and asked Xiaxia, have you played any games during your years as an internet cafe manager? Xiaxia smiled. I have, but I'm a little unfamiliar with it. Songyu, it's okay. Everyone ate together. He tilted his head and said to the guy with the buzz cut, let's borrow 2 accounts. The guy with the buzz cut was so happy that his voice went up a notch. Okay. Ma shouting gave him a thumbs up. This game was Immortal Path, which had just been scammed by Supreme L. It was a very traditional MMORPG. There were 6 sects and 6 professions: swordsman, mage, beast tamer, thief, archer, and immortal doctor. After all, it was a popular game. The graphics were very good. The moment they entered, they were like immortal cranes flying for thousands of miles. The tips of their wings brushed across the vast mist. The mountains and rivers were picturesque. The guy with the buzz cut asked. Brother Yu, there are 2 accounts. One is a swordsman, which is a melee fighter. The other is an immortal doctor, a healer. Between you and Xianxia, who will choose? Songyu couldn't refuse their kindness. He was pulled over by them and said, let's play as a healer. The guy with the buzz cut, okay. I'll send you the account password. Songyu had played this game before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. After logging in, he found that it was a beautiful little loli. She had 2 long chestnut braids and was wearing a light green dress. She was holding a small lantern in her hand. She could fly with a little control. When she flew, there was a circle of light under her feet. Her profession was an immortal doctor. Her name was also very cute. It was called Can I Kiss You? TSK Songyu controlled the little immortal doctor to fly around. After entering, the guy with the buzz cut sent the coordinates. After teleporting over. When he arrived at the NPC who issued the quest, Xianxia learned that this was a limited-time multiplayer dungeon during the event period. The minimum requirement was 15 people. They could farm it multiple times, and there was a possibility of dropping top-grade equipment and materials. Players flocked to it. There were 7 of them. After matching for a while, they finally gathered 15 people. Ma Shouting was playing as a beast tamer. She said confidently, "Brother, you don't have to treat yourself as a healer. Just stand behind me. I'll protect you." Xianxia was familiarizing himself with the skills of the little immortal doctor. In fact, a healer was more or less the same as a healer. However, the owner of this account focused on a skill called Hand of Holding. It locked onto a teammate and fought side by side to strengthen each other's defense. In short, one's hands were loose and their eyes were closed. The background of the Red Lotus Hell was also gloomy. There was the River of Forgetfulness, the Bridge of Helplessness, and a strange field of red spider lilies. "Where are you?" They arrived at the location. Xianxia asked the person beside him. Xianxia smiled. "Behind you." Xianxia controlled the little immortal doctor to turn around and saw the swordsman by the River of Forgetfulness. He was a particularly handsome young man in white. His hair was tied up high, and he held the cold star sword in his hand. He looked fierce and cold. However, what Xianxia noticed was the name of the swordsman. "Let's clear the monsters first." The little green loli stood in front of the swordsman. She looked at her name and then looked at the other person's name. "Can I kiss you?" "Let's clear the monsters first." Xianxia, F***ck, why is it a little strange? He took off his headphones, turned around, and knocked on the guy with the buzz cut. "Are these 2 couple accounts?" The guy with the buzz cut was engrossed in the game. "Yes. My brother's account and his girlfriend." Xianxia chuckled. "It's okay. It's not very obvious." Xianxia, "No, I still want to stay away from you." Xianxia came to the internet cafe on the spur of the moment, and his mind was not on the game. The scenery inside was realistic and exquisite, and it was very shocking. He controlled the little loli to walk around. On the way along the River of Forgetfulness, some small monsters and small bosses would appear. The health of the monsters in the dungeon was not high, so they could just kill them casually. However, they were still quite dissatisfied with the little loli doctor's behavior. Team, Shimmering Glass Lamp? Fairy Doctor, Team, Bloodthirsty Crazy Master, Healer, don't run around. You don't need to do anything. Just follow me. I'm convinced. After failing so many times, I always meet this kind of person. Ma Shouting said, "Wow, brother, you and the others are talking about you." Xianxia, "I'm not blind." Ma Shouting remembered the idea that Xianxia gave him last time. He suggested, "Do you want to act cute for them?" Xianxia glanced at him. "I thought you would make me spit." Ma Shouting? "Don't. You look so cute in the game, and your name is so cute." Xianxia ignored him. He put a period in the team chat to indicate that he had received the suggestion. Then, he followed the team. Although he came here to slack off, he did not want to be too lazy. As they went deeper into the map, they finally arrived at the boss cave. Ma Shouting said, "When the boss uses her skills, there will be a formation on the ground. Brother, pay attention to your positioning. Also, be careful of her small monsters. This is the most disgusting thing about the Red Lotus dungeon. If you get touched by their vines, you will be controlled and your cooldown will be slowed by 1 round." The boss of the dungeon emerged from the lava. Her upper body was human and her lower body was snake. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was ferocious. Below her, a bunch of Red Lotus small monsters were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although it was a temporary team, each of them had their own commander. On their side, they relied on Ma Shouting. In order to stay away from Xianxia, Xianxia did not expose the identity of the 2 accounts. Hand in hand locked onto another Blade Master, who was not in the same group as them. However, he had to admit that this person's mechanics were terrible to the point of burning his eyes. His equipment was clearly not bad, but he couldn't deal any damage at all. His positioning was terrible, and his skill AoE wasn't good either. From time to time, he would be crowd-controlled. The speed at which his HP was being depleted was even faster than the speed at which he could heal a single player. Thus, he began to curse in exasperation. Team, Soaring Dragon World, you've got me, are you sleepwalking? His hand was broken? Do you know any skills? Team, Soaring Dragon World, get lost, don't follow me, you piece of trash. In front of the couple, the person who had a problem with Xianxia spoke up. Team, Bloodthirsty Wild Master, what do you expect from a girl? Ma shouting couldn't take it anymore, so she switched her voice to text. Team, Sadako on the hazelnut tree, who's trash? Don't you know how to read the guide? For a swordsman to be able to play like this, it's amazing. Team, Soaring Dragon's World, why don't you take a look at the idiot girls you brought? A brainless thing that only knows how to whimper, Xianxia's lips twitched, and he raised his eyebrows. He unbound this idiot, and the little loli in green in the game flew to the swordsman in white with a lamp. After the hand of holding skill evolved, he used it again. The little loli sat on his shoulder, and there was a clear line of words above her head, can I kiss you? Xiaxia smiled. What happened to staying away? Team, let's clear monsters first, you're back. Xianxia was labeled as someone who only knew how to whimper, so he didn't refuse and typed indifferently. Team, can I kiss you? He's so fierce, I'm so scared. She had the thought of disgusting that noob. Team, can I kiss you? Sob sob sob, he's noob and loves to play QAQ, the group from number 1 middle school. Team, Soaring Dragon World frowny face team, can I kiss you? His HP is dropping so fast. As long as it's a skill that will drop HP, he will receive it. I'm too busy to deal with it. Team, can I kiss you? Is it my problem? Fingers crossed, team, let's clear the monsters first. No, it's his noob. Soaring Dragon World wanted to curse. But soon, the boss's 8th life was taken and she began to go berserk. The damage from the array exploded, and he was too busy to deal with it. They also had a fairy doctor on their side. Her main skill was group healing, but this fairy doctor's positioning wasn't good. She was often entangled by small monsters and went into cooldown. This made the group really understand what a health bar disappearing skill was. Ma shouting saw that the 8 of them were almost wiped out. She was very happy, but she was also very worried. F***CK, 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 is it over? The boss still has an ultimate skill that hasn't been used yet. When her tail swings out of the lava, it will be magnified. Xianxia, it's still early. Following Xiaxia was much better than following that noob. This couple's level was high, their equipment was good, and their damage was explosive. He felt that Xiaxia had a bunch of messy part-time jobs. Otherwise, why was she so good at playing games? In such a trap-filled dungeon, she didn't fall for any of the traps. She even predicted the time of the boss's big move. The white-clothed swordsman crossed the blood rain and cut off the tail. The boss roared and her health bar emptied. Huge red words appeared and then sank into the lava. She dropped a lot of exquisite equipment. Ma shouting was almost hitting the keyboard. F***CK. God Xia is indeed not human. Bloodthirsty Wilder Master and Soaring Dragon World chose to remain silent. One of the girls in the team spoke. Team, Qing Luo Man, so powerful. Team, Qing Luo Man, Brother Swordsman QWQ, can you give me your friend list? Team, Xianxia on the hazelnut tree, ? I didn't see the couple's name. Team, Qing Luo Man, huh? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I just want to add you as a friend. I want you to carry me. The fairy doctor sister won't suggest it, right? Ma shouting, wow. God Xia, why is your luck so good everywhere you go? Xianxia was actually exclaiming about the same thing. Was this what it meant to be a heartthrob? Someone blindly said, wow, brother you, she's coveting your boyfriend. Xiaxia chuckled at the side. Team, let's clear the monsters first, I won't suggest it, but she's hard to coax. Team, Qing Luo Man, Is the fairy doctor sister so petty? Team, Qing Luo Man, QAQ I was rejected. I'm hurt. Hug me. Songyu's lips twitched. Sister, you're a bit too much. There was hugging in the game, but it was only limited to friends. To put it bluntly, she still had to add the person first. Team, Qing Luo Man, hug me? Just for a moment. Songyu thought about it. If this was the owner of the account, how annoying would it be? She was acting cute in front of his girlfriend. Team, the next high school hunk. I give up. They're a match made in heaven. Why are you acting crazy here? Team, Xianxia on the hazelnut tree, who doesn't know how to act cute? Team, Xianxia on the hazelnut tree, QWQ, can you hug me? After a group of people joined in the game. Team, let's clear the monsters first. No, baby is going to be angry. Songyu pretended to be a cute girl. He couldn't stop laughing and continued acting according to the script. Team, can I kiss you? Humph. Team, can I kiss you? You can't hug them. You can only hug me. Team, let's clear the monsters first. Come into my arms first. Songyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Did they act too much? The group of people in the team who were as quiet as chickens felt that they had eaten a bunch of dog food. Team, let the heavens arrange, I'm just playing a game. Why do I have to suffer this kind of torture? Team, kiss, burp, I'm full. Ma shouting couldn't stop laughing. When she was about to type, the whole internet cafe suddenly fell into darkness. The computer screen was black, and the lights went out. There were sounds coming from all directions in the internet cafe, and people were cursing. F*CK. My pentakill. What's going on? Why is there a sudden blackout? The boss comforted them and said, recently, Lynching Street has been renovated. The construction team might have cut the cable. I'll go and ask. Someone asked loudly, how long will it take? Boss, it'll take 1 or 2 hours to fix it, but it might also be a trip. I'll go and take a look first. Everyone, calm down. The group of teenagers in the internet cafe on Saturday night mostly stayed up all night. Moreover, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, so they sat down quietly and played with their phones. Ma shouting turned on the flashlight on her phone and was speechless. I was just about to scold that green grass. The buzzcut guy turned his chair around. Green grass? She's called Qing Luo Man, right? Ma shouting, that's about right. Ma shouting suddenly turned the flashlight on her phone and put it under her chin. The light shone on her whole face, and she dragged her voice and turned into a ghost. Are you scared? The buzzcut guy was speechless. Who can you scare? Ma shouting, Aya, the blackout is so boring. Everyone, turn around. Let's gather and tell ghost stories. I used to be the king of stories in our class. If I can't scare you guys, my surname isn't Ma. Songyu was not afraid of anything other than heights and dogs. He scoffed at Ma shouting's suggestion. His disdainful tone was especially clear in the darkness. Ma shouting felt offended. Whoa. She wanted to fight back. Brother you. Come on. I'll tell you a story. Songyu laughed carelessly. Okay. They turned their chairs around. This place was in the corner. The Xiesui was against the wall, and there was a window above the wall. Several flashlights were gathered together and cast a few long shadows on the wall. Ma shouting said strangely, did you know that people have died in this internet cafe on Lynching Street? There were quite a lot of sudden deaths. One of them was very strange. She was young and under a lot of pressure, so she went to the internet cafe to commit suicide. I heard that she was a very gloomy girl. On the second day of her death, the owner of the internet cafe came in and found her lying on the table with her hair disheveled. He touched her and found that she was no longer breathing. But her eyes were still open. They were greenish-gray and her pupils had shrunk to a point. The owner of the internet cafe felt that it was bad luck, so he called someone to exorcise the evil spirit. In the end, an old Taoist came in and was scared away. He said that the girl's resentment had not dissipated before she died. She turned into an evil spirit and lived here. Her eyes were evil. If you see her in the middle of the night, don't disturb her and don't make a sound. If you let her see you, you're finished. Her eyes are a curse because she will follow you for the rest of your life. She will follow you out of the internet cafe and into your house. No matter what you do, she will watch you from the side until she kills you. Brother you, Ma Xiaoding suddenly leaned over mysteriously and asked, it seems that the computer she used to commit suicide is here with you. He suddenly raised his voice. Song Yu stared at him. Ma Xiaoding felt awkward for a while and continued to ask, sitting in this position, do you feel that your shoulders are much heavier? Song Yu's gaze was indifferent and he sneered. It's okay. Ma Xiaoding, the buzzcut guy touched his arm. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. You're giving me goosebumps. Ma Xiaoding was originally in high spirits, but in the end, Song Yu's sneer shattered his self-esteem into smithereens. Was it really not scary at all? He almost scared himself to death. Brother Yu was not human, Ma Xiaoding was stunned. Let's change the topic. The buzzcut guy nodded in agreement and looked at Xianxia excitedly. Actually, I wanted to talk about the game just now. God Xia, I have a lot of questions to ask you. He sat up straight. How did you get first place in the grade and play games so well? Xianxia smiled and said, talent? Song Yu remembered that Xianxia's answer was the same when he asked him why he could jump out of the window so easily. He complained, why is everything a talent? Can't you change the word? Instinct? Xianxia looked at him and said very naturally, okay, it's instinct. The buzzcut guy's eyes continued to shine. God Xia's operation is so strong. He must be a big shot. He should be on the leaderboard. What's his name? Xianxia, I forgot. The buzzcut guy, how can you forget? Ma Xiaoding said unhappily, if we're talking about games, shouldn't we be talking about those idiots in the queue? They actually dared to talk about our brother Yu. They must be tired of living. A boy said, ha ha ha, brother Yu is really good at pretending to be cute. His cooperation with God Xia is flawless. They look like a loving couple. They'll piss off those single dogs. The buzzcut guy heard them talking about this and said with a smile, this loving relationship is obvious. The game IDs are all couple names. Hey, what's their name again? Song Yu also forgot when he mentioned it. He tilted his head and asked, what's their name again? Xianxia laughed. I forgot too. Think about it. Song Yu frowned and tried to recall. Ma Xiaoding said that, flying dragon, player, he's not as good as a healer. What's he playing? I curse him to have nightmares tonight. He'll dream of the female ghost I mentioned. She lives in the cracks of the wall and stands beside him every night to watch him sleep. The people next to him laughed. Little Ma, I didn't know you were so narrow-minded. But Song Yu didn't really listen to their conversation. Song Yu remembered that it seemed to be a very embarrassing name. Did it have the word kiss or dear in it? He was also influenced by Ma Xiaoding's hug me. In the end, he vaguely remembered it. He raised his head in the darkness, his eyes as bright as the stars. He suddenly realized and said, can I kiss you? In the darkness, they were closest to each other. The young man's voice was clear. He deliberately lowered his voice. When he said these words, it was like a whisper that tickled people's hearts. Xianxia's usually calm and precise brain stopped for a moment. After understanding what he meant, he couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. It was low and magnetic, teasing people's hearts. He pursed his lips and leaned over. In the same low voice, he teased and said casually, no, you'd better go kill the monsters. His peach blossom eyes curved into a beautiful arc. His smile was casual and frivolous. Song Yu, beside them, Ma Xiaoding was boasting. He dreamed of a female ghost. She stood by his bed and looked at him with her green-gray eyes. She shrunk into a dot and looked at him greedily and evilly. Halfway through his sentence, he glanced at the line and was stunned. On the 1-meter-tall wooden door of the cubicle, there were 2 eyes that didn't belong to humans. They were green-gray, and their pupils were the size of dots. They were looking at him. In the internet cafe where there was a blackout, it was especially eerie and cold. F***ck. Ah, Ma Xiaoding's brain exploded. His roar almost pierced people's eardrums. The already eerie atmosphere suddenly ignited. Ma Xiaoding's roar outlined everyone's fear. What's that? Ah. It can't be that woman, right? Everyone panicked and subconsciously leaned back. When they looked up and saw the pair of eyes, they instantly went all like a tide. Especially when the dark creature with the reflective eyes pounced over, they screamed again and again. Someone's chair was tripped, and the group fell into a ball. Ma shouting retreated step by step. When he leaned back, Song Yu's chair shook. Song Yu, who was still depressed, was pushed forward by a force from his back. With this push, he tilted his head and felt something warm on his lips. For a moment, his heart stopped. The two of them were very close to each other. Xianxia was whispering in his ear just now. Such a kiss in the dark and noisy place caught him off guard. Xianxia was stunned. He felt the touch on his lips and smelled the faint scent of mint. Song Yu! F***ck. What the hell? Xianxia asked him to clear the monsters, but he flew into a rage out of humiliation and forced himself on her. Song Yu hurriedly pushed Xianxia's shoulder and wanted to leave. But the shrill cry of a cat came from behind. It seemed to be jumping over here. Xianxia's smile did not fade, but her eyes darkened. She reached out and hugged Song Yu's waist, dodged the cat that broke in, and firmly held him in her arms. At the same time, her tongue accidentally knocked open the young man's slightly open teeth because of his surprise and deepened the kiss. The tip of her tongue lightly brushed the sensitive roof of his mouth. A strong sense of oppression spread to his limbs, making his brain dizzy. Song Yu was dumbfounded. The back of his head was pressed by Xianxia. As if to avoid the cat, Xianxia hugged him very tightly. The strength of her grip on his waist was very strong and suffocating. Meow. The cat landed on the ground and meowed again. Everyone finally recovered from the panic. Ma shouting wiped his sweat. So it's just a cat. F***ck, I was scared to death. Song Yu suddenly sobered up and pushed him away. His ears were burning. Xianxia licked her lower lip with a dangerous expression. But in the dark, Song Yu could not see her expression. She sounded helpless and surprised. She smiled and said, I didn't let you kiss me, so you really kissed me in a fit of pique. Song Yu, tonight, I'll kill Ma shouting. That's not right. Song Yu. Just now, Xianxia seemed to be amused. She laughed and said in a playful tone, actually, I was lying to you. I can kiss you anywhere you want. Sure enough, it was mint-flavored. Perhaps, this was what it meant to have good luck with women. Song Yu was exasperated. No, I mean, just now, why, his brain was stuck. Why what? Why did he stick his tongue in? F***ck. How could he ask that? He was in the dark, unable to vent his inner panic. He held his breath and almost died of anger. Xianxia was very close to him and could clearly feel Song Yu's erratic breathing. The air was slightly warm. She didn't need to guess to know that he was blushing. In the dark, the young man's eyes were round and shockingly bright. They were full of annoyance and anger. Xianxia smiled and asked, why what? Song Yu, who usually dissed countless people, was tongue-tied at this moment. He stuttered for a long time and couldn't find the words to express himself. Before he died of depression, he smashed the can. Thinking that they couldn't see each other because of the power outage, he asked, no, why did you do that? In fact, his mind was in a mess and he didn't know what he wanted to say. Xianxia was addicted to teasing him. She changed the topic and smiled. Did you eat a mint? Song Yu's chaotic thoughts were interrupted. Huh? Xianxia said lightly, it's strangely sweet. Song Yu, F***ck. He felt that his ears must be red now. F***ck. Meow the cat broke free from Ma Shouting's hand and jumped onto Song Yu's lap. Yang was proud, but before it could stand firm, it felt a murderous intent and froze. It's you, right? Song Yu found a punching bag. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the cat's body, and fiercely kissed it. What a stupid cat, it was running around in the middle of the night. Meow. The cat's miserable cry was heard in the internet cafe. At this moment, everyone felt a light above their heads. The internet cafe had a power supply. F***ck. It's fixed. The boss walked in cursing. It's either the construction team's fault or the circuit tripped. Everyone in the internet cafe cheered. That's great. I was afraid of missing the ranking time. Hurry up, hurry up. At the corner of the internet cafe, Ma Shouting's group of people, who had been frightened by the cat, fell silent for a moment after the call. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was either you pressing down on me or I was hugging you. Chairs were overturned, keyboards were dropped, and the scene was very awkward. Ma Shouting was the main culprit, and she was soon beaten up. Everyone typed on their keyboards angrily. What the F***ck are you shouting for? You scared me to death. Ma Shouting held his head and admitted that he was in the wrong. He could only change the topic. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Go and hit that cat. It deserves to be hit. Only then did everyone remember to look for that damned cat. They angrily put away their keyboards and looked around. Then, they noticed Xianxia and Xiaxue. Then, they were all stunned. Were they blind? The cat was in Brother Yu's hands, being tortured by the devil's claws, crying out in pain. Brother Yu lowered his head. His ears were obviously red, and he gritted his teeth. Everyone was used to seeing his sloppy and arrogant look. This was the first time they saw him like this. They were all stunned. What the hell? What was wrong with Brother Yu? Was he shy? Compared to him, Xiaxue was much calmer. She put one hand on the table, her eyes curved, and her smile was happy. Everyone vaguely felt that something was strange. Brother Yu and God Xia. Why was there something strange between them? Ma Shouting was the first to go up. He squatted in front of Xianxia and looked up in surprise. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Is it hot? Oh my God, Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Are you sick? Xianxia threw the cat in his hand at his face. Shut up. Bah, bah, bah. Ma Shouting's mouth was stuffed with cat fur. Then, the cat sat on the ground. He was confused and even more confused. Everyone was frightened by Xianxia's angry voice and silently shut up. After all, the school tyrant battle at Book Mountain House was broadcasted live on the forum. He dragged Gao Feng to the edge of the top floor and said hi. Brother Yu was ruthless. They couldn't afford to offend him. Xianxia put on his headphones and turned the music to the maximum. He didn't want to look at Xiaxue, nor did he want to pay attention to the people around him. He clicked on the computer randomly. He turned on a software and turned it off. He turned it on and turned it off again. He had no purpose. His mind was in a mess. It was full of what happened in the dark. The strong hand around his waist, the tongue that licked his mouth, the ambiguous breath, and the low laughter in his ear. Xianxia subconsciously took out a mint candy. He wanted to calm down, but before he tore the candy wrapper, he remembered Xiaxue's words. It's so sweet. He cursed and put the candy aside. This was the first time he had been kissed in his life. Xianxia felt that he had to take a long time to calm down. In fact, the shame and anger were secondary. What made him depressed was the confusion in his heart. There was even a moment when he made a messy assumption. What if he didn't kiss Xiaxue in the dark, but someone else by mistake? How would he react? Oh, the assumption didn't work. That person wouldn't stick out their tongue. F***ck. He was irritated, but his face was calm. His fair face was cold and delicate, and his light-colored pupils hid a beam of fire. He looked at the screen with a cold expression as if he was going to eat the computer in the next second. The group of people beside him trembled. They didn't even dare to hit the keyboard hard. Brother Yu was really a mysterious person. The monthly exam was like a crematorium. They were the unlucky ones when they were shy. Xiaxue chuckled at the side. If he really wanted to figure out a person's mind, it was very simple. Moreover, Xianxia was the person he liked. They spent a lot of time together, so he knew him like the back of his hand. He didn't choose to attack him at this time. Xiaxue leaned back in her chair, retracted her gaze, and began to play with her phone. Xianxia didn't look sideways, forcing himself to treat Xiaxue as air. He was very angry. How could he not be angry? F*ck, it was his first kiss. He tensed up and felt that Xiaosui's oppressive gaze had disappeared. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his entire body relaxed. Beep, beep, beep. The QQ message on the computer rang. Songyu clicked on it, and a familiar conversation window popped up. Xiaosui, are you angry? Songyu. Hold it in. He held his breath and restrained himself from tilting his head to look at Xiaosui. He put the mouse on the X and stopped. That's not right. Wouldn't his shyness make it seem like he cared too much about this matter? He was like a young boy who had never seen the world and valued his first kiss more than anything else. He had to be steady. Brother Yu, who had seen the world, replied calmly. Your hubby brother Yu, no, what's there to be angry about? Xiaosui smiled but didn't expose Songyu's pretense. Xiaosui, are you curious? Your hubby brother Yu? What are you curious about? Xiaosui, why did I kiss you? Your hubby brother Yu, oh, this was an accident. It's the cat's fault. I'll take responsibility for you and beat it up. Xiaosui, do you really believe it was an accident? Songyu froze. The cold expression he tried to maintain shattered, and his eyes were dazed under his long eyelashes. Accident. It was okay to kiss by accident, but what happened after that wasn't an accident. He wasn't straight. That kind of ambiguity shouldn't appear between him and Xiaosui. He felt that his typing hand was not as strong as he wished, and he felt so weak that he was panicking. Your hubby brother Yu, if it wasn't an accident, then what was it? The two of them sat next to each other, but neither of them looked at the other. They communicated in another way. Xiaosui smiled, and a trace of gentleness flashed across her eyes. Xiaosui, instinct. Songyu blinked in confusion. He typed a question mark. Your hubby brother Yu? Xiaosui, I want to kiss you. Xiaosui, or rather, I like you. Xiaosui, it's instinct. Dong. Songyu took off his headphones and turned his head abruptly. His eyes widened, and he was so scared that he forgot all his emotions. Xiaosui also put away her phone slowly, looked up at him, and winked with a smile. She was calm and collected, as if she had just told him a very small secret. In the cramped internet cafe and the noisy environment, Songyu's mind went blank. This time, he couldn't classify like as liking a certain kind of weather or smell. Touching skin to skin was the kind of love between lovers. What was this? It was the first time in his life that someone had confessed to him so seriously. And it was from Xiaosui, his best friend in the world. Songyu looked at Xiaosui in a daze. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Xiaosui had already stood up and pressed her hand on the young man's soft lips, stopping him from speaking. Even though his dark eyes were gentle and smiling, his aura didn't diminish at all. He said in a hoarse voice, it's just my instinct. You don't have to give me an answer. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Songyu couldn't wait to bite his hand. He stepped back a little. The information he received was too explosive, and it overturned his understanding. His brain was in a mess, and his eyes were confused and unfocused. Xiaosui dared to say it so early because she wasn't afraid of scaring Songyu away. He smiled, and a deep meaning flashed across his eyes. You know about the future, right? You came to my side because you feel sorry for me? Then, feel sorry for me a little more, you. Songyu was flustered and said with difficulty, no, how can you like me? Xiaosui said simply, isn't it normal to like someone who treats you well? Songyu? F*ck. It was as if he had been enlightened in an instant. Songyu couldn't say anything, and his whole body stiffened. Isn't it normal to like someone who treats you well? That's right. How could he forget? The memories of the original novel flooded him. Didn't Chinemo enter his heart because he treated Xiaosui well? Did he give him salvation in the darkness? Did he become the only light in his chaotic life? But in the original novel, Xiaosui only treated Chinemo as her best friend. How could she like him? Friendship changed to love. Could it be that he was too good to Xiaosui? F*ck. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Songyu was distraught, but his intuition told him that he definitely didn't like her. Looking at Xiaosui's clear and gentle eyes for a long time, he scratched his head and stammered. No, think about it carefully. Are you mistaken? You don't like him. Liking someone just because he treats you well is too rash. Do you want to go back and think about it carefully? Maybe it's gratitude. Friendship is definitely more than love. Xiaosui was slightly stunned, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Songyu seemed to have hit a certain point. He smiled. Is that so? That's right. You've suffered too much as a child, and you're so devoted to someone who's gentle and kind. Songyu didn't know how to explain the change in his mood. In short, it was very complicated. He felt that he had led the child astray, and now he was trying to correct his thinking. Because he understood Xiaosui in the novel, he knew that his life before high school was like an abyss. So when he came to his side, he felt a sense of mission. Since she was so flustered by kindness for the first time, it was reasonable for Xiaosui to fall in love with someone who treated her well. She was ignorant. She liked someone who treated her well. Xiaosui knew her limits. She planted a seed in Songyu's heart and left if she pushed him too far. She observed Songyu's expression. After being stunned, she smiled hesitantly and said, "Then I'll think about it." Songyu heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaosui smiled again and said, "If you alienate me just because I like you, then I still don't like you." The stone in Songyu's heart finally fell. Damn, it scared him to death. As expected, Xiaosui couldn't tell the difference. But this night, this kiss, this like was destined to make him lose sleep for a long time. He even felt confused and regretful. Songyu said again, "Don't say such misunderstood words next time." It made his heart beat wildly all night. Xiaosui said meaningfully, "Okay." Turning back to face the screen, Songyu could finally concentrate on playing a few games. When he finished playing, he found that Meng Guang had sent him a message. "You left so suddenly? What should I say if Grandma asks?" "Cousin, you're not being kind. And you left before the main character appeared. You'll definitely be scolded when you go back." Songyu thought about his miserable appearance when Grandma nagged at him. The corner of his lips twitched. When he went out today, his grandma thought that he and Qin Mo were of similar family background and age and could be friends. Friends, my ass. Enemies. It was already good enough that they didn't fight at the school gate. Although it was not kind, Songyu still wanted to wait for his grandma's anger to subside before going back. After all, it was really impolite of him to give Qin Mo face like this. "It's okay. Just say that I suddenly remembered that I forgot to do a paper and went back to school at the last minute. I won't go home tonight. Studying was the most important thing." Meng Guang sent a long string of ellipses. "What kind of excuse is this? You're letting me face the elderly alone like this?" Songyu flattered him guiltily. "Cousin, it's been hard on you. Handsome. People always have a lot of responsibilities." He turned off his phone and looked at the time in the lower right corner of his computer. It was almost 11:30. Ma Xiaoding had been scolded repeatedly by his father. He was just short of carrying a knife and going online to find him. He lied guiltily and denied it. He said that he hurriedly turned off his computer on the way home and only said goodbye to Songyu before running away. The others also left one after another. "Brother Yu, see you on Monday." Songyu and Xiaosui were the last to go out together. Xiaosui stood under the street lamp and asked, "Are you waiting for someone to pick you up?" After the incident, he was calm and collected, as if nothing had happened at all. Songyu secretly despised himself. He was indeed inexperienced. He shook his head and said, "No, I'll go back to school to sleep for the night." Xiaosui nodded. The two of them parted at the intersection. Songyu was blown away by the cool breeze, which dissipated some of the heat. He took out his phone and chose to call Song Weining. His sister had dated countless boyfriends. He only dared to ask her about love affairs in the whole family. The call was quickly connected. Song Weining's voice was light and cheerful. "What a rare guest. Is there anything good that you're calling me? Your teacher finally found out that he made a mistake in your monthly test paper and added an extra 0 to your score?" Songyu rolled his eyes. He was not in the mood to chat with him. He said to the phone, I want to ask you something. Song Weiniang laughed. TSK, you have something on your mind at such a young age? I'm going to bed before 12 o'clock. If you have something to say, you'd better hurry up and finish it. Song Yu's tone was solemn. Listen to me. Okay. I have a friend, but before he could finish, Song Weiniang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Yu was very angry. Can you show some respect? I'm talking to you about my friend. Okay, I'm very curious about what happened to your friend. Song Yu said lightly, he recently encountered a relationship problem. He asked me, but I don't know much about it. I wanted to ask you. He pitted a classmate in his class who had been bullied. That classmate was really miserable. He had been alone since he was a child. No one was kind to him. He lived a lonely life. My friend couldn't bear it, so he approached him and was very good to him. Then things happened. That classmate confessed to my friend today and said that he liked her. But from what he said and how he behaved, it didn't seem like he liked her. My friend thought that he valued kindness too much and misunderstood the boundary between friendship and love. He was very confused for a while. Song Weiniang listened with a smile. So what do you want to ask? Ask her if she likes you or not. Song Yu corrected him coldly. My friend. Song Weiniang, oh, your friend. Ask her if she likes your friend or not. Song Yu, no, I want to ask, how can my friend help him correct this misunderstanding? Song Weiniang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of nonsense is this? Correct a misunderstanding? If your friend doesn't like her, then don't leave her hanging. Just reject her directly. If they can't be friends, then break up, lest she falls deeper and deeper. Song Yu. You can't say that. At least have some feelings. Song Weiniang, yo, the classic scumbag is here to speak. Song Yu's mouth twitched. He didn't want to wear the label of scumbag, okay? Moreover, he felt that Xianxia's attitude didn't seem like someone who would fall deeper and deeper into danger. Just now, he acted naturally as if nothing had happened. It was as if the person who confessed in the internet cafe was a ghost. It was just a dream. The more he thought about it, the more tangled he felt. He was the one who fell deeper and deeper. Okay, Song Weiniang, first of all, I don't have any concept of family status, and I don't reject puppy love, but you have to be careful when you find a girlfriend. After all, the threshold of the Song family is a little high. I'm afraid that she will feel uncomfortable and you will regret it. Song Yu. What does this have to do with me finding a girlfriend? I already said that she's my friend. Song Weiniang couldn't be bothered to expose him. Not your girlfriend? Then boyfriend? TSK, that's another difficult thing. Think about how to come out of the closet. Song Yu, I don't think I can talk to you anymore. Song Weiniang couldn't stop laughing. Finally, after laughing enough, a gentle and smiling voice came through the phone. Her confession made you so upset that you even called me. This means that you're actually not very calm. Friendship and love, is it so important whether or not it's out of kindness? If you like someone, then you like them. If you like them, then you should be together. Song Yu, actually, my friend's situation is very complicated. Song Weiniang, I think your friend is a troublemaker. Song Yu, it wasn't easy for them to maintain this brother-sister relationship until now. Song Weiniang, first of all, being good to a person because they're miserable is a very strange premise. How good is it to make someone fall in love with you? What kind of compassion would lead to such a level of kindness? To be meticulous in everything? To accompany each other day and night? Baby, why don't I know that you're so gentle? Song Yu. It's not just that. You're so good that you transferred schools and came to this city for him. Song Weiniang, instead of thinking about that classmate's love, is it more important to be grateful? Why don't you think about how good your friend is to her? Whether it's sympathy or not, it's actually only a minority. Sympathy was actually only a minority. He was slightly stunned. He felt that something that he had been unwilling to think about flashed through his mind. He went straight to Jing City as soon as he transmigrated. Was it really because he read about Xiaosui's life in the book that he was so persistent, but he didn't know Xiaxue before. He was upset. Songyu said seriously to the phone, "Forget it, my friend thinks it's too troublesome. I don't want to think about it anymore. Goodbye." Song Weining complained, "Your friend is not only a troublemaker, but also impatient. His classmate must be here for his money." Songyu, not everyone is as shallow as you, who only cares about money, okay?" Song Weining sneered. As the only daughter of the Song family and the top socialite in a city, the thing she disdained the most was money, okay? Okay, Song Weining replied perfunctorily without sincerity. "I'm shallow. I wish your pure love a happy ending soon. Since you're so good, bring her home for mom and dad to see." The last sentence was simply a provocation. If he brought her home, his legs would probably be broken. No, why would he bring Xiaxue home for the new year? "Songyu, why are you so talkative?" "I'm hanging up." He must have been crazy to think of saying such things to Song Weining. Songyu returned to the apartment alone. After taking a shower, he went to bed. His head sank into the soft pillow. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and sat up. He took out his phone and wanted to send a message to Xiaxue. However, after typing a line, he looked at it for a long time and deleted it. He typed another line and deleted it again. After hesitating for 7 or 8 minutes, he pursed his lips and chose to go to sleep. "Why are you so innocent, big brother? You kissed her first. Even if it was an accident, it's not a loss," he muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and changed his signature so that Xiaxue could see it. "We're too young to know how to love and be loved, because our hearts have been hurt. Do you know what I mean?" However, he didn't know whether Xiaxue understood or not. Someone in class 1 posted this on the forum, and the whole forum understood it. Kong, what does brother use personality signature mean? Main post, he changed it at 1 o'clock in the morning. F***ck, why isn't he sleeping in the middle of the night? What's wrong with brother you, 1L, what else can it be? He's troubled by love. People in love are all pretentious and old-fashioned. I didn't expect brother you, such a cool guy, to be on this road of no return. 2L, look at this stupid style. Why do I feel that brother you copied it from Baidu's sad personality signature of the year? 3L, brother you was trashed by a bad woman. 4L? Can we, Sway you and NCP, say a word? Hesitant to speak. JPG, 5L, what? Brother you was crying because of a bad woman? 6L, I'm so sad. My heart is hurt. Wuwa 7L, brother you is crying, I don't want to live anymore, cry. The others were speechless. Tonight, this building became the scene of a mourning party. Songyu went home on Sunday. After a night, Grandmother Meng's anger had dissipated. She scolded him softly, "If you don't like that child of the Qin family, you don't have to go. You shouldn't give her face like that. Don't do this next time." Songyu thought to himself that as long as Qin Mo didn't provoke him and Xiaxue, no one would care about him. However, his mouth was obedient. When he smiled, his dimples appeared. "Okay, got it." She did her homework in the garden in the afternoon. Songyu received a message from Ma shouting, "Sadako does not forget the well-digger? Brother you, are you crying? Sadako does not forget the well-digger, oh my god, what happened to you when the internet cafe had a blackout QWQ? Songyu almost lost his grip on his phone. She had touched on his sore spot. He didn't want to recall what happened during the blackout at the internet cafe. "Okay, your husband, brother you, are you still asleep? What were they talking about?" Ma shouting sent him a link to a forum. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, QWQ the tragedy caused by your signature. Songyu clicked on the building on his phone. The front part was normal, but the back part was full of wailing emojis. It was a series of mourning parties. "I'm heartbroken. Woo-woo, brother you is crying. I'm dead." Tears flowed like a river. He was dazzled. When did he cry? Why didn't he know? However, Songyu returned to look at his signature and choked on his saliva. He coughed awkwardly. He hurriedly deleted it with a guilty conscience. He wondered if water had entered his brain yesterday. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, I'll ask Xianxia. He was the closest to you. What happened that day QWQ, F***CK? Song Yu's eyes widened. He quickly typed, Ma shouting, don't. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ma shouting sent another message. Sadako does not forget the well-digger? Xianxia said it was a secret. What? Song Yu, your husband, brother Yu, he exited and received a message from Xiaxue. Xiaxue, are you crying? Song Yu's heart stopped for a moment. His heart, which had calmed down with great difficulty, was stirred up again. Your husband, brother Yu, how is that possible? I've never cried in my life. Xiaxue, that's good. After a minute, another message slowly came from the other side. Xiaxue, I thought I kissed you until you cried. Song Yu, your husband, brother Yu, I have something to discuss with you. It's all an accident. Let's pretend that nothing happened last night, okay? Xiaxue, okay. He thought that he would have to go to school on Monday to make things clear, but he didn't expect to talk about it today. Song Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. He wanted to ask Xiaxue if he had thought it through, but his finger stopped on the chat interface. His eyelashes fluttered, and he gave up. Looking at Xiaxue's attitude, he should have thought it through. They were both teenagers who had just fallen in love. How could they be so natural with the person they liked? Xiaxue put down his phone and smiled faintly. He told himself that he couldn't be anxious. He was surprisingly patient with this child. His gaze fell on the computer again. Rows of documents were sent to his mailbox. They were all related to the Xia Corporation. Xiaxue's dark eyes turned cold. He had been in charge of the Xia family for many years in his previous life, so he knew the internal affairs of the Xia Corporation like the back of his hand. With his help, it would be easy for Chu Rong to be promoted to Xia Mingsen's side. Chu Rong, according to Chairman Xia Mingsen will be transferred out of the headquarters next year to take over Xinruwei as the CEO. Xinruwei was a technology company under the Xia Corporation. Its development prospects were very promising. Rather than a transfer, it was better to say that Xia Xinian was giving Xia Mingsen a springboard to make some achievements. He had convinced a group of people in the headquarters to take over the Xia Corporation in the future. However, his eldest son was destined to disappoint him. Xiaxue had a very good memory. In his previous life, Xinruwei's scandal seemed to have happened because of Xia Mingsen. The game he developed was accused of plagiarism. The user's information was exposed, and the stock price fell rapidly. The capital chain was broken, and Xinruwei had difficulties in cash flow. It was only after the Xia Corporation's headquarters intervened that the situation was salvaged. He tapped his finger on the table twice. Xiaxue chuckled. His eyes were cold. It was too boring to be reborn and repeat the experience of his previous life. It only took him 3 years to be the illegitimate son of the Xia family who was never recognized by anyone to be the head of the Xia Corporation's board of directors. This time it would be even earlier. He would return to the Xia family sooner or later. Before that, he had to give them a surprise. Pay more attention to Xia Mingsen's decisions. You can record some of his words. Qinghe residence. End of the year. Go there. Chu Rong, okay. Xiaxue twirled his pen. Then, he received a call from Su Shiren. He lowered his eyes, but his tone was calm. Hello, Auntie. Su Shiren suppressed his excitement and pretended to be sad and angry. Asway, Auntie read the diary last time. After reading it, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. It took a long time for her to calm down. My poor sister, Sai, why did she have to encounter such a thing? Qin Qiuyun is not human. I've already contacted people to investigate the Qingnan Guild Hall. We will definitely give your mother justice. I want to let Qin Qiuyun know that in a city, the Su family is not to be trifled with. Xiaxue curled his lips and mocked, but his tone was sad. Thank you, Auntie. Su Shiren said, when Qin Qiuyun comes down, Asway, you should return to a city. Grandma and Grandpa miss you very much. Xiaxue said casually, okay. He was not interested in their dogfight. Qin Qiuyun did not even want him to do anything. The Su family and Su Shuren's purpose was very obvious. The Su family wanted to use him as a chess piece to establish a relationship with the Xia family. Su Shuren was even more daring. He coveted the position of the Xia family's matriarch and had been itching to make a move for many years. The people he met the most in a city were idiots who thought they were smart. The Su family was not to be trifled with, but the Qin family was? Qin Qiuyun had always been disliked by the Qin family. Her marriage to Xia Xinian was unexpected. But after all, her surname was Qin. Xia Sui hung up the phone and smiled mockingly. On Monday, Xianxia carried a book and went out directly. Uncle Ma, you don't have to send me. I'll take the bus myself. Grandmother Meng muttered, it's a waste of time to wait for the bus. What if you're late? Xianxia said, it's still early. He really did not want to be in the same bus as Ma shouting. It was a nightmare to listen to him ask about what happened at the internet cafe that day. When he got on the bus, Xianxia attracted the attention of everyone on the bus. However, he was used to it. He lazily looked up at Yang and did not say anything. Just as he steadied himself with his bracelet, the girl next to him suddenly whispered, Brother Yu, do you want to sit? Xianxia looked at her bright eyes and raised his eyebrows. He was not old, weak, sick, or pregnant. Why should she give up her seat for him? He said lightly, thank you. You can sit. The girl looked at him carefully and continued whispering, Brother Yu, are you okay? Xianxia? The girl gathered her courage and said solemnly, you deserve better. Oh, now that he thought about it, everyone thought that he was being cheated. Fine, he was too lazy to explain. It was better to be cheated than to be kissed. After getting off the bus, Xianxia bought a cup of soy milk by the roadside and walked to the school with a straw in his mouth. The bus stop was at the crossroads, half a street away from the school gate. He was halfway there when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from a narrow alley in front of him. He could hear a few curses. Why is there so little money? You look like you're wearing luxurious clothes, but your living expenses are so little? The young man's voice was mixed with sobs. This is my 1 month's breakfast money. I don't believe you. You must be hiding it. If I don't beat you up, you won't learn your lesson. I really don't have it. Boo-hoo, I really don't have it. You don't have it? Then why don't you ask your mother for more next time? Punches and kicks fell like raindrops. Muffled groans and sobs sounded in the alley. The commotion was not small. Xianxia finished the soy milk in one gulp and took a step forward. He saw the scene inside clearly. The young man who was beaten was wearing a No. 1 middle school uniform. He was thin and weak, squatting in the corner and crying. The other group of people were tall and strong. They were also wearing school uniforms, but their names were from No. 13 middle school. They were probably a group of scumbags who collected protection fees everywhere. Bring 500 yuan tomorrow. If you don't, He threw the empty cup of soy milk at the back of the head of the leader. There was still some soy milk left in the cup. It splashed out and drenched him. The young man who was drenched in soy milk was furious. He turned around and shouted, Who is it? Xianxia was not carrying his school bag. He was holding a book in his hand. Against the light, he said in a mocking tone, Your father is me. He was tall and had long legs. His skin was fair and delicate. His pupils were light and sharp under his thin eyelids. The leader of the young men was furious. Your King courting death. However, before he could get angry, the person next to him had already grabbed his sleeve. That person looked at Xianxia with some fear and whispered, Boss, this person seems to be No. 1 middle school's new school bully. The young man was stunned. His face was still gloomy. What are you afraid of? He's alone. The person next to him swallowed his saliva. Last time, he was also alone. He defeated a group of Gaofeng. They knew Gaofeng. The young man was silent for a long time. Then, he scolded fiercely, Bad luck. You're lucky. I'm going to be late. Otherwise, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Xianxia sneered. He stood at the entrance of the alley and blocked the way like the god of plague. What's the hurry? Did I say you could leave? A group of people from number 13 middle school. Don't cue my mother all day long. Call her grandma, do you understand, son? Waves of wails came from the alley. In the end, the group of people from number 13 middle school left the money and cried and crawled away. Xianxia squatted down and helped him pick up the glasses. The young man raised his head. He was very thin, with milky white skin. His eyes were red like a rabbit's, and his lips were still trembling. When Xianxia saw his face clearly, he felt that it was a little familiar. Hey, wasn't this the person who sat in front of him in the monthly exam? With glasses, he looked like a clumsy bookworm. With glasses off, he looked like a crying rabbit. Xianxia returned the glasses to him and asked a sole question, brother, what's your name? Why do you always meet scum like this? Thank you, brother you. His hands were still trembling, and his eyes were red. He felt wronged and scared. My name is Renwenhan. Xianxia chewed on the candy and looked at him in confusion. He didn't know how to comfort people, so he said, let's go to school first. We're going to be late. Renwenhan sniffed, and tears fell again. Okay. His hands hugged his school bag tightly. With glasses on, he looked particularly thin and pitiful. However, as soon as they took their first step into school, the bell rang. The dean of teaching was very strict with latecomers recently. He held a loudspeaker and shouted angrily, those who came in later, come over here and stand. You're late on Monday. What are you going to school for? A group of students who were in a hurry wailed and gave up resisting. They silently stood in a row at the door like a welcoming party. Xianxia sighed in his heart. His luck was really bad. Renwenhan next to him was still crying and sobbing. Brother you, I'm sorry. I implicated you. Xianxia chewed on the candy. It's not your fault. I'm in a bad mood. Thank you for sending me a group of people to vent my anger. Renwenhan stared at him blankly. The young man's side profile stood tall and handsome in the golden morning light. He was also wearing a school uniform, but there was a kind of vigorous vitality around him. His attitude was lazy, and he was different from the others. His breathing stagnated, and he couldn't help but grip his school bag tightly. Someone next to him cursed, in the whole school, Master Miju is the only troublesome one. He even stood for a morning self-study session. When he leaves, I'm going to slip away. It was also him at Book Mountain House last time. Damn, I'll find a chance to beat him up. Put a gunny sack on him, block the street corner, and then frame Xianxia. Isn't he a school bully? Let's tell him what a school bully should do. He won't be stupid like him. I said he didn't have any sense of existence as a school bully. He was just a little awe-inspiring that day. Xianxia chewed on the candy with his tongue. He thought they were a group of idiots. The dean of teaching finally pulled back the person who tried to run away on the bicycle. He grabbed him by the collar and put him next to Xianxia. He sneered. Run? You still want to run? I've taught for so many years, and no student has ever run away from me. The bicycle student forced a smile. Teacher, I just helped an old lady cross the road. The dean of teaching, what a coincidence. The group of people in front also said the same thing. According to your words, an old lady passes by the red light at the school gate on average every minute. The bicycle student couldn't smile anymore. The dean of teaching held the loudspeaker and shouted at his face, you're late, but you're still quibbling. 5,000 words of self-criticism. After teaching this one a lesson, the dean of teaching took the loudspeaker and walked in front of Xianxia. He had a stomach full of words to teach bad students a lesson, but they all stopped when Xianxia looked up. The two of them stared at each other. The dean of teaching, why is it you again? It was the student who ran faster than a rabbit from Book Mountain House last time. Grandmaster Miju had always been impartial, and he wasn't afraid of Xianxia's background. He was upright, so why should he be afraid when the mayor asked, Xianxia, hello, teacher. The dean of teaching. Tell me, why are you late? Xianxia giggled. I went to do a good deed. What? A group of hooligans from number 13 high school bullied the students of number 1 high school. As a school bully, of course I had to lead the charge and stop this evil. Renwenhan's eyes were still red. He raised his hand weakly. I can prove it. The dean of teaching, Gao Feng and the others, when they heard the word school bully, they all turned their heads in unison. Like sunflowers, their eyes were full of shock. Song Yu? The first to shout was Gao Feng. Song Yu smiled. Hi. Gao Feng, F*ck, can you stop being so high? F*ck, I don't want to hear this word again in my life. The dean of teaching was skeptical. Suddenly, the principal's voice sounded behind him. What are you doing? Why are you all standing in a row? The dean of teaching turned around and found that not only the principal, but also 2 vice principals were behind a tall boy. Principal, I'm punishing the students who are late. The principal chuckled and said in a kind tone, but you don't have to stand at the door. The students still want to save face. Just ask them to go back and write a self-reflection. The dean of teaching. Yes. The students who were standing in a row subconsciously looked at the boy of the same age. His clothes were expensive, and his temperament was obviously pampered. His smile was gentle. While everyone was sizing him up, his gaze was fixed on Song Yu. His gaze was not very warm. Song Yu? Song Yu's eyes were cold. Xianxia didn't back down either. In fact, he had a good impression of Song Yu at first. He liked good-looking people, regardless of whether they were men or women. Song Yu's personality was also quite to his taste. He was cold and wild on the balcony, and it was probably very fun to play with him. But later on, Song Yu made his dislike for him so obvious that his liking faded. In the past, when he encountered such troublesome people, he would use some not-so-gentle methods to make them yield. But he was a member of the Song family, and he had too many scruples. The more he looked at them, the more annoyed he became. The principal also looked over and saw Song Yu. He was surprised. You. Song Yu, why are you late? The dean said angrily. He said he was late because of his bravery. Song Yu's eyes fell on Xianxia for a second and then he looked away. He said to the principal with a smile, well, I'm not just bravely helping others. I'm winning glory for the school. The dean gritted his teeth in anger. The principal sighed. Thinking of his illness, he shook his head. Sigh, you. Don't be late next time. He turned to the dean and said, Mr. Tian, students at this age also want to save face. Standing as punishment will delay the morning reading time. Ask them to go back first and write a self-reflection. The dean listened to the principal, but he was still unhappy with the group of late students. He turned his head and shouted through the loudspeaker, each of you write an 800-word self-reflection. Being late, skipping class, causing trouble, and fighting. Are you still students? You came to school and didn't study hard. How can you face your parents if you score last? Song Yu was dissatisfied when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, Mr. Tian, I ranked 88th in the monthly exam. This was the most boastful thing about him coming to Jing City No. 1 Middle School. No one was allowed to not know about it. Mr. Tian glared at him fiercely. You're so good. Xianxia watched from the side from beginning to end. His smile was clear and gentle, and he looked gentle. The principal remembered that these two were from a city and asked, do you know each other? Xianxia said lightly, no. The principal didn't think badly of it and said happily, then it seems that you've met before. The teaching building of the second year and the teaching building of the first year are not far away. You can be friends. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. After the dismissal, Song Yu strode to the teaching building with his books. Ren Wenhan ran after Song Yu with his school bag, panting. Brother Yu, brother Yu. When Song Yu went upstairs, he paused and looked down at him in confusion. What's wrong? Ren Wenhan's fair face was a little red. His eyes were watery under the lens, and he was a little shy. She rummaged through her bag and passed him a bottle of milk. She whispered, thank you. His fingers were trembling, and it seemed like he was extremely embarrassed. Song Yu thought to herself, wow, this guy really gets shy easily. He felt that if he refused, this person's eyes would turn red like a rabbit's again, so he took the milk considerately. You're welcome. Ren Wenhan smiled shyly and walked away with his school bag. Songyu entered class 1 with a bottle of milk. The classroom, which was originally noisy during the morning self-study session, fell silent for a second the moment he entered. With a book in one hand and a glass of milk in the other, Songyu sat down. Ma Xiaoding was depressed. "Brother Yu, why did you leave alone today? I have so many questions to ask you." Songyu rolled his eyes. "I just don't want to answer your bullshit questions." Shi Bowen's gaze fell on Songyu's hand. "Hey, when did brother Yu start drinking milk in the morning?" Songyu didn't think much of it. "I helped a little boy. He gave me a gift." Ma Xiaoding exclaimed and took the lead in clapping. "How can there be such a handsome and nice man like brother Yu in this world?" Songyu ignored him. The seat next to him was empty. He tilted his head and asked, "Where's Xia Sui?" Shi Bowen explained, "God Xia was called over by the homeroom teacher. The top student of the grade always has an endless number of teachers." "Oh." Songyu inserted the straw into the milk bottle and took a sip of the warm milk. His eyes were staring at the blackboard, and he was a little absent-minded. Although they chatted calmly online and acted as if nothing had happened between them, he was still obsessed with the word "like" from Xia Sui. Wanting to kiss you, liking you, it's instinctive. What does that mean? Even though he was biased towards Xia Sui because she was afraid of the lack of love and was overly grateful to him, he thought that she didn't really like him. However, when he saw her face to face on Monday, his imagination ran wild again and he was even a little confused. How should he treat Xia Sui in the future? How should he correct his misconception? When the bell rang, Xia Sui came back from the office. Songyu held the milk bottle and stared at him, inch by inch. The familiar face, eyelashes, nose, lips, and the familiar coldness and alienation. However, after hearing his confession, he felt a little different. His gaze met a pair of dark and deep eyes. Xia Sui stared at him and smiled faintly. "Did you count correctly this time?" Songyu bit the straw and froze. He drank the milk, and there was a little milky white around his lips. Xia Sui's eyes darkened slightly. Songyu looked embarrassed. Last time, he could still calmly answer that he was counting his eyelashes. This time, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After being stunned for a moment, he silently turned his head and pretended that nothing had happened. Xia Sui raised her eyebrows and asked, "When did you start drinking milk?" Songyu didn't answer yet. Ma Xiaoding said, "A little boy gave it to me to repay his kindness. TSK, my brother Yu is really kind. He likes to stand up for others and help the weak." Songyu's mood was complicated. He corrected her hesitantly. "Not always." Ma Xiaoding said, "Brother Yu, don't be so modest." Xia Sui seemed to care about this question and asked casually, "What did you help him with?" Songyu didn't dare to look him in the eyes. "I helped him drive away a group of hooligans from number 13 high school." Xia Sui was silent for a while and laughed. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. What a coincidence. "Songyu, what? You also helped me drive away a group of hooligans once." Xia Sui's eyes were bottomless. She asked faintly, "Are you so nice to everyone?" Songyu could sense that Xia Sui was definitely not in a good mood. Ma Xiaoding was a professional who had tricked him for 10 years. Of course, she didn't let him down. "God Xia, you're the only one among us who is not qualified to ask this question. Brother Yu put in a lot of effort to be your deskmate. His kindness to you is obvious to all." Shi Bowen pursed his lips. "Thank you, God, for being so nice to brother Yu. The whole class can see that." Songyu gritted his teeth. Finally, under his cold gaze, the two of them silently shut up. They put up their language books and began to recite the text. Xia Sui said, "Let's talk?" Songyu said in a muffled voice, "There's nothing to talk about." Xia Sui chuckled and didn't say anything. However, his last gaze made Songyu straighten his back. Songyu frowned. He thought gloomily, "I'd better stay away from him first." He was so nice to Xia Sui that he mistakenly thought that he liked her. Stay away so that he could think more clearly. Songyu was especially serious in class that day. He didn't look sideways and was upright. After class, he buried his head in his books and didn't say a word to Xia Sui. Ma Xiaoding didn't notice that something was wrong, but Shiboan frowned and bumped Ma Xiaoting's arm. Don't you think that there's something wrong between brother Yu and God Xia? Ma Xiaoting, ah? Where? Shiboan let out a sigh of exasperation. Song Yu was doing the questions. He got the question wrong no matter how he calculated it. He couldn't understand the answer even if he looked at it. He subconsciously wanted to ask Xia Sui, but before he could say anything, he immediately shut his mouth. After being inexplicably silent, it would be especially awkward if he spoke again. Thus, Song Yu turned around and put the practice question on Shiboan's desk. He took a pen and wrote. Explain this step to me. Shiboan? This was the first time brother Yu had asked him a question. What should he do? He was in a complicated mood. Ma Xiaoting? No, brother Yu, don't you have the top student in the grade as your private tutor? Why didn't you ask such an amazing student, Song Yu? Take a look and see if you can solve it. Shiboan's hand trembled slightly. Although Xia Sui didn't look over or look back, he felt that the air was a little colder. He didn't dare to solve this question. Shiboan wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Yu, you should ask God Xia. Song Yu, oh. He took back his pen and didn't say anything. He silently studied by himself. After this, Ma Xiaoting finally reacted. F*ck, he really didn't say anything. Wasn't the morning self-study session fine? Shiboan comforted his little heart. I told you just now, but you didn't believe me. Now you can see. I'm also depressed. Ma Xiaoting's mouth was wide open. Suddenly, something appeared in his mind. He was so shocked that he dropped the book and smashed it on his face. No way, is it really that secret? Shiboan pricked up his ears and lowered his voice. What? Ma Xiaoting looked pained. God Xia made brother Yu cry. Do you know that? Shiboan, after class, Song Yu took his book and walked straight to the apartment. When he left the teaching building, he quickened his pace and walked faster and faster. After entering the corridor, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his arm was suddenly grabbed and pulled back. A tall figure approached. Xia Sui's voice was cold. Why are you avoiding me? The corridor was very narrow. Their breaths intertwined. Song Yu took a step back and leaned against the wall. He felt suffocated. Xia Sui smiled, but his eyes were slightly cold. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Song Yu wouldn't admit that such a childish Cold War was caused by him. He stumbled and changed the topic. Well, what explanation? Xia Sui said indifferently, didn't you say to pretend that nothing happened? Song Yu choked. He didn't know how to explain his feelings to him. Damn, I was afraid that you hadn't thought it through. I wanted to stay away from you and give you enough time to calm down. Xia Sui's eyes were dark. He smiled. I'm very calm. Song Yu smashed the pot and closed his eyes. I'm not calm, okay? After saying that, he ran straight up the stairs, crossing 3 steps in 1 step. It was almost as if he was fleeing. He didn't know if his words were effective or if Xia Sui was angry because of him. Anyway, the atmosphere was just like that. Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if the two of them had returned to the feeling of strangers, even more so than when they were near the water. Xia Sui had regained his cold temperament that kept strangers away. In the past, he would still smile, but now he didn't have any expression. His gaze inadvertently swept past him with a hint of coldness. Ma Xiaoting and Shiboan trembled and didn't dare to speak. Once people cared about something, it would be infinitely magnified. Song Yu actually felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. F*ck, he wanted the two of them to stay away from each other. In the end, it was like a couple quarreling. The more you want to ignore it, the more you care. For example, when he was reciting books, Xia Sui was writing. The rustling of the pen was particularly provocative. Student Song Yu, tell me, this is the last multiple-choice question. Do you choose A or B? His attention in class was all on Xia Sui. Song Yu only woke up when he was suddenly called to answer the question. The chemistry teacher had already noticed that he was distracted and deliberately called him up. Song Yu pursed his lips and looked at the aluminum calculation question. He didn't hear a single word just now. How could he know the answer? Xiaxia was indeed his nemesis. A cold voice sounded in his ear. Songyu was stunned. He looked down and saw that Xiaxia didn't even look at him. She looked up at the blackboard with a cold face. You said A, and it's A? A nameless fire surged in Songyu's heart. I choose B. The whole class gasped. The chemistry teacher widened his eyes and knocked on the blackboard with the blackboard eraser. He was exasperated. You still choose B? I just talked about the chemical properties of aluminum for 20 minutes. Didn't you listen? Aluminum is an amphoteric metal. Don't you know the basics? Don't keep glancing at your deskmate in class, okay? Listen to the class and look at me. The whole class, Songyu, F***CK. The last physical education class was taken over by old Ching. He treated it as a class lesson and briefly talked about the lecture in the auditorium that night. In high school, everyone will more or less face some problems. Parents, old friends, classmates. This time, Teacher Zhang from the psychological consultation room will be giving a speech to everyone. Tonight, at 7 p.m., everyone will go and listen. I will take attendance at that time, so you all better be careful. Originally, everyone was complaining that the physical education class was taken over. However, when they heard that the evening self-study class was taken over by the lecture, they instantly became excited again. In order to avoid Xiaxia, he didn't go back to his apartment for dinner. Instead, he ate spicy hot pot with Ma Shouting and Shi Bowen in a shop on the back street. Ma Shouting, brother you, what happened between you and God Xie? Songyu, nothing. How could Ma Shouting believe him? You two quarreled because of what happened at the internet cafe that night? Heavens, did Xianxia do something to you in secret? Did he hit you? Songyu stuffed a string of fish balls into his mouth. Shut up. There was a table of girls next to them. They were in their second year of high school and were excitedly discussing the new transfer student. There's a handsome guy in class 1. He's really handsome. He's tall and handsome, has a gentle temperament, and smiles at everyone. I've seen him before. He's so gentle. He's my type. Don't let your imagination run wild. I think he's from a city. His family background is so good that you can't imagine it. Just take a look. Sigh, why are handsome guys so hard to woo these days? Songyu bit a string of kelp with a cold expression. Qin Mo was indeed used to hiding himself with a gentle appearance. Shi Bowen wiped his glasses with a tissue and asked carefully, Brother Yu, when will you and God Xie reconcile? Actually, he wanted to ask when Brother Yu would stop being angry. He felt that God Xie didn't take the quarrel seriously. It was Brother Yu who had been holding it in. Songyu stared at him coldly. We're not quarreling. Shi Bowen. Okay, you're not quarreling. You're just having fun. There was a psychology lecture in the evening. Songyu went back to class first and planned to take a look at a set of homework. Ma Shouting, of course, followed him obediently. Since God Xie wasn't here, let him deal with Brother Yu's loneliness. When they arrived at the classroom, there weren't many people there. There was only a girl with a familiar name, Lin Xianxia. Lin Xianxia was obviously stunned when she saw them. Then, she smiled in surprise. Brother Yu. Oh my god, what a coincidence. Songyu stood at the door. He was a little stunned by her sparkling eyes. He forced himself to maintain his expression. What's the matter? Lin Xianxia smiled so widely that her canine teeth were exposed. Her eyes were as bright as the hairpin in her hair. She quickly took out a pink envelope from her bag. She smiled embarrassedly and said, I was just asked to deliver a love letter. No one in class saw you. What a coincidence. Even the heavens are helping that girl. Ma Shouting clicked her tongue twice and whistled happily. Songyu's gaze fell on the envelope in her hand. It was a light pink with green vines circling around the edges. There were roses blooming. It seemed to be faintly discernible, and there was a fragrance. To my husband, Brother Yu. The 6 words were delicate and playful, revealing the worries of a young girl. Lin Xianxia said, a girl in class 5 gave it to me. She knows me, so I was too embarrassed to refuse. She covered her face. Fortunately, Xianxia isn't here. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have the courage to give it to him. This was the first time that Songyu had received a love letter. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. They were both handsome, but Xiaxue was full of love letters. He just didn't have any peach blossoms. Of course, Songyu didn't particularly care about this. Ma shouting blindly cheered, "Brother Yu. I think it's okay." Songyu returned the love letter and said, "I don't think it's okay." Lin Shuangqiu blinked. "Brother Yu?" Songyu said, "I can't accept this. It's not right to throw it away or keep it. It's quite awkward. You should return it to her." Ma shouting, "Brother Yu, you're hurting her heart." Songyu was only stunned for a second. He quickly reacted and said casually, "Tell her that although she might not meet someone better than me in the future, the fact that she likes me proves that she has good taste. Just this point alone is enough to make her proud and happy. Tell her not to be sad." Ma shouting? Lin Shuangqiu couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, hubby. Songyu. Don't call her little sister." On the way to the auditorium, Ma shouting chattered nonstop. "Brother Yu is still so good. I'll accept it if you want it. But it's also true. Brother Yu, you must have had a lot of people since you were young. You're so good at rejecting people." Songyu was stunned. He was so good at rejecting people. He frowned, and his clear eyes were confused for a moment. So, why did he need so much time to calm down? The auditorium was very big. It could accommodate all 3 grades. They were arranged according to their grades, and the grade 1 students sat at the front. The lecture hadn't started yet, so the girls sat in their seats and chatted. Liang Yingying said, "Is it because you're prejudiced? Why do I feel that Qinemo is quite good?" Jiang Chenian drank his milk tea. "Not good at all. He's so hypocritical." "Ugh." Liang Yingying widened his eyes. "What happened to you?" Before Jiang Chenian could start speaking, he shifted his gaze and almost choked on the pearls in his milk tea. "Is that Xianxia?" They followed his gaze and looked over. Xiaxue was sitting in the corner. Beside her stood a girl with slightly curly long hair and a light blue V-neck dress that revealed her exquisite collarbone. Bai Xuexin. Song. You walked to their row. Before he sat down, he heard Jiang Chenian shout, "Brother Yu, come quickly. Bai Xuexin is seducing your man." "Ah, I mean deskmate." "Song Yu. Could he be quiet for a while, Liang Yingying?" "Who's Bai Xuexin?" Jiang Chenian stopped drinking her milk tea. Her eyes lit up when she saw Song Yu, and she waved her hands enthusiastically. Liang Yingying thought that she was crazy. She dared to provoke Brother Yu after the KTV incident last time. "Did she want to die?" Jiang Chenian said, "Brother Yu, come quickly. Bai Xuexin is such a scheming woman. I'm afraid that Xianxia won't be able to handle her." Song Yu walked to the back row and sat down naturally. "What can't he handle?" Before Jiang Chenian could speak, Liang Yingying covered her mouth and stopped her from courting death. He smiled apologetically. "Brother Yu is right. Xia's nickname as the Flower of High Mountains is not for nothing. If he's so easily seduced, he's definitely not an abstinent Prince Charming." Song Yu was stunned. He lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at her. When he heard the words "Flower of High Mountains," some inexplicable scenes flashed through his mind. It was the young man's half-smile under the street lamp, and his drawn-out voice. He stared at her and said, "I couldn't help but feel aroused. At that time, I felt that the atmosphere was ambiguous. Now, my heart was in a mess." More than 10 minutes later, the lecture was about to start, and people came in one after another. On Song Yu's right was their class monitor, a fat and strong boy. He looked left and right, scratched his head awkwardly, and smiled. "Brother Yu, do you want me to make room for Xianxia later?" It was no wonder he said that. From the beginning of school until now, these 2 influential figures had always been inseparable. It was obvious to all that they had a good relationship. He subconsciously thought that the seat next to Song Yu was for Xiaxue. When the class monitor said this, many people in class 1 turned their heads to look at them. They were especially surprised when they realized that there was half a hall between Songyu and Xiaosui. Songyu raised his eyebrows and looked puzzled. Why should I make room for him? The class monitor looked silly. Ah? I thought God Xia would be sitting next to you later. Songyu glanced at Xiaosui. Bai Shuoxin was standing next to Xiaosui. She was talking with her head lowered. There was only a little light in the dark, but it outlined the girl's beautiful figure and delicate skin. Xiaosui initially ignored her, but after hearing something, she tilted her head and glanced at her. From this angle, the young man was cold and elegant while the young woman was bright and moving. They were quite a match. With a hammer. Songyu retracted his gaze. No, he's not coming over. Of course, the campus bell is more important. The class leader could only laugh dryly, ha ha ha. Xianxia was exasperated. Even if you don't have such thoughts, brother you can't let your good brother be ruined by this kind of person. Also, with your tone, no one would believe that you're not jealous. When she got up to throw the milk tea away, she took a detour and found a trash can. After listening to a few words, she looked as if she had discovered a new continent and quickly ran back. Brother you, hurry up and save Xiaxin. He shouted enthusiastically. Songyu, little girl, why are you so dramatic? Ma Shouting's love for Jiang Chenian had already disappeared with the wind along with her true appearance. But after all, the feelings of a young man were always poetic, so he responded, what's wrong? What happened? That bad woman wants to kidnap Xiaxin? Jiang Chenian was filled with righteous indignation. She's brainwashing Xiaxin. She's even claiming to be his relative. I'm convinced. She even used Qin Mo to talk about this. Hearing these two words, Songyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes cold. What did she say about Qin Mo? Jiang Chenian really refreshed his understanding of Bai Shuoxin. She probably knows that if she wants to talk to Xiaxin, she can only start with you, so she talked about you and Qin Mo at the banquet. Songyu turned around and patted the class leader's shoulder. The class leader tilted her head and was startled by Songyu's frosty expression. Brother you. Make way, I'm going out to do something. The class leader suddenly stood up, sucked in her stomach, and tried to shrink her body to make way for Songyu. Looking at Songyu's back, she knew at first glance that he was going to look for trouble. The class leader touched her head with her chubby hand again, dumbfounded. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain, in a corner of the auditorium. Bai Shuoxin stood gracefully, her smile extremely sweet. Ever since the banquet last time, she had become more determined to win Xiaosui's heart. She didn't expect Songyu to be the young master of the Song family in a city. After returning home, she was uneasy for a long time, filled with regret and hatred, but after being scolded like that, she didn't dare to see Songyu again. But she couldn't let the impression remain bad. It was better to start with Xiaosui. The two of them had a good relationship. If she became Xiaosui's girlfriend, there would always be a chance to slowly change her impression of him. Besides, she liked Xiaosui very much. Up close, the young man's eyebrows and eyes were even more fascinating. His expression was languid and cold, but in her eyes, it was extremely sexy. His head was slightly tilted, his eyes were dark, and his lips were very thin. She felt suffocated, and her heart kept beating nonstop. After taking a deep breath, she said the script that she had prepared for a long time. Thank God, I said some bad things last time. I think I should apologize. I'm sorry. Bai Shuoxin's face was slightly red. She whispered, you're right. I shouldn't have mentioned Brother Yu. I really don't deserve it. Brother Yu is so gentle and so outstanding. I can't be as good as Brother Yu in my life. My brain went haywire. She scratched her hair, looking a little delicate and cute. But this doesn't conflict with me wanting to be good to you and wanting your contact information. He's your best friend, and I want to be the girl closest to you. Xiaosui leaned back in his chair and glanced at her casually. His expression was cold, and it was difficult to tell whether he was happy or angry. Bai Shuoxin clenched her fists when he looked at her. Her breathing quickened. She felt that she was putting on a clumsy performance, and the only audience didn't even care to criticize her. However, the more Xiaosui acted like this, the more excited she became. After openly confessing her love, Bai Shuoxin became bolder. She smiled shyly and innocently. Actually, I shouldn't have done all those things that day. I should have confessed to you directly. Thank God, can you give me a chance? I know about you from my aunt. She married into the Su family, so I more or less know about your mother. Aunt Su. I want to be good to you because I feel sorry for you. I want to find out more about you, your junior high school, and your past. I feel sorry for you, who faced those things alone, and I also feel sorry for you, who grew up alone. Even if you don't like me, I want to be good to you so that I won't feel so bad. Xiesui looked behind her casually. When he saw a familiar figure, his eyes narrowed, and the disgust in his heart disappeared instantly. In order to pursue you, I even asked Brother Yu how to get close to you. Brother Yu said that you two hit it off at first sight. She finally realized that only when the topic of Song Yu was mentioned, the young man in front of her would look at her and deliberately bring her to that topic. I originally thought that Brother Yu was lying to me, until I met Brother Yu at a dinner party last week. He really made people feel close to him at first sight. The new transfer student from a city, Qin Mo, also greeted Brother Yu first among the crowd. You hit it off at first sight, but can we develop feelings for each other over time? Bai Shuoxin flipped her hair and smiled. Give me a chance. Let me give you all my gentleness. Can I sit next to you today? She looked at Xiesui expectantly with a sweet smile. However, before she could get a reply, she heard a sneer behind her. The young man's voice was lazy. Yang. That won't be necessary. The voice was very familiar, and it brought back very embarrassing memories. Bai Shuoxin's body stiffened instantly, and her face turned pale. Xiesui laughed, and the cold look on her face disappeared. The auditorium was a staircase. Song Yu slowly walked down from the top, wearing a school uniform and chewing on a candy. He looked at her strangely. What's your gentleness? Is it pouring wine? Bai Shuoxin panicked when she saw Song Yu. She tried to maintain her expression, but her eyes slowly turned red. Brother Yu, Song Yu said naturally, move back a little. The seat next to him is mine. He looked at Xiesui condescendingly and said in a threatening tone, make way. Xiesui smiled, but she didn't do as he wished. She only asked teasingly, is there enough time? Song Yu? Then he reacted quickly. Oh, time. He was asking for time to calm down. Song Yu, F*ck. I'm helping you reject a suitor with ulterior motives. What are you doing? Are you making things difficult for me? Is this the right time to talk about this? Bai Shuoxin stood next to him and stared at him without blinking. Her expression was pitiful. Song Yu didn't want to embarrass himself, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He said vaguely and coldly, yes. Xiesui, not hiding anymore? Song Yu stared at him. Yes. Xiesui, have you calmed down? Song Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Yes. Are you done yet? Xiesui couldn't help but laugh. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and it made people's hearts tremble. His eyes were full of smiles, pure and clear. He got up. Come in. Bai Shuoxin was stunned. Song Yu finally sat next to him, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Bai Shuoxin was gritting her teeth. She had put in so much effort and said so much, but Xiesui didn't even want to respond to her. Why, but she couldn't say anything. The other person was Song Yu, and he couldn't afford to offend her either. Song Yu had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He looked up and said coldly, is there anything else? Bai Shuoxin didn't dare to provoke him. Her eyes were red, and she looked very aggrieved and weak. No. Nothing. Brother Yu, are you still angry with me? Song Yu was impatient. You're thinking too much. He couldn't even remember her name. Bai Shuoxin's face turned red and white. Her nails dug into her flesh. She smiled stiffly and left. Only he and Xiesui were left. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. However, when he rejected the love letter, he had already thought it through. Now, he could remain calm. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't his fault that he was too popular. Running away wouldn't solve the problem. Why was the person who confessed so calm, but the person who was confessed to panicked and nervous? Songyu stared ahead for a long time. After organizing his words, he tilted his head and asked, "What did she say to you just now?" Xiaxue was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "She said you felt like old friends at first sight." Songyu, that's it? Xiaxue, yes. Songyu, she didn't mention Chinemo? Xiaxue raised her eyebrows, stared at him, and asked, "Did something happen between you and Chinemo?" Songyu breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. No. He and Qin Mo's enemy were especially jealous when they met. The first time they met, they started a fight. What else could happen? Even if something happened, it would be a bloody incident. It was best that Bai Shuaxin didn't talk about Qin Mo. Songyu muttered, "I hope you don't meet this person in your life. It's best if you don't even hear his name." Xiaxue's heart softened, and she smiled. "Well, I won't like the person you hate." Songyu's light-colored pupils instantly lit up. But halfway through the smile, he remembered the inexplicable quarrel some time ago and instantly poured cold water on it. He felt that Song Weining might be right. He was a troublemaker, an impatient troublemaker. He looked up hesitantly and awkwardly, looked at Xiaxue, opened his mouth, and stopped talking. Xiaxue stared at him quietly, then suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, I haven't thought about what you said that day." Songyu was surprised. Huh? Xiaxue, what you said last time, whether I really like him or not. What I said last time, whether I really like him or not. Songyu almost fell into the chair in front of him. His face was hot, and he was flustered. He stammered, "Well, I think what I said should be right." "You don't like him. You definitely don't like him." Xiaxue paid attention to every detail of him. His evasive eyes, disorderly breathing, and slightly red ears when he was nervous. A trace of a smile flashed across her dark eyes, and gentleness spread out. Why was this kid still so stubborn? Songyu stammered and was almost speechless. Xiaxue stared at him and said slowly, "Actually, it's not important." Songyu. Huh? Xiaxue winked at him and smiled. "It doesn't matter whether I like you or not. We're getting along well now, aren't we?" Songyu was dumbfounded and nodded along with him. Xiaxue said with a helpless smile, "So, just pretend that nothing happened that night. Don't worry about it anymore, okay? Even I feel bad seeing you holding your breath." Songyu was speechless. Why did everyone think that he was the one holding his breath? But when he heard Xiaxue's words and looked into his eyes that were as deep as a black pool, Songyu immediately lowered his head unnaturally and said vaguely, "Okay. Forget it. Who cares? Just let it go." At this moment, the teacher walked in and stood on the podium. First, he touched the microphone, and the sound of hello rang out in the empty auditorium. Instantly, the chatter disappeared. The psychology teacher said with a smile, "Okay, it's 8 o'clock in the evening. Please quiet down. Before we start today's lecture, I'll show you a video." As soon as she finished speaking, all the lights in the auditorium dimmed. Soft, slow, and pleasant music filled the hall. On the screen, a train passing through a field of rapeseed flowers appeared. The sky was blue, and paper airplanes flew over the telephone poles. The picture was warm and beautiful. Songyu was watching attentively when he suddenly heard Xiaxue's lazy laughter. "But, I found out something that day." In the dark, Songyu's ears twitched. He was a little confused. In order not to disturb others, he leaned over and whispered, "What did you find out?" Xiaxue leaned over and whispered calmly in his ear, "What is the hope of the long years?" Songyu was slightly stunned. The last sentence he said in the KTV adventure came back to his mind. "Since I met you, the stars in the sky have been overshadowed. Since I kissed you, there is hope for the long years." Songyu, F***CK. Fortunately, Xiaxue couldn't see his hot face in the dark. In order to prove himself, Songyu suppressed the surging in his heart and said in a calm voice, "Really?" Xiaxue, "Yes." Songyu learned to be as indifferent as he was. "That's good. With hope, the days can be happier. So, how are you going to repay me?" Xiaxue chuckled. Songyu learned to be smart this time. Let's make it clear first. I don't want to repay you with my body. If you repay me with your body, that would be biting the hand that feeds you. Oh, he widened his eyes. His lips were touched by a cold and slender hand, and a candy was stuffed into his mouth. It was mint, cold and sweet. He was stunned. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "This is the taste I tasted that night. Is this enough to repay me?" Xianxia felt like his soul was being pulled out. His breathing was very tight, and the mint candy in his mouth couldn't calm his beating heart. In the dark, her light brown eyes widened slightly and were filled with tears. After a long time, there was a soft swallowing sound. Xianxia hid his panic and said, "That's enough." He sat up straight and didn't want to provoke Xianxia anymore. With a cold face and a blank mind, he quietly listened to the lecture. After the video ended, the lights came on again. A group of people in the auditorium sat lazily, and some were already bored and sleepy, yawning. In the beginning of the psychology lecture, there was a lot of talk about the pressure of high school and the communication gap with parents. Later on, when it came to interpersonal relationships between students, the psychology teacher talked about puppy love. She took the topic and said with a smile, "Speaking of puppy love, when I was in the counseling room, I always met a child who was blinded by love and told me about their confusion. 80% of them were girls. Should you be in puppy love? Actually, I don't recommend you to be in a relationship now. The most important thing is that you are still too young to distinguish between love and liking." Xianxia perked up. F***ck, this simply touched the bottom of his heart. "Teacher, please continue. Tell the person next to him." Psychology teacher, liking and love are two different things. What is liking? There must be someone around you who shines. Maybe it's because he's handsome, humorous, or has good grades, but your eyes can't help but be attracted to his brilliance. You subconsciously pay attention to him and get close to him. Xianxia was more excited than anyone else. Yes, yes. Yes. Handsome, humorous, good grades, damn, why does he have all of that? Psychology teacher, this kind of hazy emotion is liking, but it's extremely simple. It's like liking a flower. You can slowly appreciate it by the side, but you don't have to have it. Xianxia, yes, yes, yes. Pure and simple, don't think too much, student Xia. The psychology teacher smiled and looked in their direction. It's normal to like someone when you're a student. He can even be your motivation to become better. This is a light and unburdened youth's heart, an unforgettable memory on the road of youth. But love is different. Love is accompanied by responsibility, and it represents a relationship that needs to be managed. At your age, you can't bear the responsibility, and you don't have the time to manage it. After all, you're still fighting for the future. Xianxia, clap, clap, clap. They had already started clapping. The psychology teacher had noticed this young man early in the morning and had been watching him from the beginning to the end. Everyone in the audience was either playing with their phones, sleeping, or whispering. The psychology teacher was very gratified that someone was so supportive. She looked at Xianxia with a gentle and kind gaze and smiled. "The little handsome guy on the far left of the 7th row seems to agree with what I said very much. Pass the microphone to that handsome guy and tell me your views on puppy love." Xianxia's clapping hand froze. Xianxia, who had been watching his performance, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. The psychology teacher passed the microphone to the person in the first row. The entire auditorium was silent for a few seconds. Everyone subconsciously looked over to see which unlucky person was there, but their eyes froze immediately. They were so scared that their eyeballs were about to fall out. F***ck. Brother you. After a short gasp, the auditorium fell silent. The microphone was passed to Xianxia. He stood up under the gaze of thousands of people. The young man was wearing a school uniform and holding the microphone. His fair face was cold and his expression was very stiff. It was just that he had always been rumored to be a cold and heartless scumbag, so no one could tell that something was wrong. The psychology teacher smiled. "Don't be nervous. Just casually say something about puppy love." "Xianxia. Can I say anything?" The psychology teacher said, "Yes." Suddenly, there were more laughter in the auditorium. Someone blindly kicked up a fuss. Student, please tell us your criteria for choosing a partner. The person next to him laughed and scolded, are you asking for a beating? Immediately, a girl asked excitedly, handsome guy, have you ever been in love? After everyone laughed heartily, the handsome young man became a joke, shouting from all directions. Handsome guy, do you like short hair or long hair? Handsome guy, are you in love? The psychology teacher saw that the atmosphere was stirred up and was very satisfied. The more she looked at Xianxia, the more she liked him. She joked, I'm just saying a few words. I saw that you kept supporting me just now, so you must have benefited a lot. Actually, he didn't benefit much. Xianxia lowered his head and glanced at the people who were watching the show. He held the microphone and said, is it about puppy love? The psychology teacher smiled and nodded. Xianxia said seriously, I personally don't agree with this kind of behavior. The auditorium, wow. Xianxia, what's there to talk about in love? Is there too little homework? Weekly exams, monthly exams, midterm exams, climbing to the peak of learning is the real joy and meaning of life. The auditorium, Xianxia couldn't help but clap. The auditorium was too quiet, so the only applause was very crisp. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and sucked in a breath of cold air again. Wasn't that their school hunk and academic god? However, their cold and aloof school hunk was smiling more happily than ever. His eyes were curved as if there were stars in them. Xianxia tilted his head and glared at him fiercely. You still have the cheek to clap? The psychology teacher was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of relief. This student's ideological awareness is really high. Did everyone hear that? I think it's very correct. This is the goal that you should have in high school. Study hard, climb to the peak of learning, and win a good future for yourself. Only then can you better welcome love. Someone next to him laughed. Climb to the peak of learning? Brother you, are you going to take first place in the grade? Xianxia didn't answer. Someone in the group repeated her words. Take first place in the grade. That's really too easy for brother you. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia sat down and asked the top student of the grade, who was standing at the peak of learning. Is it very funny? The top student of the grade smiled and shook his head. He answered very indifferently, no, I just think that you're right. Study hard and don't fall in love. In the back seat of the auditorium, where the second year of high school was sitting, Xianxia leaned against his seat. When Xianxia stood up, he sneered and looked over a little, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. But when he looked over, he froze slightly and couldn't look away. He didn't look at Xianxia, but at the person next to him. Even if he was sitting casually, he was different from the rest. He was wearing a school uniform and had a tall and straight figure. His facial features were exquisite, but not soft. Instead, there was a kind of coldness that was like a knife hidden in a snowy night. His eyebrows and eyes curved slightly, and that aggressive aura dissipated. Xianxia sat next to him, gritting his teeth and saying something. Xianxia listened carefully. His eyes were gentle and smiling, as if he was drunk with thousands of stars. Xianxia's fingers paused, and his amber eyes slowly darkened. His fake smile, which had always been gentle, was very meaningful at this moment. Who is he? Next to him was a group of people from the first class of high school who rushed to curry favor with him. They were all from good families in Jing City and thought that they were noble, so they said in a very disdainful tone, Young Master Qin, are you asking about the person next to Xianxia? His name is Xianxia, the top student in the first year of high school. He is also the new school hunk of number 1 middle school. They thought that they were born extraordinary, so they didn't appreciate those who were good at studying. They even faintly looked down on this kind of bookworm. Xianxia's speech just now was a joke. Xianxia slowly muttered these two words, Xia. Sway, the corners of his lips curled up, and his gaze was deep as if he was looking at prey. Interesting. Jing City number 1 Middle School Forum. Today's speech, Brother You, climbing the peak of learning is the real joy and meaning of life. Main post, I don't know what to say. Sister downstairs, come on. 1L, do you want to hear this kind of explanation, Brother You? I want to be first in the grade. God Xia, then I will be first in the grade. 2L, ha 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 ha, I covered my mouth to stop myself from laughing in the auditorium. 3L, Suiyu is real, I'm tired of saying it. 4L, the Fujoshi has finished speaking. Now let's invite Yuhei to come on stage. Anyway, you guys are never separated, dog head. 5L, let me politely say something. I beg him to stop studying. He is torturing himself and torturing us. As a school bully, just be a good boy, okay? Damn, he has nothing to do all day long and helps the weak. This school bully is like a security guard. Did the security room give you money? 6L, ha 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 ha, brother you, I am a security guard. I only eat 3 meals a day. 7L, brother you, I am a security guard. I have a dream, I want to climb to the peak of learning. 8L, but speaking of which, brother you is really low-key as a school bully. In the past, when Xianxia was a school bully, he went to the neighboring number 13 middle school to fight on average once a week. It was called a bloody storm. 9L, actually, brother you has never admitted his identity as a school bully. He only cares about whether he is a top student or not. Like an old mother hating iron for not becoming steel, alas, this disappointing stinky brother. Songyu really wanted to get rid of that idiot, Chin Mo, but he couldn't find a way. He could only endure it for now. Fortunately, the teaching buildings of the first and second years were not too close, so they wouldn't bump into each other. It wasn't too bad. The weather turned to autumn, and the osmanthus flowers in the school bloomed. During class, the wind outside blew into the classroom, bringing with it a faint cool fragrance. During the class meeting, the class monitor handed out the registration form for the sports meet. He stood on the podium and cleared his throat. This is the first sports meet in our senior high school. Everyone, give me some face and sign up casually. The most important thing is to participate. Just go through the motions and it doesn't matter if you're last. Songyu wasn't interested. After all, the midterm exams were coming. He had to revise seriously and continue to maintain his image as a top student. However, when the registration form was handed out, the sports committee member recognized him. He eagerly chased away the students in front of him and enthusiastically invited him to participate. Brother you, sign up for the sports meet. Songyu held a pen and refused. I'm not going. I want to revise and prepare for the midterm exams. The sports committee member was unwilling. Brother you're so good at fighting. You must be good at sports too. Don't waste such good talent. Let's win glory for the class. Songyu clicked his tongue. If I get first place in the grade, won't I win glory for the class? Brother the sports committee member was pitiful. Of course, Songyu was stubborn but soft-hearted. He couldn't stand the stare of a strong man like the sports committee member. He signed up blindly and signed up for the long-distance run. He had always kept his promises in his heart and worked hard to fulfill them. After signing up, he didn't idle around. After school, he would run a few laps on the field. It was boring to run alone. Of course, he would drag Xiaxia along. After a long time, there would be a group of girls watching and laughing at the sports stadium every time school ended. They would also take photos while they were at it. The boys felt that this was a good opportunity to show off in front of the girls and get rid of their single status. Therefore, more and more people came to play basketball. For a week, the field was very lively. The sun set behind the teaching building, and the evening glow dyed the sky red. A group of teenagers were playing football on the field. They were full of youthful energy and were full of vitality. On the outer track. After running 10 laps, Songyu felt a little tired and began to walk. The young man's black hair was slightly wet with sweat, and his fair face was a little red after the exercise. Songyu calmed down and began to complain to Xiaxia about the recent events. Why is there so much trouble when it comes to exams? Shiboan had joined the debate club and was frantically trying to get me to join. It seemed to be a tradition every year. This month, he would be competing with the students from Qingnan Second High School. Shiboan said that since I was so good at fighting, I must be a seated player. I think he's courting death. Xiaxia walked with him and asked with a smile, you didn't agree? Songyu, of course we can't agree. Do you know what their topic is this time? Is the inner spirit more important or is the outer wealth more important? Jing City number 1 middle school chose wealth as the most important thing. This topic was simply aimed at me. After all, I regard money as dung. At such a young age, I have a fortune of hundreds of millions before leaving school, and I didn't even rely on my parents. Xianxia held back her laughter. Did you rely on your own dreams? Songyu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. The corners of his lips sank into 2 shallow dimples. Why are you so smart? It's almost the same. I made it up myself. Songyu continued to talk about the debate competition. The topic of this year's debate competition is really boring. It's far less challenging than last year's. Do you know what last year's topic was? Xianxia pretended to be very interested. Last year's topic was about the dormitory auntie and the cafeteria auntie. Which one is more suitable to be a wife? After saying that, he couldn't help laughing first. Songyu praised, I think this is really an immortal question. One is in charge of food, and the other is in charge of housing. Both of them are so virtuous. Why is it so difficult to choose? He tilted his head, and his light brown pupils contained a smile, brighter than the warm dusk. Xianxia, what about you? If it were you, who would you choose? Xianxia walked slowly with a very faint smile on her lips. She said in a lazy tone, then I might as well choose you. Ha 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 ha. Songyu felt that this question was really amazing. In fact, he would laugh no matter what Xianxia said. After laughing enough, Songyu suddenly asked, do you want to know my answer? Xianxia chuckled. I'd like to hear the details. Songyu leaned close to Xianxia's ear. Only children do multiple-choice questions. Of course, adults do, he was deliberately mystifying and trying to hold back his laughter. His breath hit Xianxia's ear. I don't want any of them. Xianxia stopped walking. In fact, he didn't hear what Songyu was saying at all. He only felt that he was leaning over, and that faint smell was almost deep into his soul. It was sweet and refreshing, like a wild vine that was burning and taking root in his heart. Songyu leaned closer and was a little proud. Isn't my answer very cool? The pronunciation of the word "ah" was a little similar. His lips brushed past his ear. It was unbelievably soft. Xianxia looked at him. The ice in his heart melted and went crazy with the vine. The calmness and self-control of 2 lifetimes collapsed in an instant. He seemed to accept his fate. He smiled and said softly, that's so cool, brother you. Songyu was stunned. He was confused by this name and looked up a little confused. But before he could speak, the silence and ambiguity were broken by a call. Brother you. Ma's shouting shout came from the front. Songyu suddenly woke up and turned his head embarrassedly. He saw a group of people from Class 1 playing basketball on the basketball court nearby. Several teenagers' sweaty jerseys were wet. It was time to rest. They looked at them and waved and whistled. Ma shouting saw them and jumped up excitedly to wave. Songyu's brain quickly heated up. He coughed and tried to regain the mood. That must be very cool. I've rested enough. I'll continue to run. He ran forward. The setting sun elongated the teenager's shadow. After he left, Xianxia stopped in her tracks. After a long time, she laughed softly. Really, they were completely defeated. Ma shouting and the others thought that Songyu was running toward them. The boy holding the ball had his eyes lit up. He was very happy. Brother you, are you here to play basketball too? Come, catch. The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air. Songyu, whose mind was in a mess, didn't notice this and was directly hit in the face. It was so painful that he saw stars. Wow. The group of people who were watching from the stands. Songyu. F***ck. He was completely awake. On the day of the sports meet, the forum opened a special page for Songyu. Come on, sisters who flatter in the special page every day. The sports meet submission and the copywriting depends on you. 1L, here, the wife of the old lights, come out and write the copywriting. 2L, woo-woo, speaking of this, I'm angry. I haven't even seen the school hunk press the school bully against the wall and kiss her. Why is there no copywriting, Triel? You should be glad that it's just the copywriting that's gone, not the person. For L, when is my husband's game? I have 1,000 words to confess to him. Woo-woo, this is the only chance a year. 5L, brother you is awesome. Brother you, go. After class, they went to the track as usual. Ma Xiaoding scrolled through the pages of her phone and read to Songyu the comments in the building. There were all kinds of comments that were secretly made. Your sweat spilled on the track and watered my thoughts. Your eyes looked at the finish line and pierced my soul. There are too many beautiful words that I can't say to you on a normal day. I can only hide them behind the shouting and whispering. You are the galaxy, you are my dream, you are everything I can imagine. Ma Xiaoding shook off the goosebumps on her body and continued to read, today, you are shining brightly. Come on, classmate Songyu from grade 1 class 1. Cross the finish line and come to my heart. Songyu almost choked on her coke. Bowen shook his head and sighed. She actually dared to write such a copywriting. Ma Xiaoding sighed. Young people nowadays. TSK, TSK, TSK. What do you mean by come to her heart? Dream on. Songyu threw the bottle of Coke into the trash can and laughed carelessly. Let's not. Wouldn't that be trampling on her heart? Ma Xiaoding suddenly understood. That's right. Cross the finish line and step on the heart. Ha 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 ha. Bowen didn't want to complain anymore. That's the literary style. What do you know? Ma Xiaoding and Bowen quickly went to play basketball. Xiaxia continued to run with him. Songyu said, I think I'm in the bag. Help me remember the time. Start from this place and see how long it will take me to finish the 1,500 meters. Xiaxia stood straight and took out her cell phone with a smile. Okay. Songyu, then you can start. Songyu half squatted, but just as he was about to start, he glanced around and suddenly froze. A yellow creature suddenly ran wildly from the other side of the lawn. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. It was a golden retriever. It seemed to have finally broken free from its owner's control and was running around happily. Its tongue was out and its eyes were shining. From the other end of the field, it crossed the grass and ran towards Songyu. Songyu. His eyes widened and he took a deep breath. His expression was about to crack. In addition to a slight fear of heights, his second weakness was that he was afraid of dogs. Golden shining. The girl panted and held the dog leash in her hand. She shouted angrily and ran over from behind. But the golden retriever named Golden Shining had already let go of itself. It barked and suddenly pounced towards Songyu with its 2 legs in the air. F***ck. Songyu was so scared that his face turned pale. He jumped back and quickly hid behind Xiaxia. His fingers clutched his arm tightly. He stuck his head out, gritted his teeth, and roared, Don't come over. Come over and I'll stew you. Golden retriever, woof. Songyu, why don't you try being louder? Golden retriever was very obedient, woof, 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 woof. Songyu, Xiaxia was amused by him. She wanted to turn around and say something. The moment she turned her head, her thoughts were suddenly cut off. As if she had been electrocuted, her soul was stunned. Everything was pulled apart and elongated. The teenager holding his arm tightly. The dog running towards them. In his memory, there was the same threat that appeared fierce but was cowardly at heart. But that voice was clearer and more tender. Time stopped in an instant. Xiaxui's pupils dilated slightly. He stood in place. It was as if something sealed had broken through the darkness and shackles and given him a hint for the first time. The owner of the dog was a little girl with 2 ponytails. She ran over quickly, held down the golden retriever, and put the leash around its neck. She scolded angrily, Why are you so disobedient? I can't even stop you. You have no dinner tonight. Awoo. The golden retriever howled twice, but its wet eyes stared at Songyu without blinking. The little girl stood up with the golden retriever in her arms. Her face was full of apology. I'm sorry. I let it run away. I'll be more careful next time. I'm really sorry. I scared you. Of course, Xianxia was too ashamed to admit that he was scared by a dog. It was too embarrassing. He kept quiet and pushed Xiaxue. Hurry up and help him out. Xiaxue came back to his senses, and his mind instantly shrank. His grotesque memory returned to blank, hiding the coldness and deep thoughts in his heart. He glanced at Xianxia, adjusted his mind, and said casually to the little girl, "It's okay. Anyway, the people who were scared are." His throat moved, but he didn't say the words, "It wasn't me." Xianxia pinched his arm hard. Through the thin school uniform, she twisted it with all her might. Her hands were very heavy. Xiaxue smiled and calmly changed his words. "Oh, no one was scared. Hurry up and take it away. I remember that the school doesn't allow pets to be brought into the playground." The little girl looked at Xianxia, who was hiding behind her, in confusion. Then this little brother, Xiaxue smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. He's not afraid of dogs. He just likes to stay behind me." Xianxia, the little girl walked away with the golden retriever in her arms. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that he had lost face in front of Xiaxue and scratched his head gloomily. Xiaxue tilted her head and asked, "Are you afraid of dogs?" Xianxia had already thought it through. There was nothing to be embarrassed about being afraid of dogs. Real men never faced their own weaknesses. He nodded and rolled his eyes as if he was trying to recall something, but he couldn't remember anything. Relying on his vague impression, he said, "Yes, it was a trauma from when I was young. I saw a mad dog biting someone, so I've always remembered it." Xiaxue's dark eyes were thoughtful. She heard Xianxia mention the childhood again. Last night, Xianxia had chatted with him. When they talked about the past, it was also vague. "Walk with me," Xiaxue suddenly said. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know why he suddenly made such a request. "I haven't run yet." "Xiaxue, then I'll wait for you to finish." "Forget it, it's just like that anyway. I'll spend the rest of my time chatting with you." Usually, when Xiaxue said "walk with me," it meant that she had something to say. It was rare for Xiaxue to make such a request. Compared to the sports day, of course good brothers were more important. Xiaxue nodded. Okay. There weren't many people left on the sports field. The sunset was dim, and the sun sank into the horizon. Xiaxue looked ahead and was silent for a while. Suddenly, she said, "Xianxia, in your eyes, what kind of person have I always been?" "Ah?" Xianxia was confused. He was ready to listen to Xiaxue talk about his teenage boy worries. But in the end, she threw a question at him. He opened his eyes slightly, and his light brown eyes were full of confusion. "In what aspect? Cold and abstinent? Cold and aloof? A genius with a high IQ? That's too exaggerated." Xiaxue smiled. "In all aspects, what you think, what you imagine." He was serious about this question. Xianxia also stopped fooling around. Looking into Xiaxue's eyes, he couldn't control his thoughts. Why did Xiaxue ask him this question? Generally, asking others about their own opinions was a sign of lack of confidence. Xiaxue was shocked? Who could give him a shock? Xianxia frowned and hesitated for a while. Then he began to organize his words seriously. "What I think. You have a very good personality, gentle and considerate, very patient, and very kind." Xiaxue chuckled and commented, "Is this me in your dream?" "Xianxia." She was praising him. Xiaxue didn't know why Xiangxia's impression of him was always kind. He didn't think that he was ruthless and unscrupulous like the rumors in a city in his previous life. But the word kind had nothing to do with him. Xianxia didn't want to give up. He decided to use an example to persuade him. "But when I first met you, you were always saving people. Didn't you save a woman the first time in Linshui? Did you drink for her? The second time you got into trouble with those gangsters, didn't you save Xiaoxi?" Xiaxue was slightly stunned and felt a little funny. Saving Xiaoxi happened before his rebirth. As for Lin Shui, he had other motives. "What if I'm not like what you think?" Xiaxue asked him in a casual tone, as if he was joking. Xianxia reacted quickly. "Then you're not." He liked Xiaxue, who was a real person, not a fake illusion in his imagination. Xiaxue was stunned for a few seconds. Then he chuckled a few times. When he met Song Yu's confused gaze, he restrained himself. His peach blossom eyes curved. The shape of his eyes was cold and indifferent, but his gaze was deep and gentle. Xiaxue said, "Maybe my self-introduction last time could have been more complete." Song Yu looked at him. Xiaxue said slowly, "Not cold, not restrained, not a genius. Not kind. Maybe, it's quite bad." Song Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he was amused by him. "You, how can you say that you're bad?" Xiaxue asked back, "Who said that I said it?" Song Yu, huh? Xiaxue looked deeply into his eyes and said with a smile, "A child said it." Song Yu was surprised. "What did you do to him?" Xiaxue, "It's a secret." Song Yu began to talk carelessly. "Don't tell me you beat him up. I didn't know that you had a hobby of bullying the weak." "You're too bad." "Student Xia, do you want me to enlighten you?" Xiaxue held back his laughter. "That won't be necessary." After running back to the apartment, Song Yu took out his textbook and papers again and began to sort out the wrong questions. After all, the sports meet was just a formality. The midterm exam was his home ground. Halfway through writing, his phone rang. It was his father. Song Yu's grades were good, so he was confident. In the past, when he saw President Song's phone, he only felt that the phone was hot. Now, he could calmly answer it. "Hello, Dad." President Song said on the other side of the phone, "I've asked someone to send the watch you wanted to Jing City." Song Yu's hand that was spinning the pen paused. He was ecstatic. Song Yu, "Okay, thank you, Dad. You're always so fast, reliable and efficient. You're really good." At this time, he was not stingy with his flattery. President Song felt refreshed. He was indescribably proud and comfortable, but he still wanted to save face. "Do you think I'll be happy after saying so much? You only have these 2 words to praise others. You should read more books." Song Yu was in a very good mood. He did not banter with him and said excitedly, "Then I'll give it to someone." President Song, "Are you really giving it to your classmate?" Song Yu, "Yes, as his birthday present." President Song, who had not received a present from his youngest son, was unhappy. He said with a sour tone, "A birthday present worth millions. You're so generous." Song Yu smiled. "Well, friendship is priceless." President Song was busy with his schedule and was about to go to a meeting, so they did not talk much. After Song Yu hung up the phone, he was overjoyed. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He looked at a chemistry question about potassium permanganate to produce oxygen for a long time. He did not have any ideas in his mind. His mind was full of Xiaxue's expression when she received the present. She would definitely be flattered and then smile and say, "Thank you, brother Yu." TSK. Now, even the small rising arrow of oxygen was extremely cute. Actually, he was not a person who paid attention to details. He wanted to give Xiaxue a watch because the impression in his dream was too deep. The man in a black suit who got out of the car was tall and straight. The elegant and luxurious watch on his hand was shimmering with the raindrops. It was almost as if it had merged with her cold temperament. He felt that Xiaxue would like this birthday present. Of course, Song Yu would not let himself be happy alone. He could not help but put his homework aside and poke Xiaxue. After typing a line of words, he immediately came to his senses and silently deleted it. Wasn't the birthday present a mystery and surprise? It would be boring to say it in advance. However, he had already clicked on the chat page. He did not really want to leave without saying a word. After hesitating for a while, Song Yu decided to liven up the atmosphere first. "When is your birthday? I will give you a very awesome present on your birthday. You can already look forward to it now." It was his style to make people look forward to it before the present was even given. When she received this message, Xiaxue was flipping through the Song family's information. Her eyes fell on the Song family's young master fell into the water on the island when he was 6 years old. Her eyes were as cold as a lake. When she lowered her head and saw Songyu's 3 lines of words, the coldness in her heart dissipated. She smiled. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Songyu could not help but grin at the phone. He thought to himself, a few million is worth your anticipation. He did not know if it was because he chatted with Xiaxia before going to bed or because he was frightened by the dog during the day. He drank the milk and went to bed. He had not done it for several days. The dream of the original owner's memory in the book began to appear again. A pure white light and shadow appeared. It was his mother talking to him. Your Aunt Sue will come over later with her son. He is 1 year older than you. Be a good boy and remember to call him Big Brother. The child chewed the candy and was very dissatisfied. What? Why should I call him Big Brother when he is 1 year older than me? Just call him Big Brother. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I don't want to. In school, we call whoever is good at fighting brother. You can't call him Big Brother casually. It's a matter of face. Unless you let me fight with him. His mother was so angry that she laughed. I say, isn't your rebellious period coming a little early? He doesn't need to fight with you. I will beat you into submission first. Actually, it's not impossible to call him Big Brother. When he was young, Songyu looked very delicate. His light brown hair was soft and long, his skin was milky white, and his eyes were clear and transparent like glass beads. However, his expression was arrogant. In the summer at the manor, he wore a white t-shirt and gray loose shorts, revealing his white and straight legs. He hugged his water gun and was reluctantly dragged over by his mother. You, call him Big Brother. Beside Aunt Sue, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was an equally delicate young man. He was only 1 year older than him but was taller than him by a head. Shirt and trousers, black hair. When facing his mother, he was well educated and polite. However, when he looked at him, he was not polite. In his dark eyes, there was impatience and indifference. It was almost impossible to hide. The first thing he saw was this attitude. Songyu could still tolerate it. Call him Big Brother. The child's face was cold. Seeing that he did not respond for a long time, his mother lowered her head and glared at him. She whispered, if you don't call him Big Brother, I will throw away all the toys in your room. Songyu was speechless. He was so angry that he wanted to shoot the water gun in his hand at the face of the person opposite him. With a ferocious face, he gritted his teeth. Big Brother. When he was young, Xiaxia did not encounter those terrible things. His personality was not so quiet. When the two of them met, neither of them was happy. Songyu called him Big Brother reluctantly. His eyes were deliberately fierce, as if he was threatening him. If he dared to respond, he would die. How could Xiaxia be threatened by him? He even felt a little bad. He smiled. Yes, little sister. Songyu was speechless. He was so angry that he could not speak. Aunt Sue was stunned. She said to Xiaxia, you called him wrong. It's little brother. Xiaxia pretended to be enlightened, although his eyes did not mean that at all. He said without sincerity, I'm sorry. I thought he was a girl. Songyu was speechless. F***ck, this fight was inevitable. Of course, this fight didn't happen. With his mother beside him, he could only endure it. If he wanted to spray the water gun on the other party's face the first time they met, the rest of their interactions wouldn't be pleasant. Mama Song brought the pale-faced Auntie Sue upstairs. He had no choice but to listen to her and hold his breath while staying with that annoying person. Life was meaningless if he couldn't go back to his room to play games. Songyu sat on the lawn, bored. He dismantled the water gun and put it back in. The annoying fellow didn't want to talk to him either. He sat on the swing and read. The two of them were at peace and didn't say a word. When it was time for dinner that night, Mama Song asked, how did you get along with your brother in the afternoon? Songyu was annoyed to death when he heard this question. What could he do? They didn't fight because of him. However, he was tied to his mother's side during the summer vacation. At such a young age, he had already learned to say things that women liked to hear. He spoke without thinking. Pretty good. We get along very well. I like him very much, and he likes me very much too. We're happy. We're good brothers. Mama Song laughed and joked, I'm not surprised that you like him. After all, your brother Xia has been obedient since he was young. He's gentle and polite. But why does he like you? Does he like your bad temper and troublesome behavior? Song Yu? Was this what a mother would say? Endure it. Feel wronged, but don't say it. That's how strong you are. Song Yu picked up his chopsticks and poked at the rice. Who knows? Maybe there's no place for charm. This was a new word he learned from TV. Mama Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Later, Aunt Sue came again. She was even worse than last time. Although she still looked good, the tiredness and dispiritedness couldn't be concealed. As for the young man beside her, he was even more silent than before. The manor was in the suburbs. A few steps away from the door was an orchard. Song Yu was eager to go outside to play. His anger came and went quickly. His eyes lit up and he wanted to find a companion. So he asked Xiaxia excitedly, are you interested in doing something big with me? Xiaxia looked down. Do you think I'm interested? Song Yu, yes, yes, yes. At first glance, I feel that our hearts are linked. Xiaxia, at that time, his mood was indeed very impetuous, and Song Yu passed by. Song Yu was in high spirits all the way. Sneaking into the orchard to pick fruits, such a dangerous and exciting action, was his dream during that summer vacation. When they finally reached the top of the hill, they found an iron gate blocking the way. The iron gate wasn't tall. It was old and rusty and covered in vines. Brother Yu, lead the charge. He smiled, rubbed his palms together, and climbed up with great difficulty. However, before he could sit down, he suddenly heard a few hurried and angry barks. Woof! 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 It scared him. The scream in her mouth tore through her throat. A large dog was chained to the other side of the iron gate. It was originally sleeping but was woken up by his movements. When the big dog discovered the uninvited guest, it bared its teeth and barked loudly. Woof 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 woof. She frantically banged her head against the door, trying to get him down. The iron gate was shaking. Song Yu didn't want to lead the charge anymore. He was scared out of his wits and his legs turned to jelly. He pressed his fingers on the iron gate and turned his head. His small face was pale as he said directly to Xiaxia, quick, 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 come and catch me. At that time, they were still at the stage where they were tired of each other. Xiaxia raised her eyebrows expressionlessly. Why should I? Song Yu spoke quickly, we've already called each other brothers. What's wrong with catching me? We're so close. At this time, they were already calling each other brothers. Xiaxia found it funny when he talked about brothers. She said slowly, oh, I heard that I like you very much. Song Yu. What's wrong with his mother? Why did she say everything to outsiders? Song Yu stiffened for a second and tried to maintain his expression. This can also be considered a reason. Xiaxia sneered. Why didn't I know? Song Yu, huh? Didn't they say that the onlooker can't see clearly? They watched it on the television. Xiaxia and he looked at each other for a long time. They didn't give in to each other. Song Yu was discouraged and changed his words. Actually, I guessed it. Xiaxia, she had probably never seen such a thick-skinned person. She sighed and opened her arms. You can jump. Song Yu's face lit up and he jumped down. The iron gate was actually not high. He just wanted to find someone to hold him. There was nothing to be afraid of. After landing, the dog was still barking. Song Yu was furious. Taking advantage of the fact that the dog was chained, he grabbed Xiaxia's arm and shouted fiercely, stop barking. You won't be able to get out even if you scream yourself hoarse. If you bark again, I'll bring an iron pot to stew you tomorrow night. The big dog was furious. Woof. Clang, clang, clang. The old rusty iron gate made a hair-raising sound. Song Yu was scared. He quickly dragged Xiaxia down the slope and ran quickly. He didn't stop for even a second. They stayed at the Song family's house for the night. Mama Song asked, did Songyu annoy you? He just can't stay still. Xiaxue looked at the boy next to her who was quietly listening. She thought for a moment and said, no, he's good. He's quite cute. Songyu was stunned. His ears were red. He felt a strange joy of being praised by a friend. Even his prejudice against Xiaxue was reduced. He smiled and showed his neat white teeth. At night, the two of them slept on the same bed and chatted. It was raining outside and the summer night was long. Songyu said, apart from your bad eyesight, you're quite a good person. You're loyal and kind. Xiaxue was very tired. Her eyelids were fighting. Yes. Songyu felt a little embarrassed about what happened during the day, but he still wanted to prove himself. Actually, I'm not afraid of dogs. I just panicked when I was sitting on top. I'm not afraid at all. My uncle has a Tibetan Mastiff at home. I've been to his house and I'm not afraid. Although his uncle kept the dog locked up the whole time, he had never seen the Tibetan Mastiff. Xiaxue couldn't be bothered to expose him. Yes. Songyu was urged to drink milk every day. There was a milky fragrance all over his body. However, during the day, he was arrogant and annoying. There was no softness or sweetness in him at all. At night, it was pitch black. There was no need to look at Songyu's teeth-gritting expression. There was a slightly sweet smell. Xiaxue vaguely felt that the person next to her should be a little girl. Songyu was a little anxious. Don't tell me you're looking down on me. Xiaxue put her hand to her eyes. She felt that he was very noisy and said, no. Songyu, then what did you think of me during the day? During the day? Xiaxue was about to go to sleep. Before going to sleep, she decided to annoy him. She said slowly, you're quite fierce, little girl. Songyu, he took back what he said just now. Especially good, my foot, he held his breath and wanted to say something. However, the faint moonlight shone through the window and shone on the face of the person opposite him. He saw his sleeping appearance clearly, so he swallowed his words back. His skin was cold and white, and his eyelashes cast shadows. His eyes were light bluish-gray. He looked very tired and hadn't slept well. Aunt Sue was not in good health and spirits. He must be very tired too. The considerate child turned over, covered himself with the quilt, and closed his eyes to sleep. His childhood memories were clear and vivid. On summer nights, cicadas chirped, drizzled, and the fragrance of plants, flowers, and fruits wafted in the night. It was a gentle and pure summer. When Songyu was eating breakfast, he was absent-minded. He was in a daze after taking a bite. Aunt Bai thought that the food was not to his taste, so she steamed a few more eggs for him. This was the first time Songyu dreamed of his childhood. In gentle control, it was about him and Xiaxue as childhood sweethearts. So, it was that interesting? He bit the bread in his mouth, but it was tasteless. He was a little confused. In addition to the fact that every detail in the dream was too clear and real, what made him even more confused was that it was too similar. The Songyu in the dream was too similar to his personality. His expression, tone of voice, and mental activities, it was as if he was looking at his past self. After living in this world for so long, Songyu always had an illusion. Perhaps this was his original world, and the original world was just his dream? Including gentle control, it was just his own imagination. By a stroke of luck, he had written Xiaxue's life correctly. Which was real? It was getting more and more blurry. Xianxia was dreaming, and he couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. That wasn't it either. He took a big gulp of milk. Songyu came back to his senses and shook his head. He quickly denied himself. It was too ridiculous. 008 had already appeared. How could it be just a dream? He sighed in his heart. He would probably only be able to get a real explanation when this useless system came back. Today was English morning self-study. The classroom was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone memorized words and read the text. Yesterday, he dreamed of Xiaxue again. During the day, he was a little eager to see her, so he frequently turned his head to look at the empty seat next to him. However, Xiaxue didn't even come to the morning self-study. When the self-study session was about to end, the English class representative stood on the podium. According to Old Cheng's request, he used a PowerPoint presentation to show the designated topic. They were given 10 minutes to talk to their deskmates in English. Shiboan and Ma Shouting were like chickens and ducks, each saying their own thing. There were 5 well-s in one sentence. Songyu slumped over the table and decided to sleep. Everyone had a deskmate, but he didn't. Annoying. The first class was physics. The physics teacher arrived late and corrected the test paper from the previous class. He stood on the podium and commented, although the test paper this time is simple, there are still not many who scored full marks. He knocked on the blackboard with his book. Students, details. How many times do I have to say it? Details determine success or failure. Actually, the difficulty of the college entrance examination is just that. As long as you do the details well, it won't be difficult to get 80 points. Then, I would like to praise student Songyu. Speaking of which, this is the first time student Songyu has gotten a perfect score in physics. In the past, he was always a little short. This time, he finally got rid of his careless habit of looking at questions. He deserves to be encouraged. The classroom was filled with applause and cheers. Songyu took the paper and saw that it was 100. Then, he looked at Xia Sui's paper next to it. It was also 100. Suddenly, he felt bored. Shiboan was even more excited than him. Brother Yu, you're amazing. Haven't you always wanted to get a perfect score in physics? Ma Shouting said, yes, yes, yes. I remember that Brother Yu has been thinking about it since the last monthly exam. He said that he didn't get 100 points in physics. Now that he finally got what he wanted, he has no regrets. Songyu had pursued the image of a top student for so long, but this was the first time he didn't feel happy about learning and making progress. Ring ring ring. The bell rang for the end of the morning self-study session. Songyu finally couldn't help but tilt his head and ask them, where did Xia Sui go? Shiboan was holding a pen and copying answers. When he heard his question, he was stunned. His small eyes under his glasses were full of confusion. Didn't God Xia tell you? Songyu, what did he say? Shiboan, it's about the math winter camp. Seeing that Songyu was really confused, Shiboan explained to him patiently, Jingqing No. 1 Middle School has 5 exemption places. 4 of them are in the second year of high school, and the last one is in the first year of high school, which is God Xia. But God Xia didn't want to participate. Old Chen was furious. Before you came, he dragged him to the office. He's probably teaching him earnestly. Songyu, then how did you know? Shiboan scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. I heard it from others. But God Xia is really arrogant. The threshold for the winter camp is very high. It's specially set up for the provincial team to compete in next year's Math Olympiad. If they win the first prize, they will be directly sent to University A. Many people are racking their brains to participate in the selection. But he doesn't care. Sigh, good grades are willful. Songyu, oh. He found a reason to calm down. He turned back and opened the textbook to review. However, when he turned to a page, his hand froze. That's not right. Why did he feel so familiar with this stupid winter camp? It seemed to have been mentioned in the original work, right? F***ck, winter camp. He finally remembered. Wasn't this the location where Qin Mo conquered Xia Sui in the original work? Qin Mo took one of the 4 spots for the second year. Songyu stood up immediately. Shiboan was stunned. Brother Yu, where are you going? Songyu's expression was cold. I wrote a question wrong. The teacher didn't deduct my points. I want to argue with him. Shiboan was stunned. You want to ask the teacher to deduct your points? Brother Yu, don't you want your full score? Songyu had already left his seat. I don't want such a casual full score. Shiboan was stunned. What was wrong with Brother Yu? Ma Shouting, on the other hand, looked as if she knew Songyu very well. She patted Shiboan's shoulder and said, you don't understand. The first time is always very important. This is the plot of Brother Yu's first full score. Shiboan, Songyu held the paper and rushed to the office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Xiaosui's back standing in front of old Qing. However, other than old Qing, there was also someone he hated standing next to her. Qin Mo. He didn't know what a second-year high school student like him was doing here. Old Qing was trying his best to persuade her. Xiaosui, don't you want your third-year high school to be easier? If you get first place, you'll be guaranteed a place in University A. This is an opportunity that many people wish for but can't get. Xiaosui looked at the time. It had been almost an hour. Her patience was running out. Qin Mo stood at the side. His temperament was clean, gentle, and refined. He looked at Xiaosui without hiding it at all. There was a smile on his face, but it was unclear what he meant. Old Qing took a sip of water and sincerely said, for her own good, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your family. After the recommendation, you can save a lot of money. As her form teacher, Teacher Qing naturally knew about Xiaosui's family background and was thinking for her. Xiaosui wasn't short of money now, so she politely refused. Thank you, teacher, but I don't have such an idea for the time being. It's the same if you say it for another hour. Old Qing had already finished speaking. He sighed deeply and shook his head to accept his fate. At this moment, Qin Mo asked, Xiaosui, are you really not going to continue thinking about it? Xiaosui's gaze finally fell on him. There was no fluctuation in her expression, and her expression was slightly cold. Qin Mo said, let's get to know each other. My name is Qin Mo. I came here especially for you. The winter camp training will involve a lot of knowledge for the second year of high school. You haven't learned it yet, so the school arranged for me to tutor you first. His amber eyes were filled with a smile. Even if you don't go, you can still make friends. Besides, don't be so absolute. There's still some time before the winter camp. You have plenty of time to think about it. Do you want to give it a try first? What if you regret it? Old Qing put down his thermos and found another point. He persuaded her excitedly, yes, yes, yes. Your senior Qin Mo even came here after class for this. You should give him some face. Xiaosui glanced at Qin Mo. Her smile was casual, and her tone was very indifferent. But I don't really want to give him face. Qin Mo's expression stiffened slightly. Old Qing swallowed his anger and glared at him. Then forget it. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who want it. Xiaosui turned around and met Song Yu's eyes, who was standing at the door with a paper in his hand. He stopped in his tracks. The coldness that had yet to dissipate condensed in his black eyes and then hid in the depths. He blinked and smiled. Looking for me? Song Yu was originally afraid that Qin Mo would trick Xiaosui away with his sweet words, so he ran over. However, before he entered the office, he heard him reject him straightforwardly. It wasn't easy to get a perfect score in physics. How could he bear to let it suffer? Now, everything was fine. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. Yes. Good rejection. He had good judgment. Xiaosui liked to see him smile. It was sparkling, like stars. All of a sudden, it dispelled a lot of negative emotions in his heart. Yesterday, he had investigated Song Yu for a long time. The sick and weak young master of the Song family had always been a mystery in a city. After falling into the water at the age of 6, he fell ill. For 9 years, he didn't appear in front of anyone. There was no news at all. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The rumors outside were that the young master of the Song family was seriously ill and could only stay at home. He had private tutoring in class. However, his intuition told him that there was something unusual during this period of time. And transferring to Jing City was probably Song Yu's first move after he was discharged from the hospital. He really appeared in front of everyone. He sorted out the traces that he had noticed in the past. He was inexplicably close. He had the ability to predict the future. He didn't mention anything about the past, including school and family. It was as if there was a blank fault. Xiaosui was making an assumption. A bold and crazy assumption. Song Yu didn't have time to laugh at Qin Mo. Old Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, Song Yu. You came at the right time. It saves me time to look for you. Old Cheng waved enthusiastically. Xiaxue rejected a spot in the winter camp. I don't think there's anyone more suitable than you in the entire grade. You two are the only ones in the class who got full marks in the last monthly math exam. Are you interested? You don't have to be afraid that you won't be able to keep up. There are second-year seniors who will tutor you one-on-one. One-on-one tutoring. Heh. The three of them looked slightly cold. Qin Mo and Song Yu looked at each other. This was the first time Qin Mo had been rejected. His expression was gloomy. Song Yu, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He was calm and composed. Thank you, teacher, but Xiaxue isn't interested. Of course, I'm not interested either. This senior specially came over to tutor us. He's really dedicated. Although no one appreciates it, we still have to be polite. The corners of his thin lips curled up in a mocking manner. Senior, you've worked hard. Pour a glass of water for Senior. The glass is beside the water dispenser. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Old Cheng, what kind of child are you talking about? Qin Mo's gaze was so intense that he wanted to kill him. He dragged Xiaxue out of the office and down the stairs. Song Yu stopped laughing at Qin Mo and looked anxious. What did this person say to you? Xiaxue couldn't help but laugh and coax him. Nothing. Song Yu was like an old father. He repeatedly warned her, don't get too close to him. Don't talk to him too much. Xiaxue's gaze was deep as she stood in the corridor. Her tone was casual. Why? Song Yu, just trust me. Xiaxue suddenly thought of something. Did you specially come to look for me to stop me from participating in the winter camp? Song Yu was instantly stunned. I guess so. Xiaxue stopped and thought quickly. She said. Slowly, actually, I regretted it as soon as I rejected him. I felt that it was pretty good to get a recommendation. Song Yu was so anxious that he almost bit off his tongue. His eyes widened, but he swallowed his words. However, the winter camp was indeed a feasible choice for Xiaxue at this time. He weighed the pros and cons for a long time, gritted his teeth, and went all out. Then I'll go with you? Xiaxue was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, because you can't bear to be separated from me? Song Yu, no, I just don't want you to be alone with that scumbag Qin Mo. Xiaxue, are you afraid that I'll fall for him? Song Yu, that's right, that's not right. He suddenly raised his head. His spirit was tense, and his light brown eyes were filled with shock. His assumption might be right. Xiaxue licked her lower lip, smiled, and said in a low and hoarse voice, Song Yu, if you do this, I'll think that you're jealous. Song Yu, Xiaxue lowered her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. He thought. Song Yu probably had memories of his previous life, in the form of dreams, or after falling into the water at the age of 6, he started to become mentally confused. He stood up straight and looked into Song Yu's eyes. The child was stunned by the question. His eyes were clear and pure, like the light in the dark mud. Xiaxue was slightly stunned. A calm and crazy thought slipped through her mind. Her fingers were trembling. Song Yu liked him, didn't she? He started to like him in his previous life. So all her memories were about him. So she came to his side. Song Yu was dumbfounded by the question. Are you afraid that I'll fall for him? Would a normal person ask such a question? Shouldn't a normal person be afraid that I'll be deceived or bullied by him? However, Xiaxue accidentally asked the question that he was most worried about. She was indeed the protagonist. As for being jealous, forget it. If Xiaxue really fell for Qin Mo, the result would definitely not be him being jealous, but Qin Mo would be stabbed. Song Yu's brain turned sluggishly, and he said in a surprised tone, your question is quite interesting. Xiaxue smiled, really? Song Yu began his verbal education, what are you thinking about all day? Did you not listen to the last psychology lecture? Forget it, class is about to start. Let's not talk about this nonsense. He deliberately avoided the topic, took the test paper, and stepped down the stairs. Xiaxue followed unhurriedly, and the corners of her lips raised. The question that had been hovering in her heart for a long time had an answer. At the same time, she suddenly understood, and it was as if a flower had bloomed in her heart, boiling with sweetness. The last class on Wednesday afternoon was music class. It was rare that the class was not occupied by other teachers. When the teacher walked in, the whole class cheered and applauded. The sports meet was tomorrow, and everyone was impatient. The whole classroom was filled with anticipation and joy. The music teacher casually played a few songs for them to study by themselves. The sports committee member went up to the podium with the roster, counted the athletes, and talked about the time of each competition. Xianxia was scheduled to be in the afternoon of the first day. "Are you nervous?" Xianxia suddenly asked. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "What's there to be nervous about? I'm going to win glory for the class." Xianxia smiled. "Then I'll look forward to it." Xianxia said, "Wait for me at the finish line. I want to drink iced red tea." Xianxia's eyes curved. "Okay." The bell rang, and school was over. On the way back from the school building, two boys from next door walked in front of them, and they were discussing the sports meet. "I'm really lucky. I drew a long-distance running team. Damn, I'm going to be the last in the special class." "It doesn't matter. I heard that Xianxia will also participate. You won't lose face with the school bully." "That's true. Being good at fighting doesn't mean that he's good at sports. I think that Xianxia doesn't look like he's good at sports. I hope that when the time comes, all the shots will be given to him." "Ha ha 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 ha, coward." Xianxia pricked up her ears and listened. She rolled her eyes and threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can. She turned her head and commented to Xianxia in a flat tone, "When we were at Book Mountain House, they said that I didn't look like someone who was good at fighting. Before the monthly exam, they said that I didn't look like someone with good grades. When would they realize their problems and get treatment for their eyes? I'm really tired of face slapping. Those who don't know would think that I'm looking for trouble all the time." Xianxia chuckled. Xianxia thought about it and found it interesting. She tilted her head and said to him, "Are you blaming me for being a decathlete?" Xianxia blinked and said with a smile, "You're too outstanding." Xianxia was stunned. When he realized that this was a compliment from Xianxia, the corners of his lips curled up, and he couldn't suppress it. He coughed and nodded. "You have good taste." The lawn under the school building was full of white flowers. The autumn wind rustled and fell on the teenager's shoulders, brushing his eyebrows. When he smiled, his expression was especially vivid. In an instant, the dusk became gentle. Even the dead leaves scattered on the ground were full of vitality. Xianxia thought that he had missed such a star in his previous life. Number 1 Middle School's forum. "I found something interesting. Brother you is actually afraid of dogs?" Main post, a senior in the sports stands took a picture. "It might not be very good. Forgive her. After all, that woman was so excited that her hands were shaking at that time." 1L, picture, 2L, picture, 3L. "Damn it. Is my husband so cute when he's afraid of dogs?" 4L, what kind of peerless cutie is hiding behind the school hunk and clutching his sleeves tightly? Manual funny. 5L, at the scene, when the dog ran over, the person seemed to be really scared for a second. 6L, TSK, are the students of Class 1 here? I heard that Xianxia is participating in a long-distance race. Let me teach you a way. Take a loudspeaker and record the dogs barking. If others cheer you on, bark. You'll be number 1 in the long-distance race. 7L, ha 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 ha, I know that the person above is a genius. 12L, is it worth it? Just call it God Xia at the finish line. What's that saying again? It can stimulate all my potential and run with all my might. There's a dog chasing behind me, or you're waiting in front. 13L? Smashing the bar a little sweet. 14L, give the sister above a cup of cappuccino, applause, applause. Xianxia couldn't sleep the whole night. He was carefully sorting out the memories of his previous life, trying to find clues about Xianxia's appearance. With this expectation, the dark memories of the past were not so difficult to recall. It was like walking in a dark forest full of mud, looking for sporadic light. It was a completely different feeling. The note of his previous life was returning to the Xia family. But before that, he experienced a lot of unpleasant memories. Actually, for Xianxia, birthday was not a happy day. Mixed with the rainy night, it became a wet, dreary, and irritating night. The candles on the birthday cake had not been blown out. The beautiful and weak woman could no longer suppress her emotions. She squatted down and hugged him, tears falling like rain. "Asway, Mom is sorry. I'm sorry. But I really can't take it anymore. I'm sorry." Her body was trembling, and her breath was hot. A cheerful birthday song was playing next to her. His cold and pale face was confused for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was too young to say anything. That was the most gentle night his mother had been to him since she came to Jing City. She told him little by little about when he was young. She gently hummed a song to coax him to sleep. After eating the sweet and greasy cake, he had been tense the whole time and immediately fell asleep. But in the end, the uneasiness in his heart grew and he woke up in the middle of the night. It was raining heavily outside, and the lights in the room were off. His mother was standing on the balcony. She seemed to have sensed his movement. His mother turned her head with a panicked expression. No matter how beautiful she was, before death, she was actually gray and ugly. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout. But for a moment, he was in so much pain that he lost his voice. He stumbled forward in the dark. But his mother had already closed her eyes, turned around, and jumped down without hesitation. He stood barefoot in the living room, staring blankly. There was no scream, no shouting, no crying. It was as if he was in a dream, confused and unreal. Even the screams behind him, the sirens of the police cars, and the pointing of all kinds of people were very far away in his ears. When Grandma Chen held him in her arms and comforted him with a sigh in Jing City's dialect, she sighed and comforted him. He suddenly woke up and his heart palpitated. He looked up anxiously and wanted to ask, what happened just now? But under Grandma Chen's pitiful gaze, his words were locked in his throat. He remembered that when he first came to Jing City, his mother locked herself in the room and didn't eat or drink. He curled up alone in a dilapidated residential building. Grandma Chen pitied him and sent him some food every day. Grandma Chen said, "Persuade your mother. In this world, except for life and death, everything else is trivial. What can't be overcome?" Later, when he was 7 years old, he saw his mother jump off the building and found that life and death were actually trivial. What kind of person was his mother? After a long time, he calmly examined her. Beautiful, arrogant, naive, and romantic. She was a precious flower cultivated by the Su family for many years. She was delicate and fragile, but she never knew her position. She was unwilling to accept the arrangement of the family, so she wantonly pursued her love. It was also stupid to say that she was fearless. She fell in love at first sight with a man who didn't know anything. She dated, fell in love, and even gave birth to him without telling the Su family. In the end, the bloody truth was torn apart and she found out that her pure and flawless love was a joke from the beginning to the end. After the collapse of her faith, she no longer had the desire to live. She lived in her own fantasy all her life, and she also died in her own fantasy. 7 years old, and 17 years old. The same rain, the same wet, cold, and noisy. Perhaps the rumors had dulled his sharpness, or perhaps his mother's death was too heavy a blow to him. Since he came to Jing City, he had been silent and antisocial. He was full of malice. After living in a nightmare for a long time, he lost a lot of his instincts. Otherwise, how could he be deceived by Qin Mo's gentleness? He treated him as his only friend. After graduating from high school, he was drugged and trapped in the apartment of the most disgusting person. He smashed a wine bottle directly on Wang Xi's head. Blood splashed into his eyes. In Wang Xi's scream, he felt that everything was dull and ridiculous. The timeline began to elongate. He was also tricked once in college. When he worked in a hotel, he thought that his boss was gentle. Who knew that his boss wanted to provide for him because he had a similar face to the person he liked? Later, he found out that the person he liked was his dead mother. How disgusting and boring. He refused. All kinds of revenge came one after another, involving his work, his studies, and his life. It seemed that they would not stop until he was forced to drop out of school. It was at this time that the Xie family found him. When he returned to the Xia family, he faced a group of brothers and sisters with ulterior motives, Xianxia who regarded him as a scourge, and his picky and disgusted grandparents. At the beginning of the rumors about him in a city, the words illegitimate son were like a brand engraved on him. Of course, he didn't dare to hear those words again. One afternoon, Xianxia explained to him what had happened in the past. The man's voice was calm and distant, but the sadness and regret between the lines could not be concealed. I didn't want to lie to your mother. Qin Shoyun and I had a perfunctory marriage. It was just a show. I wanted to deal with everything, confess to her and marry her back to the Xia family. I didn't expect that, she didn't live to see that day. Asway, I will make up for what I owe you. Don't hate your mother. At that time, he lowered his head and thought with a smile that it was really touching. Later, he met Qin Mo. At a banquet. Qin Mo was like a madman, explaining and apologizing to him with red eyes. Xiesui smiled faintly. There was really no need to apologize. Retribution would come. The Qin family had suffered a severe setback in his hands, almost damaging their foundation. Old Master Qin looked at him with a complicated gaze and sighed. Qin Mo sent a series of messages, asking if he was taking revenge on him. Xiesui felt that he was an idiot for falling into his hands when he was young. Even the man who admired his mother didn't even have the right to see him. It was another turning point in the matter. In his grandfather's eyes, the older he got, the more muddle-headed he became. Together with his sister, they tricked him. He didn't have any feelings for the Xia family to begin with. He also wanted to completely get rid of this group of people in the Xia family, so he put on a show and left the Xia family. He didn't expect to meet those three people again during that period of time. In the eyes of outsiders, he was chased out of the Xia family and fell into the hands of his enemies. The proud son of heaven once fell from the altar. The more high and mighty he used to be, the more vulnerable he was now. The rumors in a city were extremely ambiguous. He had heard all kinds of disgusting remarks. It seemed that from the moment he was born, this kind of malice had always followed him like a shadow. The memories after that sped up quickly. Xianxia died, and before he died, he left the entire Xia family to him. Trapped on a deserted island, he shot a gun and jumped into the sea to escape. After destroying the three families and killing his enemies, he also died on a rainy day on the road because of a car accident. Song Yu. He never appeared. He felt that there was something wrong with his memory last time, and now he was even more certain. A memory of his childhood sweetheart was drawn out by a dog. Before the nightmare began, they met when he was at his cleanest. Romantic and naive. He was sure that in his previous life, Song Yu should have been an important person to him. In his memory, they met again abroad. But he couldn't remember anything. How could he not remember? How could he not remember? At the sports meet. After the flag-raising ceremony, there was a speech from each leader. The principal and vice principal stood on the podium and spoke for half an hour. After standing for a full hour, there were complaints everywhere. The teacher coughed and allowed them to sit down and rest. The first class was in the middle. Sitting cross-legged on the lawn, Song Yu tore open a mint candy and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked at the pile of small pink envelopes in front of him and was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are these?" Shiboan glanced at the crowd next to him, pouted, and whispered, "Letters. Your little fangirls sent them. I guess they're all cheering for you in the competition this afternoon. Brother Yu, quickly open them and take a look." Ma shouting counted next to him. 1, 2, 3. 14, 15, 16. Oh my God, 16 envelopes. He sighed sincerely. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is invincible and popular. In the whole of number 1 middle school, only God Xia can compete with you. Song Yu didn't sleep well yesterday and was sleepy now. He sneered when he heard this. He sucked on a piece of candy and the cool mint flavor spread in his mouth, making him feel a little better. He pulled over a letter. They're all love letters? Don't. It's so early in the morning. It's quite embarrassing. However, his eyelids drooped and his lips twitched lazily. Other than "I'm so sleepy and I want to sleep" on his face, he didn't look embarrassed at all. Ma Xiaoding looked left and right and found something interesting. He gloated and said, "Brother you rejected a love letter last time. Now everyone has learned their lesson. They didn't write their full names, so you can't find them. You can't return them even if you want to." Xianxia took a closer look. Sure enough, the letters were all pseudonyms. They were either Mimi, Meng Meng, or Xiaoqian Wan Wan. They were all perfunctory. The corners of his lips twitched, and the last bit of sleepiness disappeared. Xianxia casually opened a letter and glanced at it. There were cute emoticons on the colorful paper, followed by a line of words, "Hubby, you're the best today." When he opened the next letter, it was much more artistic. The words were very beautiful, but the inscription was "Your future girlfriend." Of course, this wasn't the worst. The signatures at the end were all very unique. The next #1 high school belle. "Did you sleep with brother you today? Big bro school tyrant, look at me. Let's get married at 8, hubby." Xianxia chewed on the candy and felt that it looked familiar. These were probably their forum IDs. In a sense, it could be considered a real name confession. After analyzing the situation in his heart, he said with a smile, "High school girls nowadays are really too free, casually calling someone their husband. For the sake of the school spirit and discipline, I've decided to add a rule to my future spouse selection. I won't accept any girl with a total score of less than 600. Hiss. Ma Xiaoding gasped. As a bad student, he felt hurt. "Can you give me a discount?" "Give me a 50% discount, 300 cents. Shi Bowen laughed out loud. "I'm afraid that when the grade average comes out, it will be 10 points higher than before. The principal will give you a silk banner. Xianxia, don't make a contribution to the school and hide your achievements." At this moment, Ma Xiaoding suddenly began to pat the grass excitedly. Brother you, God Xia is on stage." Xianxia's remaining words stopped at the tip of his tongue. The surroundings began to stir, and the dead atmosphere was swept away. The girls pushed each other and whispered to each other, unable to hide their excitement. Xianxia put down the letter in his hand and looked up at the rostrum. After the freshman representative last time, Xiaxia went on stage again to speak as the student representative. Under the empty blue sky, the young man in his school uniform stood tall and handsome, outstanding, and dazzling. He read his speech. Perhaps because he didn't sleep well, his voice was a little hoarse, cold, and attractive. No one present was listening to what he said. Everyone was staring at his face. The autumn wind blew the white paper at his fingertips. Xianxia heard the sighs of 2 girls behind him. God Xia has shocked my entire high school. He's good-looking, has a good temperament, good grades, and his voice is so suave. I'm moved every time I see him. Who doesn't love the school hunk? Next time, I can suggest to the school to post the top student's photo on the results list. It'll definitely stimulate my motivation to study. When I think about how I'll be one step closer to him, I instantly want to buy a set of 5-3 suits. Ha 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 ha, don't ask. This is the power of love." Xianxia sat on the lawn and looked at the outstanding young man. He couldn't help but smile. His deskmate was amazing. Xiaxia went off stage. The whole venue was filled with screams like a tide. It was so noisy that the homeroom teachers shook their heads. Xianxia came back to his senses. He was still holding an unopened letter in his hand. He continued to look down and read the love letters he received. The 13th letter. Shi Bowen asked, "Brother you, what are you going to do with them after you read them?" Xianxia said naturally, "Throw them away." Shi Bowen instantly made an exaggerated wow sound. "Brother you, you're really a scumbag." Ma Xiaoding shook her head and sighed. "You forgot. Brother you has another persona on the forum. He's a cold-hearted scumbag." Xianxia expressed his disapproval. "You call that a scumbag?" Shi Bowen, "That's not a scumbag?" Xianxia sneered. "Then I'll show you what a real scumbag is." He held a pile of letters in his hand and said to Ma Xiaoding, "Guess which one I'm most satisfied with." Ma Xiaoding was stunned. She blinked and said, "Which one?" Xianxia took off his school jacket and put it aside. He sat in a casual manner. His light-colored eyes were full of smiles. The corners of his lips were yang. That's a little hard to choose. He pulled out a letter and put it on the grass. My favorite is Wan. Another letter. I respect Mingming's thoughts. Another letter. But I can't help but feel happy when I see Mimi's letter. Fourth letter. It's the easiest to interact with Xiaoqian. He put the letters down one by one, as if he was dealing cards. But if I have to choose someone to be with? I choose. He hadn't put down the letter in his hand. A person sat down next to him and asked in a cold voice, who do you choose? Songyu maintained his posture of holding the letter. His body seemed to have been hit with a pause button. He suddenly couldn't say the name on the letter. He tilted his head. The person who had been shining brightly on the rostrum just now had already taken a seat beside him. His handsome face was looking at him with a smile on his lips, but his dark eyes were cold and clear. He suddenly felt guilty. Songyu coughed and finished his sentence. I choose to study. Shiboan and Ma shouting. Were both stunned by Songyu's scumbag comment. They only reacted now. Ma shouting's eyes widened. What a scumbag. Shiboan pushed his glasses and was stunned. Oh my god, brother you, are you running a fish pond or a harem? They were getting more and more off topic. Songyu rolled his eyes. They didn't even mention the previous situation. They were simply splashing dirty water on him. He explained to Xiaxue, what I just acted for them was not my true thoughts. Xiaxue repeated slowly and said in a light tone, my favorite is Wan. I respect Mingming's thoughts. But I can't help but feel happy when I see Mimi's letter. It's the easiest to chat with Xiaoqian. Execution in public. Songyu leaned forward in shame and reached out to cover his mouth. He was angry and amused. That's enough. I like my deskmate the most. Stop reading, stop reading. The lines on Songyu's palms were very light. His skin was delicate and soft like jade. To Xiaxue, it was more like a kiss on the palm of his hand. I like my deskmate the most. It was as sweet as spring water. He suppressed the desire in his heart. Xiaxue took his wrist away and chuckled. She said slowly, you don't like studying? It's not contradictory. Songyu deliberately changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. I'll show you the signatures at the end of their letters. They're really bold. There are all kinds of names. He opened the folded paper in his hand. The content praised him crazily, called him hubby, and all kinds of flattery. But the signature was. God Xia, you were great last night. Songyu. Xiaxue, Ma shouting, ha 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 ha. Shiboan also held back his laughter. This guy wants to have a foot in two boats. Songyu silently folded it back. Xiaxue was stunned for a moment. Then she chuckled and said, you were great last night too. Songyu. He tried to change the topic. I'm even better today. The afternoon is my home ground. Xiaxue's eyes curved. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Of course, she also cheered for her classmates during the sports meet. Songyu was very interested in watching. When someone gave him a small flag, he felt that it was novel and interesting and waved it wildly. The cheers next to him were like a tide. The cheers were uplifting. He also became happy. The announcer was Lin Xuanqiu. His voice spread throughout the sports field. Crossing the white starting line, you are like a golden lightning. In this autumn, you burst forth with infinite youth. Go, athletes, take off like an eagle and conquer your battlefield. In the afternoon, the boys' 1,500 kilometers run. When Songyu changed his clothes and came out, a group of girls next to him were laughing and taking photos with their phones. They exclaimed, brother you, why are you so handsome? Jiang Chenian took a small electric fan and handed it to him. Brother you, you've worked hard to win glory for the class. Songyu smiled. A boy next to him said, brother you, some people in the other classes look down on you. Now the forum is starting to bet again. I'm not convinced, so I bet my virginity. You have to get first place. My first night is in your hands. His roommate was stunned. You're giving away your virginity again? You haven't given away your virginity from last time? The boy, sigh, it's a long story. Xianxia took a sip of water and put the bottle on the table with a smile. He said casually, don't worry. The purpose of my long-distance running is to prove it to everyone. A person who is handsome and can run fast at the same time. Xianxia? He turned the fan to the maximum. 666, Xianxia walked onto the track. The people on the field and the spectator stands immediately went ah. A boy in a baseball cap pointed a selfie stick at them and said passionately, hello, it's me again. I'm your good friend, Big K. If King loves Xianxia so much that I like to record everything for him. Do you see that cool guy over there? Although he can't speak to us, we can interact with him in our hearts. My roommate won't be giving me a Maserati this time. Instead, he'll be giving me a Rolls-Royce. Xianxia is the champion, so he'll be giving me one. Big K will also give me an 8 yuan voucher as a gift. Ma Shouting and his underlings were armed to the teeth again. They were whistling, clapping, and holding light sticks in their hands. Shi Bowen snatched the screaming chicken away for fear of losing face. Ma Shouting waved her arms and whistled, brother you, charge. Xianxia was now the most eye-catching person on runway 3. Next to him was a boy with bronze skin. He glanced at him and said with a smile, brother you, what place do you plan to get? Xianxia said, is that something I can decide? Don't you see how much I'm carrying? How many people's first times were there? How many luxury cars and mansions? The boy with bronze skin laughed, ha 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 ha. A gunshot rang out. The race began. From the white starting line, the handsome teenager rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Another round of screams came from the audience. Xianxia was so nervous that she almost pinched her deskmate's hand. Liang Yingying couldn't take it anymore. You're not giving him your first night. Why are you so nervous? Xianxia said, I'll give him my first night. If brother you wins, I'll give him my first kiss. Liang Yingying said. Are you looking for a beating? Xianxia's stamina was very good, but after all, he had only trained for a week. Compared to the students with special talents, there was still a gap. In the first 2 laps, he was in a stalemate with another tall guy. He was far ahead of everyone, but neither of them was half a step behind the other. But in the last lap, he was at a disadvantage. He didn't have enough energy. When it came to the sprint, he became more and more tired. It was as if he was filled with lead, and his pace gradually slowed down. Brother you, come on. Almost everyone was nervous with him. They cupped their hands around their mouths and shouted loudly. Ma Shouting clapped the plastic palm in his hand and whistled louder and louder. Brother you, go. In the last lap. Seeing that the finish line was getting closer and closer, the other person began to shake off Xianxia. The audience burst into heart-wrenching screams. Brother you. My first night, you have to be responsible for me, The audience. They were so shocked that they swallowed back their shouts. With him taking the lead, the cheering changed. Everyone became more and more excited. Brother you. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Did you see it? It's waiting for you at the finish line. Brother you. There's a Seaview house in front. Who has recorded the barking of a dog? I think that bad idea is feasible. Why are you barking, brother you? Look, thank God. Do you see such a handsome boyfriend at the finish line? Beside the track, there was a neat row of cheering. Xianxia could only hear the sound of the wind. He couldn't catch his breath. His gaze was fixed on one point. Right now. When he was sprinting. At this moment, he suddenly exploded. It was as if his whole body had been injected with new energy. He gritted his teeth and was as fast as the wind. He sprinted forward like lightning. Wah! The audience stood up excitedly. In the broadcasting studio, Lin Shuangqiu took out a new cheering script and softly read it into the microphone. Shouts, excitement, joy, this is who we are at this moment. Chase, heartbeat, perseverance, victory or defeat is just a thought away. This is your battlefield. Fight for the throne. Our youth will never fade. Almost. Song Yu looked at the back of the person in front of him. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. A strong desire to win suddenly arose. There was only one thought in his mind. Surpass him. She changed to the next one. Xianxia was stunned. Then she laughed. Her voice suddenly slowed down. The sweet voice, with a smile, came slowly. Your sweat spilled on the track and watered my thoughts. Your eyes looked at the finish line and pierced my soul. Almost. Almost. Song Yu clenched his back teeth. His whole soul was burning. There are too many beautiful words that I can't say on a normal day. I can only hide behind the cheers and tell you secretly. You are the Milky Way, the classics of grass and trees, and all the beautiful things I can think of. With every step he took, he could hear his own heavy breathing. His throat was dry, and his lungs were burning. Thank you for appearing in my life and decorating all the ordinary and boring years. Let the peppermint wind and the midsummer hang on the tail of my youth. Kind, cute, smart, my husband, brother Yu. In the last few seconds, Song Yu's mind was blank. He didn't know if he had surpassed that person. He just looked at the finish line. Xianxia stood there. Hurry up. The whistle suddenly sounded. The moment he stepped over the finish line, it was like the last string snapped. Exhaustion and weakness swept through his body. Faster. The crowd was in a hubbub and screaming. His eyes were blank. He was about to kneel down when he fell into a strong and cold embrace. Cross the finish line and come to my heart. His heart was beating wildly. After a strong sense of exhaustion, Song Yu's senses gradually recovered. The cheers from all directions drowned him like a tide. First place? First place? F***CK. First place, first place. Ah, brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is awesome. Whistles, laughter, applause, and screams. His hand tightly grasped Xianxia's arm. After a violent gasp, his temples were throbbing. However, he looked up and revealed a bright and proud smile. His light brown pupils were clear and bright. In an instant, the sun was not as dazzling as it was. Panting slightly, Song Yu smiled and said, "Am I awesome?" Xianxia supported him and was stunned for a second. Then, she laughed softly. You're awesome. Xianxia almost couldn't hold the fan steady. He was so excited that he was incoherent. Ah, Sui Yu, it's true. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Liang Yingying was speechless at this fickle woman. He rolled his eyes at her. If you win, you can give your first kiss. Go and give it to him, you coward. Snatch brother Yu from God's Xia and kiss him on the wall of the field. Xianxia, I won't. Actually, it's quite interesting to be alive. The audience was lively as if it was the new year. In a corner, a youth in a baseball cap bared his teeth at the camera. Congratulations to Song Yu for winning first place. Then, I'll broadcast some unfortunate news. My roommate called and said that he was kidnapped and robbed of tens of millions in cash. He owes the Rolls-Royce for now. Debt is not a burden. He decided to give me a Lamborghini next time. The 1500 meters was the last race of the first day. After the run, Song Yu was accompanied by Xianxia as they walked around the edge of the field. Ma shouting finally snatched the screaming chicken from Shiboan. She was overjoyed. She squeezed the chicken in her hand and it made a series of unpleasant sounds. Song Yu's eyes swept across the field. Ma shouting silently held it in her arms, buttoned it up, and stopped playing with it. A group of people followed beside them. Shiboan was in high spirits. Brother Yu, you don't know how crazy the spectators were when you were running your last lap. They even gave you cars and houses. Even the teacher was stunned by your roar, ha ha ha. Song Yu had already recovered. She opened the bottle cap and drank a mouthful of iced red tea. Ma shouting said, there was a big boss in the forum who made a bet. If brother Yu gets first place, he will give 100 yuan to everyone who left their names. Now, the number of floors was about to break the record, and that big shot had secretly deleted his account. Damn it, I'll remember this bastard who owes me $100. A boy from class 1 laughed. Damn, if any of their words can be trusted, would I still be this poor? Songyu couldn't stop laughing. He tilted his head and asked Xiaosui, look at him. If I win, he'll give me a car, a house, and even my virginity. What about you? What do you want to give me? Xiaosui tilted her head and stared at him. Her cold and dark eyes were smiling. She dragged out her words and said lazily, was I great last night? Songyu, great my ass, he didn't say that. The class leader waved her arms desperately and ran from the front. She held a camera in her hand and shouted, school tyrant, school hunk, let's take a picture together. Ma shouting raised a screaming chicken in front of her and said righteously, what are you doing? Protect brother you, thank God. You're violating the right to portrait. The class leader rolled her eyes and said, the girl from the next class offered a sky-high price for a picture of the two of you. I thought about it. If the two of you stand together, wouldn't that be 100 yuan? Hurry up, I'm earning money for our class. Once we earn enough, we can go to the amusement park. Ma shouting immediately became spirited. Then add me in. I only need 20 yuan. 120 yuan for one picture. The class leader couldn't be more disdainful. Get lost. If I take a picture of you, I'll probably deduct 20 yuan. Ma shouting was dissatisfied. Brother you, thank God 50 to 50. No matter what, it's 40 to 60 for me and them. Everyone laughed out loud. Songyu sneered and took a step back. I refuse. He pulled Xiaosui along and lazily yang. And my deskmate. A flower on a high mountain has to look like a flower on a high mountain. Xiaosui smiled but didn't say anything. The class leader held the camera and felt very wronged. I'm just thinking for the class. In the end, the two-person photo wasn't taken. Old Chung walked over with sharp eyes. He originally wanted to scold them for staying, but in the end, he was dragged over to take a class photo. Are you shouting eggplant? What are you shouting for? Ma shouting pinched the screaming chicken and suggested with a laugh, I asked brother you if it was 6 or 6, and you guys said 6. Songyu. How F** king shameful. However, before he could refuse, the class leader who was taking the photo had already started waving his hand. Ready. He shouted, brother you, are you 6 or 6? 6, the laughter was clear and bright. F** CK Songyu was too embarrassed to see anyone. He turned his head to the side, and Xiaosui's chuckle rang in his ears. At the school gate. Qianmo sat in the front passenger seat. The car window was lowered, and his amber eyes were silently looking in the direction of the field. The driver was arranged by the Wang family. He asked carefully, fourth young master, are you waiting for someone? Qianmo shook his head. No. The driver followed his gaze and looked in the direction of the field. He was a little surprised. Is number 1 high school holding a sports meet? It's so lively. Qianmo's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly asked, do you know Xiaosui? After all, the driver had worked for the Wang family for many years. He used to specially pick up and drop off Wang Xi. When he heard this name, his expression instantly turned ugly. I know her. She's the one who harmed young Master Wang Xi. Even though Qianmo had only been in Jing City for a few days, he knew a little about his ignorant and incompetent cousin. He thought about Wang Xi's temperament. It was hard to say who harmed who. However, he wasn't interested in delving into it. He tilted his head and asked, do you know his family background? The Wang family had also seriously investigated Xiaosui. The driver told him everything he knew. Xiaosui only has an old woman in his family. It seems that she's not his biological child. We couldn't find out the identity of his mother. We only know that she committed suicide by jumping off a building and was infected with an illness. Qianmo, oh? The driver said in surprise, did Xiaosui provoke you at school? How could he be so bold? Qianmo said slowly, he didn't provoke me. In fact, I wanted to provoke him. The driver was stunned. He then came up with a bad idea. With your status, he can't refuse. Qianmo looked at one point coldly and then closed the window. He can't refuse, but there's someone beside him who's in my way. The driver. Song Wang Xi's incident had caused the collapse of the entire Wang family. Naturally, the cause and effect had been spread around. It was hard for him not to be familiar with this name. The relative of the Meng family, the nephew of the mayor, Madame Wang, was angry and shocked at first. After going back and seriously investigating, she found out who Song was. The Song family of a city could only swallow their anger in silence. This person from the Song family. The driver said vaguely. He really likes to meddle in other people's business. Qin Mo, let's go. He leaned against the front passenger seat and said coldly, if he likes to meddle in other people's business, then let him go back to a city. The driver was stunned. What? Qin Mo said, doesn't the Song family treasure this young master so much? He touched his knuckles and said with a smile, let's see if his family can bear to let him stay here if he acts up again. In the dim car, Qin Mo's voice was as cold as a poisonous snake's. I heard that he can't touch alcohol? The night after the sports meet. A video and a sentence had been pinned at the top of the forum, and the popularity had been soaring for an entire week. Cross the finish line and come to my heart. Main post, let me show you. It was taken at the highest point of the sports grandstand. After some post-processing, pay attention to the 3 minutes and 12 seconds mark. Sigh, the love between the school hunk and the school bully. 1L, after watching it, I'm dead. Damn it. 2L, after watching it, I'm dying. I'm doing sit-ups in a coffin. Damn it. 3L, what the hell, running was cut like a TV drama. Song sprinted at the last second. He ran so fast, why did he slow it down? 4L, my main announcer called me hubby. If I had known, I would have written a cheering letter for myself. I need a girlfriend for half a minute. 5L, I'm convinced. I suggest you add a sentence in the main post, straight men, leave. 6L? I've been hinted at. 7L, whoa, you're looking down on me. Straight men are cursing and swearing. 8L, the confession letter. The sister who wrote this is a genius. Pass the pen to the genius. The lights are as bright as ever. Are you the wife of the genius? 9L, ha 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 ha, no. The credit belongs to everyone. I only contributed a little. Cute, kind, and smart. These are the words that Xianxia used to describe brother you. Carrot. 20L, I've watched it 20 times. To sum it up, you're giving me peace of mind. 21L, in the last 3 seconds, I seem to have used all my strength to run through the crowd to hug you. The colorful letter fell all over the ground. Pink balloons flew around the grandstand. People shouted and laughed. They were full of earthly joy. You're in my heart. I want to say something, but I can't. 22L, woo 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 woo. I want to say something, but I can't. 23L, I want to say something, but I can't find the words. I wish them a bright future. There's still a long future. A bright future. There's still a long future. During the language class, the teacher wrote these words on the blackboard with chalk. He took a sip of water from his thermos and started talking about extracurricular content. This essay by Liang Qichao was written at the end of the Qing dynasty, after the failure of the Wuxi reform. The weather was getting colder. The windows and doors in the classroom were tightly shut. The warmth made people feel sleepy. The first period was the language class. Song Yu was always slumped on the table. When he heard these words, his ears twitched. He lifted his head from his arms. He turned his head instinctively and saw Xiaosui's side profile. He was handsome and fair. His dark eyes were focused on the blackboard. Song Yu thought for a while and retracted his head. The midterm exam came as scheduled. Song Yu was more confident in this exam than in the monthly exam. When the results came out, he was indeed in the top 20. During the class meeting, Old Qing directly pulled him out and praised him for half the class. It was as if he was rewarding a child. In the end, he even smiled and asked him to go on stage to talk about learning methods. What else could Song Yu say? Thank you to my deskmate. What kind of childish place was an amusement park? It was no different from a primary school student's spring outing. Songyu refused in his heart. Old Cheng, on the other hand, was very satisfied with this decision. The time and place were decided immediately. There was no room for negotiation. Ma Shouting suggested excitedly, "The amusement park is good. I was just about to try out the new theme of their haunted house." Shi Bowen complained, "The bride in the coffin, right? I've been spoiled. There's nothing to look forward to." Ma Shouting covered his mouth. "You're the only one who has a mouth. You're always talking about it." On Friday night, Songyu returned to the Meng family, but he was called over by Grandmother Meng. Grandmother Meng tidied up the house during the day and found some old things. It was a photo album with photos of him when he was young. She specially called him over to take a look. Under the light, his grandmother's gray hair was neatly combed. She spoke softly and carefully. "This was taken when you came to Jing City for the new year when you were 5 years old." A nostalgic light appeared in her eyes. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. I was still a little boy then. She reached out and pointed at the first photo. It was a child curled up on the sofa playing games. He was wearing a pink sweater and had a livid face. He exuded an aura that kept people away. Grandmother Meng smiled and said, "That day, you threw a tantrum with your family and refused to go out. Do you still remember?" Songyu didn't know that he was like this when he was young. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why would I throw a tantrum?" Grandmother Meng glared at him and said, "Because you care about your face. Your mother put a pink sweater on you and jokingly called you a little girl, so you got angry." Songyu's lips curled up. "You can't blame me for that. She forced a 5-year-old cool boy to wear a pink sweater and even called him a little girl to humiliate him. It's my mother's problem." Grandmother Meng was amused by his words and sighed. "What's going on in your head? He was a cool boy at 5 years old. He would become a handsome boy when he grew up. There was nothing wrong with it." Songyu flipped through the photo album at the back. Through the years, he seemed to really see himself from 10 years ago. He was arrogant and irritable, but most of the time, he was a well-behaved and delicate boy who played quietly by the side. Songyu suddenly had an epiphany. He raised his head and asked his grandmother, "Have I always been like this since I was a child?" The light was too gentle. Grandmother Meng smiled. There were fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She said softly, "That's right. I recognized him at first glance." Songyu's fingers rested on the photo album. His fingertips were cold. After a slight pain in his brain, his whole body shook as if something had pierced through him. In the past few days, Songyu had been dreaming very frequently. She was no longer an outsider, but had truly participated in it. Every detail was exceptionally clear, as if he had truly experienced it. He dreamed of his sister's wedding. In the most luxurious Lijiang hotel in a city. The last person she married was a handsome and gentle university professor. He was as clean as jade and had a good temper. He was completely not in her criteria for a spouse, but he was with her until the end. Songyu changed into a gray suit and waited for her in the dressing room. She was today's bride. Her long hair was tied up in a high bun, and she was wearing a snow-white wedding dress. When she smiled, her eyes were dark and clear. They were gentle and moving. Song Weining asked him, "Did you go to the banquet hall on the 3rd floor to see it?" Songyu was stunned. "No." Song Weining said with a smile, "My makeup will probably take an hour. You'll be bored here. Why don't you go there first?" "I thought about the theme for the wedding for a long time. It's called the Milky Way universe. The visual effect should be very shocking." Songyu laughed. "It must be very romantic." The makeup artist began to help her with her eye makeup. Song Weining closed his eyes. The smile on his lips could not hide the happiness and sweetness. "That's for sure. If you're jealous, hurry up and find a girlfriend, baby." Songyu snorted. "That's not necessary." He wanted to say that with his body, he should not harm other girls. But when the words came to his mouth, he immediately changed his tone and said in a lazy young tone, "After all, fate is the most unattainable thing in the world. It depends on God's arrangement. A few staff members were scattered in the banquet hall on the third floor. They were moving equipment and adjusting the lights. He walked in with his brother. Many people shouted, "Eldest master, third master." Songyu smiled faintly. He found a place to sit down. Songsu said, "You haven't been back to a city for a long time." Songyu, "Yes, it's been a few years, but it doesn't feel like anything has changed." Songsu asked, "Why didn't you call your old friends to meet you?" Songyu, "Are you my brother? I know a few people in a city. Don't you know them?" "It seems so." "Ha ha ha, I don't know many of them." The staff brought 2 drinks. Songsu declined and tilted his head to look at him seriously. "Do you still remember Xiaxia?" Songyu's pupils froze slightly. He said slowly, I still remember." Songsu said in a rather complicated tone, "Third Master Xia of the Xia family is sick and hospitalized. The old master has started to cause trouble again. There are also a few brothers and sisters who haven't given up on their evil intentions. Xiaxia was voted out by the board of directors. She's not in a good situation now." Songyu's fingers paused in the dark. He asked, "Not in a good situation? What's wrong?" "Songsu, the Xia family has abandoned him. He doesn't look easy to get along with. In private, he's even more so. He's cold and ruthless. Over the years, he's provoked a lot of people in a city. Once he loses power, it's inevitable that others will kick him when he's down. He's still missing now, but I know that many people are looking for him." Songyu felt his throat was a little hoarse. "The Su family?" Songsu shook his head. "The Qin family and the Zhao family." Songyu, "They?" Songsu frowned and said with a strange expression, "You're not in a city, so you don't know. Anyway, I've always heard that Qin Mo and Zhao Ziyu once pursued Xiaxia crazily. I guess they couldn't get her and hated her because of their love. Why bother? Besides, a person like Xiaxia is not to be trifled with even if she's lost power." Songyu, is Xiaxia still in a city now?" Songsu was slightly surprised. "Don't tell me you're also thinking of looking for her." Songyu, "No, I'm just asking." When he went downstairs, he heard the people around him gloating. They couldn't hide their malice. Who would have thought that Xiaxia, who was so domineering in a city, would be reduced to such a state? The Xia family doesn't intend to let him have an easy time. Now that he's in debt and can't find a job, he won't go begging, right? That won't be the case. Do you still remember his mother? The daughter of the Su family was raised so well. She's willing to be someone's mistress. She's really despicable. Xiaxia is probably the same. There are many people in a city who like his face. Maybe he's been kept by a woman. Ha ha ha, I really want to see him in such a sorry state now. It's so satisfying." Songyu stopped walking downstairs. He tilted his head and asked indifferently, "What's satisfying?" His voice was cold. The 2 young men who were talking were stunned. They recognized at a glance that this was the 3rd young master of the Song family. They immediately smiled awkwardly. Songyu, what a coincidence. Songyu's eyes were cold and cynical. The corner of his mouth was mocking. He lost his power, but there are women who are willing to keep him. He has people who love him and make money. What's there to be satisfied about? If you're ugly, can't you read more books? No matter what kind of person you are, everyone is the same. As for Aunt Sue, he took a step forward and said indifferently, "Don't let me hear the word mistress again." After all, today was the Song family's wedding banquet. The 2 young men were angry, but they didn't dare to say a word. Their faces were ashen. Songyu turned around and went downstairs. However, a determined light flashed in his eyes. What kind of feelings did he have for Xiaxia? Perhaps it was the purest and most innocent appearance he had seen in their childhood. Therefore, no matter how Songsu said that that person was dangerous, it wasn't very convincing to him. Even when Xiaxia was in such a desperate situation, he subconsciously wanted to help him. He had Xiaxia's private phone number. Originally, he just wanted to test the waters. He didn't expect that person to pick up. "Hello." The voice on the other side of the phone was cold and slightly hoarse. It was just like before, without the slightest hint of decadence. Songyu was stunned. However, as if electricity had passed through his brain, he said softly after a long time, "It's me, Songyu. I'm back in the country today. Do you have time to meet me?" There was a long silence on the other side. After a long time, he chuckled and said casually, "Okay." The meeting was set to be in the restaurant. He chose a quiet private room with a vintage and unique decoration. Green plants separated the quiet space. When Xianxia arrived, Songyu's hand that was stirring the coffee froze. The man was tall and straight, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He was as elegant and calm as ever. When he sat down, even if he had lost his power, he still felt oppressed. He asked, "What do you want to talk about?" It was probably the first time that Songyu was so nervous. Although he really wanted to be a rich second generation who threw out a black card and went straight to the point, "I'll help the poor." However, considering the self-esteem of his childhood friend, he silently suppressed this idea. It would be an insult if he didn't use money directly. "I don't have many friends in a city. I found you on my phone and wanted to meet you. Let's chat casually." He could only say so. Xianxia stared at him and smiled. Okay. Basically, Songyu was looking for topics to talk about during the meal. Xianxia was obviously not very interested. Songyu sighed as he chatted. Xianxia could tolerate wasting time here with him. After they finished chatting, Songyu took the initiative to say, "Let me send you home." Xianxia didn't refuse. She looked back at him deeply and nodded with a smile. In the car, they were also speechless. After sending Xianxia downstairs, Songyu wanted to leave immediately. However, Xianxia asked, "Do you want to go upstairs and take a look?" Songyu was still thinking about how to help her when he was asked. He was stunned and nodded. Okay. They went upstairs and closed the door. Before the lights in the room were turned on, Songyu suddenly felt his waist being hugged by a pair of hot hands. A man who was a head taller than him leaned over. In the darkness, he was as oppressive as a beast. He was stunned. Then, his whole body was pressed against the wall. The man pressed the back of his head with his other hand and kissed him coldly and fiercely. He kissed his lips gently and stuck his tongue into his mouth domineeringly. He hooked his tongue and teased him skillfully. He was wanton and provocative. His nose was filled with that cold breath. It was like a person who was abstinent was aroused. Songyu was confused by this. He felt Xianxia's slender hand start to move down. He instantly came back to his senses. He seemed to have been set off and reached out to push her away. "What are you doing?" However, Xianxia accurately grabbed his wrist. There was no resistance. A faint light came in through the gap in the window. Xianxia's peach blossom eyes narrowed. The coldness between his eyebrows turned into a decadent charm. He chuckled in the darkness. "Isn't this why you're looking for me?" "Songyu. I'm here to help the poor." Songyu took a deep breath. After all, he wasn't as straightforward as he was when he was young. He calmed down the anger and panic in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let go." Xianxia chuckled when he heard that. He took a step back, pressed his finger on the wall, and turned on the lights. His departure took away the oppressive feeling that made Songyu feel suffocated. The frozen and ambiguous atmosphere began to flow again. The room was bright. Xianxia stood up straight, cold and elegant. He put away his lust and laziness and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood." Songyu was so angry that he laughed. He ground his teeth and said, "Are you so casual with everyone?" Xianxia's dark eyes fixed on him for a while. He smiled and suddenly changed the topic. "Do you want something to drink?" Songyu was so angry that he was full of anger. With a cold face, he refused directly. "No need. It's getting late. I should go back." Xianxia suddenly said, "Songyu." He looked into his eyes and said, "Stay." "What do you want to talk about?" Songyu's words stopped in his throat. He looked up, and his light brown eyes were full of surprise. Xianxia paused and added, "Other than you, I can't find anyone to talk to now." His tone was casual, but there was a slight loneliness in it. Songyu was stunned. Yes, no matter how casual he appeared, the man in front of him was not in a good situation. He was at the lowest point in his life. His family regarded him as a snake and scorpion. He was alone in this city and surrounded by evil intentions. He thought about his behavior just now. He was so frivolous and unrestrained. Was he the same to everyone? Songyu's heart was stifled. He held his breath and felt that they did need to have a good chat. Anything. He answered his previous question of what do you want to drink? He took off his suit jacket, wrapped it in his arms, and walked into the house. In the middle of the night, there was a heavy downpour in a city. The rain was very heavy. From the window, one could see the boundless curtain of rain, which made the bustling city blurry. Taking over the steaming cup, Songyu frowned and asked him, "Are you interested in working in the Song enterprise? I can contact my father and ask him to give you a position in the headquarters. If you are overseas, you can avoid the Xie family." Xiesui smiled and said, "Thank you, but I won't trouble you." Songyu was infuriated. "Then don't be as casual as you were today, okay? Aunt Su doesn't want to see you degenerate like this." He recalled the rumors he had heard and found it hard to believe. "You can't be thinking that I'm here to provide for you, right?" Xiesui tilted her head and smiled. "Yes, do you want to?" Songyu said resolutely, "No." Xiesui said slowly, "Oh." Although he was depressed by the misunderstanding, he still went to see Xiesui from time to time out of a complicated mood. In fact, after they were separated when they were young, their first reunion after many years was not warm and romantic. At that time, Xiesui was even as cold as a stranger. Songyu also felt that the two of them were in completely different worlds and there was no need for them to cross paths again. He didn't know how things had developed to this point. He was going to leave after attending Song Weining's wedding, but he stayed for Xiesui. His parents couldn't persuade him and agreed. They were afraid that he would be bored, so they let him be the nominal president of a subsidiary company of the Song enterprise. He only needed to sign the company's decisions. During that time in a city, he didn't understand what Xiesui wanted to do. He didn't look for a job and was idle every day. He even raised a cat. Raising a cat? Do you want to plant a few pots of grass? Do you have any self-awareness of your low point in life? Finally, one day, Songyu couldn't bear it anymore. "Where do you get the money to pay the rent?" Xiesui was playing with the cat with her slender fingers. When she heard his words, she suddenly smiled and her eyes seemed to have a deep meaning. "Yes, it seems that I'm going to be kicked out. What should I do?" Songyu. What should he do? He felt that he had done enough for the sake of their childhood friendship. Xiesui moved into Chongqing residence and lived in his house. Actually, there was no difference in their lives. They just had to hide it from his brother. His brother had a mysterious hostility towards Xiesui, as if he was facing a scourge. Although Songyu didn't understand, he didn't dare to step on his brother's anger. However, every time Song-su called, Xiesui would make some noise. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Song-su's ears were very sharp. "Is there someone in your house?" Songyu's heart was in his mouth. "Ah? Is there?" "No, you must have heard wrongly." Song-su was suspicious. "Did I hear wrongly?" Songyu was certain. "That's for sure." After hanging up the phone, Songyu gritted his teeth and glared at Xiesui. Xiesui held the cat on the sofa and smiled at him. Her peach blossom eyes curved and the coldness in her eyes melted. She was unbelievably beautiful. At the end of the season, Songyu was still busy. He was busy from the company to his home. Once, perhaps it was because the weather was too cold, he caught a cold and fell asleep in the study in a daze. He only woke up when Xiesui pushed him. Half asleep, his head hurt and he couldn't open his eyes. He murmured, "What time is it?" 8 o'clock. Her cold and slender hand covered his forehead. Xiesui's cold voice sounded in his ears. He said helplessly, "Are you that tired?" Songyu's throat was very dry. He was like a child throwing a tantrum. "I'm not going to the hospital." He hated hospitals. Xiesui said, "Okay, I'm not going." Songyu was confused by the fever, but he still did his duty. "I still have a report to read." Xiaxue kissed his eyebrows gently. I'll read it for you. That kiss was so gentle that he still remembered it when he woke up the next day. His fever almost subsided when he woke up, but his face was still very hot when he woke up. He hurried out of the house and rushed to the company. He was still in a daze when he was in a meeting. When he wanted to start work and turned on his computer, he found that Xiaxue had finished his work last night. She replied to all the emails and even sorted out the reports from various departments. The important ones were specifically picked out. It was clear and efficient and saved him a lot of trouble. The secretary was shocked by his efficiency last night, but she still reported to him the schedule. President Song, there's a charity banquet tonight. Song Yu, cancel it. The secretary nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it now. She was very straightforward. After all, Chairman Song had already explained everything clearly to them. Of course, they would listen to this young master. No one would blame President Song if he ruined the company. Moreover, he was so responsible. Song Yu sat in his office in a daze. He began to recall his feelings for Xiaxue. The more he thought about it, the more confused and frightened he became. The sky was dark outside. It was rainy season. Not long after, it started to rain heavily. Song Yu was so annoyed that he wanted to avoid Xiaxue. He decided to stay at the Song family's old mansion for the night. However, when he walked to the door, he saw Xiaxue holding an umbrella and waiting for him by the car. He stood there like a painting, elegant and distant. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his cold and white wrist bones. He was wearing an expensive watch and even seemed to be looking down at the time. This face had appeared repeatedly in financial magazines. No one in the company was unfamiliar with it. Everyone was scared silly. When they went downstairs, they almost fell. Song Yu paused in his steps and was about to avoid him. However, a black car suddenly sped over, the wheels splashing white flowers. After it stopped, the car door was suddenly opened. A man in a black suit with a ferocious expression walked out. Xianxia. Slamming the car door, the gentle and polite fourth young master of the Qin family seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were red as he walked forward. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Xiaxue's gaze shifted to his face. He smiled faintly and said casually, looking for me? Was he tired of living? Qin Mo approached him. He was on the verge of going crazy. Come back with me now. I won't let the Xia family hurt you. Xiaxue smiled and looked behind him. His mocking expression faded a little. He stepped forward with his long legs and walked up the stairs. He tilted his umbrella slightly and said with a smile, let's go home. Song Yu said naturally, okay. There was a fire in his heart now. Qin Mo was drenched in the rain and was in a sorry state. When he saw this scene, he felt as if his heart was being ruthlessly squeezed. His lips were pale. He stared at Song Yu as if he wanted to eat him up. Song Yu? Thinking of those rumors, Song Yu's lips curled up mockingly. Young Master Qin, why are you blocking my company's entrance? Qin Mo's eyes were red, but he looked at Xiaxue. He was so angry that he spoke without thinking. You disappeared for the past few months with Song Yu? Aren't you very noble and capable? Now you've fallen to such a lowly state and become a kept woman? Xiaxue didn't say anything. Song Yu was already annoyed and said, is there something wrong with your brain? Who told you that I'm a kept woman? Qin Mo's teeth were chattering. Song Yu said, can't you see that we're loving each other? Hurry up and get lost. You're already blind. It won't be good if water gets into your brain again. Xiaxue laughed out loud. Qin Mo, on the other hand, was filled with anger and despair. He gently tore it apart. He looked at Xiaxue in pain. Why is it him? Why is it him? I clearly knew you first. I know that you still hate me and blame me for letting you down. I know that I was wrong now. I even fell out with the Wang family for you. Xiaxue. What the f***ck do you want me to do? Song Yu felt that he was an idiot. He turned his head, reached out, and wrapped his arms around Xiaxue's neck, letting him lean over. Then, in the rain, he took the initiative to kiss his lips. Their lips and teeth were filled with the sweet taste of mint. The two of them kissed in the pouring rain. Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Songyu ended the kiss. Then, he immediately turned his head and said to the lunatic, "Did you see that? If you saw it, get lost." Xianxia's expression was extremely painful and desperate. It was as if he couldn't breathe. Songyu had already dragged Xiaxia into the car. He closed the door and started the car. He held his breath and drove straight home. Songyu didn't say a word. Xiaxia was also silent. After entering the elevator, Songyu wanted to explain. He stared at the changing floor number and didn't look away. "I was acting for him just now. I don't want him to pester you anymore." Xiaxia, What did you act for? Songyu, just acting as lovers. Xiaxia turned her head, her eyes rippling with laughter. She said slowly, "Act? Haven't we always been lovers?" Songyu turned his head in shock. A wave of heat rushed to his head, and his mind went blank. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. He walked out as if he was running away. Was Xiaxia crazy, or was he crazy? He was probably crazy. The ambiguous atmosphere was as thin as a piece of paper, but no one dared to expose it. These days at home, they had been communicating as usual. Xiaxia also acted very naturally, as if she was patiently tolerating him. Songyu was confused. For this reason, he even asked Song Weining, who was on their honeymoon, to explain the situation. Song Weining couldn't help laughing. "She's already living in your house. What else can we be if we're not lovers? Don't think so much. Go to her room tonight and make this relationship official." Songyu. Forget it. When the company was on vacation, Songyu proposed to Xiaxia to go to Jing City. In fact, when he asked this question, his whole heart was anxious. He wanted to know more about Xiaxia, but he also knew that Xiaxia's childhood was not good. Jing City might be a nightmarish memory. He looked at Xiaxia tentatively, but met a pair of dark and smiling eyes. The man opposite him smiled and said, "Okay." Songyu's lips curled up in delight. He followed Xiaxia's life, from Lianyun Street to No. 1 Middle School in Jing City. No. 1 Middle School had renovated the school gate, and the outer wall had been repainted to cover the old graffiti. Xiaxia's former classroom had been abandoned. But there was nothing worth remembering in each place. Sometimes when Songyu walked through the playground, he seemed to see the silent, lonely, and always alone teenager more than 10 years ago. His grandmother's house was in Jing City. After a day of living, his grandmother was so excited that her eyes turned red. After a while, she smiled and wiped her tears and invited them in. In the summer of Jing City, the days were hot and dry, and the nights were cool. Grandma was getting on in years, so she liked to watch operas. While they were waiting for dinner, the TV was playing Lock and Qilin Pouch. It was melodious and long. Songyu sat on the sofa and stared blankly for a long time. Suddenly, he sat up seriously, tilted his head, and said, "If you had told me when you moved to Jing City with Aunt Sue, I would have moved with you." Xiaxia never liked to make assumptions. She just smiled and said, "Okay." Songyu said, "Then my mom would have agreed. After all, my grandmother is here." Xiaxia said, "Yes." Songyu was amused by his own childish thoughts. He said jokingly, "Then I would have transferred to your school, your class, and become your deskmate." Xiaxia chuckled. "I couldn't ask for more." Songyu said jokingly, "I would have treated you very well at that time. I would have protected you from those terrible things and people." Xiaxia smiled. The light shone down, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Songyu said, "Then maybe we would have been together in high school." "Okay." Xiaxia couldn't hold back the tenderness in her heart. She leaned over and kissed the young man's lips. She said with a smile, "Love at first sight." Songyu was scared to death. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pushed her away. "Stop it. My grandmother is still here." Xiaxia chuckled hoarsely. Outside the window, the stars were scattered in the night sky. The melodious voice of the TV seemed to come slowly through the flowing water. She sang slowly. He taught me to let go of my hatred, to stop being coquettish, to start anew, to change my temperament, to stop drowning in the water, to return from the sea of bitterness, to realize lawning early. To return from the sea of bitterness, to realize lawning early. Song Yu felt cold all over. It was as if his whole body had sunk into the depths of the sea. He had a splitting headache and couldn't even breathe. The suffocating coldness, the indescribable sadness and regret made his heart clench. In the end, he completely forgot the contents of the dream. Only the words of the play rang in his mind. He felt extremely uncomfortable. There was even a faint taste of blood in his mouth. It was very light and filled his nasal cavity. His thoughts were thick and stiff, and his brain seemed to be filled with heavy black mud. Finally, he was awakened by a complex voice. "Host." Song Yu woke up with a start, opened his eyes, sat up, and gasped for breath. Sweat wet his hair, and the sadness in his heart could not be dispersed. In front of his bed, there was a blue figure floating. It was Song Yu in a blue and white hospital gown. He didn't know how long 008 had disappeared. Song Yu had no time to pay attention to him now. Covering his head, he tried desperately to recall the contents of the dream, but he couldn't remember it. 008 sighed, his expression was extremely complicated. He stepped forward and reached out to touch Song Yu's eyebrows. The blue light was very light. The taste of blood in his mouth gradually faded. The sadness and regret in his heart were expelled by some reassuring force, and his brain was clear again. Song Yu slowly put down his hand, and his light-colored eyes gradually lost their pain. He calmed down and looked up to ask the first sentence. "What did I dream of?" 008 shrank a little and faltered, "Nothing. It's a nightmare. I'll help you get rid of those negative emotions." Song Yu's eyes were extremely cold. 008 gritted his teeth and said, "It's useless for you to look at me. You forgot it when you woke up. I can't help you find it back." Song Yu stared at him for a long time. The dream that he had been repeating all the time was finally close to the truth. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he said calmly, "You're back just in time. I've always wanted to ask you." 008's expression was stiff all of a sudden. Song Yu said directly, "I'm actually Song Yu." 008's weak and pale face had a moment of panic, but soon pulled out a smile. "What? I'm Song Yu." Song Yu's mood was extremely bad. He sneered, "Fake goods, don't pretend." 008 was in a hurry. "Host, how can you have such an idea? Don't you remember Song Lan? Have you forgotten your family and your memories in your last life? And it's clear that you came in after reading a book. This is the world in the book. How can you be Song Yu? Song Yu, don't. Your acting is really bad." Song Yu stared at it coldly. "If you don't tell me the truth, I'll go to Xianxia now." 008 heard the two words Xianxia and got angry. The blue light around him exploded violently twice. "What's the difference between this and a showdown? What have you done during the time I was away? The protagonist must know that you are Song Yu, the Song Yu in a city. I told you not to get close to Xianxia. That's for your own good. What are you doing?" Song Yu raised his eyebrows. I'm good? There's nothing wrong with his brain." 008 was so angry that he almost turned around. "Alas, how can you? How did you get to this point again?" "Forget it," he said to Song Yu dejectedly. "Why do you think I was gone for so long? It's all because of you. I don't know how to deal with the main god. When you came to Jingqing, the plot was completely changed. The development of many things is also irresistible. Now we can only treat a dead horse as a living horse." Song Yu pulled his lower lip corner. "Speak human language." 008 almost begged his expression, collapsed and helpless. "As long as you don't get together with Xianxia." Song Yu. 008's trip back was even more stupid. 008, just such a small request, I beg you. The main god and I are desperate. Boss, host, dad, you can transfer away at the end of this semester. Xianxia is not a little pitiful now. You've helped as much as you can. There's really nothing to miss in Jingqing." Song Yu frowned. "What the hell?" 008, boss, hold on a little longer, just a little longer. If the conditions don't allow it, the main god wants to let you go directly now." Song Yu was stunned. leave or not? He even subconsciously resisted this question. 008, the end of this semester. At the end of this semester. I beg you not to be with Xianxia during this time, don't like her. Songyu looked at the face that was exactly the same as his own, silent for a long time, and asked the question in his heart. Why do you keep emphasizing this point? 008 was about to cry. Alas, anyway, you listen to me. I'm really for your own good. The blue light around the system was on Songyu's face. His skin was white and transparent, sick but fierce. He said lightly, if you tell me the truth, I'll promise you. 008 screamed like a cat who stepped on its tail, impossible. Songyu was not afraid of him. Oh, I'll go and confess to Xianxia tomorrow. 008 has been so angry that he closed himself. Anyway, it's you who will regret it. After that, regardless of Songyu, he drilled into his head. Songyu was slightly stunned and shouted twice, but 008 refused to come out. His heart, which had been messed up by an unknown dream, was calmed down by the stupid system. He thought that he was really Songyu. What's in the dream? It feels different from gentle control. His last life? In the dream, he seemed to be a sick person in the last life. 008. Songyu said softly, I changed my mind. If you tell me what's wrong with me, I'll promise you. The faint blue light moved. 008 seemed to be moved and sighed in his mind. He didn't know how many times he had sighed tonight. 008 said, you're not sick now. If you're sick, you're crazy. The 3 words crazy were said with gnashing teeth. I don't know how much resentment there was. I said I'm Songyu, not a fake. The terminal disease you should have is in me. It's not a big deal. You can talk to Xianxia casually after 5 years, and you can come back to reality. It's not because of you. It said in a muffled voice, and I'm really not a fake. But he never denied Songyu's guess. Songyu was slightly stunned. Terminal disease, 008 said, the Lord God and I are very regretful, very regretful. I'm so angry. Why is his obsession so strong? It's clear that you're... Oh, it's so annoying. 008 shut up in time and continued to close himself in his mind. 008 didn't say anything after he went in. Songyu shouted for a long time, but it didn't respond. Songyu rubbed his temples tiredly. He guessed that 008 was probably really autistic. He was so stupid. He might have been scolded a lot by the God King he mentioned, and then he would be angered by him when he came back. The corners of his mouth twitched speechlessly. He had been woken up in the middle of the night and had such a conversation with 008. He had completely forgotten the dream he had before and couldn't remember anything. The negative emotions were absorbed, and Songyu felt sleepy again. He wiped the corners of his eyes, and the coolness from his fingertips stunned him. It was wet. Songyu's eyes widened slightly. What? He was scared to tears by a nightmare. However, he was scared to tears by a nightmare in the middle of the night, and he was dragged to a haunted house during the day. How miserable. When they gathered at the school gate, Songyu looked like he hadn't woken up yet again. He was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. His eyelids were drooping, and his mouth was twitching. His whole body was filled with an aura of I'm so sleepy, don't bother me. Then, old Ching patted him hard on the shoulder. Songyu, what's wrong with you? Did you stay up all night last night? Cheer up. Young people should act like young people. Be spirited. Come, smile at the sun. With one slap, he shattered his image of a school bully that kept people away. Songyu gave a fake smile and tugged at the corner of his lips. Old Ching was very satisfied. The people in Class 1 held back their laughter. After getting into the car, Songyu sat in the second-to-last row on the right, while Ma Xiaoding and Shi Bowen sat in the last row. Sitting directly behind him, Ma Xiaoding held a small peachwood sword in his hand and waved it. He said, I heard that in The Bride in the Coffin, there will be a scene where a group of ghosts will pounce on me. Let me be prepared first. Oh, rich, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. Brother Yu, I'll protect you. Songyu was so sleepy that he yawned and said lazily to Yang, you're quite awesome. You're superstitious under socialism. Ma shouting held the peachwood sword. Isn't this double insurance? Shi Bowen tilted his head and asked, the haunted house is fake. What are you afraid of? Ma shouting began to scare herself again. Do you know that the theme of the bride in the coffin is actually from a true story? And I heard that the name of the heroine has not changed. What was his name? It's something that connects life and death, so the evil spirit of the bride might have been attracted to it. What's real is fake, and what's fake is real. You think it's a staff member, but even if you tear off the mask, it's still a pale face. The girl next to her covered her ears in fright and began to curse. Ma shouting, shut up. Ma shouting covered her mouth. The group of boys burst into laughter. Songyu opened the window a little, and the wind outside blew in, dispelling some of his sleepiness. The noise and laughter in the car pulled him back from the strange feeling he had yesterday. In fact, he is a natural rebel. The more 008 emphasizes not to like Xianxia, the more curious he is. Why? What would happen if you fell in love with someone, heaven falling and earth rending, the world collapsing? Of course, he's just curious. After all, liking someone is not a joke. 008 said that he would be sent away at the end of the semester. Songyu was a little resistant to this question, but he couldn't find a reason. The seat next to him suddenly sank. Songyu immediately withdrew his divergent thoughts and turned his head. It was Xianxia who came back from buying water. Just now, the question about him had been hovering in her heart. When she saw his face at first, she was a little lost in thought. Xianxia unscrewed the cap of the bottle and handed it over. Seeing his sleepy expression, she asked with amusement, "Didn't sleep well last night?" Songyu took it, took a sip, and said vaguely, "Well, I had a nightmare." "Xianxia, what did you dream of?" Songyu shook his head. "I don't remember, but it was probably not a good dream." Xianxia was stunned, but she didn't continue to ask about the dream. He said, "Do you want to sleep in the car?" Songyu was really tired, so he nodded his head. He put his hand on the window, held his head, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The car started. It was a little bumpy, and they drove for a while. He was half asleep and not very comfortable. Unconsciously, he leaned on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia tilted her head and glanced at him, but she didn't say anything. Her attitude was natural, as if nothing had happened. The morning light pierced through the clouds and penetrated the window, shining on the teenager's face. His eyelashes were faintly golden, and his skin was white and gentle. Ma shouting saw a very picturesque cloud and was about to shout, but when he turned his head, Shi Bowen covered his mouth. He motioned for him to look forward. Everyone in the car was quiet. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There was no word in the car. The private class group was very lively. "Damn, I want to change seats with brother you. I also want to lean on the shoulder of the school hunk. You go, thank God for not twisting your head off. The more I look, the angrier I get. I'm so angry that I kicked the pig sleeping next to me." A fight broke out in the back. Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you fight again and wake brother you up, both of you will be finished. Old Qing had originally organized a team-building party to reward them for their excellent midterm exam results. After they gathered at the entrance of the amusement park, they could do whatever they wanted. Songyu got out of the car and only woke up a little after eating a candy. Ma shouting led the charge with a peachwood sword. 8 boys from class 1 came, and 4 girls who were brave enough to come along. There was a long line at the entrance of the haunted house. The estimated time was half an hour. Songyu was leaning against a pillar and wanted to sleep for a while, but Ma shouting tugged at his clothes. He was dumbfounded. F***ck, brother you, they're from number 13 high school. Songyu looked in his direction. In front of them was also a group of students. They were wearing school uniforms carelessly and had a few hot girls with them. Ma shouting was stunned. How the F***ck did we meet them? Brother you, look, that guy with a crew cut and a bunch of tattoos on his neck is the school bully of number 13 high school, Yao Rue. Songyu retracted his gaze. What does it have to do with me? Ma shouting wanted to say, how is it none of your business? Shouldn't you bullies not see each other? However, when he thought of the comments about Songyu on the forum, he shut his mouth silently. F***ck, brother Yu is not a school bully, he's a security guard. Lin Xianxia was among the group of girls who followed them. She had done a lot of homework before coming, so she explained the rules to everyone. The bride in the coffin scene is quite big. Let's not get separated. If we find the life door within 20 minutes, we'll succeed. If we can't find it, a staff member will come and lead us out. Let me say this first, don't scare yourself. Every time I enter a haunted house, I'm scared by my teammates. After she finished speaking, she took out the lollipop in her mouth and tilted her head with a smile. Of course, we have brother Yu this time, so passing should be easy. The person in front of them turned around and looked at Lin Xianxia. He said in a hooligan tone, "Little beauty, is this your first time here?" Lin Xianxia was wearing a school-style shirt and a pleated skirt. Her short hair was shoulder-length and pinned with a star hairpin. She looked like an obedient girl. She ignored him and pretended not to hear him. The person who spoke was from number 13 high school. Next to him was Yao Rui. Yao Rui had his hand on the waist of a girl with makeup. When he saw them, he narrowed his eyes and whistled. Number 1 high school? Do you want to follow me? Big brother will protect you. The group of people next to him laughed rudely. Lin Xianxia rolled her eyes. After the group in front of them left, it was their turn. It happened to be number 13 high school and number 1 high school. The entrance to the haunted house looked like a cave. After they entered, they walked to the left. The staff led them to a dark tunnel. When the door was closed, they walked forward. At the same time, eerie background music sounded above them. A shrill female voice slowly spoke. They cut off my tongue so I couldn't call for help. They dug out my eyes so I couldn't see the way. They nailed me in a coffin and buried me alive. They drained my blood and dyed my wedding dress red. There seemed to be someone hanging on the wall of the tunnel. From time to time, they would reach out their hands. The atmosphere was very tense. The girls gathered together nervously. The group moved forward. When they turned the corner, Lin Xianxia suddenly shouted. The girl next to her was scared to death. What are you doing? Lin Xianxia seemed to be so angry that her whole body was shaking. Nothing. The commotion behind them did not reach the front. Songyu walked very well. He turned his head and asked Xiaxue, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Xiaxue laughed. "I'm not afraid." Songyu was actually not afraid, but after being fed a bunch of nonsense by 008 yesterday, his thoughts were quite philosophical. Then do you believe in souls, ghosts, and reincarnation? Xiaxue, why do you ask? Songyu, isn't it normal to ask this when you're in a haunted house? Let's create a kind of atmosphere first. Xiaxue suddenly chuckled. You believe in it? Songyu, yes, yes. Huh? Xiaxue suddenly said, I believe in reincarnation, but it doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not. He began to guess Songyu's dream yesterday. She was probably dreaming about the past again. However, if the past was a nightmare for Songyu, then it should not be a past worth remembering. In a moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. Xiaxue smiled and said gently and casually, if you don't talk about the past, it's fine now. When Songyu heard his words, he froze in the dark. The unhappiness and depression that had been stuck in his heart since last night were cleared at this moment. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt his soul become lighter. Songyu slowly smiled. Yes, you're right. He didn't admonish him in the past, but now was good. As for whether he could go back or not, he would talk about it when the time came. The bride in the coffin was a gimmick, but in reality, it was just a few rooms and corridors that formed a maze. Songyu strode in front, only wanting to go back to sleep early. He pushed open a door, ignored the bloody fake head that suddenly fell from the beam, and brushed it aside with her hair. He looked around and said, this should be the bridal chamber. There were red candles on the table, and the word happiness was pasted on the window. The quilt on the bed was messy, and there were black hair and blood stains on the floor. Songyu went to turn the quilt over. When he got close to the bed, a pale hand covered in livor mortis reached out from under the bed and grabbed his foot. After shaking the quilt and pillow, Songyu didn't even blink. He sucked on his candy and said, "Brother, don't. If you're a useless NPC, then stay down there. I'm busy looking for clues." Xianxia laughed. Following him in was really not a gaming experience. Songyu pulled out a letter from under the pillow. The words Clue 1 were written in the upper right corner. He opened it and saw a map. It looked like the layout of the haunted house. There was a winding trail of blood. It was probably the escape route drawn by the bride. He nodded. "Follow this path." When he went out, he ran into another group of people screaming and running out of the opposite room with pale faces. A girl was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. Tears streamed down her face as she was supported by another person. Songyu raised his eyebrows and glanced at them. Xianxia recovered and explained while panting, "It was a kitchen. We were halfway through when a body suddenly fell from the roof." Damn it. They were scared out of their wits, but the other group of people from number 13 high school were leisurely. From beginning to end, Yao Rui's gaze fell on Xianxia. It was strange and disgusting. Xianxia took out a piece of paper and said, "This is under the knife. There's a password on it. It should be used later." He probably had to find something in every room. But we only have 20 minutes. There are 10 doors here. Songyu said, "Then let's split up." After saying that, he glanced at Yao Rui, his gaze as cold as a knife. Yao Rui whistled provocatively at him. After more than 10 minutes, 10 doors. Although each door was scary, in the end, there were only 3 clues, a map and 2 passwords. Following the map, they walked forward and arrived at a place to go downstairs. The stairs were very dark and narrow. In order to save time, they could only go down one by one. Xianxia walked down, and Yao Rui immediately followed, wanting to be the next one. Songyu grabbed his arm and said, "What's the hurry? Don't you know that handsome guys go first?" He was very strong. Yao Rui tried to move his arm, but he couldn't open it. He stared at him gloomily. Songyu took a step forward and followed him down the stairs. After going down the stairs, they arrived at a very narrow corridor. It was pitch black, and only the faint red light of the surveillance cameras could be seen. It was too dark. Everyone felt a little guilty and began to discuss the original plot of Bride in the Coffin. Ma shouting is indeed a liar. This is from the Republic of China. How can it be an adaptation of a real story? It seems to be a haunted house. The female owner was kidnapped and sold to a Minghun. She failed to escape, and her tongue was cut out, her eyes were gouged out, and she was buried alive in a coffin. After her death, she turned into a malicious spirit and took revenge on everyone in the house. I went to the groom's father's room. F***ck, there were 2 eyeballs in the drawer. The groom's grandmother's room is even scarier. She started playing music as soon as she went in. It was so scary. There were embroidered shoes in front of the bed. I didn't even dare to look at them. Bride in the Coffin. Don't tell me we're going to leave in a coffin. You're thinking too much. If it was such a crazy setting, it would have been ridiculed online. At the end of the map was a secret room. However, it was decorated like a lonely grave in the wilderness. The ground was covered in mud, and there was a grave in the middle of the room. The light was dim, and the scene was quite eerie. This should be the last step. The ghost bride is probably in the grave. Let's find out where we can use the clues. Xianxia didn't want to stay here any longer. He said, "Let's split up and search. There's bound to be a trap." Songyu studied the tombstone and guessed, "Will this grave crack open and the ghost crawl out?" Xianxia followed him from the beginning to the end. She smiled faintly. However, her gaze suddenly froze when she saw him standing in front of the grave. The young man was half squatting. His side profile was gentle and fair, and his eyelashes were curled slightly. In front of him was a cold tombstone. Songyu reached out and placed his hand on the tombstone. He raised his head, and his light-colored eyes were filled with confusion and contemplation. Xianxia looked at him in a daze. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her brain. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her heart. After the pain of tearing her soul apart, there were traces of charred blood. Black rain, green grass, a cemetery, and fresh flowers. The young man, who was half kneeling, kissed the cold tombstone. Despair, darkness, and madness. All kinds of negative emotions drowned him like a tide. He steadied himself so that he didn't bend over in pain. Xianxia suddenly cried out in joy, "Come and look." The words on it seemed to be the key. Xianxia was the first to run over. He held the password in his hand and compared it. Ah, yes. Count to 9. There are 9 lines of words here. We should press it. After pressing it, the mechanism in the secret room began to rumble. A square opening appeared on the wall. It was big enough for a person to crawl out. It's out, it's out. Everyone quickly gathered around. Xianxia walked to Xiaosui's side. However, he found that there was something wrong with his expression. He was so pale that it was a little scary. Xianxia was stunned. "Xiaosui, what's wrong with you? Are you scared?" Xiaosui's head was in pain. His heart was cold and empty. He only came back to his senses when he heard Xianxu's voice. "Are you really scared?" Xianxia was shocked and asked cautiously. Xiaosui thought for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, "Yes." Xianxia seemed to have discovered a new world. "So you're afraid of ghosts?" "Yes, let me lean on you." Xiaosui gently hugged Xianxia. Xianxia was a little stunned. Finally, he saw that he was pitiful and allowed him. "Are you that scared?" The young man's waist was thin and straight. He had just eaten candy, so the mint smell on him was very cold. He leaned his head on Xianxu's shoulder, closed his slightly red eyes, and chuckled. "I'm very scared." Xianxia didn't say anything. Suddenly, the group of people at the exit screamed loudly. They were so scared that their hearts and lungs were torn apart. Aha! The passage was not the exit. It was the most terrifying part of the bride in the coffin. You thought it was over and crawled in, but at the end of the passage was a woman with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. She rushed over crazily and let out a broken scream. Xiaosui suddenly hugged him tightly. His arms were extremely strong and refused to let go. Xianxia scolded the group of people for being timid. At the same time, he found it funny and a little naughty. "Little Xia, don't panic. Brother Yu will protect you." In the sealed secret room, the men and women were scared and panicked. Fear was contagious. Xiaosui felt as if he had fallen into a cold deep sea. Perhaps it was his instinct to think calmly. Even if his fingertips were trembling from the pain just now and he was desperate to the point of madness. In their minds, they could still calmly make judgments. Their previous lives, as expected, were not worth remembering. To Xianxia was a nightmare. To him was hell. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. How could this person be so scared? He said, "Brother Yu, here's a candy for you. Don't be afraid." He took out a mint candy from his pocket, tore it open, and stuffed it directly into Xiaosui's mouth. Xiaosui smiled with red eyes. She stared deeply at him and gently bit the candy. It was more like kissing his fingertips. It was warm, alive, and real. The deep sea split, and the sky shone in. The bride crawled to the exit and stopped moving. She stretched out her hands and desperately grabbed the air. Together with her face, she looked crazy and strange. Everyone hid far away. A girl was so scared that she cried and sobbed. "This is fake. There are 2 clues. There's one more. Hurry up and look for it." A boy said, "I found that clue in the room of the bride's grandmother. It was blank. If the word clue wasn't written, I wouldn't know it was a clue." Ma shouting hugged his peach with sword and trembled. He was so angry that he was about to die. So it was a female ghost. Damn it, I was scared to death. Xianxia saw that Xiaosui had calmed down and walked over to join the discussion. "Where did you find the clue?" The boy said, "In a hairpin box." The box was empty. Xianxia looked at the female ghost who stuck half of her body out of the wall and performed her duty. The corner of his mouth twitched. That's it. The 2 clues should be connected. Isn't there a hairpin on her head? Just take it off. Everyone looked at the green-faced female ghost with fangs in horror. She even opened her mouth to them. Her mouth was black. The girls took a step back. Finally, a boy hesitated. He reached out his hand and withdrew it halfway. He turned back and cried. Will she bite me? Songyu held his forehead and pulled him away. He ignored the female ghost's waving hands and pulled the hairpin out of her messy hair. The moment the hairpin returned to his hand, the female ghost stopped moving. The female ghost stopped moving. Her acting was very realistic, and her body was stiff. Everyone was afraid that she was so powerful that they quietly hid to the side. However, she just crawled back little by little. 30 seconds later, a strange opera sound suddenly came from the secret room. The old man hummed a line from his mouth. It was strange and old. Cut off the tongue, cut off the desire to eat. Gouge out the eyes, cut off the root of evil. My pure and innocent wife, drained of all her blood, is going to marry my good son in the underworld today. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, a projection appeared on the wall. It was an old woman with a ferocious expression. Driven by an unknown force, she stabbed the hairpin into her own throat. This was probably the whole story of the bride in the coffin. The projection ended. The wall separated and a corridor appeared. Outside was the exit. In the distance, they could see the amusement park's Ferris wheel. The staff was waiting for them outside and then said into the walkie-talkie, "The bride in the coffin can start to clear out." It was dark inside. All kinds of blood and oppression were present. Finally, they were out. After everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they started to beat up Ma, shouting, "None of your words are useful." Ma shouting hugged her head, don't hit me, I'll kowtow to you." The atmosphere was very cheerful. Everyone started to chat and it was very lively. Lin Xianxia bent down to tie his shoelaces and fell to the back. Suddenly, she felt a hand cover her mouth. Then, another hand went under her skirt. When they were about to get out, she let down her guard and was not close to anyone. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She struggled and cried out for help. Yao Rui laughed and said, "I've been watching you for a long time. I have to do something for the last part of the journey." Before Yao Rui could finish speaking, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and slammed against the wall. The action was fast and fierce. His head was dizzy from the impact, and he raised his head in astonishment, only to see Songyu's cold and indifferent face. The youth said carelessly, "I've been unhappy with you for a long time. I have to beat you up for the last part of the journey." Lin Xianxia stood to the side in a daze. The people from number 1 high school and number 13 high school waited for a long time. What they saw was an exasperated Yao Rui with bruises all over his face. Yao Rui's gaze wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Songyu's body. He said, F***CKU, just you wait. On the way back, Ma shouting asked in confusion, "Brother Yu, why did you fight with Yao Rui? Did something happen?" Songyu closed his eyes to catch up on sleep. "He walked too slowly and blocked my way." Actually, Yao Rui did not care about Songyu. He was worried about Xiaxia. There was something wrong with the haunted house. Songyu had been worried about Xiaxia's condition. He was absent-minded when he went back for dinner that night. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and put them in his mouth. He chewed for half a minute and didn't take much of the rice. Grandmother Meng looked at him and shook her head. She sighed but didn't say anything. After eating perfunctorily and taking a shower, Songyu rushed upstairs. When he returned to his room, the first thing he did was to send a message to Xiaxia. A bunch of words came out. "Songyu, are you okay? Songyu, the more I think about your condition during the day, the more I feel that something is wrong. Are you possessed? Songyu, can you still sleep tonight? Songyu, do you want me to play the Great Sorrow Mantra for you? Or I can call you and read you a paragraph about the core socialist values." His worry was about to show on the screen. It was completely different from the way he used to express his concern. Sure enough, he treated his deskmate differently. When Xiaxia received the message, she was clearing the emails. They were all about the Song family. Back then, she had gone through a lot of trouble to get the documents to investigate Songyu. But now, it seemed that there was no need. She lowered her eyes and looked at the phone screen. Xiaxue replied with a short line of words. Xiaxue, I'm fine. Songyu didn't believe it. She was so scared in the haunted house that it was like she had lost her soul. It would be strange if she was fine. He continued to express his concern. Songyu, don't be shy. We're close. I won't tell anyone that you're afraid of ghosts. Xiaxue smiled. Then, she made a call. Songyu's phone suddenly vibrated. He was so scared that he sat up in bed. After being stunned for a moment, he picked up the call. Xiaxue's voice came through the phone. It was cold and magnetic. Songyu. Songyu's heart skipped a beat. After remembering his purpose, he sat up straight. She immediately sat up straight. Yes, yes. How are you? Xiaxue chuckled and asked, are you that worried about me? Songyu, yeah, there was something wrong with you at that time. I think you're going to have a nightmare tonight. Xiaxue leaned back in her chair with the mouse in her other hand. She stopped at a photo. It was a picture of Songyu when she was young. Even if she made a ferocious face in front of the camera, she was still unbelievably cute. A hint of a smile appeared in his dark eyes. That's true. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Songyu gave him an idea. When do you usually sleep? I can recite the scriptures for you. You can hang up after you fall asleep. Xiaxue couldn't help laughing. Are you sure? Listening to Songyu's voice, he probably couldn't sleep all night. Songyu, of course. What do you want to hear? I'll go and do it for you. The Diamond Sutra or the Core Values of Socialism. Xiaxue smiled and said lightly, recite the Lagrange mean value theorem. Songyu? Songyu, did Xiaxue do it on purpose? Every time he heard these words, he felt particularly ashamed. It was a piece of dark history. He held the phone in silence for a long time. Do you really want to hear it? Yes. Songyu's mouth twitched stiffly. But since he had already agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. He really got out of bed, ran to the computer, and do it. He muttered, I'll recite it according to the encyclopedia. You'd better lie in bed now, put on your headphones, and try to sleep early. But how can you fall asleep listening to this? Xiaxue stood on the balcony and looked down at Jing City at night. She listened carefully to the voice of the young man on the other side of the phone and said softly with a smile, go ahead. On the other side of the phone, Songyu frowned. Then I'll start. The Lagrange mean value theorem is also known as Lagrange's theorem. It's one of the fundamental theorems of differential calculus. The night was dark, and the moon was round and bright. The osmanthus flowers below the residential building bloomed, bringing a faint fragrance with the night wind. Songyu's voice was clear and warm, dispelling the fear and despair brought by life and death, parting, and missing each other. Xiaxue stood on the balcony and looked down with a gentle smile on her lips. He put his finger on the railing and gently tapped it twice, as if he was recalling something after so many years. Then, within the open interval A to B, there was a point 3, greater than A but less than B. He recalled the first time they met by the water. Under the light, the handsome young man was as cold as frost. In the milk tea shop, when he was writing papers. Or in the quiet street, when he was pulled aside and said harsh words to someone. Xianxia jumped down from the wall and fell into his arms. There were too many. Xiaxue said, that's enough. Songyu was finally freed from this torture. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked, are you sleepy? Xiaxue said, yes, a little bit. Songyu said, then hurry up and go to sleep. Xiaxue said, do you still remember what you asked me today? Songyu clicked his tongue. I remember. I asked you if you were afraid of ghosts, and you said you weren't. That's a slap in the face, but it's not embarrassing. Ghosts and gods are mysterious things. Normal people are afraid of them. Okay. Songyu began to brag. That's not right. I noticed that you didn't have such a big reaction to the heads and blood at the beginning. It was only when you saw the grave that you became afraid. Are you afraid of death? Xiaxue smiled and said lightly, I think I'm afraid of death. Songyu was stunned for a second and began to comfort him. Wow, don't worry. People will die sooner or later anyway. Don't worry. Why are we getting more and more philosophical? Xiaxia didn't explain anything. His eyes looked coldly ahead, but his voice was very soft. Okay, I'm not worried. He was almost whispering, and his voice was gentle. Good night, Yu. Yu. Songyu almost dropped his phone. His ears were slightly red, and he was embarrassed. What are you shouting for? In the distance, there were thousands of lights. The cold wind blew against the wall from below. Xiaxia lowered his head and let out a short laugh. This was the place where he first learned about life and death. When he was a child, the rainstorm that tore through the sky and the woman who jumped from it became a scene that he would never forget in his 2 lifetimes. Other than life and death, everything else in the world was trivial. In fact, life and death were also trivial. Now, he learned about it again. There was an old saying that described unchanging until death. It was called Until Death Do Us Part. Xiaxia turned off his phone and turned to walk back to his room. Even death can't separate us. Brother, you didn't go find trouble with number 13 high school, but Yarue sent himself to be beaten up. Main post, don't mention it. One of my friends is annoyed to death by his underling. He kept asking about Brother Yu's background, where he often goes, and said that he wanted to have a fight with him. Did he want to see if Brother Yu would care about him, 1L? The monthly exam is coming, and Brother Yu is in the library all day long. He doesn't pay attention to what's going on outside. He probably doesn't know. 2L, what kind of trash are those from number 13 high school? 3L, don't talk about it. I heard that they're planning to block the entrance of the library in the afternoon and fight with Brother Yu. 4L, F*CK, whoever offends number 1 high school will be punished. Call Miju Shurgong and tell him to protect my husband. 5L, will it be okay? My husband just hurt his hand a few days ago. Woo. Songyu did hurt his hand a week ago. When he was playing basketball, a dog suddenly rushed out of the field and scared him out of his wits. He fell to the ground and twisted his wrist. Everyone in the field was shocked. Xiaxia strode over with a cold expression and helped him to the infirmary. After that, he couldn't write for a week and Xiaxia basically did all his homework. Needless to say, it was quite satisfying. From then on, his every move in the physical education class was monitored by Xiaxia and he could no longer move freely. He finally removed the bandage and felt that he had completely recovered. However, Xiaxia even controlled the time he could write. He could only move his right hand for 2 hours and read for the rest of the revision time. The closer it was to the end of the semester, the more frequent the exams were. The monthly and weekly exams were continuous. Songyu was physically disabled but mentally strong. Every Saturday, he would go to the school library to revise. Of course, he would not let Ma Xiaoding, who was at the bottom of the class, be tortured by mathematics alone. The mathematics class representative had already given up and collapsed on the table. Ma Xiaoding went crazy. Logarithmic function, exponential function, and power function. How can they appear in the same question? What kind of love triangle is this? Songyu said, there will be a parent-teacher conference after the final exam. Think about it. Ma Xiaoding was stimulated by the words parent-teacher conference and sat up again. But after looking at the question for a long time, he trembled and chose C as a blessing for their beautiful love. Ma Xiaoding put down his pen and said, don't mention the parent-teacher conference. Let's talk about something happy. Isn't the New Year's Eve party coming? Brother Yu, have you signed up? The New Year's Eve party had been prepared a month and a half in advance. The third year of high school was busy with their studies, so the first year of high school was the focus. In addition to the compulsory performance of each class, they were also allowed to choose 2 or 3 students to perform. Songyu twirled his pen and sneered. Why do you want me to participate in everything? Although I'm really outstanding, I still have to restrain myself and give the other boys a way out. Ma Xiaoding said, what is our class performing? The Literature and Arts Committee said it's a play. Heavens, I've been acting as Snow White since kindergarten. Can we do the Calabash Brothers this time? There are also 7 little brats. It's enough to make up the numbers. I can make a cameo appearance as a grandfather. This way, I'll have 7 more grandchildren. Songyu laughed and scolded, in your dreams. They were chatting when suddenly, one of Ma Xiaoting's underlings ran in. His shout scared everyone in the reading room. Brother Yu. Something bad has happened. Songyu. What kind of rubbish is this? The underling said. There's a group of people outside the library. Number 13 high school. They're blocking the entrance and won't leave. They said that if you don't leave today, no one can leave. Songyu, where's the teacher? The underling said, F***ck, they've already calculated it. It's a Saturday. This place is far from the security room, so no one knows. Yao Rui even said that he'll beat you up if you come to number 1 high school today. Songyu couldn't bear to look at him. There's something wrong with his brain. He put down the book in his hand. He had just finished revising a chapter and was very bored. After getting injured, he felt that he had been stifled for a long time. Now, he urgently needed to prove himself. Songyu stood up, strode out of the reading room with his long legs, and bumped into Xiaxia, who had brought the book over for him. Their eyes met. Xiaxia smiled. Where are you going? Songyu. Ma Xiaoting was about to say something. Songyu had been tricked by him for so long that he knew what kind of person he was. He directly grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back, cutting off his unfinished words. Ma Xiaoting was forced to step back. He silently swallowed the words "go out and beat up your son" and stood at the back. Songyu changed his attitude and lied through his teeth. I didn't go anywhere. I just went out to use the toilet. Xiaxia looked at him lightly. You need to bring someone with you to the toilet? Songyu grabbed Ma Xiaoting's clothes and urged him with his eyes. Tell Xiaxia, are you afraid to go to the toilet alone after coming back from the haunted house? Ma Xiaoting wanted to vomit blood, but he could only nod frantically. Yes, I'm scared to death. Xiaxia stared at him for a while and suddenly said with a smile, what a coincidence. I don't dare either. Xiaxia, let's go together. Songyu, of course, it was impossible for the 3 of them to really go to the toilet. Xiaxia walked in front, but he was not walking in the direction of the toilet. His long legs stepped down the stairs and walked directly to the main entrance of the library. Songyu was exposed and felt a little embarrassed. After coughing, he explained the situation to him. Do you still remember Yao Rui, who was beaten up by me for blocking the way? This time, they took advantage of Saturday and openly bullied you. Can you stand it? In any case, I can't stand it. So, he was not deliberately looking for trouble. Xiaxia looked at him and said in a cold and mocking tone, oh, so the school bully is going to fight for justice again? Songyu explained, no, actually, I've never acknowledged this school bully. Xiaxia, I think you're quite wild when you fight. Songyu, you only see me fighting? Can't you see that I study day and night? Xiaxia, Didn't I tell you to go to bed early? Songyu, don't change the topic. The 2 youths were chatting in the corridor. Ma Xiaoting felt that she was just there to make up the numbers. She was like a light bulb, big, round, and not bright. There was also a reading room on the 1st floor. Now that things had turned out this way, no one was in the mood to study at all. They pushed each other and came out to watch. The people from number 13 high school were blocking the entrance. Yao Rui sat on the steps and lit a cigarette with a lighter. The sky was gray, and the red light from the cigarette but was very conspicuous. The person next to him looked around. Brother Rui, what if Songyu doesn't come out? Yao Rui blew out a smoke ring and stood up. His face was full of ruthlessness. Then let's go in and drag him out. The design of the 1st floor of number 1 middle school's library was very simple. It was separated from the main hall and the entrance faced the stairs. When Yao Rui and the others walked in, Songyu and Xiaxia happened to come down. The 2 groups of people collided. The smell of gunpowder was strong. The group of people from number 1 middle school who were watching from the side gasped. Yao Rui's eyes turned red when he saw Songyu. He threw the cigarette between his fingers on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. He almost said through gritted teeth, Songyu, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Let's settle the score from last time now. Songyu didn't say anything. Xiaxue had already spoken. She looked at the people from number 13 high school coldly and raised her chin. Let's just go out. The people who came out to watch instantly gasped again. What was Godxia doing? His boyfriend's hand was injured, so he came to teach him a lesson. Songyu silently swallowed the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked at Yao Rui with some sympathy. It was okay for him to do it, but when Xiaxue did it, she was really ruthless. However, Yao Rui didn't notice it and said arrogantly, I'm talking to Songyu. Who are you to him? Who are you to talk? Xiaxue smiled. His friend. Many girls in the crowd covered their faces and silently added the word male to his name. His boyfriend. The corners of Songyu's mouth twitched, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. A scumbag was about to die, but his words were also domineering. He lit a candle for this brother. It turned out that Songyu's candle was lit correctly. That afternoon, everyone in number 1 high school was dumbfounded as they watched their school hunk, who was aloof and ascetic, fight. And he fought valiantly and handsomely. After all, Songyu was sitting on the wall and saw him fight against 10 people alone. He wasn't surprised at the scene at all. When he saw Yao Rui being pressed to the ground and beaten up, he felt relieved and supported him. 666. When he saw a group of people from number 13 high school fall to the ground, he applauded and praised sincerely. Nice. Ah. There were screams in the library. The onlookers in number 1 high school were roughly divided into 3 categories. There was a group of good students who were worried sick. Why isn't Miju here yet? The hooligans from the neighboring school are causing trouble. Is there anyone who cares? I'm dying of anxiety. There was a group of people who were infatuated by Xiaxue's handsomeness. They clutched their chests. Ah. I'm going to be F** king cuckolded tonight, brother you. There was a group of people who were shocked and praised. Most of them were boys. F***ck, that's awesome. Damn it, is the first place in the grade like this these days? A foreign student who accompanied his friend to the library to study also sighed. Is this the school bully from your school that you've been telling me about? This fight is so F***king cool. The boy from number 1 high school standing next to him had mixed feelings when he heard this. He shook his head and sighed. No, this is the school bully's deskmate. The student from the neighboring school, Then what about the school bully? The boy from number 1 high school stiffly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, just say nice. The student from the neighboring school? After teaching the scumbag a lesson. A group of girls next to them applauded excitedly. Thank you for your hard work. Brother, you've worked hard. Songyu thought it was fun and also shouted, you've worked hard, you've worked hard. Xiaxue glanced at him coldly. After the fight, they had to quickly clear the place. After all, the dean was on his way. A girl next to them reminded them, brother you guys should leave quickly. Miju has never been reasonable. If he catches you, you'll be lectured for half a day. Ma shouting also reacted. Yes, brother you're now on Miju's blacklist, even if you didn't do anything, you'll still be punished by him. When Songyu thought of the dean's flustered and exasperated expression with the loudspeaker, the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly. They had already been studying here for the whole afternoon. It was almost time to go back. He turned his head and said to them, then let's disperse. You guys didn't see anything. Just treat it as if a group of people from number 13 high school came to the door to perform a suicide act. Everyone laughed out loud, but since the school bully had spoken, they didn't dare to disobey. One after another, they walked back to the reading room. Songyu had just pulled Xiaxue to the entrance of the library when he realized that it had already started to rain outside. The drizzle shrouded the teaching building in fog. Ma shouting said obsequiously, oh, brother wait for me. I'll go and borrow an umbrella for you. Songyu said, it's not that troublesome. Time was of the essence. He pulled Xiaxue and rushed into the rain. Ma shouting hurriedly ran over with her eyes wide open. She stood at the entrance of the library and shouted, brother umbrella, accompanying her voice was the dean's flustered and exasperated roar. Along with the sound of the loudspeaker, it came from another direction. Where are the people from number 13 high school? Did Songyu cause trouble here again? Songyu raised the corners of his mouth. When would old Tian realize that he was a man that he couldn't catch up with? He stopped running and wanted to turn around and wave at Ma, shouting to show off. Remember to help me tell old Tian, hey. Unexpectedly, there was a concave puddle in front of him. He almost stepped into it, but Xiaxue pulled him to the side to avoid it. Songyu. Xiaxue's voice contained a thin layer of anger in the rain. After stumbling and regaining his balance, Songyu was still holding Xiaxue's wrist in his hand. The rainwater splashed onto his trousers. Behind them were the irritable Dean, the gangsters who had fallen to the ground, and Ma shouting, who was holding an umbrella and gaping in shock. For some reason, the more Songyu thought about it, the funnier it became. He couldn't help but bend over and laugh. Ha 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 ha, amazing. Xiaxue's anger dissipated into helplessness. She felt the warmth of Songyu's palm on her wrist. The youth's laughter in her ear was like a damp wind, with the smell of soil and grass, sweeping into her heart. It brought her back to her real 15-year-old self. In an instant, many emotions melted into the misty rain. Songyu laughed until his stomach hurt. He said to him, you know, I just heard that I have another persona. It's called the edge of a nice school bully. He was really amused by this and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Thinking back to what happened just now, it was indeed true. Xiaxue was the one who fought and acted cool. He was just a salted fish. He held back his laughter and looked up. His eyes were bright. He said seriously, Brother Xiaxue, you've worked hard. Xiaxue looked into his eyes. The words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped. Her thin lips were pursed into a line. Old Tian refused to let him go. After handing the group of people from number 13 high school to the security room, he ran over with an umbrella. He chased after her with an umbrella and shouted through a loudspeaker from afar, why are you running, Songyu? Who else can mess with number 13 high school other than you? You'll be reciting your self-criticism under the flag on Monday. Songyu complained, but I can't let you catch me and delay my study time at night. Let me have a good weekend first. After saying that, he grabbed Xiaxue and hurried away. Let's go. The dean was so angry that he stomped his feet. Songyu. The wind and drizzle wet his black hair. Songyu even turned around and whistled at him, waving his hand. It was provocative. See you on Monday, teacher. He was unrestrained, like the grass before spring. When he was young. Xiaxue stared at his side profile. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh. The frost in her eyes melted. It was as clean and gentle as the moonlight on the sea. He said softly in his heart, that's it. The layers of black mud in his soul seemed to be washed away by the misty rain. He never knew that he could let go of something so easily. However, it didn't seem to be important. In his previous life, they might have missed each other. They might have been strangers. They might have regretted it. They might have been separated by life and death. But in this life, he was still by his side. It was not too late. What's past can be chased. He finally got rid of the dean and stopped at the bus stop. Songyu. He called his name softly. The smile on Songyu's face hadn't disappeared. He tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Xiaxue looked down and said lightly, don't dream in the future. Songyu? He was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're quite a busybody. Xiaxue said again, don't dream of me again. Songyu stared at him with wide eyes. Although he was the one who gave the order, hearing it from Xiaxue's mouth still made him feel angry and embarrassed, as well as some strange emotions. What do you mean by don't dream of you again? Is that what I want to dream of? That's not right. Songyu reacted. Didn't you say you didn't believe me? Xiaxue said, you've always thought that I didn't believe you. Didn't you dream of me as a nightmare? He stared into Songyu's eyes, smiled, and said softly, the dreams are all fake. Open your eyes. The last sentence seemed to be whispered to himself. I will always be by your side. Xiaxue, you've really refreshed my understanding of the top student in the cohort. Main post, Video, 1L, handsome is just one word. I'll only say it once 2L, amazing. I've been unhappy with the people from number 13 high school for a long time. I was so excited that I wanted to sell my computer to Xianxia, but the manager stopped me. 3L, brother you're such a disappointing brother. You're just watching her act cool and you're criticizing her? 666, and you're shouting so loudly? Your voice is all over the video. I'm so angry. Give up your seat, 4L, HHHHH, give up your seat to your husband. 99L, after thinking for a long time I still decided to say something. I'm Xianxia's junior high school classmate. Actually, Xianxia has always been very outstanding. She was delayed by rumors during her junior high school years. I'm sorry. Take it as a belated apology. Actually, Xianxia was very sleepy when it rained. It was also very easy for him to dream, but he didn't know if it was because of Xianxia's words. After drinking a cup of warm milk, he actually had a dreamless night. It was rare for him to wake up the next morning on a rainy day. Since the dean had already said those harsh words, he wouldn't let him off. During the flag raising on Monday, Xianxia yawned and was dragged in front of the whole school. Because he slept too well last night and forgot to write a self-reflection, he could only give an impromptu speech about why he provoked Gao Feng and the others. Xianxia was stunned and said lazily to Yang, "Do I need a reason for this? Who asked me to be a security guard? I only guarantee the safety of number 1 high school." He was already a famous person, so the audience laughed wildly. It was a good self-reflection, but he made it sound like a concert. The dean was about to die of anger. He handed the microphone to the dean. The dean said with a sullen face, "What do you feel?" He should be embarrassed to be punished in front of so many people. Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds. What I feel. The microphone's sound quality is quite good, the view on stage is spacious, and the live effect is also good. Thank you, teacher. I'll come again next time. The dean. If he had a heart disease, he would have died already. Next time, I dare you to do it again. He decided to remove Xianxia's name from the blacklist and create a death list just for him. Of course, Grandmaster Miju's name had never been added to the list. After all, Xianxia didn't like to make trouble. He came to Jingqing number 1 middle school just to study quietly. It was already winter. Class 1's New Year's Eve performance was finally decided. It was a stage play, Cinderella. The Literature and Arts Committee was looking for a list of actors. Cinderella was cast by Liang Yingying, and Jiang Chenian got the role of the evil stepmother as he wished. The rest of the evil sisters, fairy godmothers, and various small animals, as well as the king and the ministers, were all given to the others. Only the prince was left undecided. Everyone looked towards the middle of the 4th group. Ma shouting scratched his head in embarrassment. Why are you all looking at me? You want me to act as a prince? Actually, it's not impossible. It's just that I already have the role of a little mouse. The Literature and Arts Committee hit him on the head with a book. Go be your mouse. Her gaze fell on the 2 influential figures in front of her. She smiled and said, "Brother Yu and God Xia, you two are so handsome. One of you has to play the prince." The others chimed in, "Yes, we can't waste resources." After winter, Xianxia still wore a t-shirt under his school uniform for a period of time. He pretended that he had caught a cold. He was woken up during class. He glanced at them and said in a nasal voice, "Don't look at me. I don't want to play the role." The Literature and Arts Committee sighed and turned to Xianxia. "God Xia, if you play the role, we will definitely shock everyone." Xianxia saw that Xianxia was awake and took his medicine. She didn't have time to reply to the Literature and Arts Committee. She said casually, "No." She held the cup with her slender hand and put it directly to Xianxia's mouth. After Xianxia took a sip of the medicine, his face instantly scrunched up. Because it was too bitter, he turned around and coughed while leaning against the wall. "What kind of medicine is this? It's too bitter. Did you poison it?" Xianxia raised her eyebrows. "You're quite delicate." Xianxia was dissatisfied. "Take a sip." Xianxia sneered. "I'll take a sip and then feed you?" Xianxia was already like a sick cat. He was listless, but when he was rebuked, he instantly exploded. I told you to try taking a sip. Who wants you to feed me? I won't eat even if you feed me. Xianxia stuffed a piece of candy into his mouth and stopped him from speaking. The fruit candy was very sweet and diluted the bitterness in his mouth. Xianxia wanted to spit it out, but after tasting it, it tasted good, so he closed his mouth and kept it in his mouth. The group of people who were watching their interaction and conversation, they felt hurt. The sports committee member stood beside the arts committee member and said, if you can persuade Brother Yu to play Cinderella, then God Xia will probably agree to play the prince. The arts committee member wanted to cry but had no tears. Look at Brother Yu. Is he someone who will be persuaded? The sports committee member thought for a moment and suggested, persuade him with your emotions. The arts committee member said, I don't know if I can persuade him, but I know that I will definitely be beaten up. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Tears silently flowed back into their hearts. However, no one dared to provoke them. In the end, the prince chose a tall and thin boy. Everyone was involved in the New Year's Eve party. After going around in circles, Xianxia was finally given the position of director. The arts committee member said, Brother Yu, with you in charge, no one will dare to disobey. Our class will be very efficient. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Am I that scary? In the end, he was bored and took on this task. The rehearsal place for the stage play was backstage. Xianxia was very qualified as a director. After all, he was a man who took everything seriously. He sat at the side with the script and watched the rehearsal attentively. On the first day, Brother Yu, who had once debuted as a bully, showed his ample talent in arguing. He started his one-man show. Quick, give Cinderella a little widow visiting a grave to set the atmosphere. Don't let her laugh so happily in front of her father's corpse. Look at her kind eyes and gentle expression. I suspect that in order to be a good stepmother, our classmate Jiang stays up late every day to read the parenting encyclopedia. A mother's love is great. Ma shouting, do you still lack a tail? Squeak a few times. You can walk upright and have already become a spirit. You don't have to treat yourself like a mouse anymore. Speak slowly. You didn't rent your mouth. Don't be in a hurry to return it. Is this line too hot? The arts committee member, if they didn't get first place in the competition, they would be letting down Brother Yu's sincere teachings. There was a bottle of mineral water beside Xianxia. Everyone had already figured out Brother Yu's habits. When he drank water, it was definitely not a good thing. As long as he unscrewed the bottle cap, the air would instantly freeze. When he finished drinking and put down the bottle, everyone wished that they were deaf. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the rehearsal ended. Xianxia was also preparing to leave and began to put on his coat. Ma shouting walked forward and asked eagerly, Brother Yu, how was my performance at the end of the day? Xianxia glanced at him. In the stage play, the other animals were enthusiastically helping Cinderella with the housework. In the whole audience, only Ma shouting really treated himself like a mouse throughout the whole process. He stood at the side with his hands folded and felt good about himself. Xianxia said lightly, pretty good. Ma shouting was overjoyed. Xianxia put on his school uniform and walked out of the door. Sneaky eyes, true to myself. Ma shouting, Xianxia walked out of the rehearsal room, but in the corridor at the door, he met the person he didn't want to meet the most in the entire first high school. Xianxia leaned against the wall. His temperament was still as gentle as ever. He looked at him with his amber eyes and smiled. Xianxia, you finally came out. Xianxia looked at him coldly. He couldn't even be bothered to ridicule people he didn't like. He walked forward with a frosty expression. Xianxia stood up straight and looked at ease. I think we need to talk. After all, we will often meet when we return to a city in the future. Now that our relationship is strained, it will be very awkward for our parents. Ma shouting followed him out. When he saw a handsome boy pestering Brother Yu, he instantly choked on the words in his mouth. Xianxia found it funny when he heard him talking about his parents. Please don't think too highly of yourself. My dad is not as weak as you think. Xianxia had been investigating Xianxia these days. Of course, he had some understanding of his personality. Song Yu's retort was expected. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. His gaze was gentle, and he seemed a little distressed. I don't know why you are so hostile to me. We haven't met before, have we? Song Yu didn't want to talk to him anymore. He walked straight ahead. Ma Xiaoding was full of hostility towards Qin Mo from the beginning. After following Song Yu out of the auditorium, he asked, Brother Yu, who is this? Song Yu's reply was simple and cold. Idiot. Ma Xiaoding breathed a sigh of relief and whistled. That's great. I thought God Xia would have another love rival. Song Yu stopped in his tracks. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he turned around. What did you say? What love rival? Ma Xiaoding was silent. In fact, he was just joking. After all, the entire number 1 high school knew that the two influential figures in Class 1 were together every day. Of course, they weren't as excited as the girls, who were as excited as if they had taken drugs. The boys' evaluation was very serious. In one sentence, Song Yu and Xia Sui look really gay. If they were really gay, the boys in number 1 high school would probably set off firecrackers at the door to commemorate the death of the crush of countless young girls in number 1 high school. Their future girlfriends might be among them. Song Yu said, I don't recommend you say this to me. Don't let Xia Sui hear it. It wasn't easy to make Xia Sui realize that the like wasn't a real like between lovers. He didn't want him to think too much because of the messy rumors. Ma Xiaoding? Did God Xia dislike hearing this? No way. Of course, he still raised his hand and swore. I was wrong, Brother Yu. I won't dare to do it again. I, Brother Yu, am the straightest man in the world. I'm like a telephone pole. Song Yu. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The New Year's Eve party and the final exam came together. After a semester of hard work, Song Yu felt more relaxed in the end. Every day, he had exams, sorted out the wrong questions, and looked at his notes. He was not too busy. During the Cinderella rehearsal, the people in Class 1 did not call Song Yu Brother Yu. They just called him Director Song. This nickname sounded really silly. But Director Song felt cold and uncomfortable, so he was too lazy to argue with them. The classroom where they rehearsed was right next to Class 1. No wonder he met Qin Mo last time. In the next few days, Song Yu and Qin Mo met frequently. Originally, the atmosphere between them had always been tit for tat. Who knew that Qin Mo seemed to have changed recently and frequently expressed goodwill to him? Ma Xiaoding directly said in class, Brother Yu, I always feel that Qin Mo is not a good person. He has bad intentions towards you. Song Yu corrected him, bad intentions are not used in that way. Ma Xiaoding, oh, then he has other intentions. Is he crazy? He always wants to sit down and talk to you. What do you want to talk about? Song Yu said, who knows? He felt that Qin Mo was crazy? What was Qin Mo doing? Using the same trick to deal with Xia Sui in his previous life to deal with him? Don't. He hated this kind of hypocrisy the most. Xia Sui had been busy with the city these days. When she heard Ma Xiaoding's words, she was a little stunned. His pen coldly drew on the paper. He tilted his head and said, Where are you rehearsing? I'll accompany you today. Song Yu was stunned. If Xia Sui came over, wouldn't that mean that he would have to face Qin Mo directly? Damn, how could that be? His deskmate finally had the busy look of being the first in the grade. How could he interrupt her because of a scumbag? Song Yu waved his hand, no, you go do your thing. Actually, it's nothing. I just hate him. I'm not afraid of him. Xia Sui's lips curled up slightly, but she looked at Ma Xiaoding. Location. Ma Xiaoding was more afraid of Xia Sui than Song Yu. She swallowed her saliva and directly confessed. Song Yu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. With Xia Sui watching from the side, it was a great joy for the actors. Director Song finally stopped drinking so much water. Even the words used to insult and insult others had become gentler. Sure enough, she had to restrain herself in front of her husband. It was another rainy day on Friday. Snow was rare in Jing City in winter, but it rained frequently. The rain came unexpectedly. Songyu stood at the entrance of the auditorium and looked outside, waiting for Xiaxue to come and pick her up. However, before he could wait for Xiaxue, Mo came out first. Together? A gentle voice sounded next to him, modest and polite as always. He was wearing a white sweater and gray casual pants. He held a black umbrella in his hand and looked at Songyu with a smile in his amber eyes. Songyu almost gave him a heart attack. He had been ignoring Mo for the past few days. Now, because of the rain, he was annoyed. He tilted his head and smiled. Mo, is it interesting? It's good that we were tired of each other in the past. Why are you pretending in front of me? Mo laughed. Uncle Song is right. You are really stubborn. Songyu sneered. Mo said, seeing that you don't have an umbrella, I just want to give you a ride. Why do you think so much? I know you are biased against me, but as your brother, I have to be more tolerant. Besides, you are not in good health. Actually, to be honest, I didn't do anything to you in the past. Mo tilted his head and smiled. Songyu, you made me think that we knew each other before. Did I provoke you in the past? Songyu said, tell me, what do you want? Mo's gaze fell on him and he smiled. Sit down and talk. Songyu asked, talk about what? Mo said, choose a place to sit down first. Songyu asked, is it about Xiaxue? Mo tightened his grip on the umbrella handle and raised his eyebrows. Who is Xiaxue? Your deskmate? Songyu did not expose him. If it's about him, then don't talk about it. Mo was a little amused. You care so much about him? He doesn't seem like an ordinary deskmate. Songyu said, then he can't be an ordinary deskmate. Mo almost couldn't maintain his expression. He stared deeply at him and said coldly, does Uncle Song know that you have such thoughts about a man? Scum's mind was probably filled with such dirty thoughts. Songyu snorted and looked ahead. In the rain, Xiaxue walked over with an umbrella. Under the street lights, the drizzle formed into silk threads, like white pearl waves floating by the umbrella. Songyu said, my dad? Of course he knows. He even personally gave me a valuable gift. It was worth 1,000,000 yuan. If Chairman Song heard this, he would probably jump in anger again. How could Mo believe him? His smile was stiff and cold. Because he was afraid of the Song family, he didn't dare to do anything to Songyu. It was easier said than done to force Songyu to drink. It was difficult for him not to follow the clues to find him. Moreover, the information in the investigation told him. For Songyu, alcohol was a fatal thing. He just wanted to get rid of Songyu. He didn't dare to cause such a big trouble and bear the Song family's anger. After thinking about it, Mo changed his method. In his eyes, Songyu had always been a child with a bad temper. He was just used to being lawless. With a little effort, he could deal with him. It might be easier to get close to Xiaxue through him. But he didn't expect that Songyu had always had such thoughts about Xiaxue. Interesting, Mo smiled. He had always liked to challenge new things. If he was originally attracted to Xiaxue, now because of Songyu's obstruction, this kind of feeling grew stronger and stronger, and his interest grew. Xiaxue's legs were straight. Holding an umbrella in the rain, she was a cold and elegant painting. He raised his eyes and glanced at Mo. His gaze was very light, but Mo always had an indescribable sense of coldness. He had never known Xiaxue, but no matter what, she was not as difficult to deal with as the Song family. Songyu walked forward and got under Xiaxue's umbrella. Let's go, I'm starving. Mo smiled and said to Songyu in a very familiar and intimate tone, so you have someone to pick you up. Xiaxue's lips curled up slightly when she heard this, but she lowered her head slightly and said softly, what do you want to eat? The two words you were gentle and smiling. It was like a greeting between lovers. Not only did Mo's expression stiffen, but Songyu was also shocked. Songyu? He felt like his brain had been electrocuted. He looked up in shock and met Xiaxue's dark eyes. When he realized that Mo was watching from the side, he could only bite the bullet and vaguely agree. Just eat whatever you want. Xiaxue said, remember to call me earlier next time. Songyu swallowed the words in his mouth and forced himself to say, okay. In the eyes of an outsider, it was a reserved and shy answer. Qin Mo was the only outsider. Qin Mo was completely expressionless. He thought that even if he didn't drink, Songyu would still have to leave. On Saturday, Songyu was forced by his grandmother to call home, saying that he should keep in touch. In fact, the only one who answered the phone at home was Song Weining, who had nothing to do. Song Weining had recently taken a liking to an actor. The image of a white-clothed swordsman in a costume drama directly touched her young girl's heart. She said, "I've already decided. For him, I'm going to enter the entertainment industry." Songyu was doing his homework. Why enter the entertainment industry? Just ask Dad for money to start a company and support him. Song Weining, you're so vulgar. Songyu, you don't say. Do you know what I've been called in school recently? Everyone calls me Director Song. When you enter the entertainment industry in the future, you'll be the female lead and I'll be the director. Song Weining. 6666, Song Weining, this show is definitely going to fail. Songyu laughed and said indifferently, who wants to be Director Song? The name sounds so silly. If I want to be, I'll be President Song. Song Weining couldn't stop laughing. Then you'll single-handedly break the rumor that the Song family is full of business geniuses. Songyu calmly said, yes, not a genius, but a genius. A genius businessman, President Song. At this point, the pen in his hand paused. He was slightly stunned. The future, something that he had never thought about when he first came to this world, had he unknowingly begun to plan for it? Song Weining laughed until tears were about to come out. Ha 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 ha, don't be a genius businessman, President Song. I'm afraid that you're a genius money giver who opens and closes one company after another. The two of them chatted for a while. Song Weining told him about what had happened in a city recently. I'm puzzled. Why do all the scumbags these days end up with both fame and fortune? No, I said the opposite. It's probably only men with both fame and fortune who have women chasing after them. Who would have thought that the person who scummed Aunt Sue back then was actually Xianxia? Song Yu's eyes widened slightly. What? That's not right. Didn't this plot appear a little too early? Song Weining sighed. You didn't expect it, right? Mom didn't expect it either. Aunt Sue was a famous beauty in a city back then, but she was actually ruined by Xianxia just like that? I heard that she was even tricked into becoming a mistress. However, Aunt Sue's personality really made you helpless, so you didn't say anything and just wallowed in depression alone. In the end, she even directly cut off contact with everyone and disappeared. Now I've finally figured out what happened. Aunt Sue was too miserable. She was forced out of a city by Xianxia. The surveillance video is out. Alas. How can there be such a vicious person? I say, she's the first wife. Why did she have to be so ruthless and private? Is there something wrong with her brain? As for what happened in the surveillance video, Song Weining felt a heart attack when he mentioned it. What do you think is this? The biggest mistake is Xianxia, right? But this is the Xia family's grudge, and others can't say anything. Xianxia pretended to be deeply in love and crazily asked the Su family about Aunt Sue's current whereabouts, but the Su family refused to say anything. They wanted him to give everyone an explanation first. It seems that Xianxia is planning to divorce, and the Su family also plans to sue Xianxia. The whole city is watching the show. Song Weining sighed. I haven't seen Aunt Sue, but the Song family seems to have some friendship with her after Mom married. I can't say it in front of her, so I'll say it in front of you. She and Xianxia are both miserable. One is miserable because she's naive and sweet, while the other is miserable because she's black-hearted. Song Yu's whole body was cold, but his mind was thinking, is the Xia family looking for Aunt Sue? Now? But Aunt Sue is dead. Now, only Xianxia is left. Song Yu felt a little confused. How could it be so fast? He remembered that the truth about Su Qiao was revealed when Xianxia was in college. But she was only in her first year of high school. Who leaked it? With the ability of the Xia family, they should find Jing City soon. At that time, it was also a question whether Xianxia was willing to go back. He remembered that in the original work, Xia Sui hated Xia Xinian so much that she wished she had nothing to do with the Xia family for the rest of her life. At that time, she was attacked and had no choice but to go back. Song Weining didn't want to talk about the Xia family anymore. The grudges in the rich and powerful families were annoying. She asked Song Yu, "When are you going to take the final exam?" "Come back to a city as soon as possible after the exam." "I miss you." Song Yu was absent-minded. "Soon." Song Weining suddenly thought of something and laughed over the phone. "I suddenly remembered that when we went to Jing City, you said that you would go to see the world for me. It has been half a year. How is the world?" Song Yu was slightly stunned. He was worried about Xia Sui. When he heard her question, the first thing that came to his mind was Xia Sui. The desk lamp shone gently, and there was a faint fragrance of jasmine in the room. He lowered his eyes and looked at the language paper he was writing. On the last essay topic, the title was unexpected. His memory went from summer to autumn to winter. In the smoky box, there was an incredibly beautiful young man. The hugs on the wall and under the wall with the summer wind, and the words with a lazy smile in the auditorium through thousands of stars. Even every dusk and every night was vivid, like everyone he met in high school. Song Yu's heart suddenly felt very light. He laughed to himself first. His voice was clear and unbelievably gentle. "Oh, the world, it's unexpectedly wonderful." Song Weining was stunned for a moment in the distant city. She couldn't help but smile gently. The New Year's Day party was getting closer and closer. At the end of the rehearsal of the first class's stage play, everyone was no longer restrained. In the process of acting, there were many jokes. The rarest thing was that director Song didn't even take a sip of water after the performance. It was worthy of celebration, worthy of praise and tears. It was really too difficult for them. Cinderella and the prince finished their last dance. Work was done. Xianxia enthusiastically went to the water well and poured a cup of hot water for Song Yu. "Director Song, you haven't had any water today. Thank you for your hard work." Song Yu hadn't recovered from his cold, so he was a little tired. He glanced at her and slowly took a sip. Liang Yingying almost became autistic after acting as Cinderella. Now that everything was settled, of course, she was in high spirits and came to join in the fun. Using a bottle of mineral water as a microphone, he asked, "Brother Yu, how did you manage to be so good at your first job as a director?" After drinking the water, Song Yu snorted and commented on himself, "Do I still need to explain myself to a genius?" "Jiang Chenian, genius director Song, I understand." The group of people in the rehearsal room couldn't stop laughing. After all, there was competition between the programs of the New Year's Eve party. They couldn't just focus on their own rehearsals, so they had to ask about other classes. Ma Shouting's underlings were finally useful for once. They had also inquired about the students from the next class. "Ma Shouting, only class 3 is the same type. They're acting as Liang Zhu. I heard that Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai are starring their class Belle and class Hunk. But I think that all the members of our class are good-looking. They'll definitely be able to outshine the rest." Shi Bowen was too lazy to correct his idiom. He blew on the hot air in the thermos and said, "But the class Belle and class Hunk have enough gimmick." Ma Shouting, "Then let's say the name of our genius director Song." Shi Bowen laughed for a long time and sighed. "If Brother Yu and God Xia were to act, how sensational would it be?" Ma Shouting, "Think about it in your dreams." During the class meeting, Old Ching went to a meeting. Under the urging of a group of people, the class monitor closed the windows and doors and played the horror film. Gloomy and strange music sounded. Song Yu opened a bag of potato chips and said to Xia Sui, "If you're afraid, you can sleep on your stomach." Xia Sui smiled. "Okay." However, only the girls in the class were scared to the point of screaming. The 4 of them were bored. Ma Shouting kept complaining. "What's the female lead doing? She knows that the classroom is haunted, but she still insists on going at midnight?" Shi Bowen said, "It's probably to make the female lead cry and rush into the male lead's arms. The director thinks it's very romantic." Song Yu leaned back in his seat and chewed on potato chips. "If I were the director, I definitely wouldn't have arranged it that way." Director Song had been called that for a long time and was still a little dazed. What do you think, brother Yu? Song Yu said, the female lead's crying and rushing out is really scary. If I were the male lead, I would probably think that I've met a crazy woman and would turn around and run away first. It would be better to just arrange for the female lead to be scared unconscious in the classroom by the ghost. Then, the male lead would go back to the classroom to get a book. He would look at the female lead's sleeping face in surprise and shake her awake. In a dark and gloomy classroom, wouldn't the story unfold? The female lead was scared and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. The male lead's heart ached and he had a deep desire to protect her. A single man and a single woman, the beginning of love. He whistled. Romantic. Shiboan took a deep breath. I've learned it. Ma Shouting smiled and punched him. What have you learned? Are you really going to trick the little girl into the classroom in the middle of the night? Shiboan also laughed. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Ha 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 ha. The New Year's Eve party was next Monday night. On Friday, all the classes went to the auditorium for the final rehearsal. Song Yu met Chin Mo again. The two of them were 3 rows apart. Chin Mo smiled at him from afar. Song Yu chose to tilt his head and talk to Xie Sui. Will you come to the New Year's Eve party on Monday night? Xie Sui seemed to be very busy these days. Song Yu had a feeling that it might have something to do with the Xie family. However, as an outsider, he didn't know how to bring it up. The young man's warm breath fell on his ear. It was itchy and light, like a feather brushing across his heart. Xie Sui wanted to kiss him, but he told himself that it was just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. He restrained himself and curled his lips. For you, I'll come too. Song Yu hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, did something happen to you recently? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Xie Sui smiled. Yes, a little. His straightforward answer confused Song Yu. Song Yu, then, tell me. I'll help you think of a way to solve it. Xie Sui, okay. Song Yu? Was he so straightforward? Xie Sui said, do you know about my parents? He asked this question so casually. Song Yu's heart was in his throat, and he was extremely flustered. Of course, he knew about Xie Sui's parents. However, it was a painful memory for Xie Sui. His mother chose to jump off a building when he was 7 years old, leaving him alone in the world. Xie Xinian didn't even have the right to be a father. When he thought of the helpless little boy from more than 10 years ago, Song Yu's heart ached terribly. His mind went blank for a few seconds, and he opened his mouth. Xie Sui could almost sense every subtle expression on his face. He smiled helplessly in his heart. His Yu was indeed very kind. I don't love my mother, but I don't hate her either. Hatred was a matter of a previous life. The Xie family wants me back now. They want to make it up to me. Yu, should I go back? Song Yu was stunned in the darkness, and he felt his heart trembling. Was he asking him such a question directly? He didn't know what to say. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, it would affect Xie Sui's choice at the crossroads of life. Seeing Song Yu's nervous expression, Xie Sui pressed his head on the table and laughed out loud. Song Yu's nervousness was all gone by his laughter. How could he still laugh? Wasn't this a serious and sad question? Song Yu was flustered and exasperated. Xie Sui said, I'll listen. To you. Song Yu. He swallowed the words in his mouth gloomily. Actually, for Xie Sui, it didn't matter whether he returned to the Xie family or not. Even what had been bothering him recently wasn't this problem. He finally knew the source of Song Yu's illness. He drowned on a private island at the age of 6 on a stormy day. What a coincidence. That island was the place where he shot and killed Zhao Ziyu in his previous life. He almost forgot how he got on the island, but he knew that he was definitely not forced. Xie Sui looked at Song Yu's slightly embarrassed side profile. He lowered his head, and the smile in his eyes slowly faded. From then on, the princess and the prince lived happily together. Grade 1 Class 1 was the last to rehearse. When they finished, it was already 10:30 p.m. Xie Sui didn't return to the apartment. After accompanying him out of the auditorium, she went straight out of the school gate and went home. Songyu's mood was in a mess because of Songyu's "I'll listen to you." Should he go back to the Xia family? If he went back, he would receive the compensation that had been delayed for many years. Fame, wealth, status, and family background. Even if he wasn't around in the future, no one would dare to bully him casually. However, the Xia family wasn't a warm place. He was afraid that Xia Sui would be hurt by her vicious relatives there again. Today, he was also worried sick about his deskmate. Songyu walked for a while and suddenly received a call from a teacher. "Is this Songyu from grade 1 class 1? Songyu was stunned. "Yes, it's me." The teacher said, "In the auditorium, a student in your class forgot to take his phone. Only your name is listed here. Can you help him get it?" Songyu looked up at the sky and felt that it was going to rain again. He was actually only a few steps away from the auditorium. He frowned and walked back along the way. It was almost 11 o'clock p.m., and almost everyone in the huge auditorium had left. Songyu walked in and just finished greeting the last 2 students who left with the equipment. Songyu walked to the first row. He was about to bend down and lift a school uniform to see if there was a phone under it. Suddenly, all the lights in the auditorium went out, the world fell into darkness. Songyu's eyes widened. He suddenly turned around. A gray figure appeared at the door like lightning and locked it. Dong. The sky outside was gloomy, and the moonlight couldn't penetrate the clouds. In the huge auditorium, darkness seeped into the surroundings like a tide. He was the only one left in the world. Songyu's eyes widened slightly, and a chill spread from his body. It was Saturday. He took out his phone and wanted to call Xia Sui, but the phone showed that there was no signal and no service system. There was a signal jammer installed. Songyu slowly tightened his grip on his phone. He was so angry that he laughed. Was someone playing a prank? Why did they want to harm him? He wasn't claustrophobic. He would just sleep here for one night. He suppressed his anger and the desire to tear Chinemo apart. Songyu sat down. In the darkness, only the faint light of his phone could be seen. The walls of the auditorium were very thick and the windows were very high. It was impossible to call for help. Winter nights were very cold. What made him even more uncomfortable was that there was a rainstorm in the middle of the night. He hadn't recovered from his cold, and he felt dizzy. He was very sleepy on rainy days, but this time, he couldn't sleep well. Songyu wasn't afraid of the rainstorm, the darkness, and the secret room. But when put together, they made him anxious, depressed, and dizzy. He even felt suffocated. It was as if there was a wild beast crazily attacking and biting in his mind. He was so uncomfortable that he lay on the table and curled up in pain. He had a fever and was half awake. His mind was grotesque, and his ears were full of messy sounds. "Are you King crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing." "Ha ha ha, Songyu, are you very proud?" "I'm the one kneeling on the ground and begging, but I'm loyal to you." "Why? Why? You don't deserve it." He also remembered that his eyes were red. In the narrow and dark room, he grabbed the man's collar and punched him with all his strength. The madman on the other side stepped back, covered his face and laughed. His face was blue and purple, and his mouth was full of blood, but his voice was as cold as a poisonous snake. "The Song family won't let me go. They'll find me soon. But I don't care. Anyway, I've been made into nothing. Ha 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 ha, let's die together, Songyu. No one is better. I'm not better, you're not better, and Xia Sui won't be better." Madman. The headache was splitting, and his vision slowly became confused. He stepped back and stepped on a syringe for injecting alcohol. It was a storm outside. He staggered out of the warehouse, but he didn't know where he was. Next to the highway, one car after another drove by at high speed, and the sirens were loud in the rainy night. A phone call came. He gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. "Songyu, where are you now?" On the other side of the phone, the man asked anxiously. He had completely lost his usual calmness and self-control, and his cold voice was trembling. His heart was suddenly pulled up, and he squatted down in pain, unable to say a word. The words were broken in his throat, and only gasps and inhales mixed in the rain. His mind was cloudy, and he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't even hold the phone, and his eyes were completely dark. In a dream that was not very long, he was awakened by crying. You. It was his mother's choking voice. There was also his sisters crying and scolding. Why did my brother provoke you? Why did he provoke you? The Xie family really doesn't have a good thing. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you go. There were all kinds of noises, doctors, policemen, and people's words. Finally, he heard a familiar voice, as if all the pride had been broken, and said very softly, I'm sorry. His sister finally cried out. When the cries entered his ears, every single one of his nerves felt sore and painful. But he was in a black box, a closed world, and no one could comfort him. Host 008 finally realized that something was wrong, and suddenly came out of his consciousness. Shouted loudly and anxiously. Host! Songyu's black hair was wet with sweat, and his body was as uncomfortable as a dehydrated fish. He lifted his head from between his arms. His face was pale and transparent, and his light-colored eyes were blank. Next to him was a dark auditorium. It was winter, and the room was cold to the bone. However, he felt as if his entire body was on fire. His head was burning, and his throat was parched. 008 saw him wake up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wanted to use the same trick again. It planned to merge a little blue light into Songyu's forehead to clear his memory. However, he was stopped by Songyu. His voice was cold. It's useless even if you keep erasing my memories. I'll remember them sooner or later. You're making me more and more interested in my previous life. 008's outstretched hand froze in midair, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. It seemed sad and seemed to collapse, but what's the use of remembering it? Songyu was delirious with fever, but his heart was cold. Ice and fire tortured his soul. He said in a hoarse voice, the plot of Gentle Control is fake, right? Even in the last life, it didn't completely follow the plot. 008. It doesn't know what to say. It's depressed, because it's you both times. 008 said, the plot of Gentle Control is the original direction of the world. Xiaxue and Zhao Ziyu are the soul of the world. They should have misunderstood, and fallen in love with each other to reach a happy ending. Who knew that you would come out halfway? Alas. Songyu's fingers clasped the edge of the table and smiled. You are funny. 008 probably also gave up on himself. He sat quietly beside him. It's not something I can decide. 008 tilted his head. Haven't you read the original book of Gentle Control? Only see Xiaxue trapped on the island? Songyu's eyes fixed on it. Well, 008 began to tell him the rest of the plot, saying, Xiaxue was imprisoned on an isolated island, but Zhao Ziyu didn't do anything to him. He just chatted with him every day, and even secretly helped him solve the Xie family's problems. Zhao Ziyu can't be considered a scumbag. He and Xiaxue used to be rivals in business. He's just a little arrogant and mean when he speaks, but deep down, he's gentle and affectionate. Even when he couldn't get Xiaxue to stay here with Qin and Sun, he used some means to get Qin and Sun to go to jail. In fact, he never hurt Xiaxue. The breakthrough of their feelings was on a rainy day. The people of Xie family were forced to find the island and wanted to kill Xiaxue. Zhao Ziyu took a shot for him. Zhao Ziyu was lying in the ward on the verge of life and death. Xiaxue returned to a city and received the news of your death. You were an old friend of his when he was a child. He came to your tombstone and recalled what you said to him when you were alive. He pondered for a long time. Finally, he decided to give up the past and cherish the present. He returned to Zhao Ziyu's bed. That's how they began to love each other. Songyu kept laughing, sarcastically and jokingly. You're dreaming. 008 took a deep breath and said, yes, we're dreaming. Do you know what the end of the last life was? It said to itself, from the time you returned to a city because of Song Weining's wedding, the plot collapsed crazily. The Lord God used the power to force the plot back, let you be hospitalized, let Xiaxue go to the island, but it still collapsed in a mess. 008's tone seemed to be trembling with anger and shocked speechless. Finally, Xiaxue shot Zhao Ziyu. Hearing this sentence, Songyu wanted to laugh, but he was too uncomfortable. His chest was sour and stuffy. 008 took a deep breath again. I don't want to say the rest. The Lord God erased all people's memories, and the world entered a new reincarnation. Originally, the Lord God wanted to directly erase Song Yu's role, but the rules did not allow it, and Xiaosui's consciousness did not allow it. It can't be erased, it can only change the trajectory of his life. The childhood sweetheart is the key to the relief of Xiaosui later, and it can't be saved. The only thing that can be changed is Song Weining's wedding. Originally, the wedding was arranged abroad in this life, so that Song Yu didn't have to return to China. But it doesn't even have to go to this step. When Song Yu was 6 years old, on the same island, the crazy rainstorm reminded him of the cause and effect of his last life. The Lord God was afraid of causing more changes, so he sent Song Yu's soul to another world, and let it enter Song Yu's body and finish the rest of the plot for him. Even in order not to arouse other people's suspicion, it was silent and autistic to block itself. But who knows, Song Yu is back. Song Yu couldn't laugh at all. He had a fever, lay on the table, and murmured, so in the last life, what was the relationship between me and Xiaosui? He recalled the fragments of his dream, the childhood sweetheart, the glimpse at the banquet, the reunion in the ward abroad, and the phone call in the rain in today's dream. There seems to be a long way missing in the middle. Was it forgotten by yourself that night? 008 dare not say their relationship in the last life, only vaguely said, you should be a friend who never forgets for him. Friend? Song Yu was a little confused. She repeated the word. 008 braced himself and said, yes, the friendship of childhood is always precious. Xiaosui cares about you. Song Yu, oh 008 said bewitchingly, in fact, it's the real world inside and outside the book. Who knows the world they are in? In another world, it's not a book. Maybe the same love and hate happen, and there's the same destiny that you don't know. Song Yu, think about it clearly. This world is just the memory of your last life. You just came here because of an error. It's all over in the last life. There's no need to cling to it. Your root in this life is not here. Do you remember Song Lan? That's your real home in this life. Song Yu pursed his lips. 008 ruthlessly brainwashed him and said, you will leave sooner or later. Song Yu, is it, 008, we will send you away right away. Now it's unnecessary to follow the plot. As long as Xiaosui and Zhao Ziyu love each other, it's fine. Since you have to leave sooner or later, you should be careful, and Xiaosui is destined to fall in love with Zhao Ziyu. They were born with the power to attract each other, just like Qin Mo can't help falling in love with Xiaosui. When Zhao Ziyu appears, Xiaosui will fall in love with him, too. The same proud son of heaven, the same outstanding, the same smart, they are tit-for-tat enemies, and the last people who love each other deeply and spend their lives together. Song Yu's internal organs were in pain. His voice was very low. He snorted and said, they love each other so much that they shoot first, 008. He can always be directly angry with Song Yu. 008 was furious, last life was an accident. Xiaosui is a person who will fall in love with each other after a long time. There is not enough time for them to know each other. But it's undeniable that they are destined to be soulmates. When Song Yu heard the word soulmate, it was extremely ear-piercing. He was confused by the fever, but he was too lazy to sneer at Yang. Come on, why is their love so unstoppable? Why do you keep emphasizing that I don't want to be with Xiaosui? 008, 008 said stiffly, because I'm afraid you'll be too sad when you leave. It's for your own good. How could Song Yu believe him? He weakly hooked his lower lip, lay on the table with a pale face, and murmured, I'm sorry. In the dream, Xiaosui's I'm sorry was like a thorny vine, wrapped in his heart, painful and sad. He half-opened his light brown eyes, sweating all over his body. Confused and calm, he said word by word, I seem to have fallen in love with him, 008. 008 is going to die of anger. It widened its eyes and was almost scared out of its wits. The blue light of the virtual body suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the whole auditorium for a moment. It was so dazzling that Song Yu closed his eyes tiredly. In the ear, 008 was shocked, collapsed, and full of anger. You like him? Do you know what you're doing? It was in a hurry. I'm going to find the Lord God. Song Yu closed his eyes, and he could not open them again. His whole body was as strong as silk. Xiesui went home and helped Grandma Chen deal with a bunch of people. In the face of the lawyer and a bunch of bodyguards, the young man's cold eyebrows did not panic at all. He said lightly, "Don't be so troublesome. Ask Xiaxinian to come to see me directly." The lawyer froze for a moment, bowed, held a document, and said something before leaving. Grandma Chen sat quietly on the sofa. The dim yellow light shone on every silver hair, dragging out a gentle aftertaste. She looked at Xiesui for a long time, sighed inaudibly, and whispered, "Asui, no matter what decision you make, Grandma will support you." Xiesui smiled gently, "Grandma, you go to bed first. I have to go back to school later." Grandma Chen rubbed her eyes and nodded. Her feet were a little lame. Xiesui walked over and wanted to help her, but Grandma Chen gently pressed his hand. Her old eyes looked at him quietly, clear and sad. She shook her head and said faintly, "When your mother first came here, I also advised her, but she didn't listen to me. She dug a dead end and didn't come out. Don't repeat her road." Xiesui froze for a moment, and there was a smile in his eyes under his long eyelashes. "I won't." Grandma Chen sighed with pity. When a person dies, ashes return to ashes, and dust to dust. She left you, so don't miss her. Fate separates in the blink of an eye. Everything in the world is like this. Fate separates in the blink of an eye. He came and went naked without any worries. He walked out of the dilapidated old building and onto the street with an umbrella. The sky was full of black rain, wet and cold. He suddenly wanted to see Song Yu very much. He took out his phone and entered the string of numbers that he knew by heart. However, for the first time, the call couldn't go through. Xiesui stood in the rain, and his expression gradually turned cold. Song Yu had already called the Meng family on Friday and wouldn't go back. He rushed back to the school apartment. He had always had the key to Song Yu's house. Song Yu gave it to him after she felt guilty for sleeping in his bed that time. However, when he opened the door, it was dark and quiet inside. He had always hated rainy days. He hated them from the bottom of his heart, especially in this kind of stormy weather. He contacted everyone who was with him this afternoon, including the teacher, and pieced together the clues bit by bit. Xiesui's eyes were deep and cold. The violent emotions in his heart that he had been suppressing since his rebirth were growing wildly. "You haven't come home yet?" "In the end, I called Song Yu classmate." Then he might have been locked in the auditorium. The student who closed the door didn't even look at it first. "I'm not at school now, but the security room has a spare key." "Thank you, teacher." Xiesui didn't even look at Qin Mo in his previous life. Even if he knelt on the ground in the end and begged humbly like dust under his feet, to him, it was just a clown performing a boring comedy. In this life, Qin Mo had improved. Finally, he caught his attention. As soon as he entered the auditorium, all the signals were blocked. Opening the heavy door, Xiesui could see the boy sleeping in the first row at a glance. The air was cold and damp, and darkness seeped into the whole world. Xiesui walked over slowly, and his gloomy and cold mood calmed down slightly. He squatted down and touched the side of the boy's face with his hand. The skin fell on his palm, and it was so hot that it seemed to burn the blood. The barely noticeable panic finally dissipated. Xiesui lowered his eyes, leaned against his ear, and whispered, "Yu, wake up." Song Yu was sweating from the pain, and his forehead was burning hot. After feeling the cold touch, he came back to his senses a little. He slowly opened his eyes. His light-colored pupils were foggy, and he looked at the person in front of him blankly. Xiesui's figure was outlined in the darkness. It was familiar and reassuring. "Xiesui," he called softly. Xiesui put her cold fingers on his forehead, bent down, and said in a low voice, "Do you have a fever?" She seemed to be asking softly, but also seemed to be talking to herself. Song Yu was so sick that he said in a muffled voice, "Yes." But he still protested for himself and said, "We're not going to the hospital." He hated hospitals. Xiesui's gaze fell on him. After a long time, he looked down and said softly, "Okay, we're not going to the hospital. Let's go home first." Xiaxue bent down, put her arms around Song Yu's waist, and picked him up. The moment he held her in his arms, Song Yu was stunned. The tip of his nose was filled with the elegant fragrance of laundry detergent. Through the clean clothes, his ears were pressed against Xiaxue's chest, and he could clearly hear the sound of her heartbeat. The darkness and fever made his five senses fall into a contradictory state. Sometimes he was dizzy, and sometimes he was magnified and clear. For example, right now, it was as if a big stone had been thrown into his turbid consciousness. His limbs were numb, and his boiling blood was cold for a second. Song Yu stretched out his hand to push her, but his whole body was as weak as water. He couldn't push her at all. Because of his emotional fluctuations, the subsequent exhaustion flooded him like a tide. He could only grab Xiaxue's clothes with his fingers, like a drowning person. "Don't. It's embarrassing to hold me. I'll go by myself," he muttered. Under his black hair, which was wet with sweat, his ears were white and red, making people want to take a bite. The rain outside became lighter. Xiaxue felt that she was holding a hot body, and her heart was burning. The weak voice of the person in her arms stirred her nerves. But she never knew that Song Yu was the most torturous when he was sick. Like a wild cat, it refused to retract its claws even when it was sick. The panic and anger that had been suppressed along the way surfaced in his heart. His expression was cold, and so was his voice. "Where are you going? Crawl back?" Song Yu had never been so fierce to Xiaxue before. After being stunned for a moment, a fine feeling of grievance welled up in his heart. "It's even more uncomfortable to think that I just said to 008 that I like him. Xiaxue and Zhao Ziyu were soulmates. What kind of scumbag did he fall in love with?" Song Yu felt terrible. "It's none of your business. I'll walk with my legs." The moment he opened his mouth, it was a voice that shocked even himself. Her voice was soft and weak, suffused with a thick sense of grievance and anger, as if she was acting coquettishly. He had a fever and was angered by himself. Who was she acting coquettishly to? Song Yu's fingers clenched his outer clothes even harder. She was so angry that she kept kicking and scratching in his arms a few times. Xiaxue was stunned for a long time. She felt wronged by his hoarse voice. All of a sudden, all her emotions were defeated. She lowered her eyes and looked at the sick boy. Helplessness and heartache finally prevailed. Xiaxue had liked him for so long and spent so much time with him. Of course, she knew his emotions like the back of her hand. She helped him tuck his wet black hair behind his ear and said softly, "If you want to walk by yourself, then am I useless?" The plot shouldn't have developed like this. Her gentle actions dispelled some of Song Yu's anger. What plot? Her head was dizzy and her thoughts were simple. She was confused by his words. Her ears twitched and she was led away by him. Xiaxue's voice was gentle in the night with a bewitching power. The dark and gloomy classroom awakens the male lead of the female lead. "Do you still remember? You were so scared that my heart ached. Two people on a stormy day. Okay, stop talking." Song Yu wanted to raise his hand to cover his mouth, but he was exhausted. Xiaxue chuckled. "Director Song." She leaned over and whispered into his ear, "Did you arrange for tonight to be the beginning of our love?" Director Song was speechless. He couldn't defend himself. He buried his head in Xiaxue's arms. It was too embarrassing. Only the back of his head and his red and sparkling ears were exposed. He had completely given up the desire to struggle. Compared to this, being held in her arms was nothing. He had to be content in this way. After he settled down, he fell into a deep sleep in Xiaxue's arms. Xiaxue took him home, changed his clothes, brewed some fever medicine for him, and fed him mouthful by mouthful. He didn't know if Song Yu had a simple fever or a relapse of his old illness. He didn't dare to leave him for the whole night. He quietly watched his sleeping face with deep eyes. Under the table lamp, the young man's face was no longer flushed. It was like thin snow, fragile and pale. Xiaxue had a very light sleep for a long time in her previous life. Insomnia had become a habit, so now she sat quietly until midnight without a trace of sleepiness. It was still raining outside, and his thoughts were drawn out. He thought of the despair that drowned him in the haunted house and the tombstones in the black rain. Water, Songyu murmured softly, pulling him back from his thoughts. The young man's eyelashes trembled, and his brows furrowed in pain. He opened his mouth, and his voice was hoarse. Xiaxue got up to get water. When she came back, she held his hand with her fingers. She had never taken care of someone so gently and carefully. After drinking the water, the burning sensation in his throat was relieved. Songyu's brows slowly relaxed. His body was completely weak, but he didn't feel as uncomfortable as he did in the auditorium. His eyelashes slowly raised, and he looked at Xiaxue's side profile in a half-awake state. The light flowed over her cold white skin, and her eyes were as cold as ever. The room was comfortable, and the bed was soft, but it wasn't his. So he took Xiaxue's bed again. Songyu's eyelids opened with difficulty, but he closed them again with force. Fatigue seeped into every inch of his bones. He muttered, "Come up and sleep with me." Xiaxue was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does he know what he's saying? But the night was too gentle, and so was his heart. He gently kissed the young man's closed eyes. Okay. Xiaxue was a person with a strong sense of territory in her previous life. She wanted absolute silence in everything. Even the slightest movement could wake her up, including other people's breathing. Only Songyu was an exception. It seemed that when they were young, they also slept on the same bed like this. The manner, the midsummer night, the cool wind, and the boy's milk fragrance. After the lights were turned off, the room was silent. Songyu's fever seemed to have subsided. The more it was like this, the more Xiaxue wondered, what was his illness? Yu, he called softly. Songyu was already asleep. Xiaxue smiled to himself in the dark. He didn't know what he was smiling about, but he closed his eyes and fell into a dream for the first time. His memory was elongated. It was vines climbing the mountain, a pitch-black iron gate, a big black dog barking crazily, and the fragrance of the orchard spread for 10 miles. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the boy sitting on the iron gate had thin and white legs, and his eyes were clear and bright. He was panicking and scared. Even if he turned around and begged him to catch him, he could make him depressed with his excellent eloquence. Why? I heard that I like you very much. That can be considered a reason. Why didn't I know? Huh. Didn't they say that the onlooker can't see clearly? The onlooker can't see clearly. He thought that even in his previous life, he should have liked Songyu when he was young. Childhood sweethearts, the first awakening of love. When they met again after they grew up, it would also be a long-planned and quiet pursuit, but he didn't know if he succeeded. The next day was Saturday. Songyu took the fever medicine and slept until noon. When he woke up, the depression from last night was gone. He was in good health. The reason why he was so uncomfortable last night was mostly because of that dream. Just like the dream he lost that night, he felt as uncomfortable as drowning when he woke up. The pain and anxiety disappeared, but the memory was not erased. He still remembered the conversation with 008, as well as the memory that made him extremely painful. The clearest scene was when he stepped on the syringe. After he woke up, he pulled up his sleeves and looked at his white arms in a daze. So in his previous life, he was killed by someone injecting alcohol? This thought floated in his mind, and Songyu's face instantly turned pale. It was not fear, but confusion. Who was it? The warehouse was too dark, and the dream was grotesque. He could only remember the heart-wrenching conversation. He seemed to have committed the sin of Xiaxue, and his voice sounded like Qin Mo, paranoid and crazy. If he couldn't get someone, he would drag them to hell together? No wonder he was the character in the book. He remembered that Xiaxue called him at that time. In the end, would Xiaxue blame himself for this? His best childhood friend had suffered because of him. Since you're awake, eat something first. Opening the door, Xiaxue walked in and said lightly. His eyes were handsome and his voice was as cold as a spring. Songyu was stunned. After glancing at him, he immediately lowered his head. Oh. Songyu now had a headache when he saw him. Especially after he confessed to 008 yesterday that he liked him a little, he didn't know how to face him. It was as if there was a breakthrough in his heart, and a bunch of thoughts were born, messing him up. If it weren't for the artificial retard 008's words, he definitely wouldn't be so confused. What was a soulmate? Who was Zhao Ziyu? Could he hurry up and appear? But this surname Zhao was a thorn in his heart, and he couldn't wait to pull it out and bite it off. Songyu grabbed his hair a little gloomily, put on his shoes and went to wash up. It wasn't the first time he spent the night at Xiaosui's place. Of course, there was everything. While brushing his teeth, Songyu stared at himself in the mirror, thinking about 008's bullshit, the same proud son of heaven, the same excellent, the same smart. His mouth was full of bubbles, and his thoughts were scattered. But come on, the little handsome guy in the mirror was not excellent and smart? Why were they a couple? Because Zhao Ziyu was the chosen one, and he was the one who was punished by heaven. Wasn't he also the son of heaven? Songyu pulled down his mouth, and his whole body exuded an irritable aura. Brushing his teeth numbly, he didn't have any thoughts when he woke up, but he was very confused. When he sat down at the table, only then did he suddenly open his eyes wide, suck in a breath of cold air, gnash his teeth with hatred, and insert his chopsticks into the bowl. The one who trapped him in the auditorium last night was also Qin Mo. Songyu thought of Qin Mo, but he quickly controlled his emotions and didn't show any obvious anger. He lowered his head, lowered his eyelashes, and ate quietly. He didn't want Xiaosui to see that something was wrong. What happened in his past life had become a haze in his heart, but he promised Xiaosui that he wouldn't dwell on the past. Therefore, he didn't want her to know about this matter and would deal with it himself. Xiaosui was waiting for him to speak, and her eyes were fixed on him. However, Songyu didn't say a word. His face was pale and weak, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. The meal was silent. Xiaosui couldn't count on him, so she decided to break the silence first. Shouldn't you tell me about what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? When Songyu heard her words, he was a little confused. He calmed himself down and said casually, "Oh, it was just an accident. I went back to get something, and that person closed the door too quickly." Xiaosui smiled. An accident? Songyu said vaguely, "Yes." Xiaosui's dark eyes stared at him for a few seconds. Seeing that he was really going to deal with this matter himself, she didn't ask any more questions. She slowly looked away and smiled. "I see. I thought that director Song had specially arranged this scene for us." Songyu looked at her. For the first time, he wasn't angry or embarrassed. Instead, he felt frustrated and depressed. He pursed his lips and lowered his head. They knew each other when they were so young, and they were friends from their past lives until their deaths. This meant that Xiaosui's like was really the kind of like between friends. Songyu sighed in his heart and changed the topic in a bad mood. "I'm going back later. Thank you for taking care of me last night." Compared to the secretive look on his face, Xiaosui preferred the muddle-headed version of him from yesterday. However, he didn't expose her. He nodded and smiled. "Okay, see you on Monday." Songyu had to go home on Saturday. He sat in the car and looked outside. In winter, everything in Jing City seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray fog. The car window was open, and the wind outside was cold. 008 said a lot of nonsense, but there was still one sentence that entered his heart. "That was in my past life." Even in his past life, although he had no impression of it, Qin Mo was the person who killed him. How could this account be settled so easily? Songyu's eyes didn't blink, and his expression as cold as frost. 008 went to find the Lord God again. The next time he comes back to deal with him, it may not be so kind. Would he directly send him away? Did he want to go or not? Did he say he liked Xiaosui? When did he fall in love with her? "Young master, did you encounter something in school that made you unhappy?" Uncle Ma held the steering wheel and asked doubtfully. Songyu was called back to reality by his voice. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Uncle Ma, do you remember the friend I told you about at first sight?" Uncle Ma was stunned for a moment and smiled. "Yes, young master, when you first came to Jing City, you kept running to Lianyun Street and often asked me to pick you up at night. Is it that person?" Songyu also smiled, but his eyes were a little absent-minded. "Yes, it's him." He curved his lower lip and said softly. It didn't seem like he was smiling. Actually, it's not like we met at first sight. It's an old friend. To deal with Xianxia, even if the witnesses and evidence were in front of the school, they might not be able to punish him. It could even be regarded as a slightly excessive joke. After all, he was only trapped in the auditorium for one night. Even Xianxia himself didn't expect that he would be so uncomfortable in there. It seemed that Xianxia had investigated him deeply. Xianxia was backed by the Qin family. Of course, he could only ask his elder brother for help. He couldn't call his father. Mr. Song was so irritable. If he knew that Xianxia was being bullied, he would definitely drag him back to a city and put him under his nose. His elder brother was now abroad. When he received the call, he was a little surprised. "Why did you suddenly call me?" Xianxia said, "Brother, help me investigate a person." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You have a rich spare time in high school. You even used the investigation." "Xianxia, investigate Xianxia." Xianxia was stunned and repeated the name. "Xianxia? Why is this name so familiar?" Xianxia sighed. "Of course you are familiar with him. He is the fourth in the Qin family." Xianxia pondered for a moment and came to his senses. He said with a smile, "Oh, it's him. But one of you is in a city and the other is in Jing City. How did he provoke you from thousands of miles away?" Xianxia lowered his eyes and his eyes were cold. "He transferred to Jing City a few days ago." Xianxia said, "Let's put it this way. We are fated to be enemies and hate each other. Yesterday, he trapped me in the auditorium. I also want to mess with him." Xianxia, you. He chose his words carefully and didn't know how to persuade his baby brother. He hadn't organized his words yet. Xianxia had already said the rest of his words. "Brother, did I have any trauma when I was a child because of the heavy rain?" All the words of persuasion were taken back. Xianxia was stunned on the other side of the phone and remembered something. After Xianxia fell into the water on the island, he had been confined to himself. He either lay in the hospital bed or curled up in the bedroom. For a long time, he seemed to have lost his 7 souls and 6 spirits. But before he fell into the water, he was alive and healthy. When he was a child, there were only 2 accidents that made the whole family panic. One was when he accidentally drank a mouthful of wine. The other was when he was locked in the classroom on a rainy day. When the driver went to pick him up, he found that he was pale and weak all over. He was so shocked that he called back directly. At that time, the family guessed that he might be a little claustrophobic. Although the Song family had blocked a lot of public opinion about the 2 things that happened before the age of 6 for fear that it would have a bad impact on Xianxia, if someone really investigated, they could still find out. Thinking about it this way, the child of the Qin family might have done it on purpose. Xianxia frowned and said anxiously, "You were locked in the auditorium on a rainy day yesterday? How are you feeling now?" Xianxia was very frank and said lightly, "I had a fever, but I'll be fine after a sleep." Hearing his voice, Xianxia was a little relieved and said in a low voice, "You just said that the Qin family is ranked 4th. I remember now. I heard that he transferred schools because he had a boyfriend in high school and came out of the closet. The old master of the Qin family wanted to break his legs, so he went to Jing City to avoid trouble. After all, it was the Qin family. At that time, it was not a laughing matter." Xianxia closed his eyes and was stunned. It turned out that Xianxia transferred to Jing City for such a reason. Xianxia is young, but his mind is not good. Xianxia said, "You don't have to worry about this directly. I'll help you deal with it. If it's true, the Qin family has to give us an explanation." Xianxia said, "Okay." He turned off the phone. His eyes were like knives, but his expression was cold. Once the Qin family was settled, he would not be polite to Xianxia in Jing City. He kept pestering him to sit down and have a chat. "Then, let's have a good talk." Monday. It was already late winter and the weather was getting colder. When walking outside, one's breath seemed to be able to create fog. The wind was like a knife on one's face. Ma shouting rushed into the classroom with 2 cups of hot water in her arms. She was so cold that she had goosebumps. She sat in her seat and shivered. "Oh my God, I just stood there for a long time to listen to their conversation. In the end, I didn't hear anything about Liangzhu's situation. Instead, I heard a bunch of gossip about Brother Yu. Song Yu turned a page of his English book. When he heard Ma Xiaoting's words, he pursed his lips. Shi Bowen's eyes widened. What gossip? Ma Xiaoting, it's Friday night. Wasn't Brother Yu locked in the auditorium? God Xia was so anxious that he called one after another. He even called me. He had been reprimanded by Song Yu last time, so of course, he did not talk nonsense. He said, what a touching brotherly relationship. In the end, the rumors were distorted. Sigh, public morals are degenerating day by day. Shi Bowen laughed. If the rumors were distorted, why did you stand there for so long? Did you get addicted to listening to them? Ma Xiaoting looked at Song Yu's side profile in front of him and said in a low voice, wasn't it just to hear how distorted they could be? Let me tell you the original words of the girls in class 3. Brother Yu was trapped in the dark classroom, trembling. God Xia rushed over like a savior and pulled him out of the darkness. The two of them were alone, and the wonderful atmosphere spread. Shi Bowen? Shi Bowen, don't you think this plot is a little familiar? Wasn't this what Brother Yu told me when we watched the horror movie? Ma Xiaoting slammed the table and opened his mouth like a duck's egg. F***ck. Therefore, everything is within Brother Yu's expectations. Shi Bowen covered his mouth to stop him from saying anything that would bring about his death. Song Yu's slender hand twirled the pen. His eyes were delicate and indifferent, and he ignored the two people behind him. Right now, he was controlling himself and not thinking about Xiaxia. He tried his best to focus on Qianmo. He looked at the alarm clock. The minute hand was slowly turning, and he was slowly counting in his heart. The New Year's party started at 7 o'clock. Everyone entered the venue at 6 o'clock. When Old Qing led them over, he lowered his eyelids and looked at everyone. He said unhappily, the weather forecast said that it might snow tonight. Why are you still wearing so little? If you catch a cold and do poorly in the final exam, I won't give you face at the parent-teacher meeting. Everyone laughed. Teacher, can't you say something nice? Song Yu glanced behind him and frowned. Xiaxia wasn't here yet. Did he take leave again today? But didn't he promise that he would come? The air conditioner in the auditorium was on. After it was full of people, Song Yu even felt a little hot. He took off his school uniform and put on a turtleneck sweater and jeans, which made the young man's figure look long and thin. Class 3's performance was before theirs. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai went on stage. He didn't know if it was stage fright or something, but the class bell stuttered. His face was red as he finished the entire performance. But it was his performance that made people laugh and fight. The next performance was Class 7's group choir. It was Class 1's turn soon. Ma Xiaoting was waiting backstage to go on stage. Shi Bowen sat next to him and chewed on potato chips. If Class 3 also had a stricter director and watched them practice more, they probably wouldn't be like this. Song Yu said lazily, not all directors are as talented as me. Shi Bowen said, not all talented directors can arrange themselves. Song Yu sneered. You're starting to be naughty too? After casually teasing him, Song Yu's phone vibrated slightly. He flipped through his phone. An unfamiliar message finally came back. He curled his lower lip slightly. In the darkness, it was imperceptibly cold. He picked up his school uniform and stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. The auditorium was filled with singing and dancing, lively and warm. As soon as he went out, the cold wind blew against his skin, waking him up a little. Song Yu put on his school uniform and zipped it up. His thick and long eyelashes covered his cold eyes as he walked towards the place they had agreed on. Qianmo said to sit down and have a chat. Song Yu had no desire to communicate with this scumbag, just like he did with Oilian. He could turn a blind eye to everything that hadn't happened yet, but this kind of person's viciousness was written in his bones. If he wanted to have a chat, then so be it. The performance of Grade 2 Class 1 had just finished when the party started. Qianmo asked him to meet him in a lounge backstage. When he went in, Qianmo was sitting on the sofa. He had taken off the suit he used on stage and looked well-dressed. Song Yu closed the door and met his gaze. He walked over calmly and sat down. I thought you wouldn't come. Chin Mo's eyes curved and he smiled amiably. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Was it Uncle Song who called you and finally convinced you not to be so hostile towards me? Song Yu sat lazily and his expression looked quite normal. He didn't look like he was looking for trouble at all. His tone was calm and unperturbed. Don't play this game. I'll give you a chance first. Tell me everything that happened on Friday night. Chin Mo's expression didn't change at all. Friday night? What happened? Song Yu's lips curved. His lips were very thin and had a sense of ridicule. Chin Mo, you've investigated me very deeply. You even found out about my childhood. Chin Mo raised his eyebrows and was slightly puzzled. I don't know what you're talking about. Song Yu, the auditorium, the rainstorm, and the darkness. I didn't know that these 3 things were so useful to me. Chin Mo seemed determined to play dumb and showed a concerned expression. You were trapped in the auditorium on Friday night? Song Yu, yeah, you even installed a signal jammer. You're really good at this. After this conversation, Song Yu was so calm that he was not as irritable as usual. Instead, he gave people a more dangerous feeling, as if magma was about to erupt under a thin layer of ice. Chin Mo's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and said, Since I call myself your brother, I won't hurt you. You can choose not to believe me, but I really didn't do it. Whether it's a prank or not, I'll ask the person who trapped you. Song Yu smiled. What do you want to know? Is he an anti-fan? She didn't like me in number 1 middle school and wanted to trick me as a joke. Who knew that I would have such a big reaction? It was easy to explain and draw a clear line between them. After all, there were many people in number 1 high school who did not like him. To be honest, Song Yu did not come to look for Chin Mo today to force him to admit it. You don't have to explain. I have to thank you for creating such a good environment for me and Xianxia to be alone. Chin Mo was stunned. Song Yu said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to recognize my own heart. Chin Mo looked straight at him. The smile on his lips slowly disappeared, as if he did not want to talk about this topic. He said, let's stop for a moment. Do you want something to drink? No need. Haven't you always wanted to talk to me? Song Yu simply went straight to the point and smiled. Then let's talk. I'll tell you clearly that even if Xianxia doesn't like me and doesn't want to be with me in the end, it won't be your turn. Does playing with other people's feelings bring you pleasure? Did the Chin family teach you such a low-class pleasure? Chin Mo could no longer maintain his kind appearance. Ever since Song Yu mentioned Xianxia, nameless anger had been spreading. Now, Song Yu's words poked at his sore spot. His lowered eyes contained a storm. Song Yu lazily hooked her finger over the cup on the table, as if she was talking about something very boring and uninteresting. I don't even understand where your sense of superiority comes from. That mentality of a hunting game, please put it away. Even if you want to pursue Xianxia, what do you have to compete with me? Personality, appearance, and even the family background that you've always been proud of and indulged in your outrageous behavior? Chin Mo tapped his finger on the table. He was finally angered by him. His tone was extremely sarcastic. It's none of your business who I pursue. Song Yu slowly stood up. His eyelids were very thin, and his gaze was very sharp. When he looked at people, it was sharp and cold. If you didn't rush to court death, do you think I would have noticed you? Chin Mo, if you're worried about this, why don't you worry about your own illness? Speaking of this, his voice, which had been raised because of anger, lowered. He smiled ambiguously, and his eyes were deep and cold. If you're terminally ill, don't mess around. If you accidentally torture yourself to death, then the losses outweigh the gains. Don't you think so, Song Yu? The losses outweigh the gains. Song Yu softly repeated his words. He looked at the things on the table. There were 2 bottles of expensive wine. His eyes slightly lifted. You asked me to sit down and drink something, so are you going to drink with me? Chin Mo said sarcastically, do you dare? Song Yu didn't answer his question. He smeared and held a bottle of wine in his hand. I talked so much nonsense with you because I thought that if you knew that your scheme against me failed and let me see your feelings for Xianxia, you would probably die of anger. Qianmo stared fixedly at him. His muscles were tense, his breathing was rapid, and his skin was trembling. Xianxia said softly, I don't dare. The cold white light shone on the youth. He stood up straight. He was very tall and thin, like pine trees and strong grass. Holding the wine bottle, his wrist was delicate and pale. Blue veins could be faintly seen. I believe you know my second weakness. I can't drink. Qianmo's eyes widened slightly. His fingers involuntarily grasped the edge of the sofa. He suddenly felt that Xianxia was somewhat unfamiliar. Xianxia leaned over. His expression was as cold as the king of hell. His tone was deep and cold. Every word was like a knife. But it also depends on whether you have the ability to send the wine to my mouth. At the same time, Xianxia grabbed Qianmo's collar. He raised the wine bottle and directly smashed it, decisive and ruthless. The wine bottle shattered. The fragments reflected a dazzling light. The intense pain stimulated his brain. Qianmo was frightened. His pupils shrank to a point. Then, he suddenly exploded and shouted, Xianxia, the thin ice that had been suppressed for a long time shattered. The magma under the ice completely erupted. Xianxia stopped him from saying what he wanted to say. His eyes were cold. He calmed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, You'll see who scram back to a city. Xianxia walked out. His school uniform was wet from the wine. He simply took it off and put it in his arm. In fact, he couldn't stand the smell of the wine. His head was a little uncomfortable. His body had just recovered. Suddenly, he exerted force. The subsequent feeling of weakness came like a tide, causing him to frown slightly. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard a girl scream. The fighting was not quiet. It would quickly attract people. Qianmo's dying breath would be discovered immediately and sent to the hospital. Then, there would be a long confrontation tomorrow. Xianxia wasn't afraid of him. He didn't even need to make up any excuses. He looked down at his phone and paused the recording. Qianmo thought his work was flawless. It was just the appearance of the signal blocker and he could find a lot of things along the clues. Qianmo came to Jing City because he came out of the closet to avoid the limelight. If the Qin family knew that he provoked the Song family for a man, it was uncertain who would be taken away. In the auditorium, the performance of Cinderella had reached the end. When Xianxia walked to the door, he didn't go in. He leaned against the wall and looked at the group of people jumping happily on the stage. After everyone's imagination, the last scene was edited into a wedding. The prince and princess walked into the hall of happiness. The animals huddled together and ate melon seeds. The stepmother and stepsister were swearing and sweeping the floor. The fairy godmother waved a magic wand with stars as the host of the wedding. She said, Now, let me testify for you. She didn't play by the rules. She smiled and asked, Who arranged for you to come to this step? Cinderella said, It's the school, the teachers, and the New Year's party. The prince said, It's Director Song. If it weren't for him, the story would have ended long ago. Everyone laughed. Xianxia, who was watching from outside, also curled her lips. After the testimony, the wedding march began to play. It was romantic and solemn. Xianxia suddenly remembered that at the beginning, he suggested using Suona as the background music. It was so festive and cheerful. Once it was played, it felt like someone was going to set up 2 tables at the entrance of the village. Jiang Chunian was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He went to plead with Xianxia and asked Xianxia to persuade him. He was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Thank God. Brother Yu wants to play Suona at the wedding. Please stop this genius. Xianxia was also amused. The coldness in her peach blossom eyes melted. She smiled and tilted her head to ask him, So you like this kind of music? Xianxia didn't like it very much. In fact, he just said a few words. However, no one dared to refute him. Of course, this genius idea was not implemented in the end. The dark night and snowflakes appeared on the screen behind the stage. Cinderella and the prince held back their laughter and looked at each other. The story ended. He suddenly wanted to see Xiaxue. His heart was confused and there was an unconcealable sense of loss. Did Xiaxue know that he also liked her? But what was he in her eyes, inexplicably close and friendly? It's all because he covets your looks. Are you the same? Of course not. Songyu closed his eyes. He had really dug a hole for himself. After Cinderella's performance, the class exploded with flowers. Lights like the past, woo-woo, it's finally over. God, my hand holding the broom was shaking in the last scene. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Celebration banquet. Celebration banquet. Celebration banquet. Hurry up and choose a place. Let's celebrate together this New Year's Day. It's Wan, here is your husband, brother Yu. Director Song, husband, brother Yu, where shall we celebrate the new year? Dog head, wait for me, I suggest we eat hot pot. There's a new hot pot on Lynching Street. The reviews are very good. Songyu clicked on the message and didn't reply. He took his phone and walked out. When he exited, he saw Xiaxue's message. Xiaxue, sorry, I'm late. Are you in the auditorium now? Songyu was stunned. When he saw Xiaxue's name, his breathing stopped for a few seconds. His fingertips touched the cold screen. He calmed down his messy mood. Songyu, no, I'm out. Walk this way. You should meet her. Xiaxue, okay. After dealing with Qin Mo, it was time to deal with Xiaxue. I think I've already fallen for him. Then when did it start? Songyu didn't know either. But when he realized it, it seemed like she had fallen for him. He walked out. He was afraid that he would be too nervous, so when Ma Shouting called, he picked it up. Ma Shouting's side seemed to be very lively. Everyone was talking at once. Ma Shouting had no choice but to shout at him on the phone, brother Yu, we're deciding what to eat later. Half of them suggested hot pot, and the other half suggested barbecue. What do you think? If you ask me, I think these two parties are crazy. Hot pot and barbecue are the same. In the end, they dislike each other. Eating hot pot dislikes barbecue because it's troublesome. Eating barbecue dislikes hot pot because it's too spicy. They can come up with all kinds of reasons. Amazing. I choose Malatang. Songyu listened absent-mindedly. He walked outside and saw Xiaxue. Xiaxue stood under the statue of the school gate. Beside her was a slightly cold street lamp. She was wearing a windbreaker, and her legs were long and slender. Her head was lowered, and her fingers were tapping on the screen. Her eyelashes were lowered, and her expression was languid and cold. Ma Shouting was still talking. I don't understand them. But everyone has different preferences. Brother Yu, you can choose. You can choose whatever you like. The word like touched his slightly numb nerves. Songyu held the phone and was about to speak. I choose. On the other side, Xiaxue seemed to have noticed him. She raised her head, and her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Her eyes were like ice and snow that had just bloomed. The words in his throat stopped instantly. Ma Shouting said, brother Yu, what do you choose? The whole class is listening to your orders. Louder. Hello, hello, hello. All, Songyu hung up the phone. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His heart was numb from his scalp to the tips of his feet. He completely admitted defeat. He chose Xiaxue. After saying these words in his heart, Songyu put down his phone. All the blood in his body rushed to his brain, and he couldn't speak. The confusion, helplessness, shock, and bitterness that had been in his heart since Friday instantly surged and strangled his heart. He actually fell into the pit that he had dug before. This thought hit the top of his head, and his throat was dry. Afraid of being exposed, he lowered his head first. Xiaxue just looked at him from a distance. Songyu's pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. After seeing him, he first looked up in confusion for 2 or 3 seconds, and then quickly lowered his head. Today was a little different. Xiaxue was a little stunned. He raised his eyebrows, walked over, and apologized with a smile. Sorry, I'm late. Songyu didn't care about whether he was late or not. His heart was in a mess. He wanted to open his mouth and say what was on his mind, but when he thought that they were friends from their last life to death, he felt a little nervous and irritated. Especially when he had dug a pit for himself before. What should I say? I'm sorry that I lied to you. In fact, I didn't mean what I said. I also coveted your looks. No, I coveted your everything. Xiaxue waited for a moment, and then looked at Songyu, who lowered his head and didn't speak. He asked softly, "Are you angry?" He bent down and said with a gentle smile, "Actually, I can explain this matter." The familiar voice was casual, like intoxicating wine in this winter night. Songyu's breath stagnated. He covered his flustered emotions and raised his head again. His clear eyes widened. He coughed and pretended to be calm. "No, I'm not angry. I was just thinking about what to eat." He tried to control his facial expression and make himself calm. However, all his attention was on looking at him without avoiding his eyes, so he didn't care about his breathing, one deep and one shallow. He was nervous, uneasy, and trying to cover it up only made it more obvious. Xiaxue's expression didn't change. He stood up straight and smiled. "So, have you thought it through?" Songyu had something on his mind, and it was about him. He didn't want to expose such a simple and straightforward cover. Songyu was still very uncomfortable. "Whatever. I'm fine with anything. It's up to them." Xiaxue said, "Well, let's go somewhere else first. It's cold, don't catch a cold outside." His pitch-black eyes glanced over and the corners of his lips curled as he teased, "I don't want to suffer anymore. Taking care of you is too tiring." What did he mean, that taking care of him was strenuous? Songyu stared blankly at Xiaxue with her eyes wide open. Her watery eyes were mesmerizing, and a strong sense of lingering fear welled up in her heart. He wouldn't have taken advantage of Xiaxue that night, would he? I'm sick, and it's hard to take care of you." Xiaxue walked beside him and asked, "Don't you know how delicate you are?" Songyu, this was probably the first time in his life that someone had used the word delicate to describe him. "Xiaxue, don't use the word delicate casually." Songyu began to reason with him. "If others hear it, my image will be ruined." Xiaxue began to recall that night and smiled. "I had to feed you the medicine mouthful by mouthful. I helped you take off your clothes, and you even scratched my neck 3 times. A gust of hot air instantly rose from his neck to his face. Songyu's voice was a pitch higher. "Why did you take off my clothes?" Xiaxue teased him for fun and was very calm. "What do you think?" Songyu, his expression was so shocked that his snow-white face turned red, and his ears were sparkling like pink jelly. Xiaxue stared at his ears without blinking. He chuckled and added slowly, "I took off your clothes because they were wet. It's uncomfortable." "What are you thinking?" Oh. Songyu was really thankful that he had only brought this up now. She was both embarrassed and embarrassed, so she asked, "Did I scratch you hard?" Xiaxue said lightly, "No." He paused and added, "It was quite itchy." His illness was boiling hot, delicate, and wild, and it made people's hearts itch. Even though he was focused on his illness at that time, he was still scratched until it burned his rationality. He wanted to bite Songyu's exposed white collarbone. That night was probably the most obedient and defenseless Songyu had ever been since he met her. Even when she struggled, there was a desire to resist, and it was unbelievably soft. However, at that time, he only cared about his heart. Sure enough, he gave him all his gentleness, all his madness, and all his rationality. Songyu breathed a sigh of relief and added, "That's good." With his usual strength, that scratch would probably cause him to bleed, and he was embarrassed. He tilted his head and asked, "I didn't do anything excessive after that, right?" Xiaxue was amused by him and said lazily, "How excessive do you want to be?" Songyu was speechless. Xiaxue knew when to stop. If he continued to tease Songyu, he was afraid that he would explode again. He restrained his smile and said, "Nothing after that. You just can't sleep well." Songyu scratched his head. When he thought about how he had slept in the same bed as Xiaxue, he was actually a little shy and a little excited at the same time. Sigh, he was really bad. She steadied her expression and calmly defended herself, "Did I? Maybe I'm confused because of the fever." Actually, I usually sleep well and don't move at all. Xiaxue readily agreed. Yes, you're probably confused because of the fever. Get over to my side. Songyu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xiaxue suddenly changed the topic. Songyu was slightly stunned. He looked up and met Xiaxue's dark eyes. She was smiling faintly. He heard the young man say casually and teasingly. I found that your waist is quite thin. Songyu was speechless. In the end, Class 1 decided to eat hot pot. The location was still Lynching Street. On the way there, Songyu deliberately slowed down and controlled himself to be within 3 steps. He didn't want to talk to Xiaxue for the time being. At first, what made him upset was his teenage worries. Later, when Xiaxue took him away, he was inexplicably teased. Now, he was even more upset. No, he had to solve this matter. Let the artificial retard 008 stay aside first. If he didn't deal with it tonight, he didn't know how to get along with Xiaxue in the future. It wasn't his style to keep one thing in his heart. Songyu didn't like anyone, nor did he confess. He could only send a message to Song Weining. Songyu, are you free? There's new progress with my friend's matter. It turned out that Song Weining was really free at this time. A reply came in a few seconds. Song Weining? That impatient B*** starred? Song Weining, TSK, so troublesome. Songyu. My friend is very upset now. Song Weining, okay. I'm all ears. Go ahead. Songyu, my friend, seems to have really fallen in love with that person. Song Weining, oh. Songyu, a deep sense of frustration welled up in his heart. Songyu, aren't you surprised? Song Weining, if you remove the word like and send it over, I might be a little surprised. Songyu, my friend wants to confess, but she doesn't know the procedure. Song Weining? Is this still my genius businessman, President Song? You're President Song. Can't you just follow the TV show? Be more domineering. Buy 99 roses and set off fireworks that will shock the entire city. Which woman can resist that? Songyu couldn't be bothered to banter with her. Songyu, I think my confession will fail. Song Weining? Why is your self-awareness always in such strange places? Before Songyu flared up, she hurriedly sent another message. Song Weining, if your confession fails, then go after her. How simple is that? That's not right. I remember you asked me last time. You said that that person likes you, but you don't know how to persuade her not to mistake kindness for love. I'm dying of laughter. Then you persuaded her to go back, and you fell for it? You're a genius. It was like adding fuel to the fire. What's the use of asking her? Songyu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just as he was about to step forward, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. He stopped abruptly and looked up to see a telephone pole in front of him. He almost crashed into it. Xiaxue's faint voice sounded in his ear. Don't you look where you're going? Songyu was stunned and looked up. Aren't you walking in front? Xiaxue, I'm waiting for you. His gaze fell on Songyu's phone chat page. Songyu. He quickly turned off his phone and said nonsense, my sister's menopause came a little early. She caught me to chat. Xiaxue didn't know whether to believe him or not. She said with a faint smile, I see. The hot pot restaurant was decorated in an antique style. Inside, there were rows of red lanterns hanging. Looking at it in winter made people feel warm and yang. Their reserved seats were in the innermost private room. When they entered, everyone was already putting food into the hot pot. When she saw them enter, Ma Xiaoding took the initiative to give up her seat and sat next to them, giving them a chance to sit next to each other. After the New Year's party ended, the forum became lively again. A group of audience members commented blindly like old men. While everyone was eating hot pot, they talked about this matter. Xianxia held his chopsticks and said, they said that the most regrettable thing about the New Year's party was that Brother Yu and God Xia, the two most influential figures, didn't appear on stage. Xiaxue smiled faintly. Xianxia said, look at Liang Zhu from the next class. The class belle and the class belle are both on stage. Our class's school belle and school bully are not on stage. Sigh. Songyu had something on her mind, so she casually said, why would I go up and act? Cinderella? Liang Yingying laughed uncontrollably. I think it's very good. Brother Yu is going to act as Cinderella. He's so good-looking. Only God Xia is worthy of the prince. Songyu. Logically speaking, he should be retorting now. But after thinking about it, he chose to lower his head and eat silently. Liang Yingying? She was already prepared to receive Brother Yu's ridicule, but Brother Yu let her go just like that. She took a deep breath in her heart. The power of love was really strong. Even a debater could become soft. Ma Shouting laughed. It's obvious that it's impossible. So the forum specially opened a building for Brother Yu and wrote a scene suitable for him to act in. I saw it. It's called Land of Rebirth. I'm Brother Yu. A boy added, the first chapter, became famous on the forum. The second chapter, my deskmate is the school belle. The third chapter, became a father on the basketball court. The fourth chapter, changed the name of today's song Fengchong. Songyu, ha 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 ha. Jiang Chenian laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Amazing. Ma Shouting held her phone and read, the fifth chapter, the epic disaster movie, Brother Yu's monthly exam. The sixth chapter, tonight's monthly massacre. The seventh chapter, don't you understand that Luo beat his love? The eighth chapter, everyone knows that the school belle of Jing City No. 1 Middle School is unattainable. The ninth chapter, until one day, the 10th chapter, they find that the walls of No. 1 Middle School are all torn down. Liang Yingying, ha 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 ha. Ma Shouting flipped to the end. The last chapter, Sui Yuan is real. Reading this, Ma Shouting complained, what is this Sui Yuan? Another girl carefully looked at Songyu and Xia Sui. Seeing that the two parties didn't seem to care, she smiled and said, it's nothing. They just messed it up. They think that these two names are a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Songyu's chopsticks trembled as she picked up the prawns. These words seemed to touch her soul. She laughed as the hot pot steamed up. It was warm and clear, and it seemed to evoke all the memories along the way. Songyu took a deep breath and looked up with bright eyes. Taking advantage of their inconspicuous position, he pulled off Xia Sui's clothes. Xia Sui tilted her head and looked down at him. Songyu whispered in his ear, let's talk outside. The corridor outside the private room was dark and quiet. No one came. A glass window reflected the tens of thousands of lights outside. Xia Sui followed behind him calmly. Seeing that he kept walking forward and was about to reach the end, she smiled helplessly and grabbed Songyu's arm. Here. What do you want to say? Songyu's brain was stuck after he called him out. He walked with his head down, regretting and embarrassed. He wished that he didn't have to stop walking on this road. The moment Xia Sui grabbed his arm, blood rushed to his brain. He couldn't see her clearly in the dark, so he let his face turn red and his eyes flicker. He was a little embarrassed. He encouraged himself in his heart, imagining himself coughing lightly and saying, it's nothing. I just found that I like you a little. He was able to let go calmly. However, the darkness also magnified his five senses. As soon as he smelled Xia Sui's clean and fresh scent, he couldn't speak again. At this moment, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Songyu was stunned. He realized that it was a call from the form teacher. He picked it up. Hello, teacher. Teacher Chung felt as if he was being strangled. Songyu. Did you hit someone? Songyu. F*ck, Chin Mo, this son of AB*tch, was also going to ruin his plans in the hospital. He took a deep breath and said to old Ching, teacher, don't worry. I'll explain it to you tomorrow. I have something to do now. I'm sorry, I have to hang up first. After saying that, he put down his phone without caring about the form teacher. There was a moment of silence. Songyu was interrupted by a phone call, and he was confused again. Xia Sui sighed inaudibly in her heart and said softly, who did you hit? Songyu was very honest. Chin Mo. Speaking of Chin Mo, he thought of Zhao Ziyu and 008's so-called soul lover. Originally, he couldn't say it out loud after confessing for a long time, and his disdain for himself had reached its peak. Now, all kinds of complicated emotions were fermenting in his heart. He touched his nose and said, "I didn't hit him wrongly. He's bad to the core, but you'll meet a lot of people like him in the future. For example, Zhao Ziyu." He instantly became sad. Songyu was so depressed that he didn't know what he was saying. Ignore them. Don't believe their sweet words. They're scum. His brain was dizzy. Their love is worthless. Don't like them, okay? Okay? These two words were asked softly and carefully. Xiaxue stared at him for a long time. In the end, she couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was low and seductive. "If I wait for you to say it, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a long time." Songyu was stunned. Xiaxue, who had been leaning lazily against the wall, suddenly stood up. The darkness outlined the figure of the youth, and for some reason, it gave off a suffocating sense of oppression. Songyu slightly widened his eyes. In the cramped environment, his heartbeat became extraordinarily fast. Suddenly, he felt a hand around his waist. The palm was hot and strong, and an electric shock came from there and spread throughout his body. "Why do you want to ask your sister?" Xiaxue leaned over. Fireworks exploded in his brain, and Songyu's whole vision was confused. "Why don't you ask me? I'll teach you how to confess." Xiaxue chuckled and pushed him against the wall, not allowing him to resist. She put her hands on her waist and lowered her head to bite his slightly open lips. Her voice was low and magnetic. "I don't like them. I only like you." This kiss was aggressive, like a siege. It was so overbearing that it almost drove away the air around him. There was a cool mint taste between his lips and teeth. Songyu's back tightened into a line, and he clung to the cold wall. Fireworks exploded in his brain, and his body was stiff as Xiaxue's tongue went deep. His scalp was numb, his cheeks were hot, and he almost stopped breathing. The most embarrassing thing was Xiaxue's eyes. During the kiss, she didn't close her eyes. With the light outside the window, she looked at him seriously. Her eyelashes were thick and long, and her peach blossom eyes were dark and deep, as if she wanted to see through his every shyness. Every inch of his skin that was touched by her eyes was burning. Songyu's mentality completely collapsed, and all the complicated emotions in his heart collapsed. He raised his thin and white arm and covered Xiaxue's eyes. The youth's palm was warm, and there seemed to be sweat because of nervousness. Xiaxue's eyelashes trembled rapidly, and her breathing stopped for a moment. Then, as if she had become ruthless, she pinched Songyu's waist harder, and kissed him more passionately and wantonly. It was as if the long-suppressed feelings finally broke out, and the deep-sea magma rolled over his mind. Outside the window, it was snowing for the first time this winter. In the narrow corridor, the youth kissed. Outside, there was a bright yellow moon and a dark blue sky. The street lights shone on the falling snow. The pedestrians exclaimed and laughed. Outside, there were cheers and noises, and people were noisy. Undercurrents were surging in this space. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. The blazing youth was delighted. Xiaxue finally ended the kiss. Songyu was also panting slightly. His eyes were watery, but they were surprisingly bright. In the narrow and dark space, all senses were magnified. Xiaxue moved his hand away from her eyes, but she didn't stand up straight immediately. Instead, she leaned over and rested her chin on Songyu's shoulder, hugged his waist, and couldn't help but smile. He said, "Yu, I'm so happy." All Songyu's strength was taken away, and he could only lean against the wall for support. The dizziness in his head faded like a tide, and so did his fear and shyness. Hearing his words, her joy seemed to be contagious. Her heart was as clear as the first snow. He smiled, and his clear eyes were like a crescent spring. "Xiaxue." Her voice was incomparably soft. He said, "I like you too." As soon as he spoke, he could clearly feel Xiaxue's body stiffen. She tightened her arms around his waist. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then, the youth let out a short chuckle. He scratched his waist as a punishment. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost like he was begging. "I still have to go out and meet people later. Don't provoke me anymore. Songyu's heart was still beating wildly. She smiled and nodded. Yes. Can you still tell? Songyu felt that they were having an affair behind a group of people's backs. He was nervous and excited. But with her lips kissed like that, it would be too awkward to go out and meet people. He turned around and asked Xiaxue several times. His heart was still uneasy and a little scared. Xiaxue would rather Jiang Chenian and the others see through it immediately and then take the opportunity to announce their relationship. But considering Songyu's wishes, she was willing to wait a little longer. Her gaze fell on his soft pink lips. She smiled slightly. Fortunately, it's not obvious. Songyu took a deep breath and then asked, "What did we talk about later? Did we go out and go to the bathroom together?" Xiaxue curved her lips. "Didn't we make a lifelong commitment together?" Songyu opened his mouth and tilted his head to look at her. He wanted to say something, but when he met Xiaxue's eyes, his heart stopped for a few beats. He had always thought that Xiaxue's eyes were very beautiful. When she looked at people, they were gentle and affectionate. It was easy to get addicted. Thinking of just now, Songyu couldn't help but smile. His eyes curved like crescent moons. "Then are we lovers now? Boyfriend? Boyfriend." These 3 words flowed through his heart, making Xiaxue feel a little dry in his throat. His teeth itched and he wanted to bite Songyu. He lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice, "If you don't call me boyfriend, what do you want to call me?" Songyu corrected him. "I want you to call me something else." Xiaxue said slowly, You. Sounds pretty good. It's also cute." He was almost at the door of the private room. When he heard him say you, his whole body seemed to have been electrified. His ears turned slightly red. But his mouth was not to be outdone. He said carelessly, "It's my ID." "Your husband, brother Yu, still doesn't understand?" Xiaxue said faintly, "Oh." Holding the door handle, he asked with a smile, "So what's your name?" "Songyu, call me hubby." The door opened. Everyone was already tired from eating. Now that they were leaning against their phones, the room was extremely quiet. So when Songyu came in, the last 2 crisp words hubby were like landmines exploding in everyone's ears. In the private room? Songyu caught a glimpse of Xiaxue's naughty smile. He turned around and met the eyes of a group of people from Class 1. Ma Shouting's phone fell on her lap. Jiang Chenian was also dumbfounded. As the head of the CP fans, what did she just hear? Liang Yingying was the first to react. He was dumbfounded. "Brother you guys. Songyu, what should I do? My boyfriend's nature was exposed on the first day of their relationship." Xiaxue tried to hold back her laughter. Songyu was silent for 3 seconds. He calmly explained, "I was just explaining the origin of my online ID to Xiaxue." Ma Shouting heaved a sigh of relief. He touched on a sore spot. "You scared me to death. I thought you were secretly calling me hubby behind our backs." The boy next to him couldn't bear to watch him court death. He reached out and covered his mouth. Jiang Chenian was so excited that his face almost overflowed. He asked excitedly, "Brother Yu, where did you guys go? Why were you gone for so long?" Songyu didn't explain. Xiaxue helped him out. She smiled and said, "It was snowing outside, so we went to take a look. It took us some time." Jiang Chenian was stunned. With a girl's sharp mind, she could clearly feel that Xiaxue was in a very good mood. Although everyone usually laughed and joked about the CP, it was all because of Brother Yu. They knew that God Xia wouldn't be angry. In fact, they were all a little afraid of Xiaxue. After all, God Xia's cold and unapproachable persona had never been broken. All her gentleness and patience were only with Brother Yu. Her attitude towards them was always distant and cold. It was rare for her to be like this. Her eyes were curved, elegant, and unbelievably gentle. She felt like she was in a dream. Liang Yingying didn't directly smile at Xiaxue. Her first reaction was that it was snowing, for the people of Jing City who hadn't seen much of the world. Snow was really a pleasant surprise. She suddenly sat up from the sofa. "Ah. It's snowing? That's great. It's the first snow on New Year's Day this year." Hurry up, let me go and take a look. The boy next to her also stood up and cheered. He swept away his laziness after eating and drinking. Go, go, go. Let's go outside and see the snow. Ma shouting was pushed and shouted. She was speechless. Didn't we agree to play werewolf? I've already decided who I want to charm with my Wan. Xianxia stuck out his tongue. If we want to play, we'll play with Cupid's board, okay? She picked up her down jacket, got up, and winked at Xianxia. Hubby, let's go see the snow together. Everyone burst into laughter. After all, Xianxia's words just now reminded them of the bloody storm when they met this idea on the forum on the first day. My brother Yu is really ruthless and full of shit. Xiaxia slightly narrowed her eyes. Xianxia didn't have a good appetite tonight. He almost didn't eat anything before. Just now, he was suddenly confessed to and was so happy that he forgot everything. He was even less in the mood to eat. And just now, Xiaxia made it up. They didn't go out to see the snow. Now that he was coaxed by everyone, the nervousness in his heart completely disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't expose himself. He was also a little interested in seeing the snow. Then let's go and see it. Oh, everyone in the room ran away and played finger-guessing games, leaving the crying class leader to pay the bill. Ma shouting walked away with a bitter face. He cried and shouted, I want to play werewolf. I want to play werewolf. The man next to him elbowed him. You're the genius who poisoned the prophet on the first night with intuition. Shut up. You're a shit-stirrer. Ma shouting defended himself. It's my fault. The werewolf opened his eyes. What is he doing moving around? The prophet defended himself. I'm fucking hungry. Can't I eat with my eyes closed? Everyone burst into laughter again. Xianxia walked behind. In front of him were the noisy classmates, so he deliberately slowed down. The red lanterns in the hot pot restaurant illuminated a warm and festive atmosphere. Walking in the dark stairs, he began to calculate the bill just now. His hand pinched Xiaxia's arm. You did it on purpose just now, didn't you? Xiaxia let him be and smiled. On what purpose? Xianxia, on purpose to make me call you husband. Xiaxia smiled. Yes. Xianxia, yes? You said yes? Xiaxia said lazily to Yang, usually, I don't expect you to call me that. Now, I'm having fun. Xianxia suddenly felt that Xiaxia might have a deeper understanding of him than he did. For example, when he was walking on the field, she said to him, maybe, he's a little bad. Really, he was quite bad. The corridor was very narrow and dark. Xianxia was still thinking about how to educate him when he suddenly felt his hand being held by someone. His words were stuck in his throat. Their skin touched. Then their fingers slowly interlocked. It was as if his heart was slowly being grasped. Liang Yingying was the first to run out. She directly grabbed Jiang Chunyan's arm. The two girls walked in front of everyone and ran down the stairs. Their shoes made sounds on the wooden planks. It was lively, and full of youthful vitality. They laughed and chatted. Their voices were clear. Jiang Chunyan said, if we want to play werewolf, we'll definitely choose Cupid's board today. If I'm Cupid, guess who I'll hit? Liang Yingying laughed uncontrollably. Tisk, do you even need to guess? Jiang Chunyan laughed. Please close your eyes when it's dark. Liang Yingying continued jokingly, Cupid, please open your eyes. Tonight, you want to choose a pair of lovers. Who will you choose? Jiang Chunyan's eyes curved as he laughed. He dragged his voice and jokingly said, of course it's a match made in heaven. My brother Yu and I, thank God. They walked in front. The stairs were a little long, and their voices could be heard from afar. When they walked down the stairs and out the door, the first thing they saw was the vast expanse of white snow. The street lights were dim, and the world was quiet. The pedestrians coming and going were looking up at the night sky. Smiles spread on everyone's faces. It was snowing. The snowflakes fell to their shoulders and brushed their eyebrows. Jiang Chenian and Liang Yingying thought that they were far away and couldn't hear them, so they began to make arrangements. They smiled and said, "Then, lovers, please open your eyes and confirm each other's identities. Lovers, please open your eyes." Xiaxue and Songyu suddenly looked at each other. Songyu couldn't help but laugh. They walked from the dimly lit corridor to here. The sky was bright, and the moon was bright with new snow. And then? And then, it's dawn. God doesn't want to care about those light bulbs anymore. Ha 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 ha. And then, it was dawn. Xiaxue tilted her head and looked at Songyu's side profile. The young man was looking up. His side profile was as white and delicate as snow. He smiled slightly and thought, "It's dawn, Yu. The sparks burned the barren and cold frozen ground. From then on, the sky was bright. Snowflakes fell slowly, piece by piece, sparkling and translucent. Lynching Street was very lively at night. Soft celebratory music could be heard in the distance, accompanied by the conversations and laughter of the pedestrians. "Mom, it's snowing." On the other side of the street, a little girl dressed like a pink dumpling tugged at the sleeve of an adult and said in surprise. Her voice was soft and sweet. Her mother laughed. "Yes, it's snowing. Today is New Year's Day. It's a new year." Actually, they didn't come out for fun. They just took photos and recorded the first snow of the year with a pleasant surprise. "Over here. This angle is good. Quick, help me take a photo of me holding a snowflake and looking up at the night sky. You're so nosy. Don't you think your nostrils are especially big? Your photography skills are terrible. Brother Yu, look at me." On the other side, Ma shouting raised his phone high and waved at them from afar. Songyu looked up and just happened to meet the flash of the camera. He was blinded by the light. After the flash, he glanced at him and warned, "Don't make me look ugly." No, how can I be ugly? I can't find a single flaw on my brother Yu. There are no blind spots on his body. After Ma shouting finished taking the photo, he shouted "Yeah" happily. His mouth was wide open and he laughed wildly. He began to shout, "I'm rich. This is a photo of the two of them. HD, 100 yuan. The boy next to him laughed and bumped him with his shoulder. "You're quite awesome. You know how to do business. Don't forget your friends when you're rich." Ma shouting laughed and then shouted at the girl. "Jiang Chenian, do you want it? Since you used to be my crush, I'll give you a 20% discount." Jiang Chenian was busy taking photos. When he heard this, he almost dropped his phone in the snow. Liang Yingying was standing at the edge of the flower bed. He was so happy that he bent over. Jiang Chunyan's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and glared at him. "Was that a crush? Don't insult the word crush, okay? You don't like me. You like the position of the Chinese class representative. What you want is my position, hee hee." Liang Yingying said, "Ha ha ha ha, doesn't he like Sadako?" Ma shouting coughed and rubbed his nose, trying to avoid this awkward situation. Before she could say anything, her phone was snatched away. Ma shouting was just about to shout when she turned around and saw that it was Songyu. She immediately shriveled up and pitifully called out, "Brother Yu." Songyu held her phone, her thin eyelids drooping slightly. She sneered and said, "Are you asking for a beating? You used my photo to cheat money, and it's so ugly." Ma shouting suddenly felt guilty. "I'll delete it right away, I'll delete it right away." Songyu said, "Send it to me first before deleting it." Ma shouting? Why did brother Yu suddenly start saving his photos? Songyu didn't save a photo of himself, but a photo of him and Xiaxue. He had to admit that it was ugly. In the photo, they were standing in the snow. The street lights were cold, and behind them was a street that extended endlessly. There were only sporadic lights at the end of the road. On the way back to school, Songyu finally remembered what had happened just now. He had originally dragged Xiaxue out to confess, but who knew that she would be the one who accepted his confession? What a failure, Director Song, Songyu then remembered and asked, "Just now, you saw the chat between my sister and me?" Xiaxue, yes. F***ck, so, he had been watching her struggle the whole way? Song Yu was so embarrassed that his ears turned red, but he still pretended to be calm. Then your eyesight is quite good. Xiaxue smiled. Not only is my eyesight good, but I also have a photographic memory. Song Yu, okay, that's enough. Xiaxue laughed out loud. When they reached the door of the apartment, it was time to separate. Song Yu turned to go upstairs, but Xiaxue grabbed his wrist. He was forced to stop. What's wrong? Song Yu looked up in confusion. Xiaxue approached him and said with a casual smile, "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Shouldn't you give your boyfriend a goodnight kiss?" Song Yu's mind went blank for a few seconds. The word boyfriend melted in his heart like honey. He smiled slightly in the dark, and his eyes curved like a crescent moon. He pulled Xiaxue's clothes and closed the distance between them. Then, he kissed her lightly on the lips. Afraid that things would develop in an uncontrollable direction, he quickly ran away after the kiss, like a cat that had stolen a fish. Long Legs took 3 steps and didn't even look back. See you tomorrow, boyfriend. Xiaxue was left standing in the same place, smiling helplessly. After returning home, they closed the door. Song Yu hadn't turned on the lights yet. He leaned against the door, and the sound of his heart beating was particularly clear. He touched his face with his hand. It was really hot. Well, from today onwards, he also had a boyfriend. Song Yu took a shower and calmed himself down. The first thing he did was to sit on the bed. The corners of his lips kept rising as he clicked on Song Weiniang's chat history. Song Weiniang, who used to sleep on time before midnight every day and led a healthy life, had become the champion of staying up all night after being infatuated with that little fresh meat. It was almost 1 o'clock, but she was still awake. Song Yu, my friend's problem has been solved. A row of candles was sent over. Song Weiniang, moment of silence, Song Weiniang, she's not worthy. You're referring to someone better. Song Yu? Song Yu, have you misunderstood your brother's charm? Song Weiniang. Whoa. Song Yu, I was wondering why I was so afraid of confessions. It's because I've always been the target of confessions. I don't have any experience. In the end, someone confessed to me today. It's too difficult. There's no challenge at all. Song Weiniang, smile, you're starting to show off now? Look through the chat history. What were you like a few hours ago? Do you want me to help you review it? Song Yu was in a good mood now and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He began to pretend to be unfathomable. Anyway, Song Weiniang didn't know what was going on since they were so far apart. Song Yu, actually, everything is going according to my plan. I just looked flustered at the beginning. I'm very calm inside. Song Weiniang, 666, Director Song is amazing. Song Weiniang, what's her name? Hurry up, let me know first. Song Yu shrank his neck and thought to himself, it's still too early. He didn't know if Xiaxue would choose to go back. However, if Song Weiniang knew that the person she was in love with was a boy and the person involved in the bloody storm in a city, she would probably be so angry that she wouldn't be able to sleep in the middle of the night. After all, Song Weiniang had been full of dissatisfaction with the Xia family since a long time ago. After experiencing Aunt Sue's incident, her dissatisfaction reached its peak. In any case, in her eyes, the Xia family was equivalent to a family of scumbags. The Xia family was equivalent to scum. They were dissolute and fickle, passed down from generation to generation. However, she had always been a superficial person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited to ask Xiaxue for her contact information when she saw her at the banquet in her previous life. Song Yu, you'll see it during the new year. Song Weiniang? Song Weiniang, you're so fast. I've had so many boyfriends, but I haven't brought anyone home. My parents will probably be scared to death by you. Song Yu sat up and scratched his head. There was a hint of confusion and hesitation in his light-colored eyes, but this emotion immediately dissipated. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't even afraid of the Lord God and 008. Why would he be afraid of his parents? Song Yu, that means you can't do it. Song Weiniang. I feel like I've been hinted at again. After showing off to his sister, Songyu naturally had to chat with Xiaxue. Initially, he wanted to ask if she wanted to come to my house during winter break. However, he frowned and thought for a while. Then, he felt that it was inappropriate and deleted the sentence. They had just confirmed their relationship, and she was already in a hurry to bring him to meet her parents. What was the hurry? He recalled the things in his dream. He didn't know if it was because their relationship had been confirmed. The nightmares that would cause him to sleep uneasily every time were now smashed with a little sweetness. It was just like the first time they met when they were young. Songyu typed a message to Xiaxue. He sent it over abruptly just like that. Songyu, you'll never know how long I've known you. The memories of his previous life also accompanied him. That was really, really long ago. Xiaxue was probably asleep now. Anyway, she hadn't replied for a long time. Songyu added another one at the end. Songyu, good night. He put his phone aside but didn't go to bed early. Instead, he stared at the ceiling. The panic about the future was only briefly covered by joy. Now, with the silent night, it spread again. He blinked in confusion. Many things quickly flashed through his mind. Would Zhao Ziyu appear again? What was the story between him and Xiaxue in his previous life? And 008, who had disappeared? When he returned from the Lord God, would he force him to leave? Some things were like old friends. For example, this world. He became more and more suspicious that 008 was actually lying to him. From the beginning to the end, he was a person of this world. According to the order, this was his true reality. In the other world, his parents divorced early and had their own families. He grew up in a compound with his grandfather. After he grew up, his grandfather passed away. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing worth remembering. So, in the end, he didn't want to leave. He clutched his heart in confusion. In the middle of the night, when his emotions were infinitely magnified, Songyu got up in the middle of the night again. He pulled out a strand of his hair and said to himself, will it be like when I read that book and came here all of a sudden? I went back in the time I slept. That would be too upsetting. He prayed. 008, this artificial retard, would never appear again. He didn't know how to tell Xiaxue about this matter. Whether it was in this life or the previous life, it was also fine to transmigrate. If he said it out loud, it would sound like a fraud. How could Xiaxue believe it? He turned back and found that there was an unread message on his phone. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Xiaxue. Xiaxue, then do you know how long I've liked you? How long have you liked him? Songyu's gaze fell on the phone screen. He stared at the line of words countless times. In the end, he lay back, his head sinking into the soft pillow. The corners of his lips curled up bit by bit. How long can you like him? It's only been 3 or 4 months. I knew you in my previous life. How can you compare? Putting the phone aside, Songyu covered his eyes with his arm and couldn't help but snicker. Alright, on account of Xiaxue liking him for so long, as a boyfriend, he would settle these matters alone. It didn't seem so scary anymore. On a winter morning, the sun rose very late. When it was still foggy, Songyu went to knock on Xiaxue's door. Yesterday, he had been aroused by that sentence before he went to bed. He tossed and turned and didn't sleep well at all. He woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Because Songyu had the habit of lazing in bed and didn't like to make people wait for a long time, they had never walked upstairs or downstairs together in the morning before. But now that they had confirmed their relationship, it should be a little different. Xiaxue opened the door. She had just woken up and looked lazy. The moment she saw Songyu, she was immediately stunned. Songyu's expression didn't change as he said, "Why did you wake up so late? Shouldn't you feel a little pressured for the final exam? Do you still want to get first place in the cohort?" Xiaxue didn't answer him. She smiled and asked, "You woke up so early. How many classes are you planning to sleep in today?" Songyu, it had snowed the whole night yesterday. When he went out to take a look, it was already covered in silver. A thin layer of snow fell all over the forest path. When he stepped on it, it made a very comfortable sound. On Tuesday morning, before the morning self-study session started, old Qing asked someone to drag him over. Needless to say, it was because of Qin Mo's matter. The Qin family was far away in a city. Qin Mo also lived with the Wang family in Jing City. When something happened to him, the Wang family naturally sent someone. In the office, the moment Wu Xinmei saw Song Yu, she felt as if the back of her neck was being pinched. Her eyes were about to fall out, her face was pale, and her skin was tense. It was her again. It was the same office again. The corners of Song Yu's mouth twitched in boredom. Old Cheng suffered Wu Xinmei's sarcasm, but it was his student who was fighting, so he could only endure it silently. Now that he saw Song Yu, he immediately put down the thermos flask in his hand and suppressed his anger. "You're finally here. Hurry up and explain to her parents." "I couldn't explain it clearly, so I called your parents over." Old Cheng thought of Song Yu's words yesterday and turned to Wu Xinmei. "Mrs. Wang, I think this should be an accident. Song Yu's health isn't good, and he's usually not that irritable. How could he possibly beat up a classmate?" Wu Xinmei was speechless. Song Yu was probably going to hurt old Cheng's heart this time. He didn't want to hide it and said straightforwardly, "I'm sorry, teacher. I really hit her. But this is our personal grudge, and I believe that Mrs. Wang would be happy to settle it privately." Old Cheng's words were slapped in the face in the next second. He was so angry that his entire face was trembling. He directly picked up his phone and started dialing. "You're really lawless if I don't." "Call your parents?" The person who stopped him was Wu Xinmei. The woman who had been harsh and sarcastic just now suddenly stood up. After a moment of silence, she said directly, "There's no need to call, Teacher Cheng. Since it's a personal grudge between children, let's settle it privately." "Old Cheng?" Wu Xinmei said, "The school doesn't have to interfere." She looked at Song Yu with an extremely complicated expression. Song Yu smiled indifferently and said lightly, "Okay, take me to see Qin Mo." Wu Xinmei's fingers gripped her handbag tightly, but she didn't say anything. Wu Xinmei had fought with Song Yu before. It was this youth who had defeated her son. She was almost traumatized. Moreover, the matter between the Song family and the Qin family shouldn't have been blown up. At the hospital, Qin Mo's head was wrapped in bandages. The moment he saw Song Yu, he wanted nothing more than to pull out the needle and jump down from the hospital bed to fight him. His amber eyes were burning with anger. The gentle and modest appearance that he had always had disintegrated. His expression was ferocious, and he almost squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Song Yu. I've underestimated you." Song Yu walked over and naturally found a chair to sit down on. He took an apple and wiped it with a piece of paper. "You're calling me by my name now? Didn't you say that you were brothers with my brother 2 days ago? It's as if the two families have a very good relationship." Qin Mo was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Song Yu had been disgusted by him for so long. Of course, he had used all his strength when he suddenly exploded. Looking at Qin Mo's expression, he knew that he had been stunned by him at that time. "You locked me in the auditorium, so I sent you to the hospital." He raised the cleaned apple at him and smiled. "Good brother." The words "good brother" were full of sarcasm. It almost pierced Qin Mo's spirit. The anger of being humiliated suddenly came out. Qin Mo's eyes were so sharp that he wanted to cut off a piece of meat from his body. He said quickly, "Do you think this is over?" "Song Yu, of course not, but you're going back to a city soon. Do you have to think so much?" Qin Mo sneered. "You? Song Yu, don't pretend. If it weren't for you being unreasonable, you would have made a big deal out of it with the Wang family. I have a recording of our conversation. If the Qin family knows that you've moved to another place, it will be even more outrageous. Do you think they will let you stay here?" Qin Mo's face turned pale. He said sarcastically, "What about you? If the Song family knows that you have a boyfriend in Jing City, will they let you do whatever you want?" Song Yu took a bite of the apple and smiled at him. "Oh, how did you know that we confirmed our relationship yesterday? Then hurry back to a city and spread the word. Thank you for contributing to our love." Qin Mo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Song Yu just wanted to have fun beating him up yesterday. He just wanted to get rid of him, by the way. He didn't want to do anything to him. After all, he was too young and the Qin family couldn't treat him perfunctorily. Xianxia should get out of here as far as possible. He just didn't want to be an eyesore. Songyu stood up and looked down at him. His light-colored pupils were full of frost. He smiled carelessly. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. You can't covet my woman. He ignored Xianxia's state of being on the verge of exploding. Songyu pushed the door open and threw the apple core into the trash can next to him. He walked to the door of the hospital with his long legs. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his words just now were really cool. The door of the ward closed, but Xianxia didn't withdraw his eyes. He stared at one point, as if he wanted to poke a hole in Songyu's body through the wall. His fingers clenched the quilt. He didn't expect that Songyu would be so reckless and directly sent him to the hospital. However, the most brainless way was also the most effective. This directly alarmed the Qin family. His grandfather was so angry that he called him this morning and scolded him for a long time, forcing him to return to a city. Xianxia's eyes were dark and cruel. But, so what? They would meet again in a city. He would pay for the humiliation he suffered now. After the New Year's Eve party was the final exam. This time, Songyu wasn't in a hurry. She was confident and took her time to review. Ma Shouting was scolded by his father before the exam. He was temporarily complacent and started to crazily study questions. When he started to shut up, the world became quiet. Mathematics questions had always been Songyu's biggest headache. Now, this was also the focus. When they studied together in the library, they were all focused on the questions. Xianxia thought that the two of them were dating alone. Most of the time, he was watching Songyu do the questions. He could tolerate it in the past, but now that he was her boyfriend, how could he tolerate it? Songyu frowned and poked him with a pen. Here, why do you write the answer as the interval from A to 1? Xianxia directly pulled his hand and pulled him over. Under the cover of the bookshelf in the corner of the library, she kissed him and said with a smile, "I'm so good. Shouldn't you give me a reward? For example, a kiss and a question?" Songyu's study was messed up by him. The final exam was finally coming. During the last language class, the language teacher came in with a stack of papers. Standing on the podium, the teacher cleared his throat and said, "Do you still remember what I asked you to write at the beginning of this semester?" The whole class was stunned for a second before they started to whisper. "What did you write? Why don't I remember?" "Me too. There's so much language homework. Who can remember it? Besides, it's been so long." The language teacher glared at them and patted the podium. Then he said, "Have you all forgotten your learning goals?" Only then did everyone come to a realization. Songyu was holding a pen and writing a question. When he was reminded, he also remembered. It was the learning goal that he had rushed at the last minute. He remembered that there was an essay later on about how to achieve this goal. Then he went off topic. The name of the essay topic seemed to be "Never Forget, There Will Be an Echo." Did it have anything to do with completing the plan? Songyu's mouth twitched. He had long forgotten what he was writing. The language teacher said, "From summer to winter, 1 semester. Have you all reached your goals?" The class started to cough and laugh, avoiding the teacher's serious gaze. The language teacher snorted and tapped on the table again. She seemed to be exasperated. "You guys still don't understand my good intentions. When I gave you that question, it was to motivate you and make you remember it in your hearts. Never forget, there will be an echo. Look at you. Don't talk about never forgetting. I'm afraid you'll forget it after you finish writing. You're just patronizing me." "Why are you patronizing me? Am I the one taking the university entrance exam? Don't think that 3 years in high school is a long time. In fact, it's just a blink of an eye. When you're sitting in the classroom of your 3rd year, you'll remember that it was yesterday." The language teacher shook his head and sighed. In the end, he handed the paper in his hand to Xianxia. "Class representative, distribute this. Let this group of people wake up and see if they're worthy of being in high school." Xianxia touched his nose and went forward to take it. Actually, she was also very guilty. Who didn't set a goal in high school? 2 English readings a day, a famous novel a Monday, and first place in the class in the monthly exam. He distributed the paper. Songyu looked at her messy plan and sighed, unable to bear the sight of it. When Xianxia handed it to Xiaosui, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he sighed. God, Xia's plan hasn't been completed. Songyu leaned over to take a look. Only then did he remember that Xiaosui's original goal was to help her deskmate win first place in the city. Songyu. So, you're blaming me for not living up to your expectations. Xiaosui's slender fingers took the paper. However, her eyebrows curved as she smiled. Who said that I didn't complete it? Jiang, yes, yes, yes? Brother Yu, are you going to get first place in the city in the final exam? Shiboan slammed the table behind him. Class representative, are you going to distribute the paper or not? Only then did Jiang Chenian wake up. He walked back reluctantly. What's the hurry? Songyu snatched the paper from Xiaosui's hand. His expression froze for a long time. Then, he said calmly, I don't think I'm that good. Not to mention you, I can't even beat the top 10. In the grade. Xiaosui tilted her head and smiled. This is between the two of us. What does it have to do with other people? Songyu, what? Xiaosui read it out loud. Help my deskmate win first place in the city. His tone carried an indecent smile. Help you take me down. Songyu. Strong. Xiaosui said, I can't forget it. There must be an echo. Songyu looked at her in a daze. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. Yes, of course. The final exam came late in the second snowfall of the year. The order of the exam seats was determined according to the rankings of the last midterm exam. Songyu finally got his wish and sat in the same exam room as Xiaosui. Before the exam, in the last class meeting, the homeroom teacher stood on the podium and lectured as usual. You have to get a good score for the last exam of the semester. Be serious, calm, and meticulous. These words are written on the blackboard in the exam room every time. Ask yourselves, have you done it? I'm guessing you won't even look at it. The homeroom teacher turned around and wrote another line of doggerel on the blackboard. He read, if you don't work hard for the final exam, you won't have a temper on New Year's Eve. Whether you have a good New Year or not depends on how high your score is. Your score is directly proportional to your New Year's money. Think about it yourself. The whole class. Great poet, great poet. Ma Xiaoding was about to cry. Under his father's high pressure, he was so depressed these 2 days that he wanted to crawl into the TV. He leaned on the table and muttered, it's over. After this new year, you won't see me anymore. As his deskmate, Shiboan had watched him mess around for so long. Now, of course, he was gloating. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. He pulled the comic that Ma Xiaoding had clipped to his physics book. Isn't this comic good? Isn't it fragrant? Ma Xiaoding sobbed. He held his head with his hands and looked at the two famous people in front of him. Xiaosui was playing with her phone with her eyes down, and Songyu was sleeping. He suddenly sobbed even louder and fell on Shiboan's shoulder. Why? Why? I'm influenced by them every day. They're both like hooligans, but why are the results so different? Shiboan pushed him away. Can you compare yourself with brother Xiaosui? You're asking for a snub. Speaking of these two people, Shiboan's eyes flickered twice. He lay down, raised his book, and whispered, by the way, have you noticed that the atmosphere between Brother Yu and God Xia has been strange recently? Ma Xiaoding, what? Shiboan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, haven't you noticed? For example, last time, I saw with my own eyes that God Xia drank the water that Brother Yu drank. Damn, we were so close to being mouth to mouth. Ma Xiaoding thought it was a big deal and said, haven't they always been gay? The whole school recognizes it. Shiboan, Ma Xiaoding, it doesn't matter if they are brothers or lovers. Benevolent people see benevolence, and wise people see wisdom. In any case, with me, they have more brothers, so I give them the golden water. Shiboan was speechless. You've gone crazy with the werewolves. I think they are lovers, and you are either Cupid in the chain, or a stupid wolf or a fool. Ma Xiaoding, haha. Songyu felt that his revision was not bad, so he calmly and confidently welcomed the final exam. He was no longer the person who was frightened during his first monthly exam. That was not right. During his first monthly exam, someone else seemed to be the one who was frightened. The night before the exam, Xianxia finally went through the wrong questions, turned off the lights, and went to bed. He played with his phone and clicked on the forum that he had not visited for a month. He focused on studying and dating. His life was full and happy, and he rarely argued. There were also posts on the forum about this matter. Rational discussion. Why has Brother You disappeared recently? Main post, look through the posts where Brother You appeared. The last time he appeared was in the couple post of Sway You. Oh my god, is he planning to give up his identity as a troll? 1L, he doesn't even want his identity as a school bully, and you're still worried about this? 2L, upstairs? A nice school bully is no longer a school bully. 3L, stop arguing. Isn't it normal for Brother You to be busy with the final exam? He's also a straight A student. You guys should consider his character setting. 4L, sorry, I forgot. Covering face. 37L, you guys are actually begging him to be a troll? The actors of the New Year's Eve party laughed. 38L, HHHHH, I heard that The Young Widow Visiting the Grave was once the best song of the year. XSWL. 39L, your husband, Brother You, come out and explain. 40L? If you can come out now, I'll cook you guys in a steel pot. Explain? Xianxia did not know what to explain. If he was not in a bad mood, he would not have the energy to argue online. He was busy studying and dating. He was refreshed and happy to see anyone. 345L, your husband, Brother You, is it hard to understand? 346L? Who did I see? 347L, let's take a picture. 348L, ha 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 ha. God damn it, after a round of cheers, they returned to the main topic. The words give up and start a new life were too lethal. 379L, upstairs, give me a livestream account. I'll take a hot bath with you to calm down. 380L, why? Brother You, why? Why did you start a new life? 381L, raise your hand. I know this question because of love, dog head. Xianxia looked down and smiled. This answer was barely 60 points. On the forum of Jingqing First High School. As soon as the semester started, a famous troll turned it upside down and caused a lot of discussion. At the end of the semester, Brother You said that he would give up and start a new life. Forum? There was another round of heated discussion. Indeed, there was a beginning and an end. The exam was arranged. The first subject was Chinese and the last one was English. After 3 days of exams, when they returned to the classroom, the teachers began to give out homework. The mathematics teacher was the most considerate. The full score is 150. Those who score more than 140 will have a good new year. Those who score less than 90 will have a winter vacation workbook and a set of unit papers. Also, copy the final exam paper 3 times. The whole class was filled with complaints, suffering unspeakably. Of course, the misery of being tortured by mathematics was quickly washed away by the arrival of the holidays. When the bell rang, it announced the official end of the semester. Everyone rushed out of their cages, whistled, slapped the table, and cheered. Shiboan did not solve the last big question in mathematics. He frowned and asked Xianxia, Brother You, how much did you calculate for the last question? Xianxia smiled lazily. The square root is 5, so 140 is very stable. Anyway, I'll be able to have a good new year. After Ma Xiaoding finished his exams, he was obsessed with metaphysics. He threw the dice for himself. The higher the number, the better his luck. He threw every question for himself. If he did not do well, he would change the dice. He only changed the dice when he got 6. He really did not know who he was lying to. When Ma Xiaoding heard Xiangxia's words, he became interested. Okay, Brother You, let me calculate for you. Let's see how your new year will turn out. 6 is Dashun. 1 is Dashun. Molly, the dice spun on the table and finally stopped. It was a red one. Xianxia looked at him with murderous eyes. Ma Xiaoding swallowed his saliva and threw 2 more dice. What a coincidence. they were both one. Deshun. Songyu rushed back to the dormitory with a pile of books in his arms. He said to Shiboan, keep an eye on him. Keep spinning. Let him go after he spins for 6 sixes. Remember to record it. Shiboan laughed loudly. Okay, okay. Ma shouting was a typical example of digging a hole for himself to jump into. Songyu was not in a hurry to go back to the Meng family. On the last day of the semester, he volunteered to help Xiaxue move the books home. Xiaxue did not have any books to move. She did not buy any high school reference books, but she knew that Songyu had an ulterior motive. She smiled and agreed. Songyu had not been to Lianyun Street since the summer vacation. In winter, the streets were a lot colder. Snow fell on the trees on the side of the road. Walking on the road, there was a feeling of emptiness. Everywhere was white. Songyu looked left and right. When he saw the familiar small clinic, he was suddenly reminded of the past. He smiled and said, do you remember that we fought against the bullies and got rid of evil for the people? Was I very handsome at that time? Xiaxue looked at him and chuckled. Yes. He did not pay attention to whether he was handsome or not. At that time, he only thought that this kid was very interesting. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that Songyu was really different from others when they first met. A teenager from a city suddenly appeared and gave him medicine. How could he not throw it directly into the trash can? Sure enough, he was not very vigilant at the beginning. Songyu thought of his enthusiasm when he came to Jing City and suddenly scratched his head embarrassedly. After they got together, he repeatedly recalled their previous interactions. He found that when they first met in Linshui, he was too deliberately trying to get close to her. Later, he even had the nerve to say that she approached him with ulterior motives. Wasn't he the most inexplicable one? At first glance, he knew that she had ulterior motives. After asking for the address, she directly came to his door. Songyu felt a little guilty. He coughed and covered the expression on his face. Don't you have anything to ask me? Xiaxue looked at him with a smile and said in a cold voice, what do you want to ask? Songyu, oh, he remembered. In fact, Xiaxue also asked him about it. He just said that he was kind and willing to help others and brushed it off. Then, Xiaxue really let him brush it off. Forget it. Anyway, they had confirmed their relationship. In fact, there was nothing to hide. Songyu tilted his head and said calmly, in fact, I came to Jing City for you. Although she had guessed it, Xiaxue still felt very soft. She stared at him quietly with her dark eyes and smiled faintly. Why? Songyu was surprised. Shouldn't you be surprised first? Xiaxue asked when she already knew the answer. She even guessed the reason why he came to Jing City. How could she be surprised, but when she met Songyu's puzzled and surprised eyes, she still frowned and pretended to be shocked. Because of me? Did we know each other before? Songyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could start his explanation. Yes, we knew each other when we were 5 years old. But you don't remember. Xiaxue smiled. It turns out that we knew each other so early. Songyu said, yes. He frowned and began to think about how to talk about the past, especially about Aunt Su. Could it be a scar on Xiaxue's body, and was the Xia family still harassing Xiaxue recently? What was his attitude towards the Xia family? He felt that he had repeated the last life. He still remembered, but Xiaxue didn't. In this case, Songyu simply began to talk nonsense. You lived in a city for a period of time. That was when I met you. You were very obedient when you were a child. You looked like a little girl. Anyway, when we first met, my mother treated you as a little sister and asked you to call me brother. Xiaxue, oh. Director Song began to be immersed in his own arrangement. Then you really called me brother. Hey, you were embarrassed to call me brother. But when you called me that, you kept following behind me like a shadow. I couldn't bring myself to reject you, so I could only bring you around to play as a good brother. Alas, you were so clingy when you were a child. Xiaxue looked down at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to be really exclaiming, you're amazing. Genius Songyu. Songyu coughed and decided to keep a low profile. Of course, I won't ask you to call me brother now. Anyway, you just need to remember this. Xiaxue raised the corners of her mouth. Okay. How could she forget? She was quite a fierce little girl. This street was originally very cold. After the winter snow, there were even fewer people on this street. After Xianxia said this, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to hesitate whether to tell her his identity. But it seemed unnecessary. Xiaxue would naturally know after returning to a city. In fact, he had never disguised himself. Have you made up your mind about the Xia family? Xianxia held the book and tilted his head to ask her. Xiaxue was slightly stunned and said calmly, I think I will go back. Xianxia thought for a moment and suggested, I should go back to a city in 2 days. Do you want to go together? Xiaxue said, wait a little longer. I'll go to you. Xianxia was a little confused, but he still smiled and said, okay, hurry up. He noticed that Xiaxue didn't seem to be willing to tell him about the Xia family, so he didn't ask much. She was so sensible. When he arrived at Xiaxue's house, Grandma Chen still remembered him. Xianxia was really shocked. But it made sense. Xiaxue didn't have many friends, so it was not surprising that she remembered him. Grandma Chen asked him to stay for dinner. The warm light shone in the room, and she told him something about Xiaxue's childhood. The old woman's voice was soft. Xiaxue didn't like to talk when he was a child. In the first week of primary school in Jing City, he didn't say a word. The head teacher almost thought he was a mute. After calling me repeatedly to confirm the situation, she was sure that he didn't go to the wrong school. Xianxia felt distressed and amused at the same time. Grandma Chen said, you can say that this child is sensible, but it's true that he is not obedient. When he was young, he was very opinionated. But regardless of whether it was right or wrong, he was stubborn. You have to repeat the same principle over and over again for a long time before he gives you a perfunctory reply. I don't even know if he takes it seriously. Little babies are always stubborn, but I've never seen anyone more stubborn than him. In the past, a bird came to our house to accompany him, but it stopped moving after a few days. I told him that it was dead, but he didn't believe me. He insisted on staying by the corpse until it smelled bad. He was sad for a long time. I wouldn't allow him to raise anything in the future. Being overly sentimental would easily become an obsession, but didn't everything have a lifespan? How can it last forever? Xiaxue raised his head and smiled. I've forgotten all about it. Xianxia thought that a young boy guarding a bird's corpse should be very funny, but before he could smile, they were even again. Sigh, her boyfriend was so pitiful when he was young. After sending Xiaxue away, Grandma Chen sat on the sofa and talked to him about other things. The old woman rubbed her tired eyes with her hand and said in a hoarse voice, Xiaxue's father came to look for him. I won't interfere with his decision, but I still hope that he will acknowledge his father. He came here naked, so he should at least have a home. My body won't be able to accompany him for long. When the time comes, he will be alone in this world again. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at the old woman's gray hair and wrinkled face and said softly, no, he won't. Grandma Chen sighed. There have been many people coming and going at home this month. I see that his father also values him. I hope that when I go back, I can make it up to this child. Xiaxue's childhood was too hard. Xianxia pursed his lips and made up his mind. He asked Grandma Chen, Grandma, can you tell me about Aunt Sue? Grandma Chen was stunned for a moment. Xiaxue's mother? Xianxia said, yes. All his knowledge of Xiaxue's childhood came from the book Gentle Control. He didn't have a general impression of Su Qiao. His mother was also stubborn. Grandma Chen sighed deeply with a complicated expression. It's a sin. She jumped down in front of the child on a rainy day, and on the child's birthday. She left without a trace, leaving the child alone in this world. From now on, his birthday is also a Memorial Day. All these years, Xiaxue has never celebrated his birthday. On that day, try to treat it as a normal day. There is no joy or sadness. A TV series was playing on the TV. It seemed that it began to snow heavily outside. Xianxu's heart seemed to be half cold with the wind and snow. He forced a smile. I see. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Even the news channel on the TV began to issue a yellow alert in Jing City. He stood at the window and looked out. The snow was falling densely from the sky with a cold light. Songyu checked his mobile phone and found several missed calls from his uncle, aunt, cousin, grandmother, and parents. They probably knew that he was on holiday and urged him to go home. It was snowing heavily and the road was slippery. Grandma Chen suggested that he stay for the night. Songyu thought for a while and nodded. He sent a message to his grandma Meng, telling her that he would stay at his classmate's house tonight. The snow was so heavy that he was afraid that he would have an accident while driving. Grandma Chen didn't have an extra bedroom in her house. It was easy to catch a cold if he slept on the sofa in winter. He naturally slept in the same room with Xiaxia tonight. They lived upstairs and downstairs in the teacher's apartment. Songyu often did his homework and went to bed. It was common for them to sleep in the same bed. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Xiaxia was calmer than him. "What time are you going to sleep today?" Songyu really wanted to talk to him, so he said, "Whatever." Xiaxia had always been dissatisfied with his work and rest schedule. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Give me your phone after midnight." Songyu wasn't in the mood to play with his phone. Okay. Although it was common for them to sleep in the same bed, Songyu was usually carried to bed by Xiaxia in a daze. He had never been so awake before. As soon as he smelled the very faint sea salt-like scent on Xiaxia's body, he became energized. Xiaxia turned off the lights after she went to bed. His 5 senses were magnified in the dark. Songyu felt his heart beat very fast for some reason. Songyu hesitated for a long time, but he still reached out and poked Xiaxia. "Xiaxia, let's talk?" Xiaxia opened her eyes slightly. It was already a test of her willpower to sleep in the same bed as Songyu. Did she still want to chat with him? She said in a lazy voice, "Talk about what?" "Songyu, about my family." Xiaxia chuckled. Songyu answered very calmly, "Anyway, you'll have to meet them sooner or later." "Boyfriend, don't you plan to come to my house for the new year?" Xiaxia suddenly turned over and faced Songyu. In the dark, her gaze seemed to be hot. As soon as their eyes met, Songyu's casual teasing got stuck in his throat and his ears turned red in embarrassment. Xiaxia smiled and said, "Of course." Songyu swallowed his saliva and said, "I have an older sister and an older brother. My older sister is going through menopause early, so she might be a little difficult to deal with. As for my older brother, he seems to be quite difficult to deal with." Xiaxia smiled faintly and added in her heart, "Your older brother sees me as a scourge." Songyu choked for a while and said, "But if we really have to talk about our business, you don't have to say anything first. I'll take care of them." Xiaxia smiled and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Is you in such a hurry?" If the irritable and protective chairman Song found out that he had kidnapped his son in the first year of high school, it would be difficult for him to enter the Song family for years to come. These words made Songyu a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "No, I just wanted to tell you first." Xiaxia sighed inwardly and said softly, "Then can I talk to you about my family?" Songyu was stunned and said hurriedly, "No, there's no need. Actually, it's okay if you don't tell me." Xiaxia smiled and said, "Between boyfriends, courtesy demands reciprocity." Grandma Chen must have told Songyu a lot about his parents, which made Songyu so distracted. He didn't want Songyu to be involved in the Xia family's muddy waters because he had dealt with that group of crazy Xia family members in his previous life. He knew that they were extreme and paranoid, so he didn't want Songyu to see those dirty and dark things. However, if Songyu really wanted to know, it wasn't impossible. "What do you want to hear?" Xiaxia asked softly. How was Songyu supposed to answer this? He felt that Xiaxia probably didn't want to talk about Xiaxinian and Su Qiao either. Both of them were simply his childhood nightmares. "Let's change the topic. If you're unhappy in the Xia family, you're welcome to come to me at any time. I'll take you out to play." Xiaxia couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Songyu's understanding of a city might not be as deep as his. "Okay, take me to your house to play." He reached out and hugged the young man's waist. Then, he gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Songyu's body stiffened for a moment before he nodded his head. It was snowing outside, but the room was peaceful and warm. Next to him was the person he liked. Xianxia's body was warm from head to toe. Every part of his body felt comfortable and numb from head to toe. Songyu obediently closed his eyes. His breathing was steady, and he didn't dream that night. That watch was originally intended to be a birthday gift as a surprise gift. However, after finding out about that incident, it became a parting gift that Songyu gave to Xiaxia before he left. He didn't know when Xiaxia would say wait, nor did he know what he was waiting for. However, he still believed that Xiaxia would come to a city one day. At the Song family's house, Song Weining had already started a series of life-threatening events. Don't come back alone. Bring your little lover back too. Let Dad perk up. Songyu, then I won't. If Chairman Song perked up, this new year would be really fierce. Songyu left a city in a very low-key manner. When he returned to a city, he also kept a very low-key manner. The Song family's main residence was in the most prosperous villa area in a city. Song Weining came to pick him up. A city was on holiday early. She was very free now, so she volunteered to pick him up at the airport. After not seeing each other for a few months, Song Weining curled and dyed her hair. At first glance, Songyu didn't recognize her. They contacted each other through messages every day. At first glance, there was a little warmth between siblings. They looked at each other and smiled. As soon as they got into the car, they began to show their true colors. Song Weining, since you're back this time, you should meet more people. Songyu lazily yang, why should I meet more people? I have a pile of homework. I'm busy studying. Song Weining couldn't believe it. Why? Are you still going to study in Jing City next semester? Songyu was stunned and smiled with two dimples. Of course. The questions in a city are not difficult at all. I'm going to Jing City to take the college entrance examination. Song Weining, oh, I see. You have a little girlfriend in Jing City. Songyu smiled twice and didn't deny it. Song Weining said, but Dad won't let you stay at home. You've been ill for so many years. You don't even have a friend of the same age in a city. Now that you're much better, it's time for you to go out and meet people. Songyu really didn't think much of it. Whatever. Song Weining thought for a while, tilted her head and said with a smile, you know, a city is really lively this year. The Xie family is still in trouble, and the Qin family and the Su family are involved. Now the only son of the Zhao family is coming back. Songyu felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. His blood turned cold. He tilted his head and looked at Song Weining in a daze. Zhao? Song Weining curled her hair. Yes, Zhao Ziyu is coming back. Don't you remember? Our family has always been on good terms with the Zhao family. Your brother Ziyu even helped you drink when you were a child. Songyu's whole body stiffened, as if he was in a world of ice and snow outside. Song Weining said, originally, the Zhao family didn't intend to let him come back so soon. Who knew that he just had a fever? When he woke up, he was so determined to come back as if he was possessed. What the hell was that? Did he know Zhao Ziyu before? Why did Zhao Ziyu suddenly decide to go back to a city? Was this the genius solution that 008 and the Lord God came up with? Song Yu's expression was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Song Weining chuckled and reached out to pinch his face, saying, why are you so surprised? You were close when you were young. You won't be strangers when you see each other. Song Yu pushed her hand away and turned his face away. He pursed his lips and said, let's talk about it when the time comes. The fast-flowing neon lights outside the car window reflected on his face. Song Yu's face was cold and delicate, but there was also a kind of cold and fierce evil spirit. It was like a small beast protecting its food facing a sudden intruder, showing its claws and teeth. Song Weining sighed at her brother's smooth skin and was amused by her own idea. What the hell was a small beast protecting its food? When he returned to the Song family, except for his brother, Mama Song and Papa Song were all there. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Mama Song was so excited that she almost burst into tears. After learning that he had been safe and sound in Jing City, she finally believed the doctor's words. Dr. Su was right. I was almost recovered after I was discharged from the hospital last time. She sighed. I promised you to go to Jing City at first because I was afraid that your father and I would be too busy to take care of you. I thought that your grandmother would be careful and take care of you so that you could recuperate well. It's been half a year. How do you feel? Who would believe that he went to Jing City to recuperate? Songyu was too embarrassed to tell his mother what he had done in Jing City No. 1 middle school. Recuperate? It was more like he had made others sick. It's pretty good. The teachers are very kind and the classmates are very friendly. The atmosphere in the class is also very good. There are few conflicts. Songyu said without changing his expression. Mama Song nodded with satisfaction and told him to go back to his room to rest and then prepare for dinner. He hadn't lived in the room in the main house of the Song family for a long time. The servants cleaned it carefully before he came. As soon as Songyu entered, he was attracted by the photos on the table. In the photo, he was forced to wear a suit when he was young. He had milky white skin, light brown hair, clear brown eyes, and impatience. He frowned and pursed his lips as he glanced at the camera. In the words of Song Weining, if it weren't for your cute appearance, you wouldn't have lacked a beating when you were a child. Songyu put down her suitcase and walked over. She touched the photo and smiled slowly. His bedroom was on the far right of the second floor. Outside the window was the garden. It was already night time and it was snowing in a city. It was white outside, and the snow on the fountain statue reflected the moonlight. A servant came over to give him a quilt and asked him to go down for dinner. When he walked out of the door, he bumped into Chairman Song, who was coming down from the third floor with a parrot. Chairman Song was a fire-breathing dragon outside, but at home, he had already entered retirement mode. Wearing gray pajamas and slippers, he looked like a middle-aged man who was slumped at home. As he went downstairs, he scolded the parrot in the cage. Did Song Weining teach you these messy things? The macaw in the cage had gorgeous feathers, but its mouth was full of vulgar words of love. There's something on your face today. It's a little good-looking, a little good-looking. Chairman Song was angry and shook the cage. Of all the things you learn these things. The parrot was shaken, but its mouth was still chattering. You can do whatever you want, but you're not allowed to leave me. Chairman Song was furious. She's a girl. What is she thinking all day? That was how Songyu caught Chairman Song's eye. The two of them looked at each other. Songyu. Dad. Why did he have to bear the responsibility for the sins of Song Weining and her garbage parrot? When Chairman Song saw him, the anger on his face froze. Then he snorted unnaturally and stuffed the cage into his hands. You're back? From now on, you'll be in charge of your sister's stupid bird. Songyu held the bird, and the parrot was still talking. In the eyes of a lover, there's only you, not she sure. He twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that his father was really careless. This parrot had been in his hands for a month, and he was afraid that it would turn from a dog to a dog spirit. He handed the parrot to a servant. When they went downstairs, Song Weining was already done. Mama Song waved at them. The family sat together. First, Chairman Song perfunctorily talked about Songyu's situation in Jing City. Then he asked about his studies. Songyu was really talkative. It's okay. It's just SOSO. I'm in the top 3 of my class. The difficulty of the exams in Jing City is just SOSO. I got bored and fell asleep at the end of the exam. Song Weining almost choked on the soup with a spoon. Chairman Song didn't know him well. He just thought that his words were nonsense and asked, "Aren't you going to talk about the classmate you play with?" Songyu's hand, which was holding the fork, paused. Which one? Chairman Song, the one who gave you the watch. Songyu had a guilty conscience. He lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "There's nothing to talk about." Chairman Song said slowly, "You're not young anymore, but you have a lot of secrets." Songyu looked up and said, "I'm not the one with a lot of secrets." You heard what the parrot said just now. Shouldn't you ask my sister what she's doing outside? I think she's in love. Song Weining couldn't rest while drinking soup. He glanced at Songyu and explained directly, "She's not in love. She just likes a small-time actor." Speaking of her idol, Song Weining immediately put down her spoon and her eyes lit up. Hey, Dad, do you remember the poster I showed you last time? Wasn't the swordsman's image very handsome? Are you interested in investing in the person that your daughter has her eye for gold? I think he's bound to be popular. He's a cash cow worth cultivating. For the huge Song group, the profits of a film and entertainment company might not be enough, let alone an artist. Chairman Song had never been a loving father who loved his children. Why do you want me to invest in the person you like? Song Weining, because he's handsome. Chairman Song said sarcastically, oh. Song Weining steeled her heart and went all out for her idol. Why don't you transfer to an entertainment company for me to play with? Song Yu laughed out loud. It was really difficult for her to inherit the family business in order to chase after her idol. Didn't she know how much she was worth? Chairman Song, you're a girl, can't you be more reserved? Mama Song shook her head helplessly. She felt that her daughter was really obsessed. Weining, aren't you the most against entering the company? Eat well. Song Weining snorted and could only choose to shut up. Fortunately, with Song Weining's interruption, Song Yu didn't have to answer the question of that classmate. On the first day that Song Yu returned to a city, he wanted to see Xianxia. When chatting at night, he talked about the parrot and his family. After chatting for a long time, he got bored and directly asked. Song Yu, when are you coming? Xianxia, soon. Song Yu's finger stopped on the phone screen. He wanted to talk to him about Zhao Ziyu. However, he subconsciously rejected this name and gave up. He decided to make a phone call instead. Xianxia picked up the phone. On the other side of the phone was a familiar cold voice. Still not sleeping? Song Yu, it's still early. What are you doing now? Xianxia looked at the files on the computer and the video conversation that had just ended. She lowered her eyes and smiled faintly. Doing homework. Song Yu was shocked. It turned out that Xianxia was lazy in school and worked hard during the holidays. He was stunned for a moment and said jokingly, amazing. Is this the secret skill that you've been learning for years? Xianxia smiled. Yes, I'll only tell you. Although they were separated by such a long distance, the words with a smile seemed to fall on his ears. Song Yu touched his earlobe embarrassedly. Then do your homework. I won't disturb you. I'm hanging up. Xianxia chuckled and said in a lazy voice, why are you hanging up? I've finished my homework, but I haven't heard enough of your voice. Song Yu's eyes widened slightly. He felt very sweet in his heart, but the point was, is this really your first time in love? Gods, yeah, not bad. You have a way with words of love. Xianxia, it's instinct. Song Yu ridiculed, you used to be talented in everything, but now everything is instinct. Xianxia's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance, but the words that came out of his mouth carried a hint of a smile. He spoke casually, as if he was joking, perhaps, we were lovers in our previous lives. Previous lives. When she mentioned these three words, Song Yu became alert and sad. There was a long silence. Xianxia seemed to notice that something was wrong with him and shouted, Yu? In front of 008, Song Yu sneered at the original plot and was blatantly sarcastic. But when it came to Xianxia, it was impossible for him to not care. According to 008's original words, it was Zhao Ziyu who took a bullet for Xianxia, so Xianxia fell in love with him. Why? Oh, it was foreshadowed for a long time. The two of them got along day and night on the deserted island, and Zhao Ziyu chatted wholeheartedly. Song Yu gritted his teeth and asked frankly, Xianxia, do you like me because I'm good to you? Xianxia didn't know how to answer this question. She pointed her finger on the table and lowered her head to smile. No. How could it be? After returning to a city in his previous life, there were countless people who were good to him, both sincere and insincere. Even later, when he left the Xia family and pretended to be poor, there were people who were willing to selflessly accompany him and help him. But he didn't need them. He had been cold-hearted all his life. He didn't know that he was so easily moved. Why do you think so? Xianxia asked him. Song Yu began to give examples. If you didn't meet me first, but met another person first. He would chat with you all day long, talking about childhood, family, and the past. He would often pester you, showing you his love and gentleness. In the end, when your enemy came, he would sacrifice his life to take a bullet for you. Will you fall in love with him? Xiaxui's hand on the table paused slightly, and her eyes were calm and cold. No. I don't like to talk to people about those things, and I don't like to be probed. If you pester me again and again. He joked, maybe I was the one who shot you. Songyu was shocked. F***ck. You really shot Zhao Ziyu in your previous life. How can you know me so well, boyfriend? He held the phone and was speechless for a long time. However, Xiaxui's words were like a tranquilizer, dispersing the anxiety and irritation in his heart. Xiaxui lowered her eyes and decided to take the initiative. Based on her understanding of Songyu, she was afraid that he would hold back for a long time because of his pride. He asked, why did you suddenly ask this question? Songyu blinked and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling of the room. His mind was spinning. He decided to be honest with him. Do you still remember the dreams I used to talk about? Xiaxui, yes. Songyu said, every time I dream, it's about you. Xiaxui smiled. That's great. Songyu, no. Damn it, Xiaxui, yes, it's my fault. I made you dream about me every time. Songyu. He tried to change the topic and said, what I dream about is the future. Do you believe it? Xiaxui paused for a few seconds, thinking about how she should react in a normal way. Finally, she smiled slowly. Is my Yu that amazing? Songyu, his ears were hot and his face was red again. However, the straight man's soul that he had tried hard to suppress after falling in love vaguely began to rise again. F***ck, I'm being serious with you, why are you flirting? Songyu said, this dream is very long. It's like a TV series. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Come to a city and I'll tell you. Xiaxui chuckled. Her voice was cold, but there was an indescribable gentleness in the night. Okay, in exchange, I'll tell you a secret. Songyu's eyes widened. His heart was itching as if it had been scratched by a feather. What is it? Xiaxui said, it's not a secret if you tell me. Songyu could only restrain himself. Alright, I'll wait for you. Songyu had been in seclusion for nearly 10 years due to his illness. Naturally, he didn't have many friends in a city. As his older sister, Song Weining was instructed by her parents to take him everywhere. The next day, his parents had already gone to the company. When Songyu was having breakfast, Song Weining was at the side feeding the parrot. While feeding, she also instilled her vulgar words of love, come, recite after me. You are the joy of youth. The youth that I like is also you. The macaw opened its mouth to eat and said to her, I like you very much. Song Weining laughed for a long time. Songyu was drinking milk at the side. His eyes stung as he listened to her. He felt that she had gone mad. After Song Weining finished washing her hands, she sat opposite Songyu. Today, she was a delicate girl. She dressed up beautifully, from her hairstyle to her earrings to her outfit, and even sat in front of the mirror for 2 hours to finish. Hurry up. Come with me to visit the set after you're done eating. Songyu, which one? Song Weining excitedly took out her phone and swiped to the screen. The screen showed a picture of a swordsman in white. His skin was bronze, and his facial features were strong. He stood in the middle of a bamboo forest, looking indescribably handsome and domineering. Look at your future brother-in-law. Songyu. Why did he remember that his brother-in-law was an elegant, handsome, and fair-skinned man, but who could say for sure what happened in a dream? As for his sister's marriage, he chose to keep quiet. When they were about to leave, Song Weining insisted on going upstairs to touch up her makeup. Songyu, who was bored, sat at the table and read the newspaper. The first page of the newspaper was actually about the Xia family. It wasn't about Xiaxinyan's generation. After all, not many people dared to expose such a rich family's feud. It was about Xinrui. Xiaxinyan's eldest son, Xia Mingsen, was the president of a technology company. Scandals were everywhere. First, personal information of customers was leaked. Then, a new game was accused of plagiarism. Now, there was a lot of criticism online, and the company's stock price kept falling. It seemed that this matter had been brewing for a few days. Xianxia went on Weibo. One of the top 3 trending topics was about Xianxia. The popularity had not dissipated yet. When he clicked on it, he saw all kinds of passionate insults from netizens. They cursed Xianxia to quickly close down, and the senior management to quickly get out of here and die. Xianxia was not interested in this. To be precise, he was interested in the name of Xianxia. The netizens' expectations were probably going to be disappointed. It was not that easy to make a listed company close down, not to mention that Xianxia was backed by the Xia family. This kind of news would arouse more public anger if it was suppressed. Moreover, Xianxia himself was so busy that he probably had no time to care about his eldest son's matters. That was why he let it stay on the trending topics for so long. Song Weining went downstairs in high spirits. Xianxia put away the newspaper, looked her up and down, and asked, "What identity did you use to visit?" Song Weining flipped her curly hair and said, "It's too simple. I used my excellent social skills to get the right to visit Brother Mingyi's set from his fan group. Your sister's current persona is probably a pure female college student who quietly chases after celebrities." Xianxia sneered, "A pure female college student?" Song Weining, "Yes." Xianxia, "What are you after? Didn't you want to follow the script of a domineering female CEO yesterday?" Song Weining said calmly, "I'm after a pure love that is not mixed with anything material." Xianxia, 666. Song Weining fiddled with her earrings and sighed, "In the end, I'm still too poor. I look like I'm rich, but I'm well aware of what I'm living like. Why do you think Dad is so old-fashioned?" "Oh, it's not just him, it's also his group of middle-aged and elderly entrepreneur friends." Haha. Xianxia exposed her, "If you really love him, you should sell your belongings. I remember that when you came of age, Grandpa gave you a house in the Shuyan mansion." Song Weining, "Actually, it's not a matter of money. If I really spend a lot of money for him, Chairman Song will feel embarrassed and I'll be scolded when I come back." Haha. Xianxia was too lazy to ridicule her and changed the topic to today's itinerary. "If I go with you, won't I be bored?" He glanced at the parrot bathed in the golden sunlight and said, "It's better to walk the bird alone." Song Weining was puzzled, "Is this lousy parrot as good-looking as my brother?" The macaw was very intelligent. When it heard Song Weining's words, it immediately flapped its wings and opened its eyes wide. "I have everything you like." Xianxia was amused, "You're quite good." Song Weining rolled her eyes, "What the hell?" The parrot was praised and proudly kept repeating, "I have everything you like. I have everything you like." "Shut up, just one sentence is enough." The parrot didn't listen. "I have everything you like." Xianxia sneered, "You're ugly in the way I like." Song Weining, the parrot probably sensed that something was wrong and immediately changed its words, "If you're safe, then it's sunny. If you're safe, then it's sunny." The weather outside was really good. The sun fell on the unmelted snow in the garden, and the white light was dazzling. However, Xianxia already felt that this annoying bird was sick of it. He went out with a smile and directly threatened it, "One more sentence and you won't live past today." The macaw intelligently shut its mouth. The little princess of Star City Entertainment, Hua Yan, was Song Weining's childhood friend. Therefore, Song Weining had a pass issued by the fan group, but she didn't go with the group. They arrived at the film studio. Xianxia really didn't want to waste time with her here, so he planned to leave after sending her here. However, he was stopped by Song Weining. "Genius director Song, don't you want to go and observe?" Xianxia refused very straightforwardly, "No." Hua Yan stopped her, "Don't make things difficult for your brother. Yu doesn't chase stars. It's boring to go there. Let him walk around." Song Weining let him go. This place was Gu Feng's filming base. Next to it were rockery gardens, pavilions, and carved beams and painted rafters. It was antique. Xianxia was handsome, tall, and long-legged. Along the way, many people secretly took photos of him, guessing that he was a small star. Xianxia was bored. Seeing that there were many crazy messages in the class group, he found a pavilion to sit down and began to reply to the messages. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Brother you, how are you doing in a city? Alas, one day without you feels like 3 years. I miss you so much now. Your husband brother you. Have you finished your winter homework? So free. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. QWQ no, don't mention it. After I took my results back, my dad immediately beat me up. The worst thing was that my mom caught me playing games all night. Now she's forcing me to learn how to cook with her. I'm convinced. I'm living a life worse than death in a restaurant. Lights like old times, ha 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 ha, awesome. Next time, we'll go for a picnic. Brother Sadako, remember to show off your skills. Playing wild at 90, brother you, is it snowing in a city? Take a picture for us to see. It's Wan, what snow? Take a picture. Handsome. Take a selfie. Songyu ignored the commotion. He left and wanted to chat with Xianxia, but suddenly he felt someone sitting next to him. It was the beginning of the day after the snow, and everything had a fresh and cold aura. The person next to him seemed to have the same smell. Songyu tilted his head and found that it was a quite good-looking young man. They were 50-50. He was dressed very casually and was on the phone. His voice was also quite pleasant. I'm at the Gufeng filming base in the film and television city. Yes, I just let them come over to play. My body is almost recovered, don't worry. Okay, come and pick me up. He put down his phone and tilted his head to look. Coincidentally, his eyes met with Songyu's. Songyu also saw his facial features clearly. His facial features were deep, his eyes were phoenix-shaped, his lips were very thin, and his skin was fair. He had a kind of elegant and noble aura, and his temperament was also different. At first glance, one could tell that he was from a rich family. The young man met his gaze and didn't avoid it. He just smiled and said, "There's no one next to you, right?" "If there's no one, I'll sit here first." Songyu wasn't an easygoing person, and he didn't have much enthusiasm for strangers. He replied, "There's no one. Sit down." After that, he lowered his head and continued to play with his phone. The young man nodded politely and put his laptop on his lap. He leaned against the railing of the pavilion seat and began to type on the keyboard with his slender hands. The sound was crisp and smooth in his ears. Songyu began to receive a series of complaints from Ma shouting. He didn't even have time to go out and find Xianxia. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. I only learned for 3 days, and my parents think that I can graduate. Let me take care of lunch today. Damn. How do I open the gas tank? Which way should I turn it? You've got me doesn't know how to. I've never used a gas tank before. Your husband, brother you, Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Oh, it's hot, I turned it right. But should I turn on the oil first or the water first? Don't the salt and MSG sauce and vinegar have names? Your husband, brother you, Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. I smell a very strange smell. Is the gas tank leaking when I turn my head? What should I do? Am I going to be poisoned to death today? What should I do, brother you? Your husband, brother you, a row of exclamation marks. Songyu was annoyed beyond words. Your husband, brother you, don't panic, let's smoke and calm down first. After he finished replying, he suddenly heard the sound of candy wrapping being peeled. He tilted his head and saw that the young man next to him had torn open a mint candy and put it in his mouth. His gaze still didn't leave the screen, serious and focused. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. QWQ, lights like the past, don't panic about the gas leak. Light a cigarette and calm down. Bamboo cane and straw shoes, damn, I'm dying of laughter. Listen to brother you and hurry up. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Bye. JPG, it's Wan, brother Sadako, you really don't know what's good for you. Don't waste brother you and Godsia's time to chat, okay? Qing Ning, that's right. Crazy about my husband. You're so annoying. Songyu retracted his gaze from the people beside him. When he looked at the group messages again, he was already flooded with a row of ha ha ha. When he exited, a message popped up on his phone that there was only 10% battery left. Songyu's lower lip twitched. He really shouldn't have come out with Song Weiniying. It was so boring. He might as well stay at home and take a walk. Moreover, his phone was out of battery. What was the point of staying here? Song Yu called Song Weiniying, but she didn't pick up for a long time. Sure enough, she didn't even want her own brother after seeing the lover of her dreams. This was something she would do. Song Yu wasn't surprised at all. He planned to ignore her and directly called the driver to pick him up. His actions seemed to have attracted the attention of the young man next to him. The young man was a little taller than him. He looked over and said calmly and politely, "Do you want to charge it?" Song Yu tilted his head and was stunned for a moment before saying, "Thank you, but no need. This bit of battery should be able to last until the driver comes to pick me up." The young man smiled and looked at him quietly. "Okay." His eyes were a very dark brown. His eye sockets were deep, like still water flowing in an abyss. Song Yu didn't know why, but he felt a little strange. The young man in front of him gave him a very contradictory feeling. Because his external temperament wasn't friendly and even a little arrogant, but he appeared to be very gentle and friendly. But who cares? He's just a stranger. Song Yu didn't stay here for long. He wasn't embarrassed to be alone with a stranger, but purely because this person gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. However, he just got up and took 2 steps outside. The young man also received a call. After replying a few words in a cold voice, he seemed to have changed the address. He turned off the computer and walked out. Outside the film studio, by the side of the street, Song Yu received a call from the driver again. It seemed that he was stuck in a traffic jam and might be a little late. The young man in the pavilion stood beside him. The two of them were silent. After a while, a black Maybach slowly drove over. A man in a silver-gray suit got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the door for the young man. The chauffeur said, "Young master, Madam wants you to go back to the main residence first to meet someone." The young man nodded slightly. Song Yu was bored to death as he watched from the side. He could guess that this young man's family background was not ordinary, so he was not very surprised. Unexpectedly, after the young man handed the computer to the driver, he tilted his head and asked, "Want to go together?" "Song Yu?" "What?" The young man's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "I happened to pass by the Song family on the way." Song Yu looked at him for a few seconds. Oh, right. If he was from a rich family in a city, there was no reason for him not to know the Song family and him. This was a somewhat overzealous stranger. Song Yu flatly refused, "Thank you. The driver will be here soon. Don't bother." Hearing this, the young man laughed. His slightly sharp and arrogant facial features softened, and his dark brown eyes showed a little helplessness. "You are still vigilant as when you were a child." Song Yu suddenly looked at him. The young man said slowly, "We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want to have a good chat, Yu?" Song Yu turned off the phone expressionlessly. He was wrong. He hadn't shown up in a city for so long. After leaving the hospital, he went straight to Jing City. It would be strange if he could recognize him. Song Yu had thought about what would happen to him if he met Zhao Ziyu many times. But he never thought that they would sit in the same car, and it was he who agreed. Just like he went to Floating Light just to see what Qin Mo looked like, now he was also disgusted by Zhao Ziyu's strange behavior. He wanted to solve these things before Xianxia came to a city. "Do you want candy?" Zhao Ziyu handed him a mint candy in his palm. Song Yu said, "No." Zhao Ziyu slowly tore the candy wrapper and said softly, "I remember you liked mint candy very much when you were a child." He put the candy into his mouth with his slender fingers and said slowly, "I like this taste because of you." Song Yu, awesome. He deserved to be the chosen one. He was totally different from Qin Mo, who would only be scolded by him. A single sentence was enough to infuriate him. Song Yu suppressed his anger and didn't look like he was laughing because of anger. He said calmly, "Awesome. It seems that I forced you to eat a ton of mint candy. When you were a child. You didn't get sick, did you?" Zhao Ziyu just smiled. It seemed that he didn't want to talk to him about this kind of thing. "Wait a minute. I have a lot to say to you. Let's think about it first." Song Yu had nothing to say to him, no need. Tell me why you came back to a city so early. I'll get off right away. Zhao Ziyu just smiled and said, oh, wait for me. In a while I'll answer whatever you ask. Song Yu, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a sullen and uncomfortable feeling. Zhao Ziyu looked out of the window. His gaze was very far away, as if he was looking at a ridiculous and empty place. The arrogance between his eyebrows was covered with a thin layer of snow. He had the candy in his mouth and his thin lips were slightly pursed. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, the cold mint candy on the tip of his tongue completely melted. He looked away, tilted his head and said softly, you asked me why I came back to a city? Song Yu gritted his teeth and said coldly, 008, I don't think you need to pretend. Zhao Ziyu frowned. Who is 008? Song Yu said, artificial retard. Zhao Ziyu paused for a second and smiled. Have you watched too many sci-fi movies recently? Song Yu half straightened up. Regardless of the driver in front of him, he said directly, don't. I don't believe that there's nothing strange about coming back to a city so suddenly. Zhao Ziyu stared into his eyes. There's something strange about it. Song Yu sneered. Do you know why the world line collapses again and again? It's because of stupid people like you who make decisions without thinking. Zhao Ziyu didn't seem to listen to him at all. He continued his own words and said, for you. Song Yu, strong. No matter whether Zhao Ziyu was really crazy or not, he had asked if he was 008. The other party insisted that he wasn't, so there was no need to talk. Song Yu decisively withdrew his gaze and said to the driver, stop, I'll get off here. The driver was also a little confused. Zhao Ziyu didn't say anything, so he didn't know who to listen to. Young Master Song, it's not convenient to park here. Do you want to take a seat? We'll be there soon. Zhao Ziyu just said lightly, aren't you curious about why I'm here for you? Song Yu ignored him. Maybe he lacked fatherly love or was looking for abuse. If Zhao Ziyu said that he came back for Xianxia, he might be angry and hold back his temper to listen more. But for himself, he would forget it. Zhao Ziyu looked at his cold and determined face and smiled. It's the third time. You've rejected me 3 times in one day. Song Yu said, that's all? You can try. I can refuse more. Open the door. He was a little impatient. He even thought that if the driver didn't stop, he would directly use Zhao Ziyu as a threat. The driver was in a dilemma. Zhao Ziyu raised his hand and said, take him to the shopping mall in front and let him get off. The driver breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Zhao Ziyu concluded his attitude. Do you hate me? Song Yu glanced at him lightly. Zhao Ziyu's eyes curved and the illusion of gentleness disappeared. The arrogance and sharpness between his eyebrows appeared. He said, but in the next month, you're destined to see me frequently. After Song Yu got out of the car at the shopping mall, he turned around. His light-colored pupils reflected a cold light like the first snow. Are you sure you want to see me frequently? Zhao Ziyu looked at him neither servile nor overbearing. Song Yu slowly smiled. Okay, don't regret it. There was no need to rush to his death. Anyway, the friendship between the Song and Zhao families was destined to be destroyed in his hands. The car door closed. The driver broke out in a cold sweat. This young master of the Song family is not as sick as the rumors say. After considering his words, the driver said, he's quite imposing. Zhao Ziyu gave a short laugh and said meaningfully, he has always been like this. The driver carefully withdrew his gaze. He swallowed back the words in his heart. In fact, he felt that the young master had changed after coming back from abroad. In the past, the young master's temper was definitely not so easy to get along with. When third young master Song treated him coldly, he would definitely ridicule him harshly. After Song Yu left, Zhao Ziyu looked out of the window with a cold and tired expression. All the hair on his forehead was combed up, revealing a smooth forehead. The bridge of his nose was high, his facial features were deep, and his skin was cold and white. He was handsome with a bit of a young man. Host, you. What are you doing? A weak voice came from his mind. Zhao Ziyu said lightly, 008, is that your colleague? The system in his mind was silent for a moment. Zhao Ziyu said, Song Yu hates me. It seems that there's a problem here. He also has memories of his previous life, but not too much. After all. He paused and smiled ambiguously. If he remembers everything, he won't just hate me. He will want to kill me. The system said in a low voice, yes, Song Yu is one of the malfunctions in this world. But you are the main character of this world. We let you get the memories of your previous life in the hope that you can finish the plot again. You still love Xia Sui, don't you? When Zhao Ziyu heard the name Xia Sui, the corners of his mouth hooked up. His fingers touched his chest. The pain did not disappear with the memory. His tone was very calm, with a bit of sarcasm. Love? Maybe I want to see him suffer more now. The system forcibly corrected his thoughts and said in a trembling voice, it's because of love that you hate. You two are entangled like this. Zhao Ziyu asked, you showed me the so-called entanglement of the original work? The system was silent. Zhao Ziyu said, how ironic. I loved him so much in my previous life that I went crazy. Didn't I also not follow the plot you imagined? The system explained weakly, there must be a problem in your previous life. Zhao Ziyu said, it's Song Yu. He laughed, but slowly fell silent. His eyes were a bit confused, like smoke floating in his eyes. There were memories, remorse, regret, and sarcasm. It was unfathomable. When he was 5 years old, I helped him block his first drink. When he was 25 years old, I took advantage of his trust and forced him to drink his last drink. Because of jealousy, I joined forces with Qin Mo to kill him. As soon as he entered the house, the noisy parrot saw him and began to flap its wings frantically. He could feel its joy even through the cage. Its voice was ear-piercing. Welcome home. No place can be called home without you. Song Yu suppressed his anger and walked over. The macaw looked at him with its round eyes. He took a deep breath and said calmly to the parrot, come, repeat after me. Zhao Ziyu, you must die. The servant at the side was speechless. During dinner that night, Chairman Song criticized Song Weining. I asked you to take your brother out for a walk, not to chase after celebrities. Why did you abandon him halfway? Is this what an elder sister should do? Song Weining knew that he was in the wrong. He sat up straight and shouted, my dear brother, do you want to go to a university tomorrow? Song Yu was traumatized from bumping into Zhao Ziyu on his first day out. He flatly refused. Forget it. I'll just walk my bird at home. This bird is much cuter than the people outside. The bird that was named raised its head proudly. Chairman Song was dissatisfied. Nonsense. You stay at home all day. You don't study or make friends. Are you waiting to grow moldy? Song Yu's mouth twitched. I'm waiting for love. I'm afraid that saying it will agitate you. In the end, under the strong urging of his parents, Song Yu was forced to go out. A university was Xia Sui's alma mater in his previous life. Song Yu relied on this obsession to generate some interest. When they were chatting at night, Song Yu asked Xia Sui, I'm going to a university tomorrow. Do you want me to take some photos for you? Xia Sui, you want to appear in person? Song Yu held back his laughter. That's not impossible. Xia Sui smiled. Okay. Song Yu added, in my dream, a university is still your alma mater. Xia Sui paused for a moment and smiled. Yes. When they were chatting over the phone, it felt like something was missing. However, it was too late, and Xia Sui had been busy with the Xia family's matters recently. Song Yu couldn't say much, so he hung up after chatting for a while. Ever since he met Zhao Ziyu, his heart had been palpitating. He got out of bed and wanted to pour himself a glass of water. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. Dizziness and weightlessness came over him. Song Yu immediately held on to the wall next to him to prevent himself from falling. His body felt like it was stepping on air. At the same time, his soul felt like it was being stripped of its flesh and blood. Pain flooded his entire body. For a moment, he felt like he was going to faint from the pain. But the pain only lasted for a second. It came violently and left violently. Song Yu's body stiffened. His eyes silently stared at one point, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The young man's face was pale. Under the light, there was a kind of transparent and sickly feeling. His fingertips were cold and trembling. Songyu whispered, 008. However, no one responded for a long time. The air was dead silent. Jing City was different from the sunny weather in a city. It had been snowing here all the time. Finally, it stopped for a while. It was also a gloomy day. A car drove out of the cemetery. The tires ran over the snow, leaving a long track. In the cemetery, in front of a grave, the snow was cleaned up. A man bent down and put down a bunch of flowers. He was followed by 2 bodyguards. Beside him stood a tall young man. Xianxia stood up slowly. The silver-gray suit was steady and straight. The man was tall. His eyes were coffee-colored. The eye shape was similar to Xianxia's. However, he was less romantic when he was young. Now, he looked more weathered. His voice was also low. He murmured softly in the oppressive snow, 10 years. Xianxia looked at the tombstone indifferently without any emotion. He was repulsed by the cemetery and tombstones from the bottom of his heart. Compared with Xianxia, his face was younger and colder. It was as cold as frost. Sitting in the car, the father and son were silent. After a long time, Xianxia touched the ring on his ring finger and said, "Aswei. Come back to a city with me." Xianxia looked out of the car window quietly. Xianxia said, "I have divorced Qin Qiuyu now. The marriage alliance between me and the Qin family was just a show. When Xiaoqiao was pregnant with you, I planned to do so. However, because of your grandfather, I delayed for a while. I didn't expect that your mother would disappear. I thought that she didn't dare to disturb me for so many years because she hated my deception. I didn't expect that she was framed by Qin Qiuyu and driven out of a city. Now that I have fallen out with the Qin family and your grandfather, you will be my only heir when you go back." Xianxia smiled faintly. He was tired of being sarcastic. It was exactly the same as the words in the previous life. "Why can't Xianxia leave my touching fantasy?" Xianxia paused and said, "I know you hate me, but shouldn't you hate the person who hurt your mother more? You should go back to the Xia family, take back everything that belongs to you, and avenge your mother." Xianxia tilted his head. There was a faint smile in his dark eyes. He said softly, "Do I have to go back to the Xia family to avenge her?" Xianxia looked into his eyes and slowly closed them. "You are very different from what I thought." He had thought that the son of him and Su Qiao, who grew up alone in Jing City, should be humble and pitiful. He might be angry, nervous, or expectant of him. However, he didn't expect that the young man would call him Uncle Xie gracefully when they met for the first time. The calmness that didn't belong to his age. Xianxia took after his mother's appearance, but his character was very similar to his. He was a cold-blooded member of the Xia family. Xianxia said, "Even if your mother fled to Jing City, she didn't change your surname because she still hoped that you would come back." Xianxia said carelessly, "Why do I have to bear the responsibility for her stupidity?" Xianxia said, "What about Songyu?" Xianxia wasn't surprised that he would say this name. Xianxia would definitely investigate when he came to Jing City. Besides, he didn't intend to hide his relationship with Songyu from him. Xianxia didn't expect that his son would fall in love with the mysterious and weak young master of the Song family in Jing City. However, this might be a piece of good news. The Song family has protected Songyu well for so many years. If you don't go back to a city, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to see him again. Xianxia was silent. But in his heart, he said indifferently, "Why do you think I want to see you?" Songyu just mentioned a university to Ma Xiaoding. Ma Xiaoding, who was talkative, immediately spread the news in the class group and reported Songyu's whereabouts in real time. Yuanju, class 1 of the first middle school, with such an old-fashioned name, the class group was in a mess. "Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, brother Yu is going to my alma mater, a university." "Yu? Bowen. When did a university become your alma mater?" "Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, the school my mother wants me to go to is called alma mater." "Is there a problem?" "It's Wanwan, awesome." Lights like the past, brother Yu is going to a university? You must go to the wishing well in the campus of Huayuan. You're so smart. Song Yu walked in the avenue and happened to see this message. He tilted his head and asked Song Weining, where is the campus of Huayuan? Song Weining tilted her head. She was dressed very casually today and her curly hair fell over her shoulders. She blinked and said, don't tell me you found a guide on the internet and want to go to the wishing well there. Song Yu, seeing Song Yu's speechless expression, Song Weining laughed uncontrollably and said, ha 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 ha, I actually guessed correctly. Let's go, I'll take you there. Although I've never believed it before, what if it comes true? The campus of Huayuan was far away and they had to wait for an on-campus bus. When they got on the bus, Song Yu could hear the exclamations and whispers of people taking photos. Song Weining was also a popular figure in a university. She was the prettiest girl in the journalism department and had outstanding looks and an outstanding family background. Many people knew her. When they saw the young man beside her, a few of them were bold enough to ask her quietly. Weining, is this your brother? Song Weining took out the lollipop in her mouth and saw the crowd's intentions at a glance. She said, yes. Don't think about it. He's already taken. The group of people. Are all handsome guys so popular these days? The wishing well in a university's campus of Huayuan was also a famous place. In winter, many people gathered here. The location of the wishing well was actually very remote. It was behind a building and flowed down the hillside to form a small pool. The pool was clear and pebbles could be seen in it. There was snow on the green grass beside it that had solidified into a thin layer of ice. It was a little dazzling under the sun. Song Weining said, just make a wish in your heart and drink some water. Song Yu's main point was, won't the water be dirty? So many people use their hands to hold the water every day. Song Weining rolled her eyes. Do you have any sincerity? It's already good enough that I'm giving you a place to make a wish. I don't need you to make a wish. Song Yu smiled and said, then wait a moment. He took out his phone and took a photo of Xiaxia. Song Yu, do you have anything you want to wish for? When Xiaxia received the photo, she had just ended her conversation with Xianxia. When she saw the familiar place in the photo, she was slightly stunned. Her thoughts drifted to her previous life. A university's wishing well. When he was at his lowest and at the end of his rope, he didn't believe in gods. Now that he saw the clear spring water and the clear reflection of the young man, he lowered his eyes and smiled. Xiaxia, then make a wish that I can see you sooner. Song Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of wish was this? Song Yu, be serious. Xiaxia, make a wish that there will be no more parting between us. When Song Yu saw this sentence, his entire body froze for a second. His face was dazed for a moment, and his light brown eyes were a little confused. Fear and uneasiness entered his heart along with the slightly cold winter wind. He was mentioned endlessly on the first high school forum. They said, who would be able to subdue an existence like Brother Yu? Actually, there were many things that could subdue him. Family, lovers, and even friends. Looking deeper, life and death, illness, aging, everything was beyond the individual and was determined by fate. He had never taken his inexplicable and decorative illness to heart. It wasn't until he saw Xiaxia's message that he recalled what happened yesterday that he realized that he was still sick. Was it a mental illness because of traveling back and forth between two worlds? Song Yu's fingers were cold and a little sour. Rather than saying that he was afraid, it was more appropriate to say that his heart ached. If he woke up and returned to another world. Lying in the ward, his phone stopped at the reading page of Gentle Control. To him, Xiaxia was just a pitiful little girl in the book. How sad would he be? How sad would he be? How sad would Xiaxia be? Song Yu, okay, that's it. Song Yu, I won't leave you. Don't be afraid. After typing this line, Song Yu pursed his lips. He didn't know who he was comforting. He never liked to show his vulnerability in front of Xiaxia. Perhaps it was because he had a preconceived notion that Xiaxia was the one who needed his protection, so this became an instinct and a subconscious reaction. Whether it was Qin Mo or Zhao Ziyu, they both dealt with it in private. He didn't even want to give them a chance to appear in front of Xiaxia. Xiaxia stared at the two lines. Her long eyelashes cast shadows and her eyes were deep. He thought that he shouldn't have mentioned the topic of parting. When Song Yu mentioned this, he felt irritated and unwilling to face it. Song Weining rolled his eyes. Can you hurry up? Are you addicted to chatting with your girlfriend? Aren't you just asking her what she wants? Besides, you have to make a wish yourself. It will come true if you are sincere. You are standing here making a wish for your little girlfriend. She hasn't even arrived yet. It would be strange if it came true. Song Yu said, sorry, his wish is my wish. Song Weining said, huh? What wish? 100 years of marriage and a baby soon? It was rare for Song Yu to be so cultured. To grow old together. No matter how many idiots there are, they can't break us up. Song Weining was speechless. Song Yu had just seen the news about Xinrui in the newspaper. In less than 3 days, Xianxia was exposed to another shocking scandal. This scandal shocked the entire upper class of a city. In Qinghe residence, a few photos were circulated. It was of a man and a woman acting ambiguously. The man was Xianxia. He was probably drunk because of the company's crisis. He was holding a woman's waist and leaning on her shoulder. Their posture was extremely intimate. The woman's face was revealed in the last photo. It was none other than Xianxia's aunt, Xianxia. When Song Weining saw the news, she was drinking milk tea and almost choked on the pearls. She coughed until she was about to cry. She hurriedly pushed it away. This is my punishment. Tell me that I'm destined to not drink milk tea and that boiled cabbage is more suitable for me. I repent, I repent. Song Yu was stunned. Who is Xianxia? Song Weining's expression was extremely complicated. When old Master Xia was 60 years old, he kept the daughter of a small-time celebrity. That small-time celebrity later committed suicide by taking poison. Xianxia was then brought back. Her position in the Xia family was quite awkward. Old Master Xia himself didn't value her very much. No one in the family treated her as a mistress. Song Weining took a deep breath. The Xia family is indeed a family of scumbags. It's better to stay away from them in the future. Old Master Xia is a womanizer, and third young Master Xia is a scumbag. His descendants are probably not good either. Song Yu, after a moment of silence, he decided to speak up for his boyfriend. This is just an example. Don't be so decisive. Song Weining sneered. Do you know the Xia family better than I do? Don't talk about it. The Xia family is an abyss. Whoever enters it will be unlucky. She curled her hair. Old Master Xia and Xia Xinian will probably be angered to death. But the Xia family is really ruthless. I've seen Xianxia a few times at banquets. One look and I can tell that she's ambitious and scheming. But she's too ambitious. She even seduced her own nephew. She was purely watching the show. Now that things have turned out this way, Xianxia's position as the crown prince of the Xia family is probably in jeopardy. The Xia family doesn't lack people. Song Yu had a headache when he thought about the messy relationships of the Xia family. No, he couldn't let Xia Sui get involved in that mess alone. You'd better deal with the Xia family. As the daughter of the Song family, Song Weining didn't have any scruples. She had always been sarcastic towards the Xia family and said casually, how can I explain the Xia family's affairs? But you just need to know that most of the men in the family are scumbags and most of the women are crazy. They look good on the outside, but those who know them know how rotten they are. Of course, they might still be a fragrant and tempting cake outside. Song Yu's mouth twitched. Oh. Song Weining concluded, Xianxia's image has collapsed. A genius jewelry designer, the daughter of a noble family, was found out to be having sex with her nephew. The Xia family's winter is really exciting. Song Yu had been in a city for a few days and was in the eye of the storm. But because of the protection of his family, he hadn't seen this with his own eyes. Xianxia was originally a public figure. After this incident was exposed, the scandal was all over. However, Song Yu was still a little surprised. How could the Xia family allow this kind of family scandal to be spread? There was no chance for it to be reported at all. Song Weining snorted. Only old Master Xia and Xiaxinian care about family scandals and reputation. The rest of the Xia family can't wait for this matter to blow up. It's best if they can completely destroy Xiamingxin. A bunch of lunatics. Of course, it's impossible for them to do nothing. The news is going to be blocked soon. On the television, Xiaolingshu's eyes were red. The Xia family's genes were very good. She was undoubtedly a beauty. Few people in the entertainment industry could compare to her. She didn't cry. Her exquisite makeup couldn't hide her haggard appearance. She seemed to be trying her best to control her emotions. She said to the camera, "I don't know who took those photos and how the rumor spread. But the innocent knows that they are innocent. I will soon give justice to myself and the evil person an unforgettable punishment." But her punishment hadn't come yet. Another piece of news bombarded a city. Xiaxinian and Xianxia divorced. This incident happened very early, but it was only reported at this critical juncture. There was another uproar on the internet. The public was very interested in this kind of feud between rich and powerful families. They immediately made guesses. Songyu looked annoyed and chatted with Xia Sui. "Songyu, my sister said that the Xia family's men are scumbags and their women are crazy. You should be careful." Xia Sui was stunned and didn't know how to reply. But Songyu's definition of himself had always been kind, simple, and can be moved by a little gentleness and kindness. He smiled faintly. "Xia Sui, okay. Xia Sui, I'll return to a city tomorrow." "Xia Sui, wait for me." Xia Sui turned off his phone. He looked out of the window silently. Actually, he had lied to Songyu. He had already arrived in a city today and reached the Xia family. Located on the central axis of the city, it was the most prosperous but also the most depressing. The Xia family's old mansion was like a dormant beast under the night sky. The winter night was dark, and the darkness was condensed. The carved iron door slowly opened. He stepped onto the stone steps that led to the inside. Red roses climbed on the branches, and the darkness was extravagant. Xia Sui touched the watch on his wrist casually and looked up at the strange yet familiar place in front of him. The exquisite villa was illuminated, and the main hall was full of people. The butler said respectfully, "Young master, please go in." Third young master has already made it clear to them. "Everyone is waiting for you now." Xiaxinian divorced Xianxia directly. At this juncture, he brought Xia Sui back and confessed everything to the Su family. The entire Xia family knew what his motive was. The position that they had fought so hard for was going to be taken by a teenager who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who knew how many people were waiting for him to make things difficult and be jealous? The butler felt sorry for this child and sighed inaudibly. "Don't be afraid. The Su family is also inside." Xia Sui asked, "Is Su Sharon here?" The butler was stunned. He didn't know why he was so calm and even said little aunt's name directly. "Yes." Xia Sui smiled. "That's good." Xia Sui could guess Su Sharon's motive. Xiaxinian was now deeply in love, but in the end, he couldn't give Su Qiao a status anymore. He had said that he wouldn't marry for the rest of his life. If this continued, the Xia family wouldn't be able to explain it to them. Su Sharon could use this to make a fuss. He could pretend to be pitiful and selfless, feeling sorry for his nephew who was alone and helpless. He could use Xiaxinian's remaining regret to successfully marry Xiaxinian and become a Mrs. Xia who didn't matter to Xiaxinian, but who needed such an identity. She had a good plan. But, how could he let her get what she wanted? Xia Sui looked down and smiled. There was a bit of sarcasm and deep meaning on her face. She said softly, "It's been a long time." They were all old friends. "Xia Sui, I'll go back to a city tomorrow." "Xia Sui, wait for me." Song Yu's eyes widened when he saw it. He sat up, as if a rainbow had risen in his heart, fresh and bright, dispelling the haze. It seemed that he would be particularly relieved when he saw him. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. "Song Yu, Song Yu, it's finally here." He happily walked to the balcony and saw the parrot. He instantly felt that it was handsome and taught it to speak. Come on, do it quickly, do it quickly." After being tortured by him, the parrot was listless. Song Yu was satisfied. He returned to his room, calmed down, and began to plan to sleep. However, he couldn't sleep well. He tossed and turned. Sure enough, every time he said goodnight to Xiaxia, he would be restless all night. He took out his phone in the middle of the night. Thinking that Xiaxia might need to rest, he didn't disturb him. He wanted to wake himself up, so he stared at Ma Xiaoting's profile picture of Sadako for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but click on it. Your husband brother Yu, chat with me. Ma Xiaoting had always been a person who stayed up late. During the winter vacation, she was even the champion of the night watch. After being poked by Song Yu, she was immediately flattered. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Sadako does not forget the well-digger. Okay, brother Yu, what do you want to talk about? Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, and crawling on the TV. I have everything you want to talk about. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, happy little panda holding a windmill. JPG, Song Yu remembered that when he first came to Jing City, the first time he seemed to talk to Ma Xiaoting about Xiaxia. Now, in the middle of the night, he only wanted to talk about his boyfriend. Your husband brother Yu, do you have any photos of Xiaxia before junior high school? Sadako does not forget the well-digger, Sadako does not forget the well-digger, WTF? Brother Yu, isn't it enough that you and God Xia are lovey-dovey every day? Why are you talking to me about him in the middle of the night? Your husband brother Yu, Ma Xiaoting gave up very quickly, but distance made people courageous. He felt that if this continued, brother Yu would become gay sooner or later. He boldly sent him a link. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, brother Yu, let's talk about something that men should talk about in the middle of the night. Your husband brother Yu, do you want to die? Sadako does not forget the well-digger, QWQ I was wrong. Sadako does not forget the well-digger, if you want to see God Xia's old photos, go to the forum. That group of crazy women have dug up his past. There are all kinds of photos. Song Yu logged out of the #1 high school forum again. He directly searched for keywords. The posts were in chronological order. He should have been looking for photos, but his attention was attracted by the first post. Come in and dream. What is it like to be God Xia's boyfriend? Main post, it must be very cool. Just thinking about it makes me happy. 1L, if I ask him questions I don't know, he will helplessly call me a little idiot. Then, with a pen in his slender and beautiful hand, he will patiently and gently tell me every step of the process. He, cover face, shy, 2L, we will sleep in the same bed in the future. If I don't sleep in the middle of the night, I will open my eyes and count his eyelashes for fun. God Xia's eyelashes are heaven-defying, sob, 3L, sigh, the school days are purer. I am too sleepy in class, so I will lie down and sleep first. When he reaches the main point, he will gently knock on my desk. Green years, TSK. For L, God Xia is so good at fighting. If anyone dares to bully me, I will ask him to help me beat them back. If I do badly, the top student in the grade will comfort me and say that the results are not important. Shy, 5L, F*CK, you guys are so good at talking. I am envious. In the middle of the night, I sat up and couldn't help but shout, I want to marry Xiaxia. Then, my husband hugged my waist and dragged me back to bed to sleep. He even shouted at me, is marrying Song Yu wrong for you? Sob, he is so fierce. 6L. The champion is out. 7L, when it comes to dreaming, no one can beat the person above. Thumbs up, 8L, ha, I am dying of laughter. 9L, your husband, brother Yu. I think brother Yu is the most qualified to answer this question. He has experienced all the 1234 comments. And the hug at the sports day. Sob, I am so moved. 10L, sigh, Sui Yu is so peaceful. I don't even want to believe it. I want to fall in love. 67L, when I saw the person above mention brother Yu, I suddenly miss him. Do you think brother Yu was forced by God Xia? He has so many fangirls on the forum. Then, God Xia got jealous and forced him into a corner. He pinched his chin and threatened him with a hoarse voice. If he didn't leave the internet, he would keep kissing him. don't provoke him. 68L, F***CK, I want to read the novel. It is so F***king romantic. 69L, sister, you should be glad that there are fewer people and they are all asleep. Otherwise, you will definitely be criticized. 70L, there is a saying, why did brother you abandon the pole and turn good? Song you didn't know how many such questions he saw. He was a little sleepy in the middle of the night, so he casually replied. 71L, your husband, brother you, studying, the forum exploded with a bunch of groundhogs. After repeated screams and exclamation marks. Those who were not awake yet were confused. Ah? For studying? Brother you left the internet to study. A little sober. I keep feeling that something is a little strange. Especially sober, so excited that they were incoherent. Brother you, we all know that you are studying. The point is. Why didn't you sleep in the middle of the night to click on the post, what is it like to be Xia's boyfriend? The words woke them up. The night exploded. Song Yu. F***ck Song Yu slept very late and woke up especially late the next day. He didn't want to care about the explosive messages on his phone. After washing up, when he walked down, he saw someone he didn't want to see on the sofa in the living room. Xiaoziyu was reading. A few strands of hair fell on his forehead. His side profile was serious and handsome. Song Yu stayed up all night and felt like vomiting. When he saw him, he was even more irritated. He even wanted to go back to his room so that he wouldn't be annoyed. But when he remembered that this was his house, the person who should be chased away should be Xiaoziyu. So he could only suppress his anger and go down to eat. After he walked down, Xiaoziyu closed the book and his gaze slowly fell on him. Song Yu was wearing pajamas. His hair was soft, and every inch of skin from his face to his neck was very white. However, his expression was cold, and his obedient aura faded. His eyebrows were sharp, and he seemed especially unapproachable. Just like when he was young. It was just that when he was young, he was more lively. A group of children would gather together and laugh, imitating the adults to drink. At that time, Song Yu didn't know about his illness. For the sake of coolness and face, he was eager to drink when someone handed him wine. But even a fruit wine with a low alcohol content was poison to him. The Song family and the Zhao family were old friends. He was asked to take care of this younger brother, so he became more serious. He stopped him and pulled the child, who was reluctant to part with him, out. After coming out, Song Yu was indeed scolded by Mother Song. Only you can do it. Why do you want to try everything? Do you want to go to heaven? The other children at the banquet were also repeatedly warned by their parents when they went back. However, when he was still young, Song Yu was born rebellious and undisciplined. If he didn't suffer, he wouldn't learn his lesson. He didn't care at all. When Mother Song forced him to thank him, he only thought about it perfunctorily and took out a mint candy from his pocket. Zhao Ziyu's impression of him was that he was a cute, rebellious child from the Song family who couldn't touch alcohol. He came back to his senses and watched Song Yu eat breakfast quietly. He didn't intend to pay attention to him. Zhao Ziyu said, "Your parents handed you to me and asked me to take you to meet your peers." Song Yu lowered his eyes and said casually, "No, I don't want to go out today." Zhao Ziyu said very naturally, "Then I'll stay here and read with you." Song Yu sneered. "No, you can stay here and bask in the sun with the bird." He left after eating and smiled at the parrot by the window. "Behave well. Do you remember what I taught you?" The macaw shook its wings and didn't dare to say anything for a long time. After all, it had said Zhao Ziyu will die yesterday and had a few feathers pulled out by Song Weining. It was already traumatized. However, Song Yu still couldn't ignore Zhao Ziyu for too long. His father called him directly. He said that there was a very important banquet tonight and asked him to pack up and go out with Zhao Ziyu. He repeatedly emphasized that this banquet was very important. Song Yu was stunned. But actually, his focus wasn't on the banquet. His focus was on whether Zhao Ziyu could get lost. Song Yu said to his father simply, "Dad, I don't like Zhao Ziyu. Please don't let him come to our house in the future." Chairman Song was surprised. "Huh? Weren't you very close when you were young?" Song Yu clicked his tongue. Don't bully me because I don't remember when I was young. How could I remember? When I was young, people disliked dogs and didn't have any friends. The only good friend he had was his current boyfriend. Chairman Song felt that he had grown up. If you know the reason why you don't have any friends, why don't you change it? Song Yu said, there's no need. Handsome people have their own troubles. I like this feeling of loneliness. Before Chairman Song was angered to the point of scolding him, he hung up the phone first. It was better to face the mess yesterday than to sit in the same car as Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Ziyu seemed to know that he hated him. He smiled slightly and didn't care much. He was the only son of the Zhao family. He had received an elite education since he was young. After being taught by the old master of the Zhao family abroad for so long, he had already started to deal with some company matters. He leaned leisurely and tapped on the computer in the car. Song Yu felt that Zhao Ziyu had gone crazy or that his image had collapsed. After being angered by the second scumbag until he drank the water, he didn't even pay attention to Zhao Ziyu's appearance. He only remembered that he was the arrogant and insincere type. It didn't feel like he was punching cotton. Lights like back in the past, brother Yu. So, what is it like to be a boyfriend? I have a friend who really wants to know. Qing Ning, I also want to know, dog, Song Yu was annoyed. Your husband brother Yu, go and ask Xiaxia yourself. It's Wan, ha 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 ha, no, I still think it's fun. It's Wan, sigh, I really want to know if God Xia knows about this. Song Yu was stunned. Did Xiaxia know about such an embarrassing thing? However, after yesterday, Xiaxia hadn't replied to his messages. She should be very busy. The banquet that Chairman Song mentioned was very important wasn't set up in the most luxurious hotel in a city, and the road didn't lead to the city center. Before Song Yu arrived, he received Song Weining's fatal chain link. You're not here yet? Yes. When Song Weining thought that he was sitting with Zhao Ziyu, she thought of the words she heard from the parrot. She lowered her voice and muttered unhappily, what's wrong with you? Your brother Zhao saved you when you were young. Why are you cursing him? Song Yu said indifferently, I'm not cursing him. If you're still crazily talking about this childhood thing that I don't remember at all and hope that we can become friends, I'm afraid that the curse will come true. Song Weining. End of chapter 93. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.